What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4RR097. Kaido turns into a dragon in anger, Sengoku offers poison, and Hancock takes advantage, please subscribe. New World, Wano-kuni, Ghost Island. What, Jack is dead. In the dark environment of the cave, a man with a huge horn on his head was holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth. At the same time, tears like waterfalls were flowing from the corners of his eyes. Huge. A grunt came out of his mouth. This man is one of the New World 4 Emperors, the man known as the strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts. Advertisement beside. A man wearing a mask with flames coming from the back of his neck was holding the saber at his waist tightly. Calamity Jin murmured, "Rich Calamity, he. Dead? How is that possible?" Balquin on the side was also stunned. A subordinate knelt on the ground and reported tremblingly, "Mr. Governor, the brothers at the front sent the last video information before they died. It was Xia Ya's group who killed Brother Jack. All the brothers on the Mammoth were killed. Xia Ya killed. Mammoth. The whole army was wiped out." Suddenly, the violent surge of Conqueror's laser shot up like a ghost island. A huge cyan dragon was coiled in a small space, crying bitterly, with fire coming out of its eyes. Old Elephant. Alas, Old Elephant, Jack is the most important confidant of 4 Emperors Kaido, Admiral. Because wherever it steps, it dries up and rots like a drought demon appearing, eventually destroying it, hence the nickname, Drought. At the beginning, Jack was willing to destroy a country in order to help Kaido find Raizo, and even helped Kaido find the historical text of Wano-kuni. It can be said that Jack has strong strength and penultimate military exploits, and is one of the most important generals in Kaido's rule in Wano-kuni. Jack's infinitely arrogant and fearless character is also deeply loved and trusted by Kaido. But now, news actually came that Jack was killed. Although his life and death as a pirate had long been left to the sea, Kaido was extremely angry when he heard this news. The giant green dragon roared from its mouth, and the powerful pressure filled the entire cave space. At this moment, Kaido's front paws were already rising with flame clouds, which was a precursor to flying. "Tell me, where did Jack die?" The subordinates were sweating profusely, and they were lying dead and injured. "Your Majesty the Governor, the brother who gave us the information died before you could even say anything." Jack. Black thunder flashed again in the sky above the ghost island. "Check. Use all available means to find out the true location." As Kaido finished speaking, Quinn took out the phone and started operating it immediately. Beasts Pirates not only has a large group, but also has many partners and subordinates, such as one of the Dark Underground Emperors, Doflamingo of 7 Warlords of the Sea. The 4 Emperors want to investigate the location of a pirate. Information is not difficult. Under Kaido's orders, the huge beast intelligence machine is in operation. Meanwhile, Marineford Park office. An officer was reporting anxiously, "Marshal Sengoku, news just came from the Wano-kuni intelligence team." Kaido of the Beasts was furious, and the entire Onigashima was flashing with black thunder. The reason was that Jack the Drow, one of his 3 fierce generals, was killed by the sea. The thief Xia Ya has been killed. And now Kaido is searching for the whereabouts of Xia Ya all over the world. What? Okay, that's great, God help me. Hearing this, Sengoku immediately stood up excitedly, beaming with joy. "I didn't expect that Xia Ya disappeared for so long and just appeared to give me such a big surprise. Pirates are good at dog-eating dog. Not only that, we have to add fuel to the fire." Sengoku hated this man Xia Ya. He had long hoped that Xia Ya would enter the New World and then have a conflict with the 4 Emperors. It would be best if she could die in the New World. But now, Xia Ya has actually provoked the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts. For Naval Headquarters this is great news. Sengoku said in a hurried tone. "Research immediately. Then spread the news through the news. I want everyone in the world to know that Xia Ya killed Kaido's right-hand man, and Kaido lost face. It is absolutely intolerable to deal with it peacefully." Advertisement, besides. Sengoku paused for a moment, and his tone was serious again. "If our intelligence finds out about Xia Ya, we can use some means to pass Xia Ya's location information to Kaido's ears. We want to be the mastermind behind the scenes and facilitate the 2 pirate groups, the rush." After giving the order, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Because of Xia Ya's turmoil in the Grand Line, the naval headquarters suffered a huge blow, and the internal structure has undergone tremendous changes. The original Marine Admiral Akainu was eventually removed from his post by the 5 Elders of Mariajoy and became a Marine Vice Admiral. The half of Marineford that was destroyed by Xia Ya has been rebuilt, and the world recruitment has been carried out for 2 years, and many outstanding talents have been recruited. 2 of them have the strength of Marine Admiral. It's time to find an opportunity to set up a big net against Xia Ya and earn back the face Marine lost. And now the conflict between Kaido and Xia Ya is irreconcilable. It's the best time. Nuxus Island. After Xia Ya explained that she was harmless to Hancock, the real women quickly became involved with the Amazon Lily women. Friends come with good wine, enemies come with shotguns. Since there is no dispute between the 2 parties, there is nothing to be separated from each other. After all, Xia Ya and others have been on News Eyes Island for almost 2 years, and they have not seen any outsiders during this period. Now they see the female warriors of the Daughter Kingdom, and their races are somewhat different, so they are very curious about this country that only has women. Some situations. And Perona's cooking skills have always been better on Xia Ya. But no matter how good the chef is, people will be tired of the food they make after 1 or 2 years. The important thing is that my person is Hancock, the literary emperor of Amazon Lily. The royal chef she brings with her, and women who master life skills. They all serve the emperor properly and are naturally the best in the entire Amazon kingdom. Present. Under the astonished eyes of everyone in the Amazon Lily, Xia Ya summoned a lot of fresh ingredients, drinks and wine from the 6 paths golden coffin, and took out mountains of fresh supplies, which shocked the women from the Amazon. Naturally, these ingredients are all handled by Amazon Lily's chefs. Xia Ya is going to have a small banquet, as the last meal before leaving Nuxus Island. And across from the dining table, the green-haired middle sister, Sandersonia, was spitting out pink snakes. When she saw Xia Ya conjuring so many supplies out of thin air, she was immediately dumbfounded. Sister. The brown red-haired third sister, Boya Marigold, also had the same expression. Xia Ya, does he have the space-based devil fruit ability? If we Amazon Lily also had such an ability, wouldn't it? Wouldn't Amazon Lily bring prosperity to the country? Hancock looked at the widened eyes of the two sisters and naturally understood what they meant immediately. In fact, this time Hancock was trying to bring back supplies from the Grand Line to the blocked country of Amazon Lily. However, the cabin of the perfume serpent was only so big, and the space was always limited. Even if it was fully loaded every time, it would take several months to go back. It's also used up. Then I have to go to sea repeatedly and buy goods again and again. And now, the Xia Ya in front of me seems to have the space system, devil fruit ability. Is his space capacity unlimited? 2. Can you please ask Xia Ya for help? I need to load up the supplies and go back. It is very likely that Amazon Lily will no longer need to take risks and come to New World to buy exchange materials in the next few years. Advertisement meeting Jack the Drow this time was an accident. Next time, I don't know if I will meet the 4 Emperors group. As the Empress of a country, Hancock did not want to make fun of her own people's lives. Only, Hancock still doesn't know Xia Ya's purpose. There is no doubt that Xia Ya is definitely the stronger party. Since he proposed to hold a banquet, Hancock did not dare to disobey and ruin this good intention. It is worth saying that, although Hancock is a person with sweet fruit ability, he is indeed very narcissistic. But it also depends on the environment you are in and the identity of the person you are facing. If you look narcissistic in front of everyone, I'm afraid only a true psycho can do that. In Empress Hancock's view, although this man behaves harmlessly, he must be very vigilant when facing people on the sea, especially pirates. Fortunately, except for him, the captain of the Xia Ya pirates, the rest of the women, gave Hancock some familiarity from his hometown. So, at least the current communication between the two forces is not bad. Hancock looked at Xia Ya, and at the same time Xia Ya looked at Hancock. Their eyes intertwined at this second. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but something will happen if you look. Hancock suddenly felt that his heart had stopped beating for several beats. A trace of rosy appeared on her delicate cheeks, and through her thin and delicate skin, a hint of pink appeared. The teeth unconsciously left a bite mark on the wrinkle-free lips. The sudden situation caused her to flick her hair and immediately turned her head away. What is going on? Did the action of flipping my hair just now seem a little offensive to Xia Ya? Would it give him a bad impression? Although Xia Ya's killing of the celestial dragons of the Roswald family doubled Hancock's goodwill, this goodwill was limited to a feeling of gratitude and appreciation, with no special emotions. But at this moment, there seemed to be a slight change. Of course, Xia Ya's purpose of keeping Hancock, Wang Dahao, is also very simple. He had previously obtained the succubus physique because of the big baby Xia Yu, which was specially used to attract high-quality mounts. The succubus physique also has its own evaluation of the word high quality. Anyway, it is the best quality and perfect in the sea. That group of people. So, after the arrival of Hancock, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, Xia Ya will naturally not miss such a good test opportunity. So a sumptuous banquet was arranged decisively. Dong dong da da. The female warriors of Amazon Lily beat the snakeskin drums and sang the songs of the Daughter Kingdom. The kingdom's chefs showed off their exquisite cooking skills, and soon a rich special food was served to the table. Sure enough, Perona's eyes widened when she saw all kinds of dishes. Oh, onions can actually do this. Are there eggs in this cream? It tastes so silky. I really want to learn how to make chicken wings this way. Soon, a chef wearing a chef's hat came over. Hello, I am the food writer of Amazon Lily. Let's start with the technical summary. First, you don't need to add salt to marinated chicken wings, just a little light soy sauce is enough, otherwise the taste will easily become bitter. In the atmosphere of joy, evening has come. Hancock had a little loss of appetite. She just thought that these dishes were cooked by the chef she brought. She usually ate too much, so she didn't take it seriously until the sun dropped below the sea level and a bonfire was lit in the camp. Firm. Hancock tried to ask, Xia Ya, is your spatial ability unlimited? 098. The prelude to the Summer War. Hancock fell ill as soon as he got on the ship. Chapter 94 is unblocked. Please subscribe. Attention, everyone. Chapter 94. Chapter 94 was blocked because it was too exciting. 2 content was created and 2 buffs were given. The contract Hina also gave a Flying Thunder God buff. If you missed it, you can click back to take a look. The information inside is still very important. Space. You mean this? Xia Ya opened his palm, and a small golden coffin slowly rose from his palm. The lid of the coffin opened a little, and a pure gold fruit plate appeared in his hand, with a fresh red apple placed inside. Seeing Xia Ya's wonderful magic-like operation, Amazon Lily's female warriors gathered around with expressions of amazement. What an amazing ability! Xia Ya ignored everyone's exclamations and explained. How big did you think it was just now? I think it is probably about the volume of 10 giant ships of the 100-meter level. 100-meter class giant ships. This small golden coffin has such a large internal space. Hancock immediately looked at Xia Ya in shock. This sight made her heart beat faster again. But with Amazon Lily's future at heart, her mind quickly cleared up and her heart was calculating rapidly. In fact, every time Hancock goes to sea, he will prepare 3 times the value of the cargo of the perfume serpent in order to exchange or purchase some expensive supplies that may appear. Even if the goods sold by their Amazon Lily are included, she can bring back 4 times the cargo of the perfume serpent. But now, Xia Ya actually said that his spatial ability can have the capacity of 10 100-meter giant ships. The perfume serpent is only 60 meters long. Even though the difference in hull values is less than twice, the seriousness is several times. I have to admit that Hancock is even more envious of this ability. Seeing Hancock 913's expression, Xia Ya knew that the other party wanted something from her. After all, the banquet had been held for several hours. Through the conversation, the reason why the 9 Snakes pirates appeared on New Island was also clear. It was the Empress who set sail to bring back goods to Amazon Lily. Xia Ya smiled and said, I have 4 spaces like this. After all, 6 paths has a golden coffin. Ryoma and Oz used 2, and Xia Ya had 4 left. Certainly, strictly speaking, even though Kito's golden coffin contains Oz, there's still plenty of room for other things. What? 4 huge spaces? Listening to Xia Ya's explanation again, Hancock and a group of Amazon Lily female warriors were completely numb. However, Xia Ya continued. Moreover, time does not flow inside the golden coffin space, so the red apple you see was actually purchased in Alabasta 2 years ago. I went to the desert at that time. I took a trip to Daxia and brought back some special skills. As she spoke, Xia Ya conjured up several more weird-looking fruits. You can tell at a glance that it comes from a desert area. Hiss. Hancock and others took a deep breath again. So, Xia Ya killed Crocodile in Alabasta and defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji. The news shocked the entire sea. So this fruit was purchased at that time? It's actually fresh, translucent, and exudes a fruity aroma. Advertisement. He actually said he was going on a trip. This man is truly amazing, and AJDE food items generally have a shelf life, and sailing requires a lot of time on the road. Faced with many high-quality products, the 9 Snakes pirates did not choose to purchase them. But if Amazon Lily has Xia Ya's ability, it will really be a blessing for the country. Hancock suddenly felt. The goods brought back to Amazon Lily this time will cause a sensation. Immediately, Hancock said to Xia Ya, our kingdom is in the calm belt, restricted by climate and transportation, and domestic production capacity is limited. Therefore, I would like to ask you to help us bring back goods to Amazon Lily. You won't reject me, right? Facing Xia Ya, Hyuga and Hancock, who was proud and arrogant, had a questioning tone. Seeing Hancock's pitiful look, Xia Ya was also helpless. The calm belt is a natural barrier and a natural blockage. As a result, Amazon Lily has few opportunities to communicate with other countries. Because there is no trade flow, even the Empress Hancock has to go to sea in person to exchange necessary supplies for the people. Now that the Empress asked, Xia Ya couldn't refuse. After all, his succubus physique has fluctuated. Hancock proved to be a quality and clean mount. Xia Ya naturally wants to get it. He immediately said, of course I will not refuse you. Really? Hancock was immediately pleasantly surprised, looking like a little woman who was satisfied. But I have a condition. 14. Hancock, my time is precious, and I have a lot of things to do recently, and you should know that my maid in heaven can fly and is 10 times faster than a sailboat, so, if you want I will help you bring back the goods to Amazon Lily, just follow my schedule. Xia Ya continued. So you might as well get on my ship during this period, there are plenty of rooms on Maid in Heaven, just choose one and bring a few chefs and maids with you to protect your life. The meaning of Xia Ya is very simple. Let Hancock go to the Golden City with him, and buy all the supplies she needs on the way. When Xia Ya's trip is over, she will go to Amazon Lily, City Perfume Tour Snake Blue, and let Boy Amanda directly Sonia and others can just drive back and wait. Talt asterisk. BX#. We are getting closer to the fall of Hancock. However, Xia Ya's decision to return to the first half of Grand Line in the past 6 months was also because he had seen Straw Hat Luffy's bounty order. In other words, according to the progress of the plotline, Summit War is very likely to happen this year. Maybe in a few months. For a big event like the Summit War, Xia Ya must be involved. After all, that guy Sengoku raised his bounty to the level of 4 emperors. It was obvious at first glance that he had bad intentions, and it was time to show up in front of Marine. At the same time, Xia Ya also heard that Aokiji had recovered and continued to work as a Marine Admiral. However, because of too many scars on his face, he always wore a black mask to show others, while Akainu was demoted to Marine Vice Admiral and had a backward status. A lot. If the Summit War starts as scheduled, a person with Akainu's personality would probably risk his life just to ascend to the position of Marine Admiral again. Therefore, this war must be quite exciting. At the same time, waiting for the death of Whitebeard Newgate, the strongest man in the world, Xia Ya's 6 paths golden coffin, Vice Admiral, has a powerful dead creature mount. Taking a trip back to Hancock for the first half of the Grand Line is also a good choice. Advertisement hash. Amazon Lily is also suitable for Xia Ya to sail down her 2 daughters. At least until Shichibukai is abolished, the Amazon Lily Kingdom will be safer than Kokonishi Village and Sky Island. Ideal. It depends on whether Hancock is willing to cooperate. Sandersonia was careful about Hancock's safety. After all, Xia Ya was a powerful man. If she wanted to hurt Hancock, it would be easy, she immediately said. Sister, I think. It goes without saying, I will go with Xia Ya. You and Boya Marigold will drive the perfume serpent back to Amazon Lily tomorrow and just wait for my news. Hancock made a final decision. Xia Ya praised. Yes, you are very courageous. You are worthy of being a woman with conqueror's hockey. Hancock blushed immediately after receiving Xia Ya's compliment. So, the pleasant itinerary was decided. Everyone would stay at New Island for one night. Tomorrow, the perfume serpent would load the cargo in gold and silver Bailey to the Maiden Paradise. Hancock will go on a journey with Xia Ya and then return to Amazon Lily. Night falls. The bright moon hangs high. The banquet is over. The air is clean. Under the moonlit sky, the perfume snake was in chaos. Dozens of figures paced the deck with mixed emotions. Footsteps, worries, anxiety filled the entire Kuja pirates. At this moment, the female warriors of Amazon Lily were so anxious that they almost cried. Because someone on the ship is seriously ill, and people who are sick. But the empress they admire the most, Xia Ya. Xia Ya, in the empress's room, Hancock was struggling to repeat his whisper. The ship's doctor just touched Hancock's forehead, and immediately retracted his hand as if he had touched a red-hot iron pot. Hoo-hoo-hoo, so hot, so hot. The ship's doctor blew on his red-hot palms and reported in a panic. It's not good, our empress has fallen ill. She kept shouting Xia Ya's name in her sleep. This symptom is very similar to the most terrifying terminal disease in our Amazon Lily legend, lovesickness. Boya Sandersonia and Boya Marigold stood there with their mouths wide open. 2 snakes erupted from the mouth instantly and turned into the shape of waves. The most terrifying terminal disease. Lovesickness. 0.099. See how Hancock licks. The injection tastes really good. Please subscribe. Please ask for everything. Hurry up and call Granny New via video call, the crew member reminded. Granny Niu, whose original name was Gloriosa, was the former emperor of the Amazon Lily. In order to bring prosperity to the country, she chose to go to sea when she was young, joined the Rocks Pirate, and successfully brought back hockey's cultivation method. At the same time, Granny Niu was also a severely lovesick patient from previous generations. As a case of successful recovery, the ship's doctor saw that the Empress Hancock seemed to be lovesick, and immediately asked Granny Niu for advice. After all, the person who fell ill now was the backbone of the entire country. If Hancock collapsed completely, Amazon Lily might no longer exist. It is a very serious matter for the entire country. Blue blue blue. With a burst of rapid phone ringtones, the video was officially connected. A short and fat old woman holding a dark blue cane appeared in the screen. She said sleepily, "Is it so fast this time? You have already collected the supplies. It's the middle of the night." Although this old woman was often bullied by Hancock, she was also in front of the people. After all, Hancock needs to maintain his arrogant and narcissistic character so that the nation can adore him. Behind the scenes, the 3 sisters were actually very kind to Granny New. Boya Sandersonia said anxiously, "Granny New, my sister seems to be lovesick." After all, Granny New was an elderly woman. She was woken up by a phone bug in the middle of the night. She didn't adjust her thinking. She subconsciously said lazily, "Oh, it turns out that Hancock is lovesick. Just find that male doctor and give him an injection. I thought you had opened up a new route and found new products. Wait, what?" Suddenly, Granny New started to sweat on her forehead and was shocked. "What did you say, lovesick? Injection? What injection? Do we need to set sail immediately and go to a nearby island to find a male doctor for an injection?" Boya Sandersonia asked anxiously. Granny New's words immediately spread. "Let me see Hancock first." Under the adjusted lens of Boya Marigold, the curled-up Hancock was trembling, and even her arms had small pink bumps. Granny New was immediately frightened when she saw it. Because Hancock's condition is more serious than before, and in order to completely cure her lovesickness, this proud Amazon Empress often did something humble in licking a dog to a man. She is the most proud Empress of Amazon Lily. In fact, I feel ashamed to say it. Granny New has only had that injection in her life. Advertisement as a result, the symptoms of lovesickness were completely cured. Amazon Lily's method of curing lovesickness has been verified, and Granny New won the kingdom's Nobel Prize in medicine for this. Although the disease is cured, but Granny New was seriously hurt mentally. Obviously you can get a lot of injections, but the other party is unwilling because of their so-called ideals. Scumbag. How can anyone only take one injection? Are the 7 legends all lies? From now on, Amazon Lily is a country that is even more repellent to the arrival of men. But there is something to say, Granny New thinks. The injection tastes so good. Granny New immediately said angrily, "Where are you? Tell me, is there a man on board the perfume serpent?" Boya Sandersonia replied, "We are currently replenishing fresh water on New's Eyes Island. It is deserted, but during the day, 600 or 700 men did emerge on the island." Boya Sandersonia wasn't done yet. Granny New broke down completely. 600 to 700 men. Hancock spent so much. And then, Boyas Sandersonia continued, however, those 600 to 700 men are dead. What, not a single man left? Granny New's eyes widened, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. If Hancock fell in love with one or a few of the 600 or 700 men, and got sick because of them, there might be a chance to be saved. But the problems are all gone now. Advertisement how to deal with this lovesickness. Sandersonia coughed lightly. There is also Xia Ya. He is still on New Shaw Island and has made an appointment. He is going on a journey with his sister, so we have to return to Amazon Lily in advance. 0. That's him. Tell me about Xia Ya. How old is she? Single. What is her status? After all, Granny New was old and no longer cared about things on the sea. She devoted all her energy to assisting Hancock in becoming empress and stabilizing the rule of the daughter country. It was normal that she had not heard the news about Xia Ya that shocked the sea. Boyas Sandersonia. Around 17 years old. Granny New. It's so small. Hancock is an old cow who wants to eat tender grass. Boyas Sandersonia. I should have 8 wives now. Granny New. More powerful than Wei Zhaobao. Is he a medical fairy? 0. Boyas Sandersonia. The bounty is 3.6 billion, probably the existence of the 4 emperors. After hearing the information from Xia Ya, Grandma Niu was completely numb. A 17-year-old with 8 wives and a bounty of 3.6 billion on his head was infinitely close to the existence of the New World 4 emperors. When did a chosen son appear in the sea? Hancock's vision is really good. Regardless of Xia Ya's age, charm, or strength, for a woman, it would be extremely difficult to conquer her. Anyway, Granny New thought that it was very likely that the other party would not even look at Hancock. From Grandma New's point of view, her charm when she was young was worthy of the name of a pirate empress, and she was just one sweet fruit away from Hancock. But the result was that she had been licked for half her life, given an injection once, and ended up hastily, regretting it for the rest of her life. And now, Hancock is facing the road of licking the dog. It seems a bit far. There seems to be no end in sight. No way. Xia Ya's conditions are really excellent. Granny New immediately calmed down and gave a treatment plan. Ahem, cough, so, that Xia Ya and Hancock are still friends, and they actually met to travel together, so. It's easy to save Hancock. Ahem, you send Xia Ya to Hancock's room, and then give the 2 of them some time alone. The rest depends on how Hancock licks, each one. 100. Arrive at the Golden City, target the lucky person Bacala, please subscribe. Made in heaven, the whole ship stopped from rocking to a halt. Master Xia Ya, help me, please. Master Xia Ya, go to the perfume snake cruise. Following a rush of sound, Xia Ya came out of the room and was confused when she saw someone from Amazon. At this moment, Boyazunda Sonia, who was taking the lead, was about to kneel down. After her explanation, Xia Ya finally understood what happened. It turned out that after he and Hancock made the itinerary plan, Hancock locked himself in the room when he returned to the perfume serpent. However, a few hours later, the royal chef brought the Empress's sleep soup and found that Hancock fell ill with a fever all over his body. After diagnosis, it was determined that Hancock suffered from lovesickness unique to the daughter country. At this moment, it's so serious that I'm about to die. Is it really that serious? The succubus physique is too powerful. It can actually torture a high-quality mount to death. No way. Xia Ya is also a kind person at heart. One of her dreams before time travel was to become a doctor and save lives. For the sake of Hancock's safety, he could only follow Boyas Sandersonia and others to the perfumed snake to see the situation. During the process, Sandersonia said, Xia Ya, please save my sister, Granny New said. She needs you, a male doctor, to give her an injection, but what kind of injection, Granny New did not say. Injection? Doctor. Xia Ya could only say with twitching brows. It's better to go and check the situation first. Hancock. Hearing Xia Ya's voice, Hancock's whole body trembled. He immediately sat up as if the medicine had cured his illness, grabbed a soft sheet, and draped it in front of him. She had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Why did Xia, 837, Ya appear in his room? Not to mention men. Even Amazon Lily's maid can only enter this room with permission. Based on Granny New's experience in treating lovesickness, Sandersonia and others also created a separate treatment environment for Hancock and Xia Ya. At the moment, there were only the Empress and Xia Ya in the room. The ambiguous lights flickered warmly, and the room was filled with fragrance. The aroma enters the body along the nasal cavity, and Xia Ya feels that the whole brain is refreshed. It is worthy of being the Empress's exclusive room, decorated with both luxury and taste in mind. Hancock thought that Xia Ya had broken in without permission. This man was too arrogant. What did he think of the Empress's private land? And he came here whenever he wanted. He immediately became a little annoyed. Why are you here? Throw it away. Xia Ya. Click. Xia Ya. Are you okay? You only went in for 3 minutes. The treatment was so fast. You are truly a miracle doctor. Boyas Sandersonia and others thought that Xia Ya had done the treatment, with surprise on their faces, and Snake Zinzi vomited in excitement. Xia Ya shook her head. No, I was kicked out by Hancock without doing anything. As soon as the door closed, Hancock immediately made an ah sound. Boyas Sandersonia and others thought something had happened, and immediately pushed the door open, only to find that Hancock fell ill. It's like lying alone and curled up in the snow, and when Xia Ya was pulled into the room, Hancock regained the majesty of the Empress, immediately frowned and said angrily, "What's going on with you? Why did you bring a man to my room? Get out, don't come in again, otherwise." Click, click, og. After repeated extreme pulling, Sandersonia pulled Hancock and explained patiently and seriously, "Sister, you are sick. Only Master Xia Ya can cure your illness, your lovesickness. You should know, right? It's already midnight, and Master Xia Ya is here just to treat you." Lovesickness? Hancock was a little confused when he heard this. The Amazon Lily Empress of the previous generation also suffered from this kind of lovesickness, but Hancock never took it seriously. She knew that lovesickness is a very serious terminal illness in the daughter country, and there is almost no cure. She never thought that one day she would be infected. "Am I going to die?" Boya Sandersonia immediately explained. "We have just experimented. As long as Mr. Xia Ya leaves you 10 years away, you will fall ill instantly. As Granny Nu said, if you want to completely cure the root cause of lovesickness, you can only ask Xia Ya. Master Ya has given you an injection." After several more tests, Hancock was convinced that he was sick. "Hancock. I want to be alone." Sandersonia. "Sister, Sir Xia Ya must stay in your room." Hancock. "Then just two people be quiet." The air became quiet again. This time Hancock understood the cause and effect and was no longer so irritable and arrogant. Instead, he looked at Xia Ya under the warm candlelight. It didn't matter. Something happened immediately. Under the light, the outline of Xia Ya's face seemed to be illuminated with a layer of gripping mystery. This face seems to have been dreamed about countless times. Advertisement. Now that Xia Ya is in front of her, Hancock must consider whether this will be her only chance in this life. In a short period of time, Hancock was immediately fascinated. Hancock seemed to have spent a century in reincarnation. She was completely numb. Is this the lovesickness only for empresses? If not treated by this man, will it really never be cured? Oops. Looking at the confused Hancock, Xia Ya looked helpless. Although the 8 beauties in my family have already been taken care of. But Xia Ya also wants to have a warm and comfortable sleep. Why are you sitting here doing this, like a fool? Xia Ya immediately wanted to leave. Hancock, Hancock? Hancock? There were chaotic echoes in Hancock's mind, and he immediately hummed. What did you just say? Get married? Xia Ya. I just called you Hancock. Hancock, you did say marriage. Xia Ya. Oh my god, this disease is so scary. Hancock. You want the injection tonight? New World, Kingdom of Curacao. 8 Golden Balls Commercial Street. The Kingdom of Curacao is located at the intersection of major ocean routes. Because of the proper management of the kingdom, it has become the place with the strongest commercial atmosphere in the nearby waters and the best harbor for money consumption. Food, bank, weapon, product. The 8 Golden Ball Commercial Street has everything you need. Xia Ya and his party have been shopping here for half a month, mainly the Amazon Lily warriors brought by Hancock. They spend money every day to buy various goods for the citizens of the Amazon Kingdom. Certainly, Amazon Lily is a very united small country, and the money to purchase supplies comes from the work of every citizen. Soon, the 400 million belly prepared by Hancock and others were consumed. But Amazon Lily people seem to be unsatisfied because there are many things that they have not yet purchased. But it can only be given up for the sake of money. The maid on one side reported, Your Majesty, the goods brought out from the kingdom have been exchanged, and the 400 million belly brought out have been spent, so we have nothing left to buy. Hancock nodded, feeling a little regretful. After all, with Xia Ya's space this time, any amount of cargo can be accommodated. What's embarrassing is that Amazon Lily doesn't have that much liquidity. All I can say is, go back to the kingdom and let everyone work hard, and try to buy all the things you didn't buy next time. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress, the girls responded. Carina hugged Xia Yu and showed a sly smile. That requires so much trouble, Xia Ya, he has a lot of money. He robbed the Rosewald family's heavenly gold in the capital of 7 waters. There are a total of 100 baileys. We can't spend them all, our baileys can't be spent at all. Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but cover his mouth. 10 billion baileys, more than the entire Amazon Lily. That night, Hancock strongly asked Xia Ya to give her an injection. However, after Xia Ya explained the true meaning of the injection, Hancock was completely confused and instantly frightened. Now she only dares to stay 10 meters away from Xia Ya. First, this is a relatively safe distance. The second is to control yourself from being lovesick again. But, Hancock already felt something was wrong in his heart. She seemed to be unable to live without this man. Carina smiled and said, Xia Ya is very generous. If you don't buy this time, you won't have such a good opportunity in the future. Why don't you borrow some money from Xia Ya? It's not difficult to borrow 1 billion or 2 billion. Come back, you Amazon Lily, it'll be better as time goes by. Carina and others on Nuxus Island also saw the fighting power of the Amazon Lily female warriors, and Xia Ya also intended to include the daughter country in her territory. Looking at Hancock's reserved and coquettish look, Dr. Lena already knew Hancock fell sooner or later. Then, Carina contributed another routine for Hancock to get in on his own. But soon, at Xia Ya's signal, Nami, the finance minister, immediately took 2 billion belly and distributed it to the person in charge of Amazon's procurement. Take it and buy it with confidence. Just ask your empress to do it in person. Hancock lowered his head, his heart trembled, and fell into despair again. Is the meat repayable? In the next few days, everyone spent their time buying, and buying. However, shopping is just for the sake of freshness. Advertisement after all, spending too much money is just that. Carina and others have actually stopped touching money a long time ago, They have no interest in money, because everyone is happiest when they are with Xia Ya. Now there is no need for materials, and they don't need to worry about Xia Ya. Why should they worry about money? Xia Ya smiled and said, wait for 2 more days and we can come to Golden City. The largest entertainment city in the world. Carina looked confused. What is the purpose of going to the Golden City this time? Is there an ownerless devil fruit up there? Yes, he is not completely right. Xia Ya shook her head and explained patiently. It is a Paramecia devil fruit that has been eaten. This time, what I am looking for is the ability user. The lucky person who ate the Paramecia lucky fruit. Lucky man? The girls were confused. Soon, a panel flashed before my eyes. Xia Ya devil fruit. Paramecia Riding Fruit physical skills. A+, personal form, S+, mounted form. Swordsmanship. S, SS physique. A+, S+ observation hockey. A+, S+. Armament hockey. S, SS conquerors hockey. S, SS temporary buff. Cheat, 9001 times remaining. Ride contract hyphenation point permanent buff. Carina 10 times frame, Nami 10 times luck, Nokagao 10 times understanding, Perona 10 times education, Vivi stretchable love, Robin sunshine collector, Khalifa +1. Xia Yu succubus physique, Xia Shui taking objects from the bag, Tashigi invulnerable to the golden gun, Hina flying thunder god. Special ability. 6 pads golden coffin special mounts, Majin Oz, Shimotsuki Ryoma. Wealth. Fixed assets of 150 billion Baileys and usable assets of 8.2 billion Baileys. Seeing that his panel has changed drastically, Xia Ya is very satisfied. Many of his attribute bars, with the blessing of riding status, are already at the lowest Marine Admiral level and some. He has become the strongest in this world, especially armament hockey and conquerors hockey. It is already the top of this sea. The reason why Xia Ya wants to go to the golden city of Gulen Tesoro is precisely because she has 10 times the luck given by Nami. If Bakala, the lucky person who ate the lucky fruit, comes to her. If you build your own team, increase your own luck, and then multiply it by 10 times, your luck will probably be very scary. An unexpected super surprise might happen then, immediately. Xia Ya and others continued to stay in the kingdom of Curaçao, quietly waiting for the arrival of the golden city Gulen Tesoro. New World, this sea area is very vast. There are countless islands with unique characteristics, and there are also countless countries with powerful armed forces. Many of them are ruled by big pirates in 5.5. For example, Wangguo, which consists of 34 unique islands, is ruled by Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. The ruler behind the closed-door Wanokuni is none other than Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. And Dressrosa ruled by Doflamingo from the 7 warlords of the sea. In addition to these traditional island countries, there are also many superpower countries with unique characteristics. One of them is the dark underground world and the world's largest entertainment city. The Golden City, Gulen Tesoro, built by its leader, Gilder Tesoro. Gulen Tesoro is a mobile entertainment city pulled by a giant sea turtle. It is about the same size as an island. It not only has the largest city on it, but also belongs to a small money kingdom. This moving golden city also needs to be replenished on the route from time to time because of the scarcity of land and limited production materials. And once, Gulen Tesoro's replenishment location. It is the kingdom of Curaçao. Gulen Tesoro. It is a holy place in the hearts of countless gamblers and a holy place for countless wealthy people to relax and unwind. Even the celestial dragons, the world's nobles, love spending money here in Gulen Tesoro. It is said that Tesoro, the leader of the Golden City, controls 20% of the world's profits. And the Golden Emperor Gilder Tesoro takes both black and white, and uses the power of money to freely control the celestial dragons, and can even mobilize the power of Mariajoy, so that he can travel freely along the entire route. Unimpeded access. There is no doubt that, it is very appropriate that the Golden Emperor Gilder Tesoro is called the 8th one with greater privileges and Shichibukai. This day, Xia Ya and others finally saw a shining golden city appearing on the sea. It is the Golden City Gulen Tesoro. 101. Baccarat's reigns, how to use the succubus's physique, the strongest self-strategy, please order. Wow 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 wow, gold glitter, Perona's eyes shone, and her round eyes shone. Wow, what a big island ship. I thought Thriller Bark was big enough, but I didn't expect it couldn't be compared to Golden City. This is the largest entertainment city in the world. The owner of this city is the richest man in the world. The man who is said to own 20% of the entire world, the Golden Emperor Tetsolo. Robin nodded and popularized. Nami tilted her face in shock. It's so luxurious, the whole city is made of gold. The Golden City as far as the eye can see, even a wealthy team like Xia Ya has unexpected shocks. In this regard, Xia Ya could only smile. Tesolo is a user with the ability of Paramecia Golden Gold Fruit. He can control gold and create temporary gold to the point where it can be fake and real. These golden buildings in front of you are actually filled with gold inside. It is built of ordinary masonry, and this gold is more of a visual decoration. Hearing this, Carina couldn't help rolling her eyes. It turns out it's all just appearances. You can't say that, Tetsolo is still very rich. Unconsciously. On the deck of Made in Heaven, Hancock was 10 meters away from Xia Ya, and now it is 3 meters away. Standing behind, his face was hot. This man knows so much. Soon, the entrance to the giant ship in the Golden City opened. Along with Made in Heaven, there were several unknown merchant ships. In the blink of an eye, they entered the navigation waterway inside the Golden City. Paradise Manufacturing followed and entered the waterway, but when the ship sailed halfway through the waterway, the dark tunnel suddenly became bright, and there was only a golden glow in front of people. Even the water of the river seemed to be flowing with gold. Soon, there was golden powder slowly falling down from the top of the tunnel. This illusion makes people feel that the air is filled with gold. Xia Ya smiled and moved her fingers, and used thunder fruit to fill the air with a large number of electrons. Thunder people can re-smelt the form of gold through electrons, and the air is filled with extremely fine gold powder. Metallurgy is almost effortless. Any strength. Through daily collisions on the night of 09, Xia Ya has obtained the ability of thunder fruit from Nami. He also became a thunder fruit user with no side effects. Of course, Xia Ya also laid down the coordinates of Flying Thunder God on Nami. At the same time, Xia Ya also knows that this kind of fine gold powder is one of the methods of Jinjin Taizueluo. As long as others inhale the gold powder, they will become the target of the manipulation of the Jinjin fruit ability person and become a little golden man, which can be regarded as a self-made person. External control skills. However, this is of little use to experts. There are always ways to force the gold powder out of the body. Certainly. At this time, there was a gold bead the size of a sesame in Xia Ya's palm. Don't look at the gold powder covering everything like goose feathers and heavy snow. The luxurious visual effects are full, but the cost is only 1 or 2 grams of gold. Even in the Golden City, these golds will be recycled by Tetsolo, and they are truly face-saving goods. As for thunder fruit, it can be said that it is the first nemesis of Jinjin fruit. This time Xia Ya did not encounter any accidents. Made in Heaven quickly docked at the port in the Golden City. When Xia Ya stepped onto the golden floor of the Golden City, an invisible electric wave swept through the Golden City. After finding the figure she wanted, a smile finally appeared on her lips. I found it, but just wait here. Not long after, a beautiful woman with an explosive figure, wearing a black gift, and long red hair came out. This person was one of Tetsolo's confidants, the lucky person who ate the Paramecia lucky fruit, Baccarat. Baccarat twisted her slender waist, got off a golden tortoise car, and walked over with a smile. Welcome to Gulen Tetsolo, Mr. Xia Ya, Miss Carina, Miss Nami. Do you need Baccarat to serve you? Golden City is also one of the underground worlds, and it is also the most legal underground society in the world. Its leader, Tesoro, was once a slave of the Celestial Dragons. He escaped from the slave liberation incident in the Holy Land Mariajoy, and then Tesoro robbed the non-auction item, Paramecia golden fruit, that Doflamingo used to attract guests. After years of lurking, Tesoro built the Grandosoro. After the Don Quixote family reacted, Tetsolo was already the golden emperor of a giant. Then, Doflamingo generously abandoned his hatred and became business partners with Tetsolo. What Tesoro believes in is to use money to dominate everything, in order to get more money. Even if the opponent is the Celestial Dragons who have branded the hoof of the Sky Dragon on Tesoro, he can endure it for the time being. Tetsolo has always believed. Wait for your Bailey to rise to 30%, 50%, 80% of the world. That's when he truly rules the world and takes revenge on the Celestial Dragons. So at present, he will not refuse any profitable business. This time, because Jack the Drow was killed by Xia Ya, 4 Emperors Kaido was furious. Doflamingo received news from Kaido, asking Doflamingo to inquire about the whereabouts of Xia Ya. Naturally, this news also the news reached business partner Tetsolo. And at this time, with the arrival of Xia Ya, Tetsolo was immediately excited and had already laid out a large net in order to keep Xia Ya here and wait for Doflamingo and even 4 Emperors Kaido to arrive in person. The first step is to send his most elite civilian Carrot to take action. It looks like the effect is really good. In the surveillance room screen on the top floor of the Golden City Hotel, Tetsolo saw Xia Ya constantly looking at Baccarat. In his opinion, Xia Ya's pirate group was all women except the captain, so the beauty trap was the best strategy. He instantly felt that he was very wise. Advertisement end. Xia Ya's huge gold coffin, which is rumored to be 70 meters high, is also very coveted by Tetsolo. With the ability to control gold through his golden fruit, Tetsolo has already taken Xia Ya's huge fortune as his own. The first step seems to have been successful. I'm going to win again this time. Tesoro fiddled with a string of golden beads in his hand. The golden beads quickly changed shape under the power of the golden fruit. But the next second, in the picture, Tetsolo watched helplessly as Xia Ya climbed onto Baccarat's smooth back. What the hell? Tetsolo was furious. What are you doing? Let's ride it. Xia Ya pinched Baccarat's ears and said directly. You're the lucky person who ate the lucky fruit, right? So, let's test our luck today. I'm the rider who ate the riding fruit, then please be my mount today. Saying that, Xia Ya grabbed the big red wave on Baccarat's end. Baccarat never expected that Xia Ya would be so unreasonable. They had just met and she hadn't even finished introducing herself yet she was ridiculed by him. You rascal. This is the Golden Street. The surrounding area is full of customers who come here to spend money. Can you pay attention to the impact? Baccarat gritted his teeth. Experience it carefully, don't you feel uncomfortable? Xia Ya is a rider. When she comes to the sea area of the New World, her first goal is to find a mount and get a permanent buff. However, Xia Ya has already obtained the succubus physique and allowed Hancock to successfully take the bait. Although, Hancock is not currently being ridden. But Xia Ya had been severely affected by the succubus physique. What Xia Ya wanted was to test the limits of the succubus physique. So when dealing with Hancock, he did not choose to use force, but waited for the prey to take the bait. For Xia Ya, Hancock is a milder testing method, but now Baccarat belongs to another violent testing method. Only by trying both methods of testing can Xia Ya find the best way to use the succubus physique. Xia Ya turned to look at Hancock. When their eyes met, Hancock immediately turned his face away, showing obvious jealousy. Damn it. It was obviously the concubine who came first. If it was the women before Xia Ya, he would have ridden them, because they were originally Xia Ya's female companions, but now, Xia Ya actually rode on a woman he had just met. Could it be that? Is it because I am not charming enough? He actually rode a woman he just met, why can't he ride me? Hancock suffered from severe self-doubt. The little fists were so tight that my heart was throbbing. No way. I have to take the initiative, at the same time. Xia Ya's words also reached Baccarat's ears, making her blush and her heart beat faster. What are you talking about? How could anyone like this shameful way of riding? However, Baccarat suddenly felt something was wrong, and murmured in her heart. It seems that there is no discomfort when being ridden. If you cannot care about other people's opinions, it seems to really feel good, but can you not do this? Baccarat originally wanted to use the power of the lucky fruit to absorb Xia Ya's luck. But not only was she unable to resist Xia Ya at this moment. I even want to give my share of luck to Xia Ya. Have I gone crazy? Why do you think so? Baccarat felt hot all over and doubted herself. Xia Ya tugged on Baccarat's red wavy hair, and Baccarat took a step forward, and immediately her legs became weak. Mr. Xia Ya. You don't need to do it in broad daylight. Ride me, can we change places? There are so many people here. Even my boss Tezuro is watching with a surveillance phone bug. He is a user with the golden fruit ability, and the entire golden city is his home court. If you continue to act unreasonably, you may be in danger. Also, I feel so ashamed now. What? I actually revealed the boss's information. Baccarat couldn't help but cover her mouth. Xia Ya smiled. Oh, he's just a golden emperor, I don't take him seriously. Advertisement. Baccarat immediately blurted out anxiously. Not only that, 4 emperors Kaido and his partner, Doflamingo of 7 warlords of the sea, are also looking for you all over the world, just because you killed Jack the Drow. The information on your location has been passed on. I came here with the mission of holding you back. How could? I said it unconsciously again. Baccarat was completely confused. She was usually very strict, but now she was like a sieve leaking air. He even revealed his mission to drag down Xia Ya. This is a taboo, and you might be killed by Xia Ya because of it. 4 emperors Kaido? Xia Ya can understand it if she thinks about it. He killed Jack, and it's normal for Kaido to be interested in him. But, so what? Xia Ya originally planned to ride Baccarat and leave without wasting time in the Golden City. But now, since Tetsuro actually passed information to Kaido, it would be rude not to let him lose his skin. You are also on a mission, but I forgive you. While I'm waiting for Kaido, let's go to the casino to kill some time. 867. I heard that this is the largest entertainment city in the world, and you are a good gambler. I hope to ride in. I saw your wonderful performance in you. I pay and you contribute. Let's work together and win-win. I believe we will be lucky enough to win the entire Golden City. Baccarat was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know what Xia Ya was going to do. He clearly told him that he was in trouble like 4 emperors Kaido, so why didn't he escape and even try to win? The whole Golden City. Shall I bet? I'm a lucky person. Do I still need to gamble? This luck has bankrupted many money-grubbing pirates over the years. Objectively speaking, the success of Tetsulo's Golden City is at least partially due to Baccarat's lucky fruit. Baccarat, who had been ridden for a long time, received a strong influence from the succubus's physique and subconsciously said, "Then let me try? If it goes well, maybe it can really be done. I should. I think it will satisfy Master Xia Ya, but if I win, you will reward me." Xia Ya finally understood. The true hunter always appears as the prey. This sentence is wrong. A true hunter should be generous enough to mount his own prey. He has a succubus physique. Anything you do to a good mount will be forgiven. Thinking of this, Xia Ya pinched Baccarat's ears hard. "Oh, it's so comfortable. Please whip me as much as you want." Xia Ya nodded with satisfaction and immediately became interested in Tetsulo's treasure. In the surveillance screen, Tetsulo stared at Xia Ya's figure walking towards the casino hall step by step. Since the Golden City is covered by Mariajoy, there are also many celestial dragons in the city who are on vacation for a long time. The big pirate will be wise enough not to confront Mariajoy head-on, but the little pirate will not at all. Dare to provoke, so Tetsulo didn't arrange any strong subordinates. Now he obviously didn't expect that Xia Ya would be in his territory and directly ride on his confidant Baccarat. What's going on with Baccarat? Isn't she a lucky fruit user? Why not take away Xia Ya's luck? Take away his luck, and he may drown in the Golden River in the next second. On the top floor of the most important building in the Golden City, in the golden and gorgeous living room, Tetsulo sat on the red sofa, stroking his fingers. I originally planned to wait for Doflamingo and only when Kaido of the Beasts arrived did we come face to face with this dangerous man. I didn't expect. He actually took the initiative to provoke, so he is looking for trouble this time? Are you trying to blackmail me, or are you doing it for my treasure? Forget it. Let's go to the entertainment city to see what's going on. Tetsulo stood up, straightened his handsome suit, and walked towards the elevator surrounded by gold. 102. The power of luck, soaring wealth. the Golden Emperor who cannot afford to lose, please subscribe. In the splendid gambling hall, Xia Ya kept walking on baccarat. Passing through uninhibited and indulgent pirates, rich men in suits and ties, and graceful ladies. Finally, Xia Ya came to a curved golden table and sat down. The beautiful dealer on the side frowned, because what was riding under Xia Ya was her direct leader baccarat, and looking at baccarat's expression, she didn't mean to be offended at all, and her face was even a little rosy, as if she was enjoying it. Hey, what kind of posture is this? Shouldn't baccarat pay attention to the impact? Still, is this a task assigned by Boss Tetsulo? However, what all the people inside the Golden City didn't know was that baccarat, who was being ridden at this time, no longer cared about other people's eyes, and even had a trace of pride in his eyes. Yes. Baccarat felt very honored to be ridden by Xia Ya. If you were not being ridden by Xia Ya at this moment, baccarat even felt that her temperament would lose a lot. Immediately, Bacala put her hand on Xia Ya's arm as if possessed. A magical thing like airflow passed into Xia Ya's arm. Xia Ya felt a burst of warmth, and immediately looked down and found baccarat looking up at her with a rosy face. $38. Maybe this is the legendary luck. In fact, Baccarat's lucky fruit ability is very heaven-defying, but its own strength is not very strong. For Baccarat, who is still a vase, Xia Ya has a succubus physique bonus, which makes it more attractive to higher quality mounts. As long as riding on it, Baccarat will be completely unable to extricate itself. Unconsciously, she had put herself in Xia Ya's shoes. Isn't it just about winning the Golden City? There is nothing that the Son of Destiny cannot do. Hey, you kid is riding so high, do you want to peek at Lousy's cards? Why? Can you be more professional? Across the gaming table, a man in formal attire with a cigar in his mouth looked at Xia Ya with a dissatisfied look on his face. First of all, this rich man is a businessman and does not care about things on the sea, so he does not know Xia Ya. Secondly, this is the Golden City. The gambling table has its own rules, and the one that pays attention to is Bailey. No matter what your status is, you must understand the rules, otherwise you will lose your status. Even if 4 Emperor's Kaido comes, he must abide by the rules and pay money if he loses. There are cards and chips on the table. The croupier said clearly and professionally. New guest, there are 3 dice in total on the dice table at this time, with 6 sides. According to the points, 1 to 10 is small and 11 to 18 is big. If you guess correctly, you will pay 2 for 1. If there are 3 the same number of points as a leopard, 1 pays 18, you can place your bet. When players enter the gambling hall, they will exchange cash and transfer for corresponding chips, and when they leave, they will exchange the chips for Bailey. Xia Ya muttered. What should I choose? Just find something difficult and try your luck. Nowadays, Baccarat is so cooperative in sharing his luck with Xia Ya. In addition, he has a 10 times luck buff. Xia Ya himself doesn't know how much luck he has, so he should try his luck first. Advertisement immediately. Xia Ya put 10 red chips into the leopard's option. 100 million belly, bet on the leopard. Seeing Xia Ya throwing out 10 big red chips, each worth 10 million Baileys, and choosing the leopard with an almost 0 chance, all the gamblers at the table were instantly stunned. No, brother, you are not alive anymore? Is this a death stream? It's okay for you to bet on a beautiful woman. You opened it so loudly on the first hand. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain? Crazy. The man holding the cigar was completely confused and asked in surprise. Xia Ya didn't mind and smiled slightly. Try your luck. The surrounding gamblers were all happy. Ha. Boy, you were brave. I just like you who pay tuition. Because the settlement is based on the chips on the table, if the bet on the card is too huge, the winner will not only get the corresponding odds, but also the dealer's dividends. Xia Ya's bet of 100 million Baileys at once will definitely be greater than all other bets on the card table. In this way, the extra bet is aimed at the banker. If it is a leopard, the banker will lose money, and at the same time, it is equivalent to give benefits to other gamblers at the same table. Originally I wanted to bet a little for pleasure, but now that this guy has opened a new river, Lousy should also follow suit. 10 million Baileys, bet big. 5 million Baileys, bet on me. 3 million Baileys, son of God. In the blink of an eye, because of Xia Ya's behavior of relaxing benefits, other players bet wildly, and their chips were all over the table in one go. Stacked, although the total value is not as high as Xia Ya's 100 million belly, it is quite close. What's even more terrifying is that Xia Ya is the only one betting on the leopard, and the odds are 18 times. If he really wins, in the blink of an eye, 100 million Baileys becomes 18 Baileys. Faced with this astronomical figure, the surrounding gamblers and even the dealer lady who dealt the cards showed no emotion at all. Because, it's impossible to win the bet, wow. Buy the deal and get ready for the opening. After saying that, the croupier stretched out her jade hand and immediately untied the dice cup. All the gamblers immediately looked up. I saw 3 white heads lying quietly on the black plate, and the color points were exactly the same. 666. Leopard. The croupier frowned in shock and reported the result. At this moment, the surrounding gamblers were all dizzy and looked at the dice on the plate with disbelief, confirming over and over again whether their dealer lady had reported an error or whether they had read it wrong. But the facts are right in front of us. I actually guessed it right. What kind of bullshit luck is this? Is this guy riding on Lady Luck's neck? Leopard? Some gamblers have been poisoning themselves in the Golden City for several months without seeing a single leopard. But at this moment, when Xia Ya from the opposite side came, she chose to bet and won. Advertisement 100 million Baileys turns into 1.8 billion Baileys in an instant. Is this the god of gamblers? The dealer lady also wiped her sweat, thinking that the identity of the adult in front of her must be extraordinary. Even the boss Tetsulo had to cooperate with him to please him. However, the one who rolled the dice was clearly her, so she was sure that he had not cheated. The dealer lady could only say according to the rules of the game, "Congratulations, sir, I will ask someone to bring you 1.8 billion belly chips." However, at this moment, a man with gray-green hair slicked back, wearing a pink suit and a gold necklace, gold earrings, and gold rings appeared next to the gambling table. Moreover, his face seemed to be angry. Tetsulo. Boss, Tetsulo must have seen the game where Xia Ya won the leopard bet. At the same time, he also believed that Baccarat was responsible. He never thought that Baccarat would betray him just after being ridden. Daxia Unicom's outsiders are here to make a difference. This guy is worthy of being a pirate with a head of 3.6 billion. Although he got it by making trouble for Tianlongra, his strength should not be underestimated. But this is the city of gold, the home ground of Tezo. No matter who comes, it can't change the fact that there is gold everywhere here. And gold is Tetsulo's greatest weapon. Boy, let's talk in the private room. Tetsulo stopped the dealer from sending someone to get the chips and took the matter on himself, as if to say, if you don't go into the private room to talk, Xia Ya can't get this chip worth 1.8 billion Baileys. Of course Xia Ya would not refuse. In a more splendid hall, Tetsulo stood in the middle of the venue. Boy, tell me your purpose. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, you should carefully consider the consequences you will face. As a result of, Xia Ya was not affected by Tetsulo's warning at all. You revealed my location to Kaido. Think about the consequences for yourself. Veins appeared on Tetsulo's forehead. He pinched the gold ring on his hand and said with an angry smile, "You really betrayed me, Baccarat." Facing the threat, Baccarat was a little scared at the moment. After all, strictly speaking, she did betray Tetsulo's interests unintentionally, but she was being ridden by Xia Ya and his promise didn't need to be spoken. Baccarat was mine from the moment she was mounted, so why betray her? Xia Ya chuckled. Tell me, what price do you want to pay to settle this matter? My patience is limited. If I can't get a satisfactory answer, I can only handle it according to my way of doing things. What do you mean? Are you provoking me? This is the city of gold. Tetsulo's face turned cold. In the Golden City, even the celestial dragons have to respect themselves quite a bit. Although this is in exchange for benefits, Tesoro has indeed enjoyed emperor-like treatment since he was a slave. No one can disobey him in the Golden City filled with gold. Even if someone from Mariajoy comes, he must be given the honor of being the Golden Emperor. And at this moment, the Xia Ya in front of me actually said that she had to pay the price herself? What a joke. Tesoro immediately laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. This is the Golden City, my kingdom. Even if the high-ranking officials of Mariajoy come, they must bow to me, not to mention you, a pirate with no roots in the New World. Can you scare me? Huh. That guy Kaido is coming. Xia Ya jumped off Baccarat, her body flashing with thunder. It seems you haven't set your position yet. 103. The wedding turns into a funeral, the collapse of the Golden Emperor. Please subscribe. Golden City, Wedding Park. Several women wearing white wedding dresses, their heads covered, hugging teddy bears, their faces unclear, stood shivering among the flowers. In the rest of the place, stood a group of celestial dragons wearing glass covers, facing the woman under the white hood looked at her openly. Where's Tesolo? Let me ask you, where is that guy Tesolo? Today is the day for the 3 concubines of Legisina. Why didn't you see that guy from Tetsolo? He should come over and perform the Midas touch. At the wedding scene, Chaoli Rajshung clenched his fists and roared angrily at his subordinates on the side. The subordinate was sweating on his forehead. Lord Rajshung, I have informed Tesolo before, but Tesolo said he would come later. Come later. Go and urge me now. Yes, Lord Raj Sage. Because Tetsolo wanted to use the power of money to control the celestial dragons, the Golden City became one of the resorts for the celestial dragons. At the same time, Tetsolo also arranged many suites in the Golden Hotel for the celestial dragons, with permanent use rights. This results in many celestial dragons spending some time here every year. Celestial dragons are a strange species. They collect slaves anytime and anywhere. While they treat slaves as lowly playthings, they also take slaves as concubines, use them and then kick them away. Such things abound. Yes. If you take advantage of it, you will be kicked out. As for why we need to hold a wedding, it may also have something to do with the brain circuitry of celestial dragons. A place like Golden City, weddings between celestial dragons and slaves are experienced several times a month. In order to please the celestial dragons, Tetsolo built a wedding park specifically for the use of the celestial dragons in the Golden City where every inch of land is precious. My 81st wonderful wife, get on your knees. Chaoli Rajshung directly pulled a woman wearing a wedding dress to his side, and then pressed hard. The woman in the wedding dress immediately knelt down, and then Rajshung stepped on the woman's head and began to tie her shoelaces. Come. Inside the Golden Entertainment City, Celestial Dragon's subordinate 933 violently pushed away the blocking guards and came directly to the space between Xia Ya and Tetsolo. The man in his 40s said with an angry look on his face, Your Excellency Tetsolo, today is the wedding of Joeli Rajshung. What do you mean by staying here? Hurry up and perform. Tetsolo's face was already displeased. I have my own matters to deal with. Tell Lejisheng that I don't have time to go there. This subordinate was even more angry. I don't care about other families, but that is Chowali Rajsheng. He is your biggest customer in Golden City. If you don't go there now, Rajsheng's anger will not be your little gold. The Emperor of the Empire can handle it. Go away, I don't want to say it a second time. In the Golden City, Tezolo is the only emperor. If he is in a good mood, he may go over to help the Celestial Dragons, and by the way, he can invest in any project to earn some money, or get some other benefits, but he really doesn't have that today. Effort. I heard the conversation between the two people on the other side. I really unknowingly got into another Celestial Dragon's nest. There's actually a wedding going on. Thinking of the species Celestial Dragons, Xia Ya felt sick, and she was already thinking that when she came back, she should give Maryjoy a big gift, and this wedding was just right. Tianlong's subordinates frowned and wanted to get angry, but then he noticed that there was another group of people in this golden space. It's you, Xia Ya. After seeing Xia Ya's face clearly, this subordinate was completely confused. And in this subordinate's confused moment, the head was already flying with scarlet spray. What are you doing? Those are the subordinates of Celestial Dragons. Seeing Xia Ya's decisive move, Tetsolo frowned. Although he also hated the Celestial Dragons in his heart, it was the time when his business was improving. This was more or less an opportunity obtained by bribing the Celestial Dragons. Naturally, Tezolo would not express his hatred for the Celestial Dragons, let alone provoke the world's nobles. But Xia Ya killed people directly in front of her. The news report is absolutely correct. Xia Ya is a lawless person. Advertisement. Tetsolo slapped the golden ground suddenly. Golden bomb. The golden ground suddenly jumped up, like golden water splashes, surging crazily towards Xia Ya's location. I am a man called the Golden Emperor by the Sea. I am a golden man who ate the Paramecia golden fruit. The gold I buried is everywhere here. It may be in your lungs and blood. Everything is random. It makes me call, and no one here can defeat me. Why bother? Xia Ya complained. The moment the golden bombs came over, Xia Ya had already put her arm gently on Robin's shoulder, and the next second, an arm suddenly appeared on Tetsolo's chest and covered armament hockey, strangling him tightly. Tetsolo's neck. Huh. Tezoro was shocked. He knew that this was the flower fruit of Robin, the son of the devil, but he didn't know Xia Ya's intention. He immediately used his golden ability to create a golden armor for himself to defend himself. It's useless. But the next second, 80 million volts of thunder was released from Tezolo's arm. Z-la-la-la. The thunder roared crazily, and the golden and forest white colors echoed throughout the space. Tetsolo was completely entangled by the thunder, with black smoke constantly coming out of his body and gold liquid dripping from his body. Immediately fell to the ground with white eyes. Thunder fruit is the nemesis of gold. Tezolo, your golden fruit is a side effect in front of me, so there is no need to struggle. 100 million volts. The Golden Emperor was completely incapacitated by the explosive lightning strike. At this time, the palm holding his neck was still releasing thunder, and under Xia Ya's complete control, it was regarded as a riding state. This is a one-time, violent driving. After Xia Ya got Robin, she already had the flower ability to grow arms within her perception. Naturally, she could also control the mount remotely without having to ride it in person. The scene changes to a wedding park. ***, why hasn't that guy from Tezoro come yet? This is a blasphemy against the Celestial Dragons. Who does he think he is? He's just a dog who made a little money. He deserves more rewards before he loses me. I broke a few of his bones. Joeli Raj Saint said angrily. Coming, Tetsolo is already here. A subordinate reported. Joeli Lejisheng was immediately pleasantly surprised and immediately turned around to look. Finally we are here, Tetsolo. Ajeb. At this moment, Tetsolo had two arms hanging around his neck, his pink suit had burn marks everywhere, and he was walking towards him with black eyes. Joeli Lejisheng angrily yelled. Today is my wedding, Tetsolo. You dress like this. How can you show us the Midas touch? It's too disgraceful to me. Yes, it's so offensive. Today is the wedding of Saint Raj. You are indeed too rude, Tetsolo. You guys were never like this before. What's going on? Go back and change your clothes quickly. You will make the wedding park dirty by dressing up now. Some celestial dragons were also chirping in requests. Tetsolo seemed not to have heard anything, and came directly in front of Joeli Rajsheng. Then, Tetsolo stretched out his hand and pinched Joeli Rajsheng, twisted hard, and with a click, his neck was completely broken. The next second, golden fluid continued to vomit out of Rajsheng's mouth. Nasal cavity, bros. The golden fluid suddenly turned into spikes, and suddenly pierced out of Joeli Rajsheng's flesh. The blood rushed wildly. The originally good celestial dragons instantly turned into a lifeless golden hedgehog, and his whole body was completely exhausted. There is no complete place. What the hell are you doing? Advertisement. Tezolo, are you crazy? We wanted to see the Midas turn into gold, but we didn't ask you to turn Joeli Raj Saint into gold. D Tezolo. Do you want to rebel? The celestial dragons were all angry. At this moment, Tetsolo is controlled by Xia Ya. Furthermore, Tezolo knew exactly how many celestial dragons there were in the Golden City, where they lived, and where they usually were. What Tezoro has to do is kill all the celestial dragons. Golden splash. Tetsolo, with dark eyes, raised an arm and pointed his finger at the sky. The entire Golden City began to operate. In an instant, The gold powder was like water spray, sprayed to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters through the devices in the city, and then fell down. Everyone in the entire Golden City began to inhale the gold powder into their bodies. Good job. Reward, Tezzolo, you are really good at 10 hands. It turns out it's a surprise. I also want gold splashes for my wedding. No, I want to find a slave to marry now. Because Tezzolo's back was facing the celestial dragons, and the figure of Joeli Raj Saint was mostly blocked by Tezzolo's huge body, which was even decorated with gold, so naturally he didn't know that there was already a celestial dragons, died at Tezzolo's hands. However, the celestial dragons who were pleasantly surprised never expected that their bodies had already started to change. At the wedding park scene, golden Madara dots began to appear on the surface of the celestial dragons and their subordinates one by one. The golden Madara blocks became larger and larger, and then, this group turned into small golden figures of different shapes. Tezzolo didn't let that stop him. Under his control, these golden sculptures suddenly twisted. Some heads turned 360 degrees, some waists were twisted into twists, some legs were bent to cover the forehead, and some turned into a golden ball. Wow! At this time, Tezzolo's arms suddenly disappeared, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his dark eye sockets. In an instant, on the gambling table, in the garden, in the suite, the screams of the celestial dragons echoed through every corner of the Golden City. At this moment, Tezzolo was completely confused, finally know what happened. Panic completely covered his face. Just in case, Tezzolo will arrange gold foil-covered delicacies and gold foil-embellished wine for the celestial dragons to eat. At the same time, the air will be filled with microscopic gold powder, and he will even prepare a drink for everyone to suck the gold powder. Golden water splash, in order to store a little gold in each celestial dragon's body, and control them when they encounter trouble. Just now, I was completely controlled by Xia Ya, and she used the most violent method to mobilize the gold in every celestial dragon's body. The result is that they become twisted sculptures. And the ability of Sujin fruit is lifted. The celestial dragons will freeze in a distorted state, and the golden sculptures will die the moment they wake up. All celestial dragons on the island, killed in 1 second. Tezzolo stood in the wedding park blankly with fear in his eyes. What was originally a wedding turned into a funeral. At this moment, the wedding park is full of twisted corpses of celestial dragons. In a scene surrounded by flowers, there were just 3 slave brides in white wedding dresses holding a few smiling teddy bears. They all collapsed on the spot. Si ying 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 ying. 103. The wedding turns into a funeral. The collapse of the Golden Emperor. Please subscribe. Golden City, Wedding Park. Several women wearing white wedding dresses, with their heads covered and holding teddy bears, whose faces could not be seen, stood trembling among the flowers. In the rest of the place, there stood a group of celestial dragons wearing glass covers on their heads, staring at the women under the white hoods. Where is Tezzoro? I ask you, where is that guy Tezzoro? Today is the day of the 3 concubines of Raisena. Why don't we see that guy Tezzoro? He should come here in person to perform the magic of turning stone into gold. At the wedding scene, Joeli Raisena clenched his fists tightly and roared angrily at his subordinates on the side. The subordinate's forehead was sweating. Lord Raji, I have notified Tezzoro before, but Tezzoro said he would come later. Come later. Go and urge him now. Yes, Lord Raji. Because Tezzoro wants to use the power of money to control celestial dragons, Golden City has become one of the resorts for celestial dragons. At the same time, Tezzoro also arranged many suites in the Golden Hotel for celestial dragons, and they have permanent use rights. This has led to many celestial dragons staying here for a period of time every year. And celestial dragons are a strange species. They collect slaves anytime and anywhere. They treat slaves as cheap toys, and also take slaves as concubines. They use them and kick them out after they're useless. Such things are everywhere. It is obvious that they will be kicked out if they're used. As for why they hold a wedding, it may also be related to the brain circuit of celestial dragons. A place like Golden City, celestial weddings between dragons and slaves happen several times a month. In order to please celestial dragons, Tezzoro built a wedding park for celestial dragons in the Golden City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. My 81st good wife, kneel down. Joeli Rajishung directly pulled a woman in a wedding dress to his side, and then pressed hard, and the woman knelt down immediately, and then Rajishung stepped on the woman's head and began to tie her shoelaces. In the Golden Entertainment City, celestial dragon subordinates violently pushed away the guards who blocked them and came directly to the space between Xia Ya and Tezzoro. The man in his 40s said angrily, Sir Tezzoro, today is Joeli Rajishung's wedding. What do you mean by staying here? Go and perform quickly. Tezzoro's face was already unhappy. I have my own things to deal with. Tell Rajishung that I don't have time to go over there. The subordinate became even more angry. I don't care about other families, but that's Joe Eli Rajishung. He is your biggest customer in Golden City. If you don't go there now, Rajishung's anger is not something you, the emperor of a small golden empire, can handle. Get lost. I don't want to say it a second time. In Golden City, Tezzoro is the only emperor. If he is in a good mood, he may go to help celestial dragons and ask for all the project investments to make some money, or other benefits, but today he really doesn't have the time. Hearing the conversation between the two, Xia Ya on the other side laughed. I really got into another celestial dragon's nest without knowing it. They are still holding a wedding. When Xia Ya thought of the species of celestial dragons, she felt sick and was already thinking that she should give Maryjoy a big gift when she came back. This wedding is just right. Tianlong's subordinate frowned and wanted to get angry, but he just noticed that there was another group of people in this golden space. It's you, Xia Ya. After seeing Xia Ya's face clearly, the subordinate was completely stunned. And at the moment when the subordinate was stunned, the head had already flown up with scarlet. What are you doing? That's a subordinate of celestial dragons. Seeing Xia Ya's decisive move, Tezuro's brows twitched. Although he hated celestial dragons in his heart, his business was picking up at the moment, and this was more or less an opportunity obtained by bribing celestial dragons. Tezuo naturally would not show his hatred for celestial dragons, and would not take action to provoke the world nobles. But Xia Ya killed him right in front of him. The news report was right. Xia Ya was a lawless person. Tezuo slapped the golden ground fiercely. Advertisement. Golden bomb. The golden ground suddenly jumped up, like a golden splash, surging wildly towards Xia Ya's position. I am the man called the Golden Emperor by the Sea, who ate Paramecia Golden Man of the Golden Gold Fruit. Here is the gold I buried everywhere, maybe in your lungs and blood. Everything is at my disposal, no one here can defeat me. Why? Xia Ya complained. At the moment when the golden bomb came over, Xia Ya had already gently placed her arm on Robin's shoulder, and then the next second, an arm covered with armament hockey suddenly appeared on Tezuro's chest, tightly pinching Tezuro's neck. Tezuro was shocked. He knew that this was the flower fruit of Robin, the son of the devil, but he didn't know Xia Ya's intention. He immediately used the golden gold ability to create a golden armor for himself for defense. Useless. But the next second, 80 million volts of thunder was released from the arm that pinched Tezuro. Zillalala. The thunder roared wildly, and the whole space was golden and forest white. Tezuro was completely entangled by thunder, with black smoke and yellow liquid dripping from his body. He immediately knelt down with his eyes rolled up. Thunder fruit is the nemesis of gold. Tezuro, your gold fruit is a side effect in front of me, don't struggle anymore. 100 million volts, the Golden Emperor completely lost his ability to move under the bursting thunder, and the palm that was pinching his neck was still releasing thunder, and under Xia Ya's complete control, it was already regarded as a riding state. This is a one-time, violent driving. After Xia Ya had Robin, she already had the flowery ability to grow arms in her perception, and naturally she could also remotely control the mount without having to ride it herself. The scene changed to the wedding park. Hole. Why hasn't Tezuro come yet? This is a blasphemy to celestial dragons. Who does he think he is? He's just a dog who made a little money. I gave him a few more bones before. Joeli Rajshung said angrily, here he comes, Tezuro is here. A subordinate reported. Joeli Rajshung was surprised and turned his head immediately. He's finally here, Tezuro. CIDC, at this moment. Tezuro had two arms hanging around his neck, and his pink suit was covered with burn marks. He was walking towards him with black eyes. Joeli Rajshung angrily shouted, hole. Today is my wedding, Tezuro, you are dressed like this. How can you perform the Midas touch for us? It's really embarrassing for me. Yes, it's too offensive. Today is Rajshung's wedding. You are really too rude, Tezuro. You weren't like this before. What's wrong? Go back and change your clothes. You will dirty the wedding park with your current outfit. Some celestial dragons were also making demands, and Tezuro seemed not to hear it, and came directly in front of Joeli Rajshung. Then, Tezuro stretched out his hand to pinch Joeli Rajshung, twisted it hard, and snapped. His neck was completely broken. The next second, Rajshung kept vomiting golden fluid from his mouth. Bros. 7. The golden fluid suddenly turned into spikes, stabbing out of Joeli Rajshung's flesh. Blood gushed out wildly, and the celestial dragons, which was originally fine, instantly turned into a lifeless golden hedgehog, with no intact place on its body. What on earth are you doing, Tezuro, are you crazy? Advertisement. We want to see the Midas touch, but we didn't ask you to turn Joeli Rajshung into gold. D Tezuro. Do you want to rebel? The celestial dragons were all angry. At this moment, Tezuro was controlled by Xia Ya, and how many celestial dragons there are in the Golden City, where they live, and where they usually go, Tezuro knows it all. What Tezuro has to do is to kill all celestial dragons. Golden splash. Tezuro's eyes were dark. He raised one arm and pointed his finger at the sky. The entire Golden City began to operate. In an instant, the gold powder was sprayed like water through the equipment in the city to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, and then it fell down in turn, and everyone in the entire Golden City began to inhale the gold powder into their bodies. Good job. As a reward, Tezuro, you are really good at this trick. So it's a surprise. I also want gold water splashes for my wedding. No, I want to find a slave to marry now. Because Tezuro had his back to the celestial dragons, Joeli Rajshung's figure was also blocked by Tezuro's huge body for a large part, and there were even gold decorations. Naturally, he didn't know that a celestial dragon had actually died in Tezuro's hands. However, the celestial dragons who were surprised never expected that their bodies had begun to change. At the wedding park, celestial dragons and their subordinates began to have golden Madara spots on their bodies, and the golden Madara blocks became larger and larger, and then this group of people turned into small golden men of different shapes. Tezuro did not stop because of this. Under his control, these golden sculptures suddenly twisted. Some heads turned 360 degrees. Some waists were twisted into a knot. Some legs were bent over their foreheads, and some turned into a golden ball. Walala, at this time, Tezuro's arms suddenly disappeared, an array of light suddenly appeared in his dark eye sockets. On the gambling table, in the garden, in the suite. The screams of celestial dragons resounded in every corner of the Golden City. At this moment, Tezuro was completely confused, finally knew what happened. Fear completely covered his face. To be on the safe side, Tezuro will arrange food covered with gold foil and fine wine dotted with gold foil for celestial dragons to eat. At the same time, the air will be filled with undetectable gold powder. He even prepared golden water splashes for everyone to absorb the gold powder, in order to store a little gold in each celestial dragon's body and control them when they encounter troubles. I didn't expect it. Just now, I was completely controlled by Xia Ya, and used the most violent method to mobilize the gold in each celestial dragon's body. The result is that they become twisted sculptures. And as the power of the gold fruit is released, the celestial dragons will be frozen in a twisted state, and the golden sculptures will die the moment they wake up. All the celestial dragons on the island were killed within a second. Tezuro stood blankly in the wedding park with panic in his eyes. The original wedding turned into a funeral. At this moment, the wedding park was full of twisted corpses of celestial dragons. In the scene surrounded by flowers, there were only 3 slave brides in white wedding dresses holding a few smiling teddy bears. They all collapsed on the spot. Okongkongkongosk. 0104. Treasure at hand. 4 Emperors Kaido versus 5 Emperors Xia Ya. What's going on? All celestial dragons are twisted into golden twists and died. In the format buildings in the Golden City, people ran out and shouted in fear as if they had experienced an earthquake. Because just a moment ago, the entire Golden City was filled with layers of gold powder, and when the gold powder dispersed, all celestial dragons in the casino, the racecourse, the entertainment center, and the hotel collectively turned into golden sculptures, and then twisted into golden twists. When the golden sculptures were freed from the twist state and restored to human form, all celestial dragons were in a twisted state and collectively exploded and died. That was the world's noble celestial dragon people. They were the most untouchable existence in the Golden City. All gamblers and tourists, even in front of the Golden Emperor Tezuro, were at least customers and were to be warmly welcomed, while the other group of celestial dragons were beyond privilege and could not be provoked. 1. All celestial dragons died suddenly. It seems that it was done by the Golden Emperor. Because the golden twist is the ability of Tezuro's golden fruit. Ah, how could it be? The Golden City is in chaos. This place has become a place of trouble, we have to escape quickly. Leave the Golden City. However, at the moment when everyone ran to the street with a nervous look on their faces, everyone's eyes went black and were covered by a huge shadow. They couldn't help but look up and stare at the humanoid creature in front of them, falling at this moment at a high speed. Swoosh, boom, a large human-shaped pit was left on the square of the Golden City. Smoke and dust filled the air, and it shook violently. Something fell from the sky. I just saw it looked like a person. The earth was shaking, and everyone around ran to watch. There was a pirate who had been defeated 7 times, and fell into the hands of marine or enemy ships 18 times. He survived until today as a criminal who had been tortured time and time again. Just now, he jumped from a height of 10,000 meters and committed suicide. He had been arrested 18 times for fighting marine and 4 emperors alone, and was sentenced to death 40 times. Sometimes the chains broke during hanging, sometimes the guillotine broke, and the spear broke during piercing. No one could kill him, not even himself. Boom. In the pit of the Golden City Square, a giant hand extended from the pit and slammed heavily on the ground. Then, a man with 2 huge horns and lush hair on his head, holding his head with one hand, climbed out from the bottom of the pit. Advertisement: this person is the pirate who is called the strongest creature by the sea, land, and air or by the biological clock. Kaido of the Beasts. Damn, my head hurts so much, I can't die. I'm live again. Where's that B asterisk 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 D ya? Jack that B asterisk 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 D. Since he didn't die, I'll take revenge for that B asterisk 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 D by the way. Xia Ya. Get out of here, lousy. Kaido's voice resounded throughout the goal. At this moment, all kinds of people in the square were completely scared. Looking at the huge creature in front of them, many people were scared out of their wits and spitting white foam crazily. This is 4 Emperors Kaido. Why does the strongest creature in the world appear here? Xia Ya. On the other side, the Golden Emperor Tezuro was in a state of disarray at the moment. He was unable to think about the movements of Kaido coming from the surroundings. He had known that Kaido would come in person, and he also knew that he was coming to seek revenge on Yuan Ya. But he really couldn't be happy, because Tezuro killed dozens of celestial dragons in front of all the customers in the Golden City. This time, the news will inevitably be passed to Mariajoy, which means that the Golden City created by Tezuro will soon become the enemy of Mariajoy and be wanted by the whole world. At the same time, Tezuro's businesses related to celestial dragons will also enter the liquidation stage, and the accumulated wealth will also be shattered and vanished. It's over. It's completely over. Tezuro was lost, but he also wondered if there was still a ray of hope for the Golden City. After all, he was a man with a great business sense, and he quickly thought of a way to save his own industry. Now, maybe there is only one way. That is to join the hostile forces of Mariajoy, and it is still the top force that Mariajoy is afraid of. And in front of us, there are 2 choices: 4 Emperors Kaido vs 5 Emperors Xia Ya. On the other hand, because the resistance of various metals is different, like thunder fruit, it has good liquidity in gold, so under the amplification of electrons, Xia Ya and others quickly distinguish where is ordinary metal and where there is real gold. At the same time, the Thunder Fruit's ability users can penetrate gold and move inside it. In a secret room, advertisement Nami pursed her lips and complained about the pile of gold and Bailey in front of her. Not as much as I imagined. Legend has it that the Golden Emperor owns 20% of the Bailey in this world. But the value of this treasure is only about 80 billion at most. Is this really the wealth of the world's richest man? It's not as much as I imagined. After counting, Zuime gave an estimate directly. Please give me flowers. In fact, the fixed assets of the Xia Ya pirates far exceed 100 billion Baileys. So when Nami saw that Tessero's assets were only about 80 billion and he was said to be the richest man in the world, she immediately felt disappointed. Xia Ya didn't think much and took all the treasures away. The largest vampire in the world is Mariajoy. The heavenly gold we robbed before is worth 10 billion Baileys, and this is only a few of the 170 member countries. You can imagine how much money Mariajoy has just in terms of heavenly gold. Golden Emperor Tesoro is only worth 80 billion Baileys, I can understand that. Xia Ya is a time traveler after all. As a modern person, he knows that the real rich are always under the water. The so-called richest man is just a typical example. The wealth of the real rich is simply not clear. Assets. Although Tesoro controls many industries and owns the world's largest entertainment city, compared to the behemoth Mariajoy, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. 20% Bailey's wealth is even more impossible. After all, whether it is strength or power, Tesoro can't be compared with the four emperors group at all. Even the Don Quixote family of Shichibukai is much stronger than him. Such a person as just being Mariajoy used him as a tool to collect wealth. When one day the Golden Emperor was no longer needed as a tool, he would be taken away by Mariajoy. Forget it. Someone is calling you outside. It's so noisy. I can even hear it in the secret room. Nami reminded. Xia Ya nodded and said, it's probably four emperors Kaido who is here. Let's go out and meet him. Kaido? The strongest creature? Nami was a little surprised when she heard that it was four emperors who came. Xia Ya smiled and said, you will know why Kaido is called the strongest creature later. After 2 years of lurking, Xia Ya's strength has long surpassed Marine Admiral. In addition, she has many trump cards composed of devil fruits, and powerful special mounts such as Oz and Longma. Even when facing Kaido, who is known as the King of Singles, Xia Ya is not at all weak. Since Kaido came to find her, she will meet him for a while. Maybe she can be more peaceful after this time. Besides, the time has come. Xia Ya now has to focus on the Summit War. After Whitebeard dies, he will be the mount of the strongest man in the world, Newgate. Since Kaido is here, it can be regarded as a preview of the Summit War. E-flat. Xia Ya has many new abilities that have not been tested. At this moment, a flash of light appeared. Xia Ya and Nami disappeared in the empty secret room for a long time. Point 105. Slay the dragon, subscribe. Woo lo lo lo, Xia Ya, you don't dare to show up? What a disappointment. The huge Kaido, carrying a mace, climbed out of the pit completely and stood on the square of the Golden City. He swept everything in front of him, but after not seeing Xia Ya, he showed disdain on the corner of his mouth. It had been 3 minutes since he shouted for Xia Ya to get out. For a master like Xia Ya, it would only take a few seconds to show up. In the end, Kaido was obviously disappointed when he didn't see anyone. At this time, there were shocked people all around. They stared at the man in front of them, who was so strong that he was explosive and had a huge horn on his head. What a terrifying aura. Is this the pressure of the New World 4 Emperors? Kaido is too powerful. This is simply the body of an invincible beast. Golden City has a fixed route in the New World, and most of the pirates who spend money on entertainment on it are knowledgeable. They know better than anyone else how terrifying the world's strongest creature Kaido is, and even say that he is the world's top, 303, in single combat. And the legend that Kaido was captured many times has long spread throughout the sea, and the sea defaults to that. Kaido is just looking for death, and he is not really defeated and captured, but is playing the capture as a game. Trail. The strongest creature on land, sea and air, although the tumor came down. The result is, don't say that anyone can kill Kaido, even hurting him can't be done. Hiss. This man is so terrifying. The people in the square took a breath of cold air, their eyes full of fear. But, look at this situation. Kaido seems to be looking for the super rookie Xia Ya who has disappeared for 2 years. Kaido is actually looking for Xia Ya. Is that super rookie Xia Ya also in the Golden City? No way. How come I don't know about such a big thing? Xia Ya is definitely there. I saw him half an hour ago. That guy did board the Golden City in 1.8 billion won Baileys in just one game in the Entertainment City. Then he was arranged to stay in a special private room by the Golden Emperor. Hiss. Not only that, 2 months ago, Jack the Drow under 4 Emperors Kaido was killed by Xia Ya. Kaido is here this time to ask Jack the Drow for an explanation. There will be a shocking battle here. As expected of the 5th Sea Emperor in the first half of the Grand Line, he made such a big fuss after his comeback. He is actually going to face 4 Emperors Kaido head-on. How terrible. Death silence permeated the square. Thinking that a big battle was about to happen here, all the pirates were tongue-tied and speechless. At this time, the Golden Emperor Tessero appeared at the edge of the square in a mess. No way. Why is the Golden Emperor like this? Black smoke is coming out of his whole body, and his suit has changed from pink to black and purple, and it is tattered. Did Xia Ya take care of him? Hiss. What happened in such a short time? The celestial dragons have been eliminated by the Golden Emperor, and now 4 Emperors Kaido is here. Something big is going to happen. If it were in the past, if someone in the Golden City commented on him like this, Tessero would definitely show his tyrannical side, but at this moment he had no intention of paying attention to these people, and his eyes were fixed on Kaido. Advertisement. In fact, Xia Ya controlled Tessero to kill all the celestial dragons, and also destroyed Tessero's psychological defense. At this time, Tessero was completely thinking about how to protect himself. And the moment he saw Kaido, he seemed to understand. Only by surrendering the Golden City to the 4 Emperors Kaido can there be a glimmer of hope. Hurry up and take revenge. Suddenly, Kaido lightly kicked his feet, and a wave of air immediately emerged above the ground. The human form immediately transformed into a blue dragon form. Kaido is a Zone Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Blue Dragon form ability user, with the ability to control wind, fire and thunder attributes. At the same time, the Phantom Beast has a super strong physique, combined with the physique of Kaido's Ghost Clan, making his body infinitely close to invulnerable to swords and guns, and his defensibility is off the charts. Even if Kaido jumps from a height of 10,000 meters to commit suicide, he can be safe and sound even without using any defensive means. At most, it will only be a headache for a while. Boom! At this time, a giant dragon slithered up, and soon it grabbed the auspicious cloud and hovered above the Golden City. The huge body that was several hundred meters long was covered with scales with flowing green light, and the forelimbs were wrapped with flame clouds, and there were fluctuations in the air. The momentum completely crushed the ground. Shenlong, dragon. This is the oppressive power of the world's strongest creature. The rumors are true. Kaido is the immortal fantasy beast Azure Dragon. No wonder he was captured by Marine so many times and was not executed, it's just that Marine couldn't do it. It's so scary, I can even hear the dragon's deep breathing. The giant dragon Kaido blocked out the sun and observed everything on the ground from the sky. Kaido rubbed his sharp teeth and made a loud noise from his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ya, get out, there is no point in hiding. Da. However, with the sound of footsteps, Xia Ya led a group of people out of the casino building. He held the strongest black knife in his hand. It's so noisy, Kaido. Above the sky, Kaido's eyes condensed and saw Xia Ya standing in the square with a calm face, and his pupils shrank quickly. This guy's momentum. Very strong. With just one glance, Kaido could feel Xia Ya's extraordinariness. In his opinion, Xia Ya and Kazuki Oden have completely different personalities. Oden is like a simple-minded fool with strong limbs, while Xia Ya has strong strength, but is gloomy and a little scary. There is no doubt that Kaido thinks Xia Ya is even harder to mess with. However, this emotion only occupied Kaido's heart for a second. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Philo 224180010. Immediately, Kaido regained the mentality of the strongest creature. Xia Ya, I have been waiting for a man like you, but Jack died in your hands. I will ask you for an explanation. Woo lo lo lo, why didn't you even give Jack a chance to live? I'm very sad. Lousy is really sad, lo 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 lo. Kaido, who turned into a giant dragon, seemed to think of something sad, and suddenly burst into tears and snot, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. The sky was a little gloomy. Countless raindrops fell from the sky. Advertisement. Those who opened their mouths and looked up at the giant dragon man had their mouths filled with snot and tears. You're crying before we even beat Kaido? That's too. Shut up. That's just Kaido's personality. Maybe the strongest creature is very sensitive. I think Kaido is even more terrifying when he cries. So scary, said the people around him. Suddenly, Kaido's eyes condensed, and he turned into a master of expression management. Tears and snot were instantly evaporated by the flames. Interesting. Get ready to repay my debt to the beasts with your life. Gurgle. An orange light suddenly emerged from the dragon's mouth. Xia Ya on the ground immediately wrapped Black Blade Knight with a high-level armament hockey, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Hot breath. Xia Ya's eyes condensed, and he turned into thunder to split the hot breath. He turned around and came to the huge figure of Kaido in the sky. He slashed towards the dragon's belly. A black flash passed by, and a huge gap appeared on the dragon's body, deep enough to see the bone. Scarlet blood rushed out like a heavy rain, and Kaido's eyes rolled back at this time. The dragon's middle was like a spray of blood. Countless thunders wrapped around the dragon's body, and the airflow was swirling in a large area. 1, 2, 3, dozens of wounds broke open on the dragon's body. Kaido's huge figure fell to the ground, and the buildings in the Golden City flew away like a tidal wave. The next second, Kaido rolled around like a loach in a hot pot. The golden ground was covered with traces of blood everywhere. Kaido screamed wildly. Pain, it hurts so much. The piercing pain filled his body, and Kaido swore that he had never felt such pain before. Even Kazuki Oden's Taoyuan 10 punch many years ago did not cause Kaido such serious injuries. At this moment, Kaido's pain seemed to penetrate deep into his bones, so that he could only thrash on the ground. AAA. The pirates watching on the ground also screamed. The hot blood spilled, soaking many people into scarlet drowned rats. Countless hot blood bubbles appeared on their skin, as if they were stuck by hot magma. Ah! Kaido was actually chopped, such a hideous huge wound, such a terrible amount of bleeding. It's so hot, like magma. The strongest creature fell? The strongest dragon was slashed. 106. Full force attack. conqueror's entanglement, incurable disease, subscription request. When Golden Emperor Tezuro saw Kaido being killed, he immediately went into a state of confusion. He originally planned to use the Golden City as capital to join Kaido's Beast's pirates after Kaido defeated Xia Ya. After all, any force on the sea needs money to maintain, and the Golden City happens to be the gold-eating beast on the sea. In this way, it can be exchanged for the protection of the four emperors, and there is no need to worry about Mariajoi's pursuit. It seems that the plan has changed. Huff, huh. Kaido turned back into human form, kneeling on the ground and panting loudly. Several hideous wounds appeared on his body, and there was a huge green scale cut in half on the ground nearby, which was very seriously injured. But for the strongest creature, this blow was not enough to lose mobility. And at this moment, Kaido had to admit that Xia Ya's attack power was the most terrifying in the world. He had never seen a man with such a terrifying slash. In fact, after getting the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, Kaido can be called the strongest creature in the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible. Therefore, Kaido has been challenging his own limits for so many years. He has fought with Whitebeard Newgate and red-haired Shanks, and he usually went alone. The result was naturally a group beating, but Kaido never minded and is still alive and well. But at this moment, if Kaido doesn't take it seriously, he seems to be able to touch the breath of death. Ding-dang, dragging Bajizai, Kaido stood up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Xia Ya, who fell to the ground. 28. Verses. Kaido looked at the figure holding the black knife, and subconsciously clenched the mace in his hand. Even the four emperors Kaido, who was always arrogant and conceited, gritted his teeth at this time and looked at the calm figure with a serious look. That's great. You are much stronger than that guy Odin, but I am no longer the person I used to be. The fifth emperor in the first half of the Grand Line. Even if I go to New World, I will admit it after this battle. But if armament hockey is only at the top, it is just barely up to the standard. Kaido angrily swung the Bajizai in his hand and shouted, "Put away the kid and play with me, interesting little devil." A surging wave of air suddenly appeared and rushed in all directions. And the human form Kaido changed again. He became a monster in the form of a human beast with fangs, a human body, dragon claws, dragon scales, and a dragon tail. As his posture changed, his human hand form and body size exploded again. A sense of oppression came. Boom. Some of the pirates who were still standing had foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Horror. This is the true power of four emperors. Even though he was stabbed by a knife and his entire abdomen was penetrated, he is still four emperors Kaido. He is the strongest creature in the world and the strongest super existence in single combat. The pirate who collapsed on the ground shouted loudly. Not only that, the real horror is that top-level mythical beast species. Even facing such a huge wound, the blood stopped flowing at this moment, and the wound seems to have healed. The endurance, defense, and recovery of the mythical beast species are the most invincible. No one can crush the mythical beast species in a battle. On the other side, Xia Ya was a little more satisfied with the effect of his slash just now. In 2 years, his strength has been improved to a terrifying level. Now he encounters Kaido, a creature that can resist beating. Naturally, he has to test it more. As expected of the strongest creature, Kaido, you are really strong. While speaking, Xia Ya raised the black knife in his hand, but it's not enough. Hearing Xia Ya's words, everyone around was stunned. Although Xia Ya didn't say it explicitly, just looking at Xia Ya's expression, there was no ripple in her eyes, so others naturally thought that Xia Ya was serious. Everyone knew what Xia Ya meant. Although Kaido was strong, it seemed not enough. Especially Kaido, he looked at Xia Ya with interest, and raised his mouth. Not enough. Young and reckless kid, what are you talking about? You are too self-righteous. Let's live in the new world first, Just as Kaido finished speaking, the black knife in Xia Ya's hand was entangled with Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement Black Thunder flashed wildly. The surrounding buildings seemed to be robbed by a thunderstorm, and they exploded and collapsed one after another. Damn it, this is no joke. Kaido's expression immediately became serious, because he could see that Xia Ya had already mastered the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Entanglement. For people at Kaido's level, Conqueror's Entanglement is almost a necessary skill, but now Xia Ya is only 17 years old, and she has already used it so well, which is rare in the world. Conqueror's Entanglement. Even myself back then, I had been in Rock's Pirate for many years, and I only realized it after watching countless battles. And now, Xia Ya actually used it easily. Swish. There was no sign, and no extra words were said. Xia Ya's figure instantly shot out towards Kaido. Then, Hei Dao Yi had already arrived in front of Kaido, and Conqueror's was entangled and poured down. Who uses a big move right after arriving? I haven't even started warming up yet. Kaido immediately held Bajizai tightly, and the dragon tail in the form of a human beast slapped the ground crazily, and the ground immediately shattered. With this huge force, Kaido's figure went straight up. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a deafening sound, the thunder rolled towards the 8 trigrams. A terrifying huge force collided between Hei Dao Yi and Bajizai, and the overwhelming momentum was like a gust of wind, instantly evaporating the center area of the two people. Boom! The terrifying air wave visible to the naked eye exploded, and the entire island ship of the Golden City was shaking at this moment. The huge waves in the surrounding sea area spread outward in circles. Before the collision was over, Xia Ya's figure flashed again, and a new slash, wrapped in a more powerful conqueror's haki, attacked Kaido again. But just when the surrounding pirates had not reacted, Kaido's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, Kaido's position had been exchanged with Xia Ya. He came to the sky and raised his hands, spinning the mace in the sky, like a helicopter in the form of a human beast, and black thunder also fell from the sky and wrapped around the mace. Falling third world-inducing Naraku, boom. Kaido's proud move, it was completely blocked by Xia Ya. The black knife in his hand completely resisted the Bajizai that Kaido smashed down with both hands. Great. I finally know the root cause of your troubles with Zhao Marine. Just like the invincible me. Kaido looked at Xia Ya and sighed, with a serious look and a hint of interest. Advertisement. Xia Ya stared at Kaido. Don't compare them. The two fought again. The people of Golden City had already walked out of the broken building. Everyone looked at the two figures in amazement. It must be said that the size difference was too big, and the impact was even stronger. Are you kidding? That Xia Ya can really resist Kaido of the beasts? That is known as the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Monster. Monster. Sure enough, no one who can make a name for himself on the sea is easy to mess with. Is this guy using the battle with Kaido to endorse his title of the 5th Emperor? But it feels like, except that the movement is a bit loud, there is nothing special. Xia Ya's figure was not shaken away or anything. Stupid. It was the island ship of Golden City that buffered all this. Look at the sky. After hearing these 957 words, everyone looked up involuntarily. At this moment, the black clouds in the sky roared and surged wildly to both sides. In an instant, the entire sky was split in half and completely separated. At the same time, in the middle of Xia Ya's female companion, Bakara was completely stunned. Although she was violently driven by Xia Ya, the matter had been done anyway. She was already Xia Ya's person, but she had never seen Xia Ya's true strength. At this moment, seeing Xia Ya and Kaido face to face, she covered her mouth in astonishment, but among these women, the most surprised one was Hancock, who had never thought about it. Xia Ya's conqueror's haki actually reached this level. Instantly, on Hancock's hand, small pink blisters began to appear on the skin. Sweat continued to flow down from a large area of her smooth forehead. In her beautiful eyes, countless red hearts were spinning. In the blink of an eye, Hancock wailed in pain and fell down. Amazon Lily's assistant, who followed along, quickly supported Hancock, then suppressed her inner tension, kept flipping through a small notebook, and kept muttering. Oh no, the queen must be in love with her, according to Granny New's description, the symptoms of this disease. The queen, she is seriously ill. She needs an injection immediately. However, Xia Ya and Kaido are still fighting. Amazon Lily's queen's assistant was like an ant on a hot pot. After Hancock received initial treatment, he was under strong surveillance for fear of a sudden attack. The assistant never thought that Xia Ya's conqueror's haki could actually shock the Queen Hancock to the point of being seriously ill. Let's end the battle quickly. The queen is really a pill. 107. One Punch Man, Dragon Falling Strike, subscribe. Boom. Kaido's Bajizai directly collided with Xia Ya's Hideaway. A roar was heard. The strong aura of the two people exploded instantly. A huge hemispherical pit immediately appeared on the island ship of the Golden City. Xia Ya has the current status of the 5th Emperor. It is definitely not a coincidence. He really has the strength of the 4 shores. The strongest creature can't do anything to him. The people around him fled with their heads in their arms, and the gambler pirates with more strength took up their defenses, watching the terrifying aura sweeping over, and everyone's face was ridden with astonishment. Because they all knew that 4 Emperors Kaido was a killing god in the New World, and his reputation was accumulated bit by bit for more than 10 years, and his strength was even more needless to say. Even without Mariajoy's order, Marine didn't dare to target the 4 Emperors pirate group. They knew the power of that stick very well, especially the azure dragon form of the mythical beast species. Duo's huge body had already explained everything. It was just a back-and-forth fight with Xia Ya. The cloak behind Kaido rustled, and the blood vessels under the green scales bulged. He clenched the Bajizai in his hand again, and the endless conquerors wrapped around the iron rod, making a crackling sound. However, just when Kaido was about to attack again, an Amazon Lily woman came to Xia Ya. Lord Xia Ya, you can't continue fighting. The queen is really dying after being affected by your haki 10 times. Xia Ya. The maid pointed at Hancock and said with a distressed face, the queen is covered with pink blisters all over her body. Mother-in-law Nu said that this is a sign of lovesickness. She must be treated with injections immediately. We can't wait any longer. Please give the queen an injection, Lord Xia Ya. Xia Ya was also convinced. People from Amazon Lily don't know what injections mean at all. They often talk about it. Sometimes people even come to ask Xia Ya to take action to make Hancock recover soon. Xia Ya glanced at the fallen Hancock. He really looked like he was about to die. If Hancock really died, she would lose a high-quality mount. Although Xia Ya planned to slowly let Hancock fall, looking at the current situation, Hancock could not extricate himself and was even in danger of death. So, it's better to end the battle quickly and find a quiet place to get rid of Hancock's odor. Drink. With a loud shout, Xia Ya made a seal with one hand, and Oz's huge body appeared. Then, Xia Ya hooked her index finger and used the Flying Thunder God buff mark to teleport to Khalifa in the distance. She hooked her index finger again, and the two of them appeared above Oz's head in a flash. At this time, facing the huge body of Oz, Kaido, who was originally a small giant, felt that he was too small, but the fighting spirit in Xia Ya's eyes made Kaido clearly feel that the next attack would be full of strength. Advertisement at this moment, Kaido used the phantom beast form and turned into a blue dragon again, hovering in the sky. You totally underestimated me, Xia Ya kid. You're using your ability now. Boom. The dragon circled upwards, swallowing a lot of air. Kaido's throat swelled up, and then he opened his huge mouth, and several wind blades were shot out by him, like the slash of a sickle weasel, rushing straight towards Xia Ya. However, Xia Ya had already obtained Nami's thunder fruit through the flying stick, and even if he didn't ride Nami now, he could still use the thunder element. Facing another natural element, it was not difficult to fight against it. Immediately, Oz's body was cut into several pieces by the bad wind, and lightning gushed out of the cuts on his limbs. The next second, the huge body had appeared thousands of meters high in the sky. At this time, Xia Ya, who had the love skill of flexible expansion and contraction, merged with the surrounding Khalifa's vampire form. Oz's eyes also changed from gold to scarlet. The darkness created by vampires was wrapped around his body, scarlet ribbons were wrapped around his arms, and sharp purple-black nails extended from his fingers. What the hell is this thing? Seeing Oz like this, Kaido thought he saw an unfamiliar mythical beast. In an instant, flames gushed out of the dragon's body. Fire dragon torch. Things touched by the flames will melt instantly. In an instant, Kaido was like a huge flaming ribbon, dancing wildly in the sky, and Oz's huge figure flashed thunder and scarlet, collided several times, and rushed violently in all directions. What happened? Everyone looked up at the battle. Looking at the two huge figures in the air, the heat coming from the sky was enough to melt people's eyeballs. Too strong. What level of power is this? It can actually be on par with the perfect dragon Kaido, and this is just a new star pirate who has not shown up many times. Compared with the old sea oil stick like Four Emperors Kaido, it is really just like a tender sprout. Run, everyone, run. Golden City is not a place for us to stay, the fire in the sky is coming down. A pirate nearby shouted in horror, and some green plants around him had been roasted yellow. The gold powder on the wall has melted, revealing the appearance of gray and white stones. Tesoro was also shocked. If the previous brief fight with Xia Ya was completely attribute restraint, then the fight between Xia Ya and Kaido now has no restraint at all. Kaido, who has the mythical beast species and blue dragon form, not only has a strong physique, but also controls and is immune to various natural elements. Moreover, according to the current fighting method, the two relied on their domineering power. 013612028 Filu 224,180,280. Who is stronger and who is weaker will be known after the fight. Tesoro knew that the Golden City was about to face huge changes, and everything depended on the winner of this battle. However, in shock, as the owner of the Golden City, Tesoro also noticed that the city could not last too long, and immediately used the power of the gold fruit to repair the main buildings. Hey, where is my gold? Tesoro was completely confused. He used the gold fruit to communicate with the gold in the secret room, but found that all the gold was gone. What the hell? Where is my gold? Tesoro was about to collapse. Advertisement at this time, a dwarf emerged from the black hole on the ground. He was one of Tesoro's confidants, the Paramecia piercing fruit user, Nakata said. The gold in the boss's secret room was taken away by Xia Ya and the orange-haired Nami. What? Tesoro was completely stunned. Not to mention that the secret room had multiple protection measures, the most important key was made of gold, and the Golden Emperor had long remembered its appearance. In other words, the only way to get the key was to be made by Tesoro, and no one else could take it. Nakata said. That man is a body of lightning, he can melt into any metal, pass through the wall, easily enter the secret room, and take everything away. Tesoro was completely numb. At this time, the sound of collision came again in the sky, and this time it has changed from elemental collision to collision between hockey, and the sky has been covered by black thunder for a long time, like a spider web. On the other side, the people of Amazon Lily are almost going crazy. Because at this moment, the pink bubbles on Hancock's skin actually broke away from the surface of the body, like small soap bubbles, floating into the sky, which is a sign of the loss of fragrance and jade. Xia Ya, hurry up! The queen can't stand it anymore, her whole body is bubbling. The air is filled with milk fragrance, in the sky. Oz's huge fist blasted out, Kaido had no time to dodge and was hit hard. However, with his strong defense, Kaido quickly came to his senses. But he was thrown out again the next second. Xia Ya originally wanted to use the vampire claws to pierce Kaido's dragon scales and absorb his blood vitality, but found that the dragon scales of the giant dragon were like steel armor, with amazing defense. Continue to confront. No rest. Ta. Boom. The shocking momentum appeared again. At this moment, Oz clasped his hands together, and black lightning burst out between his huge fists. The next moment, Oz's figure turned into the form of Thor and flashed to the top of the giant dragon Kaido. Smashed down with both fists at the dragon head, at this moment, countless popular fire rains fell from the sky, some buildings in the Golden City were burning, flowers and plants were baptized by high temperature, withered instantly, and the city became more yellow. Too strong. These two people are too strong, the aftermath alone can destroy a city. Everyone was in shock. Tesoro's face was completely black. He really regretted passing the news of Xia Ya to Kaido, which led to the destruction of the Golden City. Now all the money was Xia Ya. Ya was taken away, and there was no money left for reconstruction. This meant that Tesoro had been a white hits worker for all these years. Tesoro was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Just when Tesoro wanted to roar loudly at the sky, a huge dragon shadow fell from the sky and directly smashed the ground of the Golden City into a huge hole. 108. Dark Fruit, Shocking News, and a Chance Encounter with Bonnie. Please subscribe. Gulala, Ace, my good son, you said that Kaido, that stinky brat, actually lost. The moonlight shone on the sea, and the lights in the cabin of the Moby D*K flickered. Whitebeard Newgate, who was on an IV drip, was drinking heavily and seemed to be in a good mood. Gulala. Ace on the side was telling him about the recent events on the sea. Pineapple-headed Marco crossed his hands, raised his head and said with a worried look, Dad, you have exceeded the limit today. You can't drink anymore. Gulala, lousy, drink another sip. Edward Newgate smiled. Kaido has never been a trouble-free person. I am very happy to hear the news of his defeat, my dear son. Wouldn't it be better if I could get 10 more bottles of potion in 10 sessions? Shish. Ace explained. Dad, to be precise, Kaido was knocked to the bottom of the sea by Xia Ya's punch, and the battle ended with Xia Ya's decisive departure. Objectively speaking, Kaido fell into the inferior position in the fight. It was not a complete defeat. The Golden City incident happened in New World, and it is not far from the territory of Whitebeard pirates, so the news was naturally received by Whitebeard pirates the fastest. In this incident, not only were all the celestial dragons on the island killed, but the world's largest entertainment city, Golden City, was destroyed, the Golden Emperor Tesoro disappeared, and the strongest creature Kaido was blasted into the seabed after fighting with Xia Ya. Even if these pieces of news were taken out separately, they could shock New World. Lux. Everything was caused by Xia Ya's comeback. During the conversation between the three, the other Whitebeard pirates' cadres opened their eyes wide. They looked at the scene in front of them and were speechless with surprise. In New World, the people of Whitebeard pirates knew very well how tough Kaido was, and even the strongest creature in the world was blasted into the seabed by a punch. Who would believe it if they told others? Whitebeard still had a hearty smile. I have always hated Kaido. He did a good job. I am really looking forward to seeing Xia Ya. Ya kid. At this moment, a cadre pushed open the door anxiously, shouting in astonishment. Dad. Thatch. Thatch is dead. It was Teach the B***************** D who did it. He stole the devil fruit that Thatch found. What? How is it possible? Did Teach really kill his companions and snatch the devil fruit? Impossible. Teach. The people who were still shocked that Xia Ya shot down Kaido were all stunned and couldn't believe it at this moment. Everyone, including Whitebeard, rushed to ship number 4. There is no doubt. Marshal D. Teach killed Thatch and stole the Logia dark fruit, which was a taboo on the Whitebeard pirates' ship. This incident will definitely become the fuse of some major events in a series. Ace. Teach that B************************ D. I will make him pay for Thatch's life. New World, calm belt, the moonlight sprinkled on the sea like a mirror. A boat pulled by a flying bird sails in the sky. The lights inside the cabin are bright, the typewriters are emitting black smoke like crazy, and the sound of the den den mushi is ringing like crazy. The busy reporters and editors can't care about anything else, and only focus on the press releases and typewriters on the table. Another big news. Xia Ya is really my god of wealth. He just came back and brought such great news, 87 celestial dragons, 235 Mary Joyce's subordinates, all turned into twisted bugs in the Golden City, the Golden Emperor. Xia Ya controlled the Golden Emperor Tesoro to do it. Advertisement. The president of the news agency Morgans is also one of the kings of the underground world. When Tesoro just started his business, he spent a lot of money to let Morgans help him promote. Even now, there are reporters from the news agency stationed in the Golden City. And as Tesoro killed the celestial dragons, Morgans witnessed the rise and fall of the Golden City with his own eyes. Kaido was actually knocked to the bottom of the sea. Hiss. With such a powerful CIEC fruit ability in the Qinglong form, Kaido is so embarrassing. Xia Ya finally started to make a big move. Breaking news. This time the news is really breaking news. Morgans continued to order his subordinates excitedly. Everyone stay up all night. Remember to report on the front page that Golden City is destroyed. Celestial dragons encounter the greatest natural enemy in history. Xia Ya re-enters the public eye. The old 4 emperors, the world's strongest creatures, Kaido of the beasts, were knocked to the bottom of the sea by the new 5 emperors. That's a lot of dead celestial dragons, and the location is still in Golden City. This news will definitely sell like crazy. Print more. I will personally review all newspapers. Print more like crazy. Print more 24 hours a day. Yes, President. Looking at the smoking typewriter, Morgans was so happy that he almost took off his hat. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku sat in his office chair with a frown. Opposite him, standing were Borsellino, Aokiji, Akainu, Garp, Gu Ri. Although Akainu was demoted to Marine Vice Admiral, with his powerful strength, Sengoku naturally attaches great importance to him, still regards Akainu as a core figure, and will also participate in the decision-making of Naval Headquarters. Sengoku's little finger kept tapping the table. Kaido actually lost. Crane grabbed a piece of intelligence and explained, Xia Ya is indeed powerful and has many means. It is normal for Kaido to suffer a little loss when he is not familiar with his abilities, but it can only be said that the fighting time is not enough, and it cannot be considered a defeat. Kaido's character is very clear to everyone in naval headquarters. This guy is a brainless, reckless man. What he likes to do most is to die. It is understandable that he was attacked by surprise. Sengoku thought that he would use the power of the four emperors to crush Xia Ya. As a result, Kaido, that stupid guy, actually went to Xia Ya alone and lost face in vain. There is no doubt that Sengoku is going to have a headache again. Especially since there are more than 80 celestial dragons dead in the Golden City. Sengoku is worried. What should I do to completely eliminate Xia Ya? There's no chance to kill with one strike. Akainu lit a cigar with lava and took a deep puff at the window corridor. The sea breeze was a little cold. His eyes revealed a sharp look, looking at the dark sea in the distance. At this time, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. When everyone in the world was about to start a day's work. The World Economic News was delivered to the hands of buyers all over the world through the newsbird. Then, the world was shocked again as it should be. The newspaper described it like this: 013612028 Falcon 224180420. According to the information collected by the reporter at the scene of the Golden City, Xia Ya went to the Golden City to rob the treasure of the Golden Emperor Tesoro, and used Tesoro to kill more than 80 celestial dragons, and then met the world's strongest creature Kaido, who came for revenge. The young 5th Emperor fought with the strongest creature with his powerful strength, and at the same time punched the strongest creature into the seabed with one punch. The entire Golden City was destroyed, and the Golden Emperor's industry was destroyed. Advertisement: Xia Ya has gotten rid of the title of the strongest newcomer and officially ascended the throne as the 5th Sea Emperor of New World. Holy Land Mariajoy. Morgans, that B******************** D, is rubbing salt into our Mariajoy's wounds again. Topman Vokuli Saint was holding today's newspaper in his hand. His face was full of anger, because in the photos attached to the newspaper, there was a photo of celestial dragons Joeli Raji Saint holding a wedding, but the wedding turned into a funeral, and Raji Saint became a golden hedgehog. The rest of the celestial dragons were twisted into human meat twists. It can be said that the death of celestial dragons was extremely ugly. In addition, the destruction of the Golden City also means that Mariajoy will no longer receive a large amount of black gold from Tesoro, the so-called world's richest man, and Mariajoy will lose a source of money again. D Xia Ya. How come every time he appears, there will be celestial dragons dying with him? Is he fighting with us Mariajoy? Such people should be completely eliminated, said Isambaren V. Nasusho. Call Sengoku and ask him to come to Mariajoy. Isambaren V. Nasusho said angrily. We must come up with a plan to completely wipe out Xia Ya. We should take the initiative. The first half of the Grand Line, high in the sky over a sea area. Made in heaven. Xia Ya stretched and pulled out a vanilla lollipop from her mouth. Hancock pursed his lips. The beautiful eyes glowed pink. The lovesickness was completely cured. There was no other way. In the Golden City, Kaido was too tough to kill in a short time. So Xia Ya didn't continue to chase Kaido after punching him to the bottom of the sea. Anyway, the purpose of going to the Golden City had been achieved. Besides, the situation was really urgent at that time. Hancock would die if he didn't get treatment. Now, Hancock is fine. At this time, Bakara came over in pajamas and reminded. Netsuna has prepared breakfast. You can all get up. The sun has risen above the sea level. Bakara looked at the pile of people lying in all directions and had a headache. There were too many. It was too messy. It was too crazy. As she said that, Bakara used the power of the lucky fruit to absorb some of the small luck from Carina, Nami and others. In this way, as a lucky person, she could ensure the increase of her luck ability, and at the same time, she could also ensure that they would not be visited by bad luck and accidentally fall to death. After doing all this, Bakara passed the luck to Xia Ya, after the blessing of 10 times the luck. Xia Ya's pirate group started a beautiful and lucky day. During breakfast, Nami said, we have come to the first half of the Grand Line. After another day of sailing, we can enter the calm belt and arrive at Amazon Lily. Xia Ya, have you really decided? Xia Ya nodded. Hancock, you won't refuse, right? Of course I won't refuse any of your requests. Very good, you can rest assured to send Xia Yu and Xia Shui to Amazon Lily. Wow wow wow. Hearing that they were going to be sent to the Amazon Kingdom, the 2 little girls were very excited. There was no way. Perona's cooking skills were limited. The children were tired of eating cakes. After eating the food of Amazon Royal Chef Wang Gang, the 2 foodies happily decided to live in Amazon for a while. In this way, Xia Ya can also plan the next big event. The reason why Xia Ya gave these 2 names, it was mainly because it was raining when she met Carina, and it was snowing lightly on the day she met Nami. At this time, an Amazon Lily lookout came to report. Lord Xia Ya, Lady Empress, ladies, a pirate ship appeared on the sea below our ship. Judging from the pirate logo, it should be the pirate group of the Supernova Glutton Jewelry Bonnie. Xia Ya laughed immediately when she heard it. I am so lucky today. I actually met little Bonnie. This little guy is the ability user of the Paramecia Riding Fruit, and can change the age of the target person at will. On Xia Ya's ship, there is already a vampire fruit that can adjust the age, but the ability of vampires to adjust the age is still full of uncertainty, and can only promote the aging of people. In other words, vampires can only increase the target's age by sucking blood. But the ability of the Paramecia Riding Fruit is different. Not only can it increase age, but it can also reduce age. Like Robin, Hancock, Hina, Xia Ya hasn't seen them more pink yet. If there is a person with the ability jewelry Bonnie on the ship, it seems to be much more convenient to do things. Go down and take a look. 109. You picked it, idol. Bonnie's Reigns, subscribe. AWU. A young woman with long straight pink hair, wearing denim shorts, a white short-sleeved shirt, and brown boots. She sat on the dining table and stuffed herself with food. This person is the superstar pirate with a bounty of 140 million Baileys, Jewelry Bonnie, known as the Big Eater. The crew continued to deliver food and said, boss, we have repaired the ship in Water City. Where are we going for the next 10 stops? I don't think it's necessary to go directly to Sabadi Archipelago. It's not peaceful there now. Bonnie continued to stuff food into her mouth regardless. In addition to being a big eater, her ability of the Paramecia Sway fruit is often turned on, and the loss is a bit too much, so she must replenish energy frantically. In fact, few people know that although Bonnie is now the captain of a pirate group, and it only took 1 year to kill from South Blue to Grand Line, and even approach the end of Sabadi Archipelago. But she is just a 10-year-old girl. It's all because Bonnie is the ability of the Sway fruit. In order to recruit some obedient crew members, she often keeps herself in her 23-year-old appearance, and her personality is also very unfriendly. There is no way, you have to be a fierce god to have followers, naturally. Except for the 2 crew members brought from the Kingdom of Solbi, the others are temporary workers, who are just pulled in to make up the numbers. Is Sabadi Archipelago not peaceful? Bonnie puffed up her round face. Since Xia Ya humiliated Akainu and Kazaru in the Sabadi Islands last time, and also wiped out 3 marine branches, since then, Sabadi Archipelago has been in civil strife, and there are often lawless people making trouble. Marine has not recovered yet. Bonnie continued to eat. She certainly knew the dangers of the Sabadi Archipelago, and she was also very afraid of the Marines and celestial dragons there. But she still said firmly, let's go to Sabadi Archipelago. This time, many pirates with bounties over 100 million appeared on the Grand Line. Counting the places they passed through last time, they also gathered in Sabadi Archipelago at this time. Of course I have to go. Assholes. If you don't want to, get off the ship now. The crew members were confused. Boss Bonnie, there's an endless sea in front of us, how can we get off the ship? In fact, Bonnie not only has to go to Sabadi Archipelago, but also has to quickly coat the pirate ship in Sabadi Archipelago, and then go to Punk Hazard in New World. She knows that adoptive father Bartholomew Big Bear is undergoing cruel transformation by Vegapunk. Proof. Looking for Bartholomew Big Bear is also the reason why she chose to go to sea when she was 9 years old and very weak. Later, Dad is gone. At this time, with a burst of lightning flashing in the cabin. A figure gathered. Xia Ya. Why are you here? Seeing Xia Ya's sudden arrival, the crew of the Bonnie pirates all widened their eyes and were scared out of their wits. You know, what Xia Ya did in the New World Golden City has spread throughout the Grand Line, almost to the point where everyone knows it, and the danger of this man is close to the 4 Emperors team. When they saw Xia Ya's figure gathered, everyone was stunned in place. Faced with such a powerful man, they didn't even have the thought of running away. However, beyond Xia Ya's expectation, Bonnie actually threw away the food directly. His body became smaller and smaller, and then he rushed towards Xia Ya from the dining table frantically, and suddenly, tears flowed out. Wow. I finally see you, idol. After all, she is only 10 years old. Bonnie really wants to cry. Advertisement and the reason for her crying is also very simple. Xia Ya is a super pirate, and now he is with 4 emperors or equals to her. If she has any bad intentions in the face of such a big man, it basically means failure. It is better to pretend to be pitiful and make Xia Ya unable to start, and then find out what he is going to do. Moreover, Bonnie has heard about Xia Ya's killing of celestial dragons and Mariajoy. Subconsciously, she has already regarded Xia Ya as her own person and belongs to the side of justice. If a strong man like Xia Ya can help her, wouldn't it be taking off on the spot in the end? Bonnie is still the same as a child's playhouse. She has a lot of cleverness, but she is not that mature. The willfulness of children is perfectly demonstrated in the plot of Egghead Island. After all, the power of the Paramecia fruit is so deceptive that most of the crew members of Bonnie's pirate group don't know that Bonnie is actually just a child. Basically, no pirate will surrender to such a captain. Moreover, now Xia Ya has the physique of a succubus, and her attraction to high-quality mounts is invincible. Although the requirements of each mount are different, they will also encounter the attraction of the physique of a succubus. Unconsciously, Bonnie really admires Xia Ya in his heart. After all, the man in front of him can not only openly oppose Mariajoy, but even directly kill celestial dragons. Bonnie hates the celestial dragons group, but he is more timid and afraid. Celestial dragons almost destroyed everything Bonnie has. Bonnie hugged Xia Ya's thighs and tightened. Idol, I finally see you. This acting is really bad. Xia Ya watched Bonnie getting smaller and smaller, and turned into a little girl, hanging on her waist like a pendant, with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. There was no way, Xia Ya didn't want to waste time on this boat. So he directly invited, Bonnie, come on my ship, I need your ability. In Xia Ya's team, the mounts are of different ages. In order to have a good night's sleep and enjoy the ultimate, they still need Bonnie's sway fruit ability, and Bonnie's background seems to be related to Vegapunk. And Xia Ya's subsequent plans also need the artificial blue dragon devil fruit on Punk Hazard Island, and even ancient weapons Pluton, which may use Vegapunk's knowledge and advanced technology. FFLX. Bonnie is also an insurance for Xia Ya's subsequent contact with Vegapunk. Duh. Invite me on board. You come to me, to invite me on board? 013612028 Fei Lu 224,180,580? Are you kidding me, idol? Bonnie looked confused and wanted to let go of Xia Ya immediately. She was of course unwilling to get on Xia Ya's ship. After all, going out to sea as a pirate, Bonnie only had one wish, which was to find her big bear father as soon as possible, and then travel to Sky Island and the Fishmen Island together. Xia Ya no longer cared about the other crew members and carried little Bonnie. A pair of blood-colored wings grew behind her and she flew towards the sky. B6. Idol. Don't do this, idol. Bonnie watched herself drifting away from the sea surface little by little, and her pirate ship was sinking lower and lower, and she was completely confused. Xia Ya patted her on the back. Idol, you also picked it. On the deck made in heaven, little Bonnie was being collectively reviewed by Carina and others. Being stared at by so many women at once, Bonnie was also scared. Moreover, what kind of people were on this ship? They were all big pirates. Advertisement, even the pirate queen Hancock of the 7 warlords of the sea was there. Bonnie had no idea what Xia Ya was going to do by capturing her. This kid is the captain of the Bonnie Pirates? Just a kid. Can such a kid manage a pirate group? Are all pirate groups so weak now? The Amazon Lily female warrior took out a wanted poster and compared it. Hey, it's really the supernova Bonnie, but the age is wrong. The metal ring at the corner of the eye is right, the hair color is right, and the temperament seems to be the same. Zero Xia Ya explained. Bonnie is the ability user of the Paramecia Sway Fruit. She is 10 years old, but she usually uses the ability of the Sway Fruit to adjust her age. Khalifa's vampire ability is very numb, and Bonnie's joining is just right. Is that so? Sway Fruit, a great ability. Carina rubbed her hands and came to Bonnie with a happy face. Ah, little sister, change your auntie. Auntie will be 26 years old. Bonnie was confused and unwilling. No, you are only 17 or 18 years old. Auntie, do you want to look in the mirror and recognize yourself? You are all so weird. But Auntie already has a daughter. Facing Carina, Bonnie was completely confused. Bonnie was also confused about Xia Ya's clear information about her, but when she thought about her only purpose of going to sea, not some sailing hegemony, she was immediately a little unhappy. Hey, idol, I didn't say I wanted to join you. You can't treat your fans like this. Xia Ya picked up Bonnie again and threw her to Khalifa. Wipe off the low-quality lipstick on her mouth, and find her a set of clothes to change. It's really true, she is obviously a child who has to pretend to be an adult, and her clothes and dressing are all children's tastes. And, Bonnie, welcome to the Ship of Dreams, where all your wishes can be realized. After that, Xia Ya said to Nami go to Amazon Lily. There are still 3 people on Xia Ya's ship who have not signed the riding contract. Bakara, Hancock, and Bonnie who just got on board. Before, I was busy curing Hancock's lovesickness, so I didn't mention this matter. I have to say that Bakara's lucky fruit is still very effective. Bonnie was successfully captured on board and will be trained well later. Next. According to the current progress, Bonnie is about to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, which means that Kid, Luo, Apu, and even Luffy. These supernovas will soon gather in Sabaody Archipelago. In other words, the Summit War is really not far away. 110. Garp is liquidated, Whitebeard is blamed, please subscribe. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku called all the core executives of Marine back early in the morning. On the conference table, a video Den Mushi projected an image. In the picture, Ace was beaten half to death, his hands were handcuffed. Blackbeard Teach was stepping on Ace's head and laughing arrogantly. Hey, Captain Ace, don't die, Lousy's success still needs your head to pave the way. After Blackbeard stepped on Ace, he said to the phone, Marshal Sengoku, Lousy is the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard Teach, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates Portgas Ace, and can provide you with Marine at any time. Make a condition. How about it? This is in exchange for Lousy's life. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard stared at the camera with a wild smile. Portgas Ace, captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates? Hearing what Blackbeard said, Sengoku, Suru, Gion, Aokiji and others were all heartbroken. All turned to look at Sengoku and Garp. Before this, Sengoku invited Ace to the 7 warlords of the sea, but Marine was slapped in the face and was severely rejected by Ace, and then Sengoku was so angry that he sent people to chase him, but he ended up chasing him to the New World. Ace eventually became the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. 3. Today, Ace is quite famous in the New World. It can be said that he is the most important person in the Whitebeard Pirates, except for Captain Whitebeard Newgate and Vice Emperor Marco, and he is also the representative of the rise of new forces. You know, the Whitebeard Pirates are the most powerful force on the sea today, the most powerful 4 Emperors team, and Whitebeard himself is the world's strongest man, that all pirates are afraid of. Being able to become the second captain in the Whitebeard Pirates is enough to show Ace's achievements. And what's even more exaggerated is, Ace not only had a dispute with Sengoku, who represented Marine. He is even the adopted grandson of Marine hero Garp. This point, Garp personally admitted it at that meeting. Now Ace has been caught and will be dealt with by Marine. Everyone is concerned about Garp's condition. Garp was naturally furious. His beloved grandson was beaten into a pig-like appearance, and even had his head broken and bleeding by being stepped on. He was also used as a bargaining chip to trade with Marine. The marine hero was very angry, and his fists were clenched purple. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you know what you are doing? Blackbeard completely ignored Garp. Sengoku, make a condition. Laozi's time is limited. Sengoku reminded. Garp, pay attention to the impact. The day your grandson decided to become a pirate, the ending was already determined. I gave him the opportunity to join Shichibukai, but he was useless and actually joined the Whitebeard pirates. He must accept the judgment of justice. B asterisk 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 D. Garp gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Sengoku actually had a headache. If Ace joined Shichibukai, there wouldn't be so many troubles. What's more, he is really Garp's grandson. Ace is now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and is an enemy that can definitely threaten Marine. Since he was sent here, Sengoku, as the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, has no reason to refuse. Sending him to Impeldown only requires a visa application. Tell me your conditions, Blackbeard. Sengoku stared at the Denmushi. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard opened his mouth and opened his hands. I want 1 billion Baileys and the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. I believe you won't refuse. A asterisk hole, who do you think you are? Ace's bounty is only 550 million Baileys, and you actually asked for 1 billion Baileys? It's really a lion's mouth, Blackbeard. Sengoku saw the video call screen and his brain was analyzing it quickly. Advertisement. He knew the information about Marshal D. Teach. Although he joined the Whitebeard Pirates very early, he had not made a name for himself for many years. He was invisible in the pirate group and even a coward without a bounty. And there were several pirates standing behind Blackbeard. Maybe it was Teach who hired someone to defeat Ace. In other words, in Sengoku's opinion, whether Blackbeard had the strength to become a Shichibukai was unknown. And the 1 billion Baileys proposed by Blackbeard, which was far more than the value of Ace's head, was outrageous enough. Want to become the 7 Warlords of the Sea appointed by Mariajoy? What a dream. Blackbeard didn't mind, and continued to laugh. Ha 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 ha, Marshal Sengoku is so impatient. Old man, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Boshiga's D-Ace is not a man with a simple identity. He is the blood of Roger, the Pirate King, after the Bartella Island incident. Lousy gives you an hour to think about it, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard, Teach and Ace have been brothers for several years, and they can get some information from their daily conversations. Unexpectedly, after killing Thatch, Ace would come to the door. Blackbeard immediately maximized Ace's identity. What? As Blackbeard hung up the phone, the conference room was completely shaken. The blood of Roger, the Pirate King? The Bartella Island incident? Garp's adopted grandson. All eyes in the conference room were fixed on Garp. All looked unbelievable. Because the people present were all the core executives of Marine, such as Akainu, Crane, Aokiji, and Kazaru. What major actions have Marine taken over the years? They actually know it very well, and the action of clearing the bloodline of the Pirate King on Bartella Island is still vivid in their minds. At that time, Naval Headquarters received reports from people that the Pirate King Roger was seen on Bartella Island in South Blue, and the way Roger smiled at that time did not look like a vicious pirate, but like a father who had just had a child. Although it was just a sentence of information, there was no substantial evidence. But after Sengoku fed the news back to Mariajoy, he was immediately asked to investigate at all costs. The result was really shocking. Naval Headquarters conducted the most detailed investigation of Bartella Island and all nearby islands, and indeed obtained information that Roger had stayed on the island for a period of time, and even someone saw Roger with a woman. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Lu 224,190,120. Because of the lack of information about the woman, Marine could only investigate babies born within 10 months after Roger was imprisoned, as well as pregnant women. After seeing the huge number, based on the principle of killing 1,000 by mistake and not letting one go. All pregnant women who met the conditions on Bartella Island were force-fed. Therefore, there were many cases of double deaths. 10a. The killing of all fetuses was the conclusion, ending this eradication plan. Originally, this matter had been forgotten by Sengoku and others. After all, because of the clearing plan given by Mariajoy, Marine did target ordinary civilians in the Bartella Island incident, leaving many ordinary families in pieces. This kind of thing that violated justice was actually shameful for everyone. Hearing the news of the Pirate King's posthumous child on Bartella Island again, even Sengoku, who gave the order, seemed very shocked. Advertisement, Garp. Sengoku's tone became cold. I remember that you took the opportunity of vacation to go to Bartella Island in South Blue. I said it was unusual. You were from East Blue. Why go to South Blue? No one present is a fool, combined with what Garp said before, Ace is his friend's child. And Garp did go to Bartella Island at that time. I guessed the connection immediately. Of course. Garp went to Bartella Island after the incident, and at that time, he was not suspected. But now Blackbeard mentioned it. Although I don't know why, all pregnant women before and after 10 months were investigated, and Marine would even detain pregnant women and feed them medicine personally, and no child was saved until that time. As for why there was a fish that slipped through the net, it is no longer important. Garp's suspicion was established. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The best way is of course to continue communicating with Blackbeard, asking for more information about Ace, or even arresting Ace for personal interrogation, and the truth will always come to light. Garp saw that things had developed to this point, and the truth could no longer be covered up. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is Roger's entrustment. I didn't intend to do this, but when I went there after the incident, I found that Roger's flesh and blood were still alive. Portgas de Rouge is such a great mother, she can keep her child alive in her womb for 20 months. Maybe this is God's will. Garp said bluntly. Faced with Roger's request, Garp did have some entanglements. He did not participate in this matter in the early stage, but he always felt uneasy in his heart. Thinking that the Bardelila Island incident had passed for so long, perhaps it was because he wanted to make amends and give himself peace of mind. Garp went there. I really found a miracle. Damn Garp. That's Roger's evil bloodline. The current pirate era was started by that man who committed a lifetime of sin. Without Roger, when would our marine be so passive? Sengoku shouted at Garp. You really deserve to die. Garp is a marine vice admiral, a marine hero. It can be said that the early marine career was to chase Roger, the enemy. In the end, he actually became an accomplice who adopted the enemy's bloodline. He even put him in his hometown of East Blue to grow up, and intended to train Ace to become the core of the marine. What is this? It's ridiculous. Suru and Kizaru were both confused, and they didn't know that Garp could actually do something to disobey military orders. Akainu's face was serious and his fists were clenched. Sengoku no longer gave Garp a chance to explain. Suru, keep an eye on Garp, don't let him do anything stupid again. And, this is not a bad thing, maybe we can use Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to force Whitebeard out of his lair. Now our marine has lost a lot of prestige because of Xia Ya, the B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* go out first. I will take full charge of this matter. Don't tell anyone about what happened in the conference room. After sending Garp and others away, Sengoku frowned and remained silent for a few minutes. Then he picked up the Den Mushi and called Blackbeard. Xia Ya's appearance has repeatedly made naval headquarters and even Mariajoy suffer, seriously affecting Mariajoy's dignity. If we can use Ace, the blood of the Pirate King, to do something, we can even take this opportunity to strike down the Whitebeard pirates. Marine's prestige will be re-established in the hearts of people around the world. 111. Stir-fried vermicelli, Buster Call, Summit War, subscribe. Redline, Mariajoy, the House of Power. The 5 elders finally got good news from Sengoku after waiting for so long. The blood of Pirate King Roger in the world has been sent to impel down. At this moment, in the House of Power, 5 old men were standing or sitting. Jagaluja Satan sat on the sofa, smoothed his beard, and smiled. Because of the incident in the Golden City, he was troubled again. At this moment, Jagaluja Satan finally smiled. A title of 7 warlords of the sea, in exchange for the blood of Pirate King Roger, this deal is really worth it. Izumbaran V. Nasujiro wiped the sword in his hand, and the blade reflected his fierce eyes. This was omitted from the Barterala Island cleanup incident. It was originally caused by Sengoku's negligence. But, it's just right to execute the Pirate King's bloodline now. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint stood straight behind the sofa. Indeed, if Roger's bloodline had been killed back then, there might not be the shock today. I didn't expect. Roger's bloodline has been raised by Whitebeard. Whitebeard, this B**************** D, has never made us worry since the last era. Topman Vokuli Saint crossed his hands, placed them on his chin, and stared at the front. Let's decide on this. We will organize an execution at 28 Marineford, just like the execution at Logetown. We want to let the world know that if you become a pirate and go against Mariajoy, you will only end up dead. Marcus Moshe Saint nodded. I agree to do this. The location will be Marineford. When the news is released, it will definitely shock the world. I'll see if Whitebeard can bear it. A pirate is so stupid as to adopt a son on the sea. What a joke. The reason why Ace was executed at Marineford was because Roger opened the Great Pirate Era. The world became more chaotic, and places like Logetown were no longer safe. Only Marineford, which is known as a copper wall and iron wall, is the best place for execution. And this time, Mariajoy also decided to use live broadcast to spread the news of strangling the bloodline of the Pirate King. Marcus Moshe Saint said, let Sengoku make a foolproof plan. Shichibukai must also be present. But Boa Hancock actually appeared in the Golden City with Xia Ya. This is standing on the opposite side of Mariajoy. Jagalucia Satan reminded, send 50 warships directly to the Calm Belt to completely wipe out the Amazon Lily from the world. Do you want to start, Buster Call? Now we are preparing for Mariajoy to execute the bloodline of the Pirate King. Will sending troops to the Amazon Lily delay the progress here? No, it is very necessary to let other Shichibukai know the consequences of disobeying Mariajoy. Okay, at the same time, an island in New World. Advertisement Lucci wandered here with Kaku, Bluno and others. And in front of them, the equally destitute Golden Emperor Tai George. The 2 groups of people who were defeated by Xia Ya met at this moment. Lucci was originally a member of Mariajoy, and he knew some people who had cooperated with Mariajoy very well, and even had direct contact with them. Hey, Tezulo. You are too stupid. You actually want to go against Xia Ya, isn't this courting death? Kaku while sighing. I never thought the world's richest man would become so miserable. Tezulo was no longer as arrogant as before, but after learning about the experience of Lucci and others, he immediately laughed and retorted. Aren't you the same? You are all criminals wanted by Mariajoy, and you are not much better. Think of a way. Hiding here and there is no way out. In the Golden City, Kaido of the Beasts was punched through the hull by Xia Ya, and fell directly into the sea. The Golden City buildings were completely damaged and soon sank to the bottom of the sea. Tetsuo had originally thought of joining the Beast's pirates, but with the disappearance of Kaido, that was also ruined. He could only hide here and there in the new world. And now, he actually met Lucci and others, the former CP9 agent. Tetsuo is a businessman. Although he makes money from pirates in the Golden City, he actually looks down on the pirate group in terms of status. But now he has no choice. He has offended Mariajoy and is no longer qualified to have a legal status. In the past, he could become a wealthy businessman, make a lot of money, bribe celestial dragons, and exchange for a noble status. But now he is wanted by Mariajoy. Pirates became the only way out for Tetsuo. Tetsuo looked at Lucci and the others and said, "Hey, Lucci, you are very capable. You can go with me to Wano-kuni to join the Beast's pirates." After the failure of the Mariajoy mission, Foz F became one of Kaido's 6 flying companions. "This may be our way out." Lucci shook his head and denied, "You and I know very well that Kaido is definitely not dead, but he and Xia Ya have already formed a hatred. In the future, there will always be a winner between the two of them. If we join one of them now, we will definitely be in the center of the storm. Xia Ya is very dangerous. Either get close or stay away. The only ones who will get hurt in the middle will be us." Tetsuo took a low-quality cigarette handed by Lucci and took a long puff. "Then go find the big news Morgans. Why do you say you are stupid?" Lucci added, "Don't you think that Xia Ya is another Mariajoy?" "What?" Tetsuo was confused. Lucci explained, "Princess Vivi of Alabasta, the Empress of the 7 Warlords of the Sea Hancock. These two people are backed by a powerful country, and they are both in Xia Ya's team. According to what Xia Ya has done over the years, she has not taken Mariajoy seriously at all, and he has just gotten rid of his rookie status. If I have to bet between Kaido and Xia Ya, I will only choose Xia Ya. Even if we don't join Xia Ya's pirate group, we can still play a role under his power." Lucci seems to have made a decision. He is a spy and is very capable, while the Golden Emperor Tessero on the opposite side has a talent for business. Now both of them are being hunted by Mariajoy, and they can only join the corresponding force of Mariajoy. Lucci thinks that Xia Ya's team is the only way out. Advertisement R. That guy doesn't accept men at all. After saying this, Tessero nodded in understanding. "Let's wait a little longer. Doflamingo gave a message today that Marine will have a big move in the near future. We can wait and see." Calm Belt, Amazon Lily. The island is inhabited by a fighting nation called the 9 Snakes, which is composed entirely of women. The residents here all have a colorful snake wrapped around their bodies, which has the ability to transform into weapons at will. 467 at this moment, in the palace. "I want to stir-fry vermicelli. Thank you." Bonnie showed her strength as a big eater and has been eating without a plate. However, Xia Ya is also happy to see that Bo has a good appetite. After all, Xia Ya is surrounded by women with penultimate figures at this moment, which is an emperor's enjoyment. They are all in their 20s, and all of this is brought by Bonnie's sway fruit ability. Hancock blushed and held a wanted order. "My bounty has changed." Hancock was offered a bounty of 80 million Baileys when she first went to sea, which made Grand Line see her strength, and also welcomed the recruitment of 7 warlords of the sea, but after being recruited, the bounty has never changed. With this action in the Golden City, Hancock's bounty change means that she has become Mariajoy's bounty target again. It also means that she has been removed from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Xia Ya nodded. "Do you care about the title of 7 warlords of the sea?" "I don't. I chose to join Shichibukai instead of refusing because I was afraid that Amazon Lily would be affected. Now I don't care," Hancock said firmly with a red face. "That's good. During this period, you can use the intelligence network to collect more information on the sea." "Okay." Shaki is an intelligence expert. She is also the former queen of Amazon Lily. The intelligence network established by Shaki is also controlled by the current Queen Hancock. Because the Summer War is not far away, Xia Ya wants to observe the trend in advance. After speaking, Xia Ya stood up. "Bonnie, Hancock, Bakara, we should conclude a riding contract." 112. Execution Day, storm is coming, subscription request. On the cliff of a high mountain, the bedroom of the Amazon Lily Queen. Through the riding contract signed by Crane Bakara, Hancock, and Bonnie, Xia Ya obtained 3 permanent buffs at once. Bakara and Hancock had been taken down by Xia Ya a long time ago, and they had a relationship of mutual exchange. The two also asked Xia Ya afterwards. They had been curious about the riding contract for a long time, so they naturally signed the contract easily and happily. As for Bonnie, Xia Ya used some tricks. With the foresight of a time traveler, he could easily find Bonnie's weakness. In the process of returning to Amazon Lily, he used the succubus physique and a few casual words to coax the child into the trap. "Is it over? Idle, it's too much." Bonnie pouted and was a little collapsed. She grew up in an environment that was destined to hate being enslaved, but considering that the other side was Xia Ya, she did not refuse when signing the riding ceremony. "Idle? You didn't say there would be such a condition?" Xia Ya flicked Bonnie's forehead. "Don't worry, you won't regret it. I don't want to explain too much, and I look at the main buff I just got. Buff name. +1 buff usage time limit. Permanent source. Bakara's Reigns. Ability. The number of mounts you can ride at the same time +1, the current number is only 3, and the type of mount is not limited. Simultaneous riding +1, it's actually repeated. I got a +1 buff from Khalifa before. Although it's repeated, it really improves the ability to ride, and the more important thing is that it's not limited to the type of mount, which is very good. Wait until the Summit War starts, and then harvest Whitebeard as a mount, cooperate with Longma and Oz, and I will be invincible with a shock punch, and I will kill randomly. Peak Whitebeard Newgate. It's really exciting. Xia Ya smiled knowingly when she saw this buff. Keep reading. Buff name. Reversal Ritual Buff Usage Time Limit. Permanent. Source. Hancock's Rain's ability. Even if there is only one hair left on the mount in the real world, you can use the reversal spell to revive it completely. You can also use the reversal spell to adjust the mount's body state, organs, and skin to the state you want. Seeing the reversal spell buff, Xia Ya felt relieved. Before, he was always worried that if he didn't have his own mount, the mounts would encounter accidents. Although now that each mount has improved its strength, he is no longer worried. But with the refresh of this permanent buff, it also means that he will completely stop worrying about the life and death of the mount. Anyway, as long as the mount leaves a hair, even if it encounters a crushing injury, the mount can still be perfectly resurrected in Xia Ya's hands. Advertisement and Xia Ya also uses the 6 pads golden coffin, a spatial ability, so as long as the hair of the mounts is stored in it, there will never be any accidents under double insurance. With Xia Ya's strength, the chance of the mount being hurt is very small. But at least it is much safer, especially now that Summit the War is coming, and every member, no matter how strong or weak, can participate. Originally, Xia Ya planned to bring only a few powerful mounts to play, but now, Hina and Toshigi can personally ask Sengoku for an explanation. With the reversal technique, they can play freely. At the same time, this reversal technique buff also has an ability, which is to adjust the physical condition of the mount to the best. In other words, it can remove the mark on Hancock's back. The scar left by Bonnie's jade scale can also be perfectly repaired. The reversal technique is equivalent to reversing time and space, and it is the strongest healing ability for mounts. Very powerful. Buff name. Temporary buff controller buff usage time limit. Permanent source. Bonnie's Rain's ability. The rider fruit will give the rider detailed tips of the buff every time the temporary buff is refreshed. The rider can choose to keep the buff and control the opening time of the temporary buff alone. Controlling the activation time of the buff is like depositing money in a bank and then withdrawing it at any time. So that's it. Xia Ya looked at the buff information and understood it. In the past, when Xia Ya obtained a temporary buff, her buff would enter a countdown from the beginning of the refresh, and it would be invalid after expiration. This process could not be controlled manually, but now the activation time can be controlled by herself. Strictly speaking, this is to store the buff and then use it at the appropriate time. Although it seems that the change is not big, some powerful temporary buffs can be used as trump cards. For example, if you have a powerful temporary buff like the 6 pads golem, but there is no ability user in front of you, wouldn't it be useless to activate the buff? After having a buff controller, these are no longer a problem. During the time when the buffs were collected, Xia Ya cut a strand of hair from each mount and stored it into space, and then removed the hoof mark of the sky dragon on the backs of the 3 Hancock sisters. Hancock itself is Xia Ya's exclusive mount, so it is naturally included in the ranks of the reversal ritual healing. As for her 2 younger sisters, since they are not considered high-quality mounts, Xia Ya symbolically, violently drives them and temporarily requisitions them, and easily removes the marks on them. STT. Xia Ya and the girls are on vacation in Amazon Lily, quietly waiting for the arrival of Summit War. Marineford, in the conference room. Today's meeting scene can be described as a dragon and a tiger. Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Akainu, Aokiji, Kazaru, Momosagi, Shadon, volcano burning. All the marine executives are on high alert. After all, the execution of the blood of the Pirate King is related to the honor of the entire naval headquarters. It is a super event second only to the execution of Logue Town that year. Especially after the face of Marine was damaged by Xia Ya, it is very important to broadcast the execution live to the world and achieve perfect results. Open black lens bracket 0136120028 Philo 224190390. This time, Marine must ensure that there is no mistake. For Akainu, it is even more important. Today, he has been demoted to Marine Vice Admiral, but with his strong combat power, Sengoku will still put him on the front line, and it is this decision that gives Akainu the opportunity to regain control of Marine. As long as the Whitebeard pirates dare to come to rescue Ace, it will be Akainu's chance to show off. He can take back everything he lost through a battle. Tell the world who is the real savior of naval headquarters. Marshal Sengoku sat on the first seat at the deepest part, holding his head up to preside over the meeting. Dozens of legendary officers gathered together. It was a magnificent scene in Marineford. If the deserter King Kobe came here, he would be trembling with fear. Momosagi Gion held a call record printout and reported, Marshal Sengoku, Gecko Moria, Mahawk, Doflamingo, Bear, Blackbeard Teach of the 7 Warlords of the Sea have been notified, and they will definitely participate in the execution ceremony of the Pirate King's bloodline. Just waiting for us to give it time. With the strong rise of Xia Ya, the pattern of the sea has long changed. Sir Crocodile was cut in half by Xia Ya, Pirate Queen Hancock was ridden by Xia Ya, and Sea Knight Jinbei refused to participate in the execution of the Pirate King's bloodline and was imprisoned and impelled down. The 7 warlords of the sea that the naval headquarters can mobilize actually only have 4 left. Sengoku slammed the table hard. The Pirate Queen Hancock. That narcissistic and stupid woman, she doesn't even want the title of 7 warlords of the sea, and Xia Ya rides on her. It's simply a shame for Shichibukai. Advertisement Sengoku gets angry when he thinks of Hancock. But he can't get angry at this time. In fact, before this time, the 5 people from Mariajoy had asked Sengoku to launch a buster call against Amazon Lily. But Sengoku persuaded him to postpone it. After successfully executing Ace, he will launch a buster call against Amazon Lily, killing one Shichibukai to remind the other Shichibukai. And now Marineford is preparing for war, so how can he have time to launch a buster call in the doldrums? And, according to the intelligence, Xia Ya has even stopped in Amazon Lily, so Sengoku dare not take action against the Kingdom of Women at this juncture, otherwise Xia Ya will be attracted to Marineford, and Marine will have to face a powerful opponent again. The only enemy in front of us is the Whitebeard Pirates. The strongest pirate group in the world led by Whitebeard Newgate, who has the power to destroy the world. Akainu held a cigar in his mouth and said with a grim face, after executing that B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** In his opinion, the Shichibukai system is a big failure of Mariajoy. What the hell did they recruit? Crocodile violated the Shichibukai regulations and tried to steal the country. Hancock turned to the enemy and was captured by Xia Ya, and the fishman Jinbei even directly disobeyed the transfer order. No matter how you look at it, these people don't take the naval headquarters seriously. And Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo is also a difficult master to serve, and he is also the blood of the Celestial Dragons Don Quixote family. Even if they have no relationship with the Celestial Dragons family, the marine executives still have to respect Doflamingo. After all, he was once a Celestial Dragon. Such a group of people can feel the failure of the Shichibukai system. And if they can achieve success in this, good, Battle of Marineford, and then bring dozens of troops to shoot Amazon Lily, Akainu will hold power again. He will completely change the ecology of naval headquarters. Kizaru took a sip of tea and immediately said to Sengoku, "The Science Corps has created a pacifist. I believe this time, all pirates will not be able to return. The destructive power of the pacifist is 100 times greater. Just set the time and wait for the Whitebeard pirates to come." Suru was holding a mobilization report on the side and analyzed. "Well, now all our military forces are being deployed. The next Marineford will be enough to deal with any war. Just wait for the date of Ace's execution to be determined." Garp closed his eyes and clenched his fists. His head was about to explode. This group of people were discussing the execution of his grandson. The anger in his heart almost made Garp explode. Sengoku squinted his eyes. Now the strategic defense facilities of Marineford have been built, and the troops will gather in Marineford in 1 or 2 days. There's even the pacifist, a new killer weapon developed by the Science Corps. This kind of military force immediately made Sengoku feel stable. Okay, now we can announce to the world the execution date of the Pirate King's sinful bloodline, public execution. Contact the news media and pass on this message. At this time, a young officer wearing a marine hat rushed in and reported breathlessly. "Marshal Sengoku, something bad has happened. There was a jailbreak in Impel Down." "What? 113. Summit War, execution begins, please subscribe." "What? Impel Down has a large-scale prison break, and there is already civil unrest." As the officer came to report nervously, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly condensed. The air was extremely cold. The date of Ace's execution was to be announced, but this happened. Sengoku immediately slammed the table and stood up, shouting with a serious look. "What is going on? Did the Whitebeard pirates invade? Impossible. We have people monitoring the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, it shouldn't be that fast." Sengoku's plan is this. When announcing the execution date, immediately escort Ace to the prison of the naval headquarters, and then observe the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. If Whitebeard makes any move, then wait for their arrival to annihilate them together. If the Whitebeard pirates do not make any move, then laugh at them and then execute Ace live. As a result, Ace is still in Impel Down. Did someone want to jailbreak first? If the Whitebeard pirates kidnap Ace in Impel Down, wouldn't Marine be so embarrassed? Moreover, once the Whitebeard pirates break into Impel Down, who knows what these evil pirates will do? There are serious criminals in there. If they are all released at once, the consequences will be disastrous. The officer who came to report was stunned and said immediately, "That's not the case, Marshal Sengoku. According to the intelligence, it was not the Whitebeard pirates who did it, but the B-77 of the Supernova 1000 who just entered Impel Down." The officer carefully looked at the report, and then told the intelligence word by word. According to the intelligence from Impel Down, the leaders of this Impel Down jailbreak were the supernovas captured in Sabaody Archipelago. In fact, 1 day has passed since the Sabaody Archipelago incident. And this time, because the reputation of naval headquarters was seriously damaged by Xia Ya, the gathering of supernovas became the best punching bag for naval headquarters. XXX. Akainu, Kizaru, and Ling Ji came out. Give the Grand Line supernovas a little shock from the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Facing the 3 Marine admirals, this group of supernovas was basically caught. The officer looked at the intelligence and continued to report. At present, the mastermind of this Impel Down riot and jailbreak is the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, the Clown Buggy, the Kid Pirates, and the supernovas such as App. And the criminals imprisoned in Impel Down have also joined forces with them. This group of thieves is inciting a riot in the prison, intending to escape from prison. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku and others had a headache. The Impel Down jailbreak incident happened only once in history, and that time the legendary pirate Golden Lion cut off his legs and then used the ability of Paramecia Riding Fruit to successfully escape from prison. Looking at the whole world, Only Golden Lion Shiki escaped from Impel Down. And now at this critical juncture, advertisement. Impel Down is in chaos. What's going on? Pirates are not of the same mind. How could they unite to escape together? There must be some chaos. Sengoku didn't have time to think so much, and immediately turned around and ordered, Kizaru, you go to Impel Down first, stop those pirates, and kill them all when necessary, and don't let any of them escape. Akainu, Aokiji, you all have to rush to Impel Down and bring Ace out successfully. This person must not have any accidents, and those pirates must not be allowed to do whatever they want. Garp listened to the side with a frown, and was very nervous. He kept muttering in his heart, Luffy, how did that kid get Impel Down? Since the last time Garp admitted that Ace was his adopted grandson, Sengoku no longer regarded Garp as the core figure of this execution, and even many decisions were deliberately avoiding Garp. Naturally, he didn't know a lot of information. Of course, he had never heard of it. Luffy has been captured and sent to the advancement. Garp's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but feel happy. If his good grandson Luffy can really rescue Ace, he, as a grandfather, doesn't have to worry so much. Afterwards, he will go to talk to the two brothers in person. Maybe he can make him turn over a new leaf and get back on the right track. Executo. Garp's surprise didn't last for a few seconds. At this time, Kizaru was ready to leave. At this time, Akainu suddenly said coldly, wait. Before this, I have called Impel Down Warden Magellan to transfer Ace out. He is now on the way to Marineford and is expected to arrive. What? Akainu's words surprised everyone. No one expected Akainu to skip Marshal Sengoku to do this. And it seems that he successfully prevented this crisis. Isn't Akainu committing a crime of rebellion by establishing the Anti-Southern Order? There is no way. Successfully getting Marine to execute Ace, the bloodline of the Pirate King, may be Akainu's last chance in his life. The reason why he dared to do this was because he personally went to the Holy Land Mariajoy, gambled on Marine's career, and strongly suggested it to the five elders. FFFLX. Even if he made the decision without Sengoku. Even if Marshal Sengoku had an opinion, CIFD. The five elders would help Akainu. Akainu had long felt that Garp, the old guy, was once a hero of Marine, but from the moment he refused to be promoted to Marine Admiral, he refused to perform his duties and became a drag on the naval headquarters. In this regard, Akainu had a grudge against Garp's son, Dragon, in his early years, and he always remembered this father and son. And the relationship between Garp and Ace made Akainu confirm his suspicion. Although this news was suppressed by Sengoku at the naval headquarters and was not allowed to reveal a word to others. But Akainu had a mouth on his head, and he seized this opportunity keenly. After Ace was sent to Impel Down, he decisively boarded the Red Line to inform the five elders. So, advertisement Akainu returned to the position of Marine Admiral. Even in the future, he will be promoted to Marine Marshal. There is a backing, great guarantee, the rest, just perform well at the Marineford execution ground. Sengoku frowned and looked at Akainu, and thought of many things at once. But at this moment, even facing Akainu's overstepping of authority, Sengoku also completely forbear Ed. Sengoku, who has been in a high position for a long time, plans to add another merit to himself before retirement, and then retire with honor, leaving a glorious mark in the history of Marine. There is no doubt that the execution of the son of the Pirate King is the best opportunity. Sengoku immediately praised with a fake smile. Well done, Akainu. This is what I have always taught you, to do things cleanly and neatly, facing a bloodline like Ace who has committed a crime. This is what you should do, are you sure? Has Ace arrived at Marineford? Akainu picked up a Den Mushi and confirmed the location of the ship escorting Ace again, and said in a low voice, it will arrive at Marineford soon. Seeing that things had come to this point, Sengoku immediately gave an order. Very good, all departments, please pay attention. Now announce to the news media that Marineford will execute the blood of One Piece Roger, Portgas D. Ace, at 3 p.m. today. The live broadcast footage from all over the world must be transmitted in place. The army will immediately enter the combat zone and stand by. Those who missed it should speed up. Yes. At Sengoku's command, Marineford, the world's largest violent organization, started to operate frantically, and the backbones of many departments left the conference room to operate. And those who stayed at the scene were still waiting for another order from Sengoku. Now that there is unrest in Impel Down, it is also a troublesome thing for naval headquarters, indicating that its reputation will be damaged again. But this riot also affected Sengoku's layout. Now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Only by spreading the news that Ace will be executed quickly today can Marine's dereliction of duty in Impel Down be covered up. Sengoku, who has been in the officialdom for a long time, knows that only another explosive news can cover up a huge official mistake, divert the spearhead, and influence the direction of the fishing reel. Kizaru, there are still a few hours left. You can go to support Impel Down, but no matter what the result is, you must return to Marineford before 3 o'clock. The rest of the people don't have to go. I believe Magellan will handle this matter. In addition, you inform Magellan that he can attack the pirates who escaped from prison without restraint. The only way for the pirates to die in Impel Down is to the best destination for their sins in their 10 lives. Finally, if necessary, Rain Shiryu can also be released in advance to guard Impel Down. Sengoku thought. Since Ace has been sent to Marineford, the rest are not so important. Clean and neat suppression is the top priority. I will notify Magellan. Kizaru immediately took out a Den Mushi and accepted the order with a serious expression. I'll go there and be back soon. This time, Sending this batch of supernovas into Impel Down also had his share of credit. If this group of supernovas causes trouble, they will be investigated by the organization again. Kizaru, who wants to stay out of it, is also in a difficult situation. 114. All members are here. The Shichibukai disappears. Please subscribe. Whitebeard. Everything is ready. Don't let me down. Sengoku returned to the office with a smile on his face. Bang. At this time, Garp pushed open the door, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Is this necessary? Sengoku. You actually hid so much from me? In Garp's opinion, Marine is trying to squeeze every drop of Ace's value out of it. Garp. This is not an ordinary execution. This is an important decision to restore the reputation of Naval Headquarters. Yes, I publicized it to the outside world. Ace is only the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. The fact that Ace is the bloodline of the Pirate King will not be announced until the moment before Ace's execution, just to make the pirates stop completely. Sengoku sat on the chair with a serious face. If you hide it, you have been hiding it from me for 20 years. In the entire Naval Headquarters, he, Sengoku, is the one who can see the situation most clearly. As long as the goal can be achieved, the prestige of Naval Headquarters will reach an unprecedented peak, and he can even make a great effort before his retirement to establish the most penultimate merit. Sengoku believes that nothing is more important than leaving a good reputation after retirement. And Ace is just an evil pirate. He is full of sins. Marine squeezes the value of pirates. There is no problem at all. The fact is, all Marine generals step on the lives of pirates to get to the top. Sengoku sneered and reminded seriously. Garp, don't forget that this matter is the product of your indulgence. The cause of this incident is you, Garp. If this matter does not have a result, your reputation will be completely ruined. If it weren't for the relationship of decades of comrades, Sengoku would never cover up the fact that Garp adopted the blood of the Pirate King. If it weren't for the deliberate suppression of this news, Garp's reputation in Naval Headquarters might have been ruined. Of course I know. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** suppressed his anger. I remind you not to mess around. Got it. Garp left a word angrily and disappeared at the door of the office. At the same time, at the port of Marineford, the officer in charge of escorting Ace has already sent him there. The escorting officer whipped Ace with a whip, and his skin was torn apart immediately. Hurry up, what's wrong? Are you scared? Is this the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? You don't even have the courage to walk into Marineford? You're such a coward? Hurry up. After saying that, the officer kicked the Whitebeard Pirates logo on Ace's back, leaving a dirty footprint. By the way, he also carried Ace forward a few steps. Under Sengoku's order, the war machine of Marineford was running wildly. Many marine officers and soldiers had gathered in the square. When they saw Ace being escorted over, they all discussed with attention. Advertisement, that man is Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Is this kid really the fuse that will ignite the war? The Whitebeard Pirates have been hiding in the New World for many years. Seeing that they haven't caused any major trouble, I guess the Whitebeard Pirates dare not come here. Marineford is the one who is causing trouble. We just watched the show. Soon, Ace was pressed into the building of Marineford, making the final preparations before the execution. And a group of marine elites looked at the towering execution platform and then looked at the calm sea. I don't know if it's an illusion. Many people felt that there was a monster under the sea, rushing towards Marineford at a high speed. They all took a breath. Hiss. Tense moment, it looks like we are about to enter the countdown. At the same time, Sabaody Archipelago. 3 large screens stood on the amusement park square, surrounded by many residents who stopped and waited. Many of them were confused, thinking that the amusement park had new projects to promote. Hey, what's the matter with this huge screen? Why haven't I seen it a few days ago? It's strange, there are marine soldiers stationed next to it. What happened? Haven't you heard the news just delivered? Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, was Marine arrested him and will execute him at Marineford at 3 p.m. today, and Marine decided to broadcast the execution live. Portgas D. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard? Great. Whitebeard is a demon that would make children cry when they hear his name. Naval Headquarters wants to execute the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, which will just kill the Whitebeard Pirate spirit. I support Naval Headquarters' approach. Just wait and watch here. Marine is probably debugging the live broadcast equipment. At the same time, there are also reporters and photographers from all over the world here, all waiting for the 10th-hand news from Marineford. There is no way, as reporters they should have gone to Marineford in person. But at this moment, the Naval Headquarters is heavily guarded, and not even a mosquito can get in. Even reporters can get first-hand news through the live broadcast of Sabaody Archipelago, and then pass it on to the world. Then, the picture on the big screen began to flicker. Soon, the live broadcast of Marineford came. At this moment, countless reporters, photographers, ordinary people, and pirates all unconsciously rushed to the screen frantically, and suddenly surrounded the square. Hiss. It turned out to be this kind of deployment, hundreds of thousands of people. This scale is like dealing with a war. Stop arguing and look carefully. The person to be executed is Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, and a super rookie with a good reputation in the New World. It can be said that he is the future of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is estimated that Whitebeard will lead the pirates to come and cause trouble. Whitebeard, how is it possible? This scale of troops is really spectacular. Camera zoom in. When will Ace, the evil pirate, be escorted to the execution platform? For a moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire Sabadi archipelago. In the square, in the tavern, and in front of the small screen in the mall, many residents and shoppers stopped to discuss this matter. At this time, the screen flashed again. It has become the scenery inside the Marineford building. In the narrow and dim corridor, Ace, who was covered in wounds, was escorted to the execution platform by 2 executioners. In the square below, hundreds of thousands of Marines were watching. Suddenly, the cheers of landslides and tsunamis resounded over Marineford. All the Marine elites looked solemnly at the execution platform and the 3 empty seats belonging to the 3 Marine admirals. Look, the strongest force of the naval headquarters, the Marine admiral is coming. Suddenly, someone shouted from below. Countless eyes immediately gathered on the aisle. A minute later, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji were seen sitting in the admiral's seat respectively. Akainu looked serious, sitting in the middle golden chair, looking forward and said, "Kizaru, what's going on?" and impelled down. Kizaru looked at the sky in the distance under his brown sunglasses. "I feel bad. Not only did the supernovas escape, but several serious criminals also escaped with them. Red Earl Redfield. Devil's Air Bullet. World Destroyer Brindy Wald. The sea is destined to enter chaos, it's difficult to deal with." In fact, before Kizaru arrived at Impelled Down, he heard the report from Magellan that Shiryu of the Rain had completely betrayed Marine and fueled the chaos in Impelled Down. Magellan was alone and could not stop the pirates from escaping even with the blessing of the poison fruit. It was a fact that the criminals escaped from Impelled Down, and even a legendary pirate was involved. Sengoku did not want any accident to happen to Admiral Kizaru when executing the bloodline of Pirate King Roger, so Kizaru was called back early. After all, those legendary pirates gathered together, and it was not something that a Marine admiral could deal with. Hearing this, Akainu's facial muscles twitched. Damn, these pirates deserve to die. Aokiji said nothing on the side. Since being severely humiliated by Xia Ya, Aokiji became taciturn and rarely expressed his opinions, as if he was in deep self-doubt. Far below, the Marines raised their heads, and the envy in their eyes was about to overflow. Is this the Marine admiral? This is the first time I have seen it? What a pressure. These elite Marines were drawn from all over the world, and it was the first time they saw the famous Marine admiral. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed Marine soldier looked into the depths of the harbor and said, "Shichibukai are here too. The world calls them the naval headquarters, the 4 emperors, another great power in the world, 7 warlords of the sea." Wait. Those are the 7 warlords of the sea, right? No way. How come there are only 5 Shichibukai left? 115. How good? Garp was slapped into a pig's head. Please subscribe. Looking at the 3 lonely Shichibukai, the Marine soldiers frowned at the same time. There was no way. Sir Crocodile had been killed by Xia Ya a long time ago, and Sea Knight Jinbei refused to come to Marineford because of his relationship with Ace. It was said that he had been sent to Impel Down, and Hancock was ridden by Xia Ya and openly stopped working with naval headquarters. The last big bear was undergoing transformation and had not arrived in time. So the Shichibukai team was left with only Gecko Moria, Hawkeye Mahawk, and Doflamingo. Originally, there were 7 Shichibukai, but now only these 3 came to Marineford. Gecko Moria grinned and laughed shrilly. Hee. It's really a mess. There are only 3 of us left in the Shichibukai. What a pity, I didn't expect Hancock to get on Xia Ya's ship. Also, Doflamingo asked. Moria had nothing to hide. After all, the fact that he was defeated by Xia Ya was not a secret to some people. Of course, Marine Admiral and Hawkeye were defeated by Xia Ya. Moria had nothing to be ashamed of. He continued to laugh. I have a subordinate who was also robbed by Xia Ya before the Alabasta incident. Hawkeye Mahawk narrowed his eyes like an eagle and stared at the front. Speaking of robbing, Black Blade Knight was also robbed by Xia Ya. I wonder if Xia Ya will come here this time. I really want to see what strength he has now. Hearing Xia Ya's name, Doflamingo couldn't help but shrink his neck. Bad memories filled his brain. In fact, Doflamingo and Xia Ya had never met, but Ming participated in the last Golden City incident. At that time, even 4 Emperors Kaido was beaten up by Xia Ya. There were 2 actual victims standing next to him. Doflamingo didn't want to interrupt, for fear of touching bad luck. He didn't take Moria seriously, but he took Hawkeye seriously. Puff. While the 3 were talking, a bear paw-like pit appeared in front of them. A huge man appeared on the square holding a Bible. The man who came here was the meatball man who ate the Paramecia meatball fruit, Bartholomew Big Bear. Doflamingo's eyebrows twitched. He knew a little inside information about Bear's experience. This guy actually signed an agreement with the Marine Science Corps and voluntarily transformed into a humanoid weapon. When the complete transformation is completed, he may no longer have the consciousness of being a human. Immediately, Doflamingo greeted instead of asking, "Hey, bandit." Bear twisted his neck, ignored Doflamingo's greeting, and just muttered, "If you travel, where do you want to go?" After saying this, Doflamingo had a bottom line in his heart. This guy Bear may only have a little consciousness left. The last transformation should not be completed. After all, the Summit War was too urgent this time, and Doflamingo came early because he liked to join in the fun. Otherwise, he might be late. At the same time, Sabadi Archipelago. Looking at the 3 lonely Shichibukai in Marineford, the reporters frantically passed information to Den Den Mushi. Marine Admiral arrived. Shichibukai. 4 have arrived. Umi Ya is ready. By the way, does anyone know what the information is like in New World? What is certain is that the Whitebeard pirate's lair is empty. It seems that the legendary world's strongest man has also invested a lot of money. All the reporters were anxiously recording, filming, constantly taking notes and sharing information. They were all looking forward to the war officially starting. And the intelligence showed that the Whitebeard pirate's lair was empty, which also meant that Whitebeard's territory was now in a weak state. The accumulation of so many years is likely to become someone else's wedding dress. After all, the territory on the sea is a chess piece in the hands of the strong, and it is normal to have gains and losses. If such a situation occurs, there are only 2 possible situations. The first one is that the Whitebeard pirates are seriously injured in Marineford, and the territory is swallowed up by pirates. From then on, the Whitebeard pirates will never recover and will be completely kicked out of the 4 Emperors level. The second scenario is that Whitebeard can rescue Ace without paying much of a price, and then return to New World with his subordinates as a king, thus setting off the war in New World. The reporters naturally hope that the second scenario will happen. Advertisement. This means that their news will continue to set off the whole world. Countless Baileys followed. Oh no, I just got the news that 4 Emperors Kaido and the pirate group arrived at Whitebeard's territory, intending to take over the territory conquered by Whitebeard, but another 4 Emperors. Red-haired Shanks came out in time to stop him. Shanks. This G red-haired Shanks is really damned. The best plot is gone. Hiss. I hate red-haired Shanks the most. He is simply a troublemaker in New World. In Marineford, where the world's attention is focused. Sengoku is ready. He came to the square with Garp, and Sengoku said seriously, "It's time, Garp. I will tell you everything. You must remember the responsibilities behind this military uniform. You have worn it for decades. Don't you still don't understand it now?" HMPH, I don't need you to remind me. Garp felt mixed emotions, clenched his fists tightly, and stopped standing with Sengoku, but came to the square below. The cloak of justice behind him is the heaviest burden for Garp now. If he had done things quietly before, it would have been fine, but now it is not possible. Naval Headquarters has pushed Ace to the stage, and as a member of the Marine, I, as a grandfather, can only handle this situation impartially. Soon. On the execution platform, Sengoku walked to the front of the platform. He stood straight not far from Ace, and then a Den Mushi appeared in his hand. This is a loudspeaker that broadcasts live images to the entire Marineford Square and the world. Seeing Sengoku has come to the stage, more than 100,000 Marine soldiers below couldn't help but breathe slowly, and they all looked up to watch. It turned out to be Marshal Sengoku came in person. No, why did Marshal Sengoku stand next to Portgas D. Ace? Although Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, his status does not require Marshal Marine to come in person to make the announcement. Yes, after executing a pirate, first think a Marine Vice Admiral is enough. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates may invade, and Marshal Sengoku will probably go to the battlefield in person. Only in this way can we enhance the momentum of our Marines. I can understand it. At this time, Sengoku grabbed the Den Mushi and put it in front of him and said in a deep voice, "There is one thing I want to tell everyone present, and everyone who is not present to watch the live broadcast, about the man Portgas D. Ace. 013612028 Falu 224,200,200. About the great significance of this man's death here today." Sengoku's deep voice, through the loudspeaker of the Den Mushi, was transmitted to every corner of Marineford. Great significance. What great significance can the death of a pirate have? He is not a man like the Pirate King. Hearing this, the soldiers present looked up and kept guessing in their hearts. But they could not guess any clues. The reporters and the public who were watching the live broadcast were also roused by Marshal Sengoku's words. After executing Whitebeard, a captain, Marine has new plans? Sengoku, dressed in a clean white suit, came to Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform with a dirty face. He stood straight and let the live broadcast Den Mushi give a panoramic view, then held the Den Mushi in one hand and spoke. Portgas D. Ace, tell me your father's name. Ace, who had originally lowered his head and closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Sengoku. Then he continued to close his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "My father is Whitebeard." No. Sengoku directly denied. Ace closed his eyes and loudly refuted. There is nothing wrong, only Whitebeard, no one else. Your father is. Sengoku continued to speak word by word. Garp lowered his head on the execution platform and his cheeks were sweating. Advertisement. He could never have imagined that Roger died on the execution platform and his biological son, his only bloodline, was about to follow in his footsteps. This damn fate. Do Roger and his son have a grudge against the execution platform? When Sengoku's words came out, all the Marine elites were solemn, waiting for the final answer. Your father is Pirate King, Gerudo Roger. When the voice fell, Marineford Square was collectively silent, and everyone fell into the garden. It turned out that Ace and the others didn't care who it was. But Pirate King Roger is indeed the most thorough name in this sea. It's so well known that no one knows it. Especially for Marine, this is a nightmare-like existence. If Roger hadn't opened the Great Pirate Era, the new era of Marine wouldn't be so tiring, and the sea wouldn't be completely out of control. In the final analysis, it was the appearance of Roger, a man, who reduced the job of Marine as a civil servant to a public institution. On the Sabaody archipelago, countless people opened their mouths in shock. Nonsense, no, no, my father can only be Whitebeard. Ace gritted his teeth and immediately denied it. He originally despised Roger, his biological father. It was precisely because Roger only sewed and did nothing that Ace himself and his mother were not protected. There is no doubt. In Ace's view, Rouge's death was directly related to Roger. And Roger has never been a man in Ace's heart. Sengoku continued to hold the Den Mushi in one hand. He ignored Ace's rebuttal. Sengoku continued, "Many years ago, we searched for news about Roger's bloodline on the sea, but your mother still escaped, all because Roger, the evil man, had already made arrangements. He used despicable means to make your mother pregnant for a full 20 months, avoiding the Marine's inspection, and gave birth to 2.0, the most sinful bloodline in the world. Yes, that sinful bloodline is you, Portgas d'Ace. Your mother is Portgas de Rouge, your father is the Pirate King, Roger Gord." As Sengoku confirmed again, his words were like a bomb, exploding in the crowd. The soldiers who were originally stunned, all widened their eyes at this moment. Pirate King. Ace is Roger's bloodline. That sinful bloodline is still continuing. What kind of devil can raise such a bloodline? I remember that Roger died that year, and the Roger Pirates also disbanded early. The East Blue Pirates that became famous at sea. Ace. What kind of demon raised him? You are shielding the demon. Is the demon's adoptive father in East Blue? We must find out. Roger's ghost? The demon's bloodline could have been cut off long ago, but it still exists today. Damn it. Kill him. Execute Ace immediately. Kill this evil demon son. At Marineford Square, all the Marine soldiers were in an uproar, their faces full of indignation. In a short time, the ground was wet and flooded with saliva. And Garp, standing on the execution platform, lowered his head and closed his eyes tightly. The soldier's words were like slaps in the face, slapping Garp's face with anger. 116. Cutting Sengoku, the world's strongest man appears, please subscribe. Sabaody Archipelago, the square was crowded with people and soap bubbles were flying all over the sky. Then, the whole place was in uproar. The voices of people's surprise were like thunder, and the enthusiasm was no less than that of the scene in Marineford. Portgas d'Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, is actually the son of the Pirate King Gold Roger. Aren't Roger and Whitebeard enemies? Why did Whitebeard raise a son for Roger? It must be fake. How could such a thing as raising an enemy's son happen to a pirate sheepbody? The reporters smacked their lips and kept swallowing their saliva. Their minds were in chaos for a while. They made a living by selling news. As for the historical anecdotes of the sea, what romantic figures there were on the sea, what feuds these people had, and what stories they had, the reporters actually knew them all by heart. There is no doubt that, in the world's cognition, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates have always been rivals. Even Whitebeard's achievements did not reach the level of Pirate King, all because of Roger's suppression. And Roger's last name is different from his son Ace's last name, and Ace's last name even contains D, which is very rare in the entire ocean. For a time, the reporters were all in a state of confusion, and they all suspected that Sengoku's release was false news. Half of what Sengoku said on the execution platform was made up by himself. After all, first, Sengoku had to consider the relationship with his old comrade Garp. He had to hide the news that Garp adopted Ace, so he put all the blame for Ace's birth and all the sins on Roger and Rouge, without mentioning that the marine hero Garp was actually involved. Secondly, because the title of Pirate King is the most shocking title in the ocean, and the letter D is a bit sensitive to Mariajoy, so Roger's last name in Marine's mouth is never Goldie, but is called the translated name Golder, or Golder, to confuse people. In essence, Sengoku's declaration before Ace's execution is half true and half false. Still alive. The bloodline of Pirate King Roger. Since Marshal Sengoku has announced it in front of the whole world, this is a live broadcast to the world. There is no doubt that Marine has proof to prove that the news is true. This is reliable news. The world is going to shake. Naval Headquarters is proud of itself. Being able to end Roger's bloodline at Marineford will surely be praised on the ocean. Reporters picked up their pens and wrote it down in notebooks. Some even moved it directly to the table and typed it frantically with typewriters. The bloodline of the Pirate King is still continuing, but it is about to be executed. While the reporters were busy, the people in the surrounding Sabaody archipelago were also in shock, and the voices of discussion were definitely loud. It's so scary, what happened to this world? The bloodline of Roger the B************ D is still in this world. It's really the most evil bloodline in the world. Ace, this devil, can get into the Whitebeard Pirates, and become the adopted son of Whitebeard, the devil, and become the captain of the squad. This kind of person is really the devil chosen by the sea. Fortunately, Marine caught this devil. Execute him quickly. Marine, please execute Ace quickly. The women at the scene quickly covered their children's eyes, fearing that the children would be poisoned by the devil if they looked at Ace on the execution platform. They were terrified and kept praying with their eyes closed. Different from the thoughts of ordinary people, some celestial dragons were sitting in a temporary pavilion, having their shoes licked by slaves, stepping on their heads, eating ice cream, and making their own comments. Sengoku, this old guy, is really ignorant, son of the Pirate King. Such a perfect slave is being executed. It's a waste of talent. Hey, should we call Sengoku and ask him to find a slave to die instead of Ace, and then we use the money to buy Ace, the best slave? If he rides on the streets of Mariajoy, wouldn't he be the most handsome guy? I want it so much. At the same time, Marineford execution platform. Ace knelt on the ground, lowered his head with a hideous look on his face, and clenched his teeth tightly. 13,889. How did Marine know what happened before and after I was born? Advertisement. In fact, Marine is the world's largest violent organization. It would be too superficial to simply use force to summarize it. Their intelligence department is also systematic. All matters on the sea are kept in the naval headquarters or between branches. It is not too easy to find out the truth of a certain incident through a clue. So, after Sengoku was reminded by Blackbeard, Marine went to Battle Island again and questioned all those who had experienced the incident that year. The news that Rouge gave birth to a child after Marine left basically coincided with the time when Garp landed on Battle Island, which basically restored the truth of the incident. Sengoku continued to incite the emotions of the people. It's a pity that the old guy Whitebeard almost succeeded. Ace, Whitebeard kept you on the ship in order to train you to be the next pirate king. D. Your name will end here, Ace angrily retorted. You are talking nonsense, it's impossible. I joined the pirate group to make my father the pirate king. Sengoku, the old fox, immediately said with a fake smile. Your plan was broken in front of me, Vice Admiral. Ace was angry. He wanted to challenge the strongest man in the world, but he failed to succeed through many sneak attacks, so he was infected by Whitebeard's spirit. He was willing to become the son of that man. How could it be a calculation? At that time, he also revealed his identity to Whitebeard, but the other party didn't care that he was Roger's bloodline. All members of the Whitebeard pirate group or family members gathered on the sea. Dad's heroism disdains to do such a thing. Sengoku was insulting. Sengoku continued to write the story, and disdainfully passed on the truth of the matter to the whole world. At the beginning, Naval Headquarters invited you to Shichibukai, just to make you a turtle in a jar. Of course, the purpose was to send you to the execution platform, and make you the second person to be executed after Roger, but you refused by mistake. Then, you joined the Whitebeard pirates and were protected by the old guy Whitebeard. In the past few years, if it weren't for Whitebeard's protection, you would have become a ghost on the execution platform. It was obviously during this period of time that Blackbeard's size made Sengoku figure out the truth of the incident. As a result, it came to the mouth of the old fox Sengoku. All this became the layout of Naval Headquarters. Sengoku immediately smiled and said loudly, if you ignore evil blood like this, the sea will never be at peace, and now is the time to end the evil. Today, you will be executed here, which has profound significance for the entire sea. Advertisement, even if there is a war with the Whitebeard pirates, I, Naval Headquarters, will not hesitate. Sengoku's voice is low and loud, and every word is convincing. Instantly, the emotions of the soldiers in Marineford Square were ignited. Ah! Execute this evil blood for justice. Long live justice. Whitebeard pirates come. We Marine are not afraid of you at all. At this moment, Marineford Square was completely detonated, and the Marine soldiers were full of ambition. They raised their weapons and cheered loudly. The scene was quickly transmitted to the world. The people in World 000 cheered for this moment, and Marine's prestige in their hearts reached its peak. They didn't expect. Marine actually did so many things behind the scenes for world peace. Marshal Sengoku had started planning to capture Ace, the evil bloodline, a few years ago, and even used the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea as bait. It makes sense. Everything makes sense, at the same time. In the waters near Marineford, thousands of meters above the sky, an electronic signal came from the Sabaody archipelago and was projected onto the screen. Sengoku's face was seen by Xia Ya and others. Carina said in amazement. Sengoku is really good at stirring up the soldiers' emotions. Marine is in high spirits now. If the Whitebeard pirates arrive, they will probably be in big trouble. In fact, the pirates are fighting on their own, while the Marines are cooperating with each other in training. I predict that the Whitebeard pirates will lose. Hina nodded, and said a little bit of slapping. Sengoku is a hypocritical man known for his wisdom. As long as he is given a little information, he can make up a story. Nami rubbed her fingers. She didn't need to look at the screen to know everything that happened in Marineford through the telepathic waves. But no movement of the Whitebeard pirates was detected in the nearby waters. Khalifa nodded and said, I also used ultrasound to detect the surrounding waters. Logically, Ace should be executed, but no pirates were seen gathering nearby. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates were delayed by something? But I guess Sengoku will postpone the execution. After all, looking at the attitude of the Naval Headquarters, they said they were executing Ace, but in fact they were targeting the entire Whitebeard pirates team. Listening to the discussion of the girls, Xia Ya nodded and smiled. Don't worry. The Whitebeard pirates have actually arrived. What? The strongest man in the world has arrived. 117. Xia Ya's timing to strike, tearing the sea apart. Please subscribe. Made in heaven, on the deck. Hearing the strongest man Whitebeard appear, the girls were very curious and stared at the screen where the signal was transmitted. They also wanted to know what was happening in Marineford at the moment. Hina was muttering to herself. I really hope that old guy Sengoku gets beaten up. It was obvious that Hina was still upset about being kicked out of Naval Headquarters. If Sengoku could make a fool of himself, she would be very happy to see it. Carina held a cocktail, raised her index finger, turned her head and asked, Xia Ya, when are we going to join in? Carina was the first person to travel with Xia Ya, and naturally understood Xia Ya the best. This guy was a model of not getting up early without profit. Since he chose to come to the war scene, he naturally had a clear purpose. At the same time, Made in Heaven was arranged early in the sky far away from Marineford. It also means that Xia Ya did not want to intervene in the battlefield too early at this time. Xia Ya explained. Don't worry, let the bullets of Marine and Whitebeard pirates fly for a while, adding insult to injury will make people more desperate. Since Sengoku likes to go against us, let him feel what pain is this time. Summit War. Xia Ya has been looking forward to it for a long time. The first goal is to get Newgate's body. He has no interest in saving Ace and getting help from Whitebeard pirates. If he intervenes too early, it will be a sharing of the firepower from Marine. If Whitebeard doesn't die, he will come in vain. Of course, he can do it himself. But the ready-made ones are always the most fragrant. And at this moment, the alarm in Marineford Harbor suddenly sounded. Damn, dirty, dirty, accompanied by a piercing scream. Huge bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface in the harbor, and the entire sea surface was boiling like boiling water. Then, pirate ships flying pirate flags floated to the surface. As the coating broke, the warships of the Whitebeard pirates were completely revealed. The Whitebeard pirates have 43 New World-affiliated pirate groups under their control. It can be said that the scale is quite large, and it can even be said that it is the largest group of pirates at present. Most of the affiliated pirate groups came this time. Suddenly, the sea surface became lively, filling the harbor of Marineford. 1 minute passed. A mighty fleet appeared in the harbor of Marineford. The pirate flag was raised with the wind. At this moment, the Marine soldiers who were still immersed in Sengoku's encouragement felt a great pressure coming. They never expected. Under the originally calm sea surface, there would be a surge of wind and clouds. The pirates actually landed on Marineford while still advancing on the seabed. Right in front of us. Boom boom boom. One pirate ship after another was still floating up, until a huge whale-headed pirate ship surfaced, and the pirate group's forces were fully revealed. The last one to surface was the Whitebeard pirates' main battleship, the Bioker. Da 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 da. At this moment, there was only the sound of wind in Marineford, and the Marine soldiers could even hear crisp footsteps. It was the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Captain of the 1st Division Phoenix Marco, Captain of the 3rd Division Diamond George, Captain of the 5th Division Flower Sword Vista. Advertisement. These are all pirates who have been famous in the New World for a long time. They are so powerful that even the Marine Admiral has to pay attention to them. Their appearance put a lot of pressure on the Marine soldiers. In addition to these notorious captains, there is also an old man with a huge naginata and a crescent-shaped beard that reaches 666 centimeters, who is walking up the steps to the bow of the whale-shaped ship. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man recognized by the whole world. The white cloak flutters in the wind, and Whitebeard looks at the execution platform in the distance with a big grin. Gu la la la, Sengoku, my beloved son is okay. Sengoku and Whitebeard are both old rivals, with Whitebeard ascending to the throne of 4 emperors in New World and Sengoku successfully promoted to the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. The two rarely show up on the sea. The two have not seen each other for at least 20 years. But all kinds of hatred in the past can always remain in their hearts. Sengoku frowned and stared at the figure in the distance, Whitebeard. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would appear in this way and enter the harbor of Marineford at the beginning. There is no doubt that the Whitebeard pirates had the upper hand at the beginning of the war and successfully invaded the hinterland of Marineford. It can be said that some of the preparations of the naval headquarters were resolved by the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, the countless Marines in Marineford all widened their eyes and looked at the tall man. 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, with a bounty of 5.046 billion Baileys. The strongest partner of the former maritime overlord Rox, who once led a powerful man of the legendary era with the pirate king Roger, the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, the oldest 4 Emperors team, and this king-like man actually appeared in Marineford, the steel fortress of Marine. Facing. It was the hundreds of thousands of naval headquarters elites. Seeing the living legend, all the Marine soldiers were shocked. It's still that unpredictable man. Under the execution platform, Garp stared at the front with a stern face. $87. Sure enough, he is still the fearless existence. He actually chose this way to appear, and stood at the forefront of all the Whitebeard pirates. Asterisk. There is a huge difference with the Marine side. Whitebeard is facing the Marine elites close to the harbor, and the strongest combat power of the Marine is still in front of the execution platform, which belongs to the back of the battlefield. This caused many Marine soldiers in the front to be frightened and couldn't help but take a few steps back. At the same time, the picture was transmitted to all parts of the world. Sabaody Archipelago, reporters saw Whitebeard coming to Marineford and immediately became excited. Hiss. So scary, Whitebeard really appeared. As expected of the strongest man in the world, his spirit is so strong that he actually dared to enter Marine's lair. Even through the screen, I can feel the pressure of that man. How many souls have been killed with the naginata in his hand? Not only that, behind Whitebeard, those squad leaders also brought along, this time, a huge war is really going to happen. There are also tens of thousands of people, so scary, is the war really going to happen? Advertisement seeing Whitebeard's appearance means that there will definitely be big news that will shock the world, and the news will be thrown into the sea in an endless stream. The reporters are naturally happy to see this situation. In their hearts, they hope that Marineford will be turned upside down at this moment. In contrast to the reporters' excitement, the people of Sabaody Island are. These people don't have much military power, and they don't make money from news information. They care more about their own safety. Although the Whitebeard pirates' lair is in the New World, they have already arrived at the front half of the Grand Line. That is to say, If there is any accident in the naval headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates may really cause a big fuss in the front half of the Grand Line. At that time, will not these people be affected? How terrible. This is the 4 emperors of the New World, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, the legendary man. Bringing so many vicious pirates here, naval headquarters is in trouble. Look. Whitebeard is going to take action. The residents of Sabaody Archipelago stared at the screen with their mouths wide open and forgot to close them. At this time, Whitebeard stood on the bow of the whale ship, and Kusagawa cut into the wooden board. Then, Whitebeard's huge body slightly bent over, and his 2 huge fists were tightly clenched by him, crossed in front of his chest. The power of his arms burst out, and the blood vessels under the skin were clearly visible. Whitebeard waved his arms and smashed into the space beside him. Zillalala. 2 balls of milky white light entangled in Whitebeard's fists, and when he swung his fists, the space beside him was like 2 pieces of broken pieces, constantly breaking in all directions, and the space actually split at this moment. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration in the entire space, and everyone could feel their muscles trembling. What's going on? Is this the ability that claims to destroy the world? The terrifying fist that shatters the atmosphere. The sea is screaming. That man ate Yao Nuo's Paramecia shock fruit. Legend has it. As long as Whitebeard smiles, he is a super monster that can cause a huge tsunami. Wait. It's over. It's over. After Whitebeard swung his fists and shattered the atmosphere, except for the roar of the atmosphere like broken glass, it seemed that there was no actual damage. And Whitebeard's actions scared the Marines collectively. But fortunately, nothing happened. Originally, these people thought Whitebeard was about to use his ultimate move at the beginning. It only made the air vibrate, nothing else happened. And the general of a higher rank immediately reminded, don't let your guard down, the man in front of you is the strongest man in the world, he truly has the power to destroy the world. Be on guard, be ready to attack at any time, prepare artillery and ammunition, donkey. Not only Whitebeard himself, but also the captains around him, are all terrifyingly high bounties. Any one of them can take away the names of a large number of Marine soldiers. The Marine Vice Admirals with rich combat experience are all on full alert, ready to attack at any time. The palms holding the weapons couldn't help sweating wildly. What on earth is Whitebeard going to do? 118. The power of destruction, frequent big moves. Seeing Whitebeard leading tens of thousands of brothers from New World, Ace was extremely excited, and at the same time, his heart was immediately filled with a sense of powerlessness. He shouted hoarsely, it's all because I didn't listen to everyone's advice and ran away. Dad, you should give up on me. There are more than 100,000 Marines under the execution platform. It is too dangerous for the Whitebeard pirates to rush over. Even if Whitebeard is strong, it will definitely cost a lot to venture into such a dangerous place. Moreover, Whitebeard is old and usually has an IV drip. Facing Whitebeard and the members of the Whitebeard group who love him so much, Ace is moved and worried at the same time. He is just one of Whitebeard's tens of thousands of sons. Is it really worth it for everyone to save him? Moreover, Whitebeard has brought all the people from the group here, so what about the territory of New World? It is very likely that after this incident, the Whitebeard pirates will not even have a foothold in New World. That's the New World, the most dangerous place in the world. Ace knew how serious his mistake was, and he had long been prepared to be abandoned and face death. But he didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would actually come. Ace was naturally moved to death. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby D*K, staring at the small figure on the execution platform, and said in a deep voice, "My dear son." "Son." The 51st son nodded to let you go. Whitebeard took the responsibility on himself in one sentence. Before Ace left the Whitebeard group to go to the first half of the Grand Line, Whitebeard said that Blackbeard teacher's rebellion was due to his father's poor parenting, and the fault was all on Whitebeard himself. At that time, Whitebeard's words made Ace feel sad. The other 14 captains behind Whitebeard also shouted loudly, "Ace, if Teach hurts his companions, he will be hunted down by the Whitebeard pirates. You just took action on our behalf. We will not give up on you. We will never let go of anyone who hurts you. Wait for me, we will save you immediately." Ace gritted his teeth tightly. Thinking of that night, Whitebeard generously stretched out a big hand to him. "Be my son." Why? Why did he ignore his father's words before and make such a mistake, putting the entire pirate group in crisis? Ace regretted it so much now that he wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide, so that the Whitebeard pirates would retreat immediately. And just as everyone was talking, suddenly, the entire Marineford began to shake. The next second, the seawater on both sides of Marineford, CIAC, surged wildly, and the sea level was cut into several pieces. Advertisement layers of waves overlapped, reaching hundreds of meters high. Oh no, a tsunami is coming. It's the power of Whitebeard shock fruit. The legend is true, the strongest man in the world can create a huge tsunami. That guy, he actually started it a long time ago. The Marine soldiers in Marineford Square were all shocked. Only a few people knew that Whitebeard had already sent shockwaves to the seabed in the distance, and then cracked the seabed to make the seawater surge, and the layers of energy were slowly superimposed. In an instant, the sea surface of Marineford was divided into several pieces by the shock force. Finally, a huge tsunami was formed. The whole space seemed to be distorted at this moment. Gulala, feel the anger. Marine. The Marine soldiers stood on the ground and looked up at the tsunami, their eyes wide open and their mouths open. The sky began to darken and shrouded everyone's eyes. At this time, Aokiji, who was originally sitting on the admiral chair, suddenly disappeared. His figure jumped dozens of meters and hovered in the air. Then two ice pillars extended hundreds of meters from his hands and directly pierced into the tsunamis on both sides. Ice Age, Sengoku smiled when he saw this scene. Sengoku is Whitebeard's old rival after all, and knows Whitebeard's moves very well. And Aokiji's frozen fruit is the nemesis of all seawater. Sengoku, the old fox, had expected this, so he set the execution place of Ace in Marineford, which made Whitebeard's fighting power infinitely weakened. Old guy. Die here today. The sea can't stand people like you anymore. At 2H a plus as Qingzi made a decisive move, the freezing spread to the entire sea surface in the blink of an eye, and the tsunami instantly turned into two huge icebergs. At the same time, Kizaru turned into a flash of golden light. Also standing in the sky, he pinched his orchid fingers with both hands, and the gold shone on his fingertips, and instantly the whole person turned into a ball of shining golden light. Yashikani no Magatama. This is naval headquarters, where I work, don't be so arrogant, Whitebeard. As Kizaru moved his mind, countless golden light particles shot towards Whitebeard on the Moby D*K. And just as the golden light approached Whitebeard, a creature with blue flames all over its body flew to Whitebeard and absorbed all the explosive light particles. Then, a pair of hands turned into blue flame wings and instantly appeared on Kizaru's side. Advertisement. This person was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, who had eaten the zone bird fruit mythical beast phoenix form. At this moment, the human-shaped Marco kicked Kizaru. Kizaru immediately turned into a golden light and embedded into the wall behind. The wall was immediately blown apart by the golden light. And the next second, a golden light gathered on the square of Marineford. The Whitebeard pirates are so scary, it seems that they will not let us take that man's head easily. What does he want to do? The battle here has not ended yet. Diamond Joe's has already carried a huge ice block as big as a mountain. He leaned back and threw the ice block towards the square of Marineford. Come on, Joe's roared. Come and block it if you dare. Facing the ice block as big as a mountain, Akainu smiled. If we all attack, who will protect this place? His fists immediately burst into hot lava, great eruption. The huge lava fist shattered the ice block. Then Akainu's fists kept waving, so fast that only the afterimage could be seen, and the lava rushed into the sky. Meteor volcano. Several lava fists were launched into the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. The black clouds were emitting black smoke. The next second, the lava fist fell like a burning meteorite. Whitebeard stood on the bow, and Haki Kusagumikiri stabbed the incoming meteor volcano. How dare you set fire so arrogantly? After saying that, Whitebeard turned his head and exhaled, and the volcanic lava stuck on the tip of the knife was blown out, and a black round volcanic stone was exposed. Whitebeard sneered disdainfully. Go light the candles on the birthday cake, Lava Kid. In Akainu's view, Whitebeard. Ace. No, to be precise, the entire Whitebeard pirates are the ladder for his promotion. With such a good opportunity, he must take down the head of the entire Whitebeard pirates. This war is broadcast live in front of people all over the world. Whoever can take down Whitebeard's head will be the biggest beneficiary. The position of Marine Marshal belongs to him. Akainu grinned. Don't you like a luxurious funeral, Whitebeard? 119. Xia Ya's appearance, chaotic battle, please subscribe. At this moment, the captain and officers of the Whitebeard pirates were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. They never expected that the tsunami created by Whitebeard's father shock fruit was intercepted by Marine Admiral Aokiji. It caused almost no damage to the naval headquarters. At the same time, the meteor volcano released by Akainu caused great damage to the Whitebeard pirates. As dozens of magma fists fell, their pirate ships were all ignited by the meteor volcano. The bow, mast, sail, deck, were all smashed by the blazing magma and boulders. The pirate ship was in the wind and waves. In addition to the wooden structure, it was also painted with a layer of waterproof oil, which was very easy to catch fire. With the landing of the meteor volcano, the pirate ships were all in trouble. Soon, many ships were riddled with holes, smoke, and a pungent smell of burning. The pirates on the ship were furious. Damn Marine, these are our Whitebeard pirates waterfighters. Ah. Damn Marine Admiral Akainu, he dared to destroy our pirate ship, B********************. D. We are being targeted by Marine. Many pirates shook their unconscious companions and cursed with gritted teeth. All the ships in the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford were damaged to a considerable extent. This level of damage means that there is basically no way to return. It is a huge economic loss, especially the Moby D*K, which is the flagship warship of the Whitebeard pirates. The stern was also burned at this moment, there is no doubt. This is the Marine Admiral using the powerful Logia Devil Fruit. He slapped all the members of the Whitebeard pirates in the face. The angry pirates jumped off the ship and came to the ice. He raised his weapons and charged towards the execution platform. Along the way, the blood of Marine and the pirates was constantly surging. On the other side, as a Shichibukai, Hawkeye Mahawk accepted the task of stopping Whitebeard, and he also joined the battle at this moment. Hawkeye held an unknown knife in his hand and sent a green slash to Whitebeard, which quickly cut through the thick ice and shot towards the position where Whitebeard was. The sharp sword whistle resounded throughout the Marineford square. How much does the man in front of me know about me? Advertisement. If you can't even defeat Whitebeard, how can you take back Black Blade Knight with your own hands? Having lost Black Blade Knight, Hawkeye Mahawk has always remembered it. That man. How terrifying will Xia Ya's slash be? If you can't even pass Whitebeard, then the chance of taking back Black Blade Knight will be very slim. He also wants to take the opportunity to face the world's strongest man to try out his progress in the past 2 years. Doflamingo stood aside and grinned. I really didn't expect you to choose to attack. However, soon, Hawkeye's slash was blocked by Diamond Joe's. Joe's used the same method Hawkeye used to deal with Xia Ya's slash last time, and directly poured the slash into the sky through clever force. Boom! The clouds in the sky were blown away by the airwave. At this time, Marine also took action. The cannons on the high wall were ignited at the same time. Sparks sprayed out of the barrel. Countless shells were fired at the Whitebeard pirates. Facing the incoming shells, Whitebeard knocked the shells down with one punch. The shells exploded next to him and had no effect on him. Phoenix Marco, Diamond George, Flower Sword Vista Demon Little Oz. All took action to defend against the incoming shells. Bear Paw attack. Line, Shadow Horngun. I want that corpse. Hee. Shichibukai's 3 sets of combos directly crippled the charging Little Oz. Ace knelt on the execution platform, and when he saw Little Oz about to climb up, he collapsed and shouted, Oz. Ace. I will save you, Little Oz said with difficulty, his face covered in blood. On the other side, you exposed your flaws, Whitebeard. A giant with a big axe chopped at Whitebeard, but was shattered by Whitebeard's shock punch. With a roar, Whitebeard's face was ferocious, and he pressed the giant Vice Admiral's head and shook it left and right. Instantly shattered the giant's head. Then, Whitebeard said, it's actually meters away. 013612028 Filu 224,210,150. At this time, a black shadow flashed in the sky, and everyone looked up at the sudden accident. In their pupils, they all saw a warship inexplicably appearing above Marineford. Then, hundreds of prisoners wearing black and white striped prison uniforms fell from the sky. Among them, there were Luffy, the S************ King, Jinbei, Luo, Buggy. All landed in the square of Marineford at this moment. These people originally gathered in Sabaody Archipelago, but they didn't expect that the naval headquarters would send out 3 headquarters admirals, and they were all sent impelled down. Fortunately, everyone cooperated and escaped collectively. It is worth mentioning that impelled down, Eni's Lobby, and Marineford were originally the 3 points where 3 ocean currents converge, so they could only sail according to a fixed route, and naturally came to the next stop of impelled down, Marineford. Those guys' advertisement Sengoku raised his head and couldn't help but frowning, but after seeing the people clearly, Sengoku was not so nervous. Those legendary people who escaped were no longer among these petty thieves. Otherwise, Marineford's war really didn't know how to proceed. At this moment, the war footage was broadcast to Sabaody Archipelago. Tens of thousands of people were dumbfounded when they saw the chaotic battlefield footage. Is this the war between the 4 emperors, pirates and naval headquarters? It's too scary. Whitebeard is really as rumored. That guy can really create landslides and tsunamis. If it weren't for the Marine Admiral's actions, Marineford would probably have been destroyed. Sure enough, the 3 admirals of naval headquarters are the most trustworthy. Marine and the Whitebeard pirates brought the destructive scene to the real world in just a short battle. All the viewers were shocked and speechless. Is this really a disaster that humans can create? They are all monsters. Wait, why are there so many criminals in the sky? Looking at the prisoner uniforms, they're from Impelled Down. No, they're the supernovas who made trouble in Sabaody Archipelago before. Weren't these people sent to Impelled Down by Marine Admiral? Did they escape from prison? The battle is too chaotic. I saw the Straw Hat Boy named Luffy and the scary Captain Kidd. TXT. In the sky, in addition to a warship falling down, there is also a luxurious ship. It's him. 2 years ago, that ship appeared in Sabaody Archipelago, and the owner of that luxurious ship is the 5th Emperor of the first half of the Grand Line. Xia Ya, that devil is here. The broadcasting cameras were all aimed at the sky. In addition to the criminals and supernovas who broke in, escaped from prison, there was also a large ship floating in the sky. And that ship, it was Xia Ya's heavenly manufacture. At this moment, Xia Ya was sitting on the statue on the bow of the heavenly manufacture. He didn't want to get involved at this time. After Akainu released the meteor volcano, it polluted the air in the sky. Coincidentally, heavenly manufacture was just downwind, so in order to breathe fresh air, Xia Ya rode heavenly manufacture directly across Marineford, and was also ready to add a fireman to the war. 120. Xia Ya participates in the event of throwing objects from high altitude. Please subscribe. Xia Ya's ship. Sengoku looked up, frowned, and clenched his fists. He obviously didn't go to Amazon Lily to cause trouble for Xia Ya. This guy is here again. Akainu also looked up, but a sense of unease rose in his heart. He knew that Xia Ya definitely didn't come here for sightseeing. Facing Xia Ya, Akainu was not sure of defeating him. Therefore, he had to quickly eliminate several captains of the Whitebeard pirates before Xia Ya made a move, and even take the head of the world's strongest man, so that he could gather the power of the Marines to target Xia Ya. The worst-case scenario is that Xia Ya and Whitebeard join forces. Akainu would never allow this to happen. Suddenly, Akainu's actions against the Whitebeard pirates became more fierce. What are you all standing there for? Don't be afraid of wasting bullets. Pirates, open fire. Attack. All forces attack. Quick victory. Take down Whitebeard. On the other side, Hawkeye, who originally wanted to attack Whitebeard, suddenly put away his knife and stared at the man in the sky. Finally saw him. I'm looking forward to your performance here. If I wasn't unsure, Hawkeye really wanted to pick up the knife and fight Xia Ya. To the left of Hawkeye, Doflamingo, who was wearing a flamingo coat, shrank his neck. It's really chaotic. This war may affect the direction of the world. I didn't expect that one after another big figures who can influence the war would arrive. What is the purpose of that guy? Perona. Moria's forehead was sweating, and he saw the figure floating in the sky. At the same time, Moria became more worried. After all, the zombies of Oz and Shimotsuki Ryoma that he collected were all taken away by Xia Ya, and this time, Moria also wanted to use Summit War to recycle some powerful corpses, but with the appearance of Xia Ya, Moria's face was like a purple eggplant. The same thing happened to Shichibukai's bear. The little bit of consciousness left allowed him to recognize the pink-haired figure. Bonnie is laughing. On the field, many Marines also noticed this scene. Advertisement, gurgle. Xia Ya, the latest ultimate pirate. Don't panic, we have 3 admirals to help us this time. Marshal Sengoku is here, and the Marine hero Garp is also here. Yes, this is a legendary man who is several generations stronger. It's just the Whitebeard pirates. Even if the Xia Ya pirates want to cause trouble, we don't have to be afraid. Justice is always on the side of our Marines. In the square, a figure shuttled around as flexibly as a monkey. Luffy used his rubber ability to grab a pirate's shoulder and ejected him. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy, slow down, wait for me. Jinbei followed behind. Ace is also my friend. Whitebeard's eyes also noticed the heavenly manufacturing in the sky, and his face was solemn. He had read the news about Ya hammering Kaido into the seabed in the Golden City. And Whitebeard knew Kaido's strength very well. The title of the strongest creature was very suitable for Kaido. He was undoubtedly the most powerful fighter on the sea. Even now, he could not defeat Kaido in a protracted battle. What is he doing here? Marco turned into a human form and landed beside Whitebeard. Dad, do you want me to fly up and take a look, or even pull Xia Ya to our camp? Xia Ya and Marine are not on good terms, and it is very likely that they are targeting Marine. No need. Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world and has his own self-esteem. Since the entire Whitebeard pirates have been brought here, if you still need help from others. Whitebeard thinks that he can't save his face, and ever since Blackbeard Teach killed his companions and gave Ace to Marine in exchange for resources, Whitebeard has no interest in the new kid on the sea, for fear of being backstabbed again. At the same time, Xia Ya's strength is much stronger than several important sons in the pirate group. If the pirate group and Xia Ya have an intersection, after his death, I am afraid that the entire pirate group will disintegrate due to the infiltration of external forces. Advertisement Whitebeard thinks that he will not live for many years. Naturally, he does not want to see any changes in the pirate group. It is best to maintain the status quo. Our goal is always to rescue Ace, so there is no need to make trouble. Marco nodded. Got it, Dad. On Sabaody Island, an old man with silver hair holding a silver wine jug sat far away from the big screen. Here we go again. Xia Ya won't miss this scene. Roger. Maybe you didn't expect this to happen today. I don't know when Shanks will arrive. As the first member invited to board by Roger, as well as Roger's deputy and Roger's life and death brother, Rayleigh was also shocked when he heard that Ace was Roger's son. After Roger was executed, Rayleigh, Shanks and others also searched for the child, but they had no clue. Unexpectedly, when they found out, he had already been imprisoned by Marine. Rayleigh is an old man after all, and Shanks called him and said that he would go to Marineford. Shanks is no weaker than Roger back then, and the members of the pirate group he led are also top-notch players. Rayleigh is very relieved that Shanks will go to Marineford and save Ace by the way. However, after seeing Xia Ya appear in 2.9, Rayleigh felt that there would be changes. The situation is getting more and more complicated. Forget it, that kind of scene is not something an old guy like me can participate in. At the bow of the heavenly manufacture, Bonnie burst into tears as she looked at the round figure below. Xia Ya naturally would not stop Bonnie. Letting her meet the big bear was originally Xia Ya's promise to Bonnie. At the same time, Xia Ya had the permanent buff of the reversal technique. Bonnie would not encounter any danger, and her life was completely guaranteed. In addition, Xia Ya could use Robin's ability at any time to ride on Bonnie instantly, making it absolutely safe. The next second, Xia Ya threw Bonnie off the heavenly manufacture. 121. Akainu's confession, conspiracy revealed, please subscribe. Idle. Bonnie's eyes were filled with tears, and her limbs were shaking wildly. She was dropped from 1,000 meters high by Xia Ya. Look, what's in the sky? No, why is someone falling? Everyone saw someone falling from the sky, and it seemed to be a girl. They immediately ran towards the landing point. Akainu adjusted his marine hat, looked up with a serious look, and saw hundreds of arms growing behind Bonnie, forming a pair of wings, and landing in the direction of Shichibukai Big Bear. Bonnie. How did she appear here? She went to find Big Bear. Akainu Vice Admiral, do you want to intercept this person? A Marine Vice Admiral shouted. Akainu thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, no need. Now concentrate your forces to attack Whitebeard with all your strength. We must take down Whitebeard's head as quickly as possible before we can get away to fight. No need to chase, kill the Whitebeard pirates with all your strength, don't let any of them go. Although Akainu didn't know what Xia Ya's purpose was, he didn't speak out to stop her. In the final analysis, he was a coward at this moment. He decided to prioritize killing Whitebeard. If he divided his forces to stop Bonnie, Xia Ya might be dragged into the battlefield. By then, there wouldn't be enough forces to suppress the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku had the same idea as Akainu. Attack, don't be distracted by trivial matters, attack with all your strength. But the next moment, Sengoku flashed to Akainu's side and whispered in his ear. Akainu, Whitebeard himself is a top-notch warrior, and ordinary people can't get close to him at all. Moreover, there are so many masters protecting him, it is difficult to take down his head. Find an opportunity to turn him against us. Whitebeard Pirates Great Whirlpool Spider Squad. That's right, that guy over there. Following Sengoku's gaze, Akainu saw Squad's broadsword swinging. Every time he slashed, several pirates were thrown to the ground. Blood dyed the square of Marineford red. The air was filled with a fishy smell. Before the Summit War, Sengoku investigated the entire Whitebeard pirates in order to deal with this long-planned retirement war. In fact, the Whitebeard pirates were built on the concept of family, the largest shelter in the entire New World. When the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad was young, the entire pirate group was destroyed by the Pirate King Roger, and then he was adopted by Whitebeard. It can be said that Squad's greatest resentment in his life is that Roger has died a long time ago, and there is no way to take revenge. The Great Whirlpool Spider Squad naturally hates Roger. When after Sengoku learned this, he immediately found the contradiction. As long as it is infinitely magnified, it can be used. Therefore, Sengoku has long regarded the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad as a backup plan. As Whitebeard's old rival, Sengoku knows the strength of this man very well. If he wants to confront Whitebeard head-on, I am afraid that no one in the world can do it, and the only one who can get close to Whitebeard is the Japanese version of the Most Beloved Sons. 1527. Advertisement: The Great Whirlpool Spider Squad is the best choice. You must know that the Whitebeard pirates are now saving Ace, and Ace, as Roger's blood, will make the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad have some grudges, but staying in the Whitebeard team will dilute it. If guided, psychologically hinting that Whitebeard has selfish motives, telling the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad that Whitebeard is willing to exchange the entire group for Ace's life. It is very likely that Whitebeard's reputation will be ruined in Squar, and even make him do extreme behavior. As long as this extreme behavior is done, no matter how effective it is, it will cause a gap between the members of the Whitebeard pirates. So, Marine takes advantage of the chaos to gain an advantage, and even the chance of taking Whitebeard's head will increase. Seeing that the battlefield is already very tense, Sengoku thinks it's time to start this rebellion plan. He immediately asked Akainu to go to the giant spider squar. After explaining to Akainu immediately nodded with a grim smile. I know, today will be the end of Whitebeard. In the sky, blue flames are flying all over the sky, and a figure is flapping its blue flame wings. This kind of flame is low temperature and will only appear when injured. When the flame disappears, it means rebirth from the ashes. In a short time, Phoenix Marco took several shells. Marine Admiral Aokiji also attacked him at the same time, but the Phoenix form quickly made him reborn. There is no trace of scars on the surface of his body. Marco's recovery ability is not infinite, and he still suffered different degrees of damage. It's just that this kind of damage is not superficial. Marine, is this all you can do? You're outnumbered, right? Marco immediately turned into a giant blue bird and joined the battlefield again. Bang 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 bang. Countless black shells fell like a meteor shower. Flower Sword Vista split several shells with 2 swords. Then he shouted to cheer for the members. Go! We must teach the pirates a lesson. You dare to attack our Whitebeard pirates, you must bear our anger. Let them see how powerful we are. Boom! Flower Sword Vista turned into a sword dance and returned dozens of shells to Marine. Countless pirates shouted and shouted, with great momentum. All the pirates jumped off the ship with weapons in hand and rushed towards Marine. Whitebeard saw his sons were so ambitious and immediately swung his fists to shatter the icebergs on both sides of Marineford, clattering. However, the next second, a long knife pierced through his chest. Dad. Squar, what are you doing? The people in Whitebeard's pirate group were shocked and looked sideways to worry about Whitebeard's condition. And just a moment of distraction, many pirates were killed by Marine. What a stupid son. Whitebeard stretched out a big hand and grabbed Squar, who could only close his eyes and wait for death, but was squatted down and hugged by Whitebeard. 122. The strongest man in the world is about to die. Marine is excited, please subscribe. Marine is really patient. High in the sky, on the deck of Heaven's Manufacture, Xia Ya watched Bonnie successfully reach Big Bear. At the same time, Marine did not send anyone to target him in the sky, and he felt bored immediately. Marine does not lack some long-range attack skills. Even Sengoku can cause some trouble to his Heaven's Manufacture as long as he lets Kizaru shoot a laser. Marine did nothing, just let Heaven's Manufacture float above Marineford. It can be said that Marine is quite cowardly. However, seeing Whitebeard being stabbed by the filial son, the progress of death accelerated again. Xia Ya also became more expectant. He came to Summit Ward to summon Whitebeard in his prime. The first thing to do is to let Whitebeard die. Since Marine dare not do anything to himself, he will naturally not take the initiative to help Whitebeard and delay Whitebeard's death. Carina came to sit next to Xia Ya. Before the Summit War, several Marine warships approached from a distance, but when they saw our dock Paradise Manufacturing, they ran away in shame. Unexpectedly, Now even if we parked Paradise Manufacturing over Marineford, Marine still dared not take any action. Xia Ya smiled and rubbed Carina's long hair. Hancock's bounty increased, and he has been regarded as an enemy by Marine. He went to Amazon Lily to gather intelligence and wanted to take action against the Kingdom of Daughters. But Sengoku, the old fox, knows the disadvantages of multi-line operations, so he dare not take action now. Then when will we take action? Wait a little longer, just watch the show. As a fan of the original novel, Xia Ya knows Marine's behavior very well. 2 years after the Summit War, Mariajoy abolished the system of 7 warlords of the sea, and those Shichibukai were deprived of their titles overnight, and at the same time faced attacks from Marine warships. It is typical that they will be eliminated after being used. When Hancock was re-rewarded, Xia Ya guessed that Marine was going to take action against Amazon Lily. Because the Summit War was approaching, the old man Sengoku did not want to cause trouble, so he focused on the Whitebeard pirates, which brought a brief peace to Amazon Lily. And if Marine won the Summit War, advertisement. Or if the Summit War was ineffective, Marine would kill a chicken to scare the monkeys in order to maintain his face. Xia Ya came here not only to make the peak Whitebeard his corpse mount. It was also to warn Marine and make Marine afraid of him forever. At the same time, Akainu, Aokiji, Sengoku, Xia Ya did not intend to let them go. These 3 were the executioners of the Ohara incident. In order to take good care of Robin, Xia Ya had to eliminate them. Moreover, Marine had been looking for trouble with him, so he might as well take advantage of the Summit War to solve the problem. At this moment, Aokiji and Kizaru were attacking Marco, and Diamond Joe's was helping. Akainu took advantage of the fact that there was no one around Whitebeard. He went straight to Whitebeard and immediately made the battlefield full of magma. This scene was recorded by Den Den Mushi and passed on to the whole world. In Sabaody Archipelago, countless civilians were shocked. Hey, what a terrible war, it's so intense. The 3 major naval headquarters actually attacked at the same time. The strongest man in the world is really terrible, he can still fight even after being stabbed through. I finally understand why those supernovas are so vulnerable. If we talk about the most powerful forces in the world, it has to be these monsters from the New World. The Whitebeard pirates have tens of thousands of people, and their fighting power is not worse than that of the naval headquarters. But Whitebeard has already lost. At the age of 70 or 80, they dared to break into the dragon's den and the tiger's lair. The Whitebeard pirates deserve it. First really hope Marine can control the New World. Countless people stared at the Den Den Mushi screen in shock. In order to remember this scene firmly in their hearts and make it a topic of conversation in the future. Although I didn't go to Marineford to witness such a magnificent war in person, but watching the live broadcast is also a personal experience. It's almost the same as being there, they're all witnessing history. At this time, the reporters were also staring at the surveillance screen, pressing the shutter button frantically. As long as the photos are taken, there will be countless explosive materials, and you can make a lot of money by writing them casually. Advertisement. Many residents of Sabaody Archipelago have raised their fists and shouted frantically. Come on, Marine, annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Don't just focus on the blood of the Pirate King on the execution platform, you must wipe out the entire Whitebeard pirates. No matter what the cost, you must wipe out the pirates completely. Marineford scene. Sengoku yelled at Kizaru, kill one quickly. It's terrible, Kizaru twisted his mouth and said, Marshal, I'm really struggling, you can go and watch the video. Now Marine's face has been seriously damaged, and there is also pressure from Xia Ya in the sky. Even Kizaru, a habitual slacker, is working very hard at this moment. The ability of Shanshan's sparkling fruit has been brought to ultimate on him. Although Kizaru's clothes are only slightly dirty, he is really trying to eliminate the pirates. Swish, yo, Phoenix, you've revealed a flaw, good opportunity. Kizaru found an opportunity and immediately put handcuffs made of sea stone on Marco, and then fired several lasers at Marco, instantly piercing Marco's abdomen. And Aokiji also achieved new results. With a cold hug, he froze one of Diamond Joe's arms. After all, the two were facing Marine, Zhao's Admiral. The combat power is higher. Although Marine Admiral cannot crush the captains like Marco and Diamond Joe's instantly, as the battle progresses, Marine Admiral will slowly find the opponent's flaws and eventually break through the opponent's defense. There is no doubt Aokiji and Kizaru hit the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, which immediately caused a sensation among the Marine soldiers. The momentum of the Marines soared. However, worse news came. In the battle against Whitebeard, Akainu, relying on the super burst of Logia lava fruit, punched through Whitebeard's chest with one punch, and instantly blasted a big black hole in the strong body. The flesh and blood of the wound on Whitebeard's chest were scorched by the magma at this moment. The whole abdomen seemed to be hanging with a waterfall of blood. At the same time, when attacking, Akainu was also attacked by Whitebeard's shock punch, and his face was full of paralyzing blood. 5RR 123. Freeze your hands, kill them immediately, please subscribe. That guy Whitebeard finally lost to time. Sengoku stood straight, staring at the situation on the battlefield, with a smile on his lips. Now he is the Marine Marshal, he will not take action unless necessary. And there are so many talented people in the naval headquarters, if they don't let the young people shed their blood, do they want him, an old man, to take action? On the battlefield, Marine is in an advantageous position, and as a marshal, he has no reason to take action. If an old guy like me takes action, he will be hated by the young people in the headquarters. After the victory of this war, we have to reward people according to their merits. People like me who have reached the pinnacle of power cannot compete for credit, just watch from a distance. But in the next second, in front of Sengoku, Garp spit out a mouthful of blood and flew out. What? Garp. Sengoku's brows twitched, thinking that Xia Ya had suddenly attacked. Garp was Sengoku's comrade in arms for decades, and Sengoku knew his strength best. After seeing the people attacking Garp, Sengoku finally understood. A nimble monkey-like boy, with the help of the deputy commander of the Song army, who had eaten the scissors fruit and could see people with lightning, rushed directly towards the execution platform along the carpet-like stairs, and punched away the obstructing Garp one by one in the process. Sengoku's brows twitched when he saw this. How could he not know? The Straw Hat Boy Luffy is Garp's grandson. And he is also Dragon's son. Sengoku suddenly had a headache. The monkey family never gave him peace of mind. The old Garp, the big dragon, the little Luffy. Each of these guys gave Marine a headache. Ignoring Garp, Sengoku's eyes swept across the battlefield again. Every battle figure flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Sengoku's mind was working rapidly. Now most of the Whitebeard pirates have entered the square of Marineford, and most of the pirate ships they took were burned by Akainu's popular volcano. Even if there are some that escaped, they can be easily frozen by Aokiji and bombed by Kizaru's laser. In other words, with the Whitebeard pirates landing on the land of Marineford, it means that these evil thieves have no way out. Their only way is to keep moving forward, either defeat all Marines or die here. And Sengoku dragged Ace to Marineford for execution in order to broadcast it live in front of the world and bring the image of naval headquarters to its peak. But Ace is not good enough for Sengoku, even if he has the identity of the son of Pirate King Roger. Killing Whitebeard, or even the entire Whitebeard pirates team, is the great achievement that Sengoku wants to show to the world. Advertisement: any Marine Marshal who can wipe out a pirate group like Whitebeard deserves eternal praise. Now the war has reached this stage. For Sengoku, it has come to the end, and there is no need to drag it on. The value of Ace as bait has been exhausted. It is time to keep his head. Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi and put it to his mouth, and a deep and loud voice sounded. At this moment, he will completely put an end to Ace's name on the execution platform. Attention everyone, execution, officially begin. Buzz buzz buzz. Sengoku's voice was transmitted to the square through the speakers placed in various places in Marineford. At the same time, it was also transmitted to the ears of people all over the world by telephone signals. As soon as the voice fell, the Marines in Marineford Square were immediately excited. Because in the eyes of many people, as long as Ace was executed, the war would come to an end. What they didn't know was that after the execution of Ace, the war had just begun. Sengoku doesn't care about Ace's head, he wants the Whitebeard pirates to be wiped out. The Whitebeard pirates are staring at the kneeling man on the execution platform. At this time, Ace regretted it so much. If he hadn't been reckless, he wouldn't have created such a tragic environment for his father and the Whitebeard pirates. In the end, he had to go first. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Suddenly, Ace felt numb, and at this moment, a wave of Conqueror's haki swept over CIAG. The executioner who had raised his sword suddenly fainted on the execution platform. Sengoku quickly looked at the man who released Conquerors. It was Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, made in heaven. Carina looked at all this and said with interest, Conqueror's haki, it seems that there is an accident on the scene. No accident, anyway, Ace's death is coming soon. Advertisement: Xia Ya, who has seen Summit War, naturally knows what will happen next. A plot full of loopholes. Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and Sengoku is the Marine Marshal who has experienced the Great Era, and the master of Conqueror's haki. But such a person, the swordsman who arranged the execution of Ace, turned out to be a rookie that even Conquerors couldn't resist. What's more exaggerated is, Luffy's Conquerors has just awakened. They are almost powerless. But in this case, the swordsman on the execution platform was stunned. You can imagine how bad this configuration is. In theory, Marineford, which is full of talents, will not have this kind of situation. Too busy 3 liras. Xia Ya is no longer interested in watching it. He only wants to see the ending of Whitebeard's death. Is Ace saved? Looking at the flames that shot up into the sky, the Whitebeard pirates were all excited. They didn't expect that Ace was actually saved by his brother Luffy. At this time, Akainu didn't care about Ace's escape, because Aokiji was already trying to stop him, and Kushin's first goal was to kill Whitebeard. Dark Hound. Dog bites Red Lotus. Akainu was like a mad dog at this moment, constantly releasing magma power to Whitebeard, and the air was full of a burnt smell. The elderly Whitebeard couldn't hold on any longer. He was already a sickly old man, with hidden injuries all over his body from years of fighting. He could only enjoy a moment of peace by hanging a bottle on weekdays. Now he came to Marineford tiredly, and he had never had a good rest. He was besieged by 3 admirals from the naval headquarters, and new diseases broke out. Whitebeard knelt on one knee, breathing heavily. Sweat covered his forehead. The hand holding Kusukaim was shaking, but the good news is that Ace has been saved. Gulala, good job, Straw Hat Boy, it's just an accident today. Whitebeard knew his physical condition best, so he was ready to sacrifice himself and plan a retreat for his beloved sons. At this moment, Whitebeard stood up again, gathered strength in his fists, and launched a vibration punch with a bang. Zilla la la la. The harsh cracking sound seemed to tear the human body apart, and at this time, the ground of Marineford also bulged high, forming a huge bottomless gully, separating the main force of Marine and the main force of Whitebeard pirates. 124. This era is called Whitebeard, please subscribe. On the other side, the escaped Ace and Luffy teamed up to show amazing destructive power. All the pirates along the way were beaten up by them. Broken fingers and debris were scattered all over the ground. Although Ace did not eat the devil fruit, he also mastered the power of using fire by chance through the adventure in the New World, which is a bit similar to Sanji's flame kick and Luffy's fire gun fist. Of course, he only used friction to make fire, or mobilized the fire elements that were already available around him. Now the Marineford battlefield is full of war, and the power of fire can naturally be used by Ace. At this time, Squar, who made a mistake before, drove the pirate ship and planned to die with Marine. There was no way, because he stabbed Whitebeard, which made the entire pirate group fall into such a passive situation. Squar drew out his long sword and gave orders, "Lil guys, charge. We have to kill all the Marines, just leave your life here, kill them all." But at this time, Whitebeard suddenly appeared, and stopped the huge ship with one hand. His sons are still young and strong, and they have a wonderful sailing journey to go. Let the old man burn for his sons once, the last time. Then Whitebeard ordered everyone to retreat, in order to protect everyone. He will be here to cover everyone. Whitebeard's eyes flashed with tears, and his fist was raised above his head, and shockwaves gathered on his huge fist. I am a remnant of the old era. In the new era, there is no ship that can carry me. The muscles on Whitebeard's arms bulged, and shock cracks tore open in the air, and the atmosphere was torn apart by the power of shock fruit again. Boom, this time, all the ice in Marineford harbor shattered, and the seawater surged up crazily, and the frozen ships of the Whitebeard pirates were also released at this moment and regained the ability to sail. Although the hull was damaged everywhere, most of the people in the Whitebeard pirates had died, and the remaining ships could only carry a few people. It was still possible to escape quickly. Let's go. Little ones, Whitebeard shouted, "Dad." Although everyone was unwilling, under Whitebeard's order, everyone understood and chose to retreat. Advertisement suddenly, the pirates on Marineford Square rushed towards the pirate ship in the harbor. "Let's go, Dad will cover us, we can't live up to Dad's sacrifice." In fact, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates knew that Whitebeard Newgate had been fighting for many years, and all functions of his body had entered the countdown. In the past few years, every day has been spent in health preservation. If it weren't for the medical care in the bottle to keep him alive, Whitebeard might have already died. In this summit war, Whitebeard was stabbed by a long knife, and a big hole was blasted in his chest by the bed dog. The scars on his body were so many that it was scary. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died. Facing the siege of 3 Marine admirals, Whitebeard was even willing to use his injuries to protect his sons, the captains of his squads. It can be said that, even if Whitebeard could successfully return to the New World, he would not live long. Therefore, the sons of the pirate group understood Whitebeard's intention. Only by surviving can they face Whitebeard, the old man. And Ace used fire to create an isolated environment and slowly knelt down to Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at the figure. "No need to say more. I'll ask you a question, Ace. Am I a competent father?" Ace grabbed the ground with both hands, and blood came out of his fingertips. His tears were stained with the dust on the ground and became turbid. "Of course," Ace said loudly. Whitebeard laughed. "Gu la la la, let's go, my dear son." After that, all the pirates began to retreat to the rear. Ace Luffy Jinbei ran in the middle of the crowd, but at this moment, a red figure appeared beside the crowd, adjusted the marine hat and mocked. "Whitebeard is a loser of the last era. Compared with Roger, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. The era of Whitebeard is just a failed history." Hearing this, Ace immediately became angry, and flames burst out all over his body. Hey, Ace, go. This is Dad's order. "You can't go. That man is dangerous. Akainu is one of the strongest marines, and he can fight Whitebeard. The members of the Whitebeard pirates know how powerful he is. In order not to waste the time that Whitebeard's father has bought, some pirates have come to Ace and persuaded him not to act on impulse." No, Ace was so angry that he could not hear anything and yelled at Akainu. "This era is called Whitebeard." Boom, fire gun fist, dark hound. Advertisement. Akainu smiled and used all his strength to attack Ace. When the fists collided, Akainu continued to taunt. "Whether it is Whitebeard or you who regard him as a father, you are all losers in the end. You only have a little firepower, not even 1/10 of the power of Logia Mera fruit, and you want to show off in front of my lava fruit? Childish. Stupid. Ridiculous." Mana erupted on Akainu's arm, and the history of his whole body suddenly exploded. Ace was knocked away holding a burnt arm. There is no doubt that compared to the top Marine Admiral like Akainu, Ace is not worth mentioning. In order to return to the Marine Admiral, Akainu even has to look forward to Marine Marshal's future. The ruthlessness in his heart was completely released, and naturally he wanted to leave the heads of Whitebeard and Ace in Marineford. Ace was hot-tempered and simple-minded. This just happened to be what Akainu wanted. At this time, after knocking down Ace, Akainu turned into magma and flew after Luffy on the side. If Akainu didn't consider any consequences, who would he want to kill the most on this battlefield? There is no doubt, Garp, who was still under the execution platform, was the first one. Yes, Akainu was most worried about Garp. It was because Garp adopted the blood of the Pirate King that these things happened. As for Garp, who didn't realize his mistakes in the conference room, Akainu had long been fed up with him. If Garp hadn't had a very high prestige in naval headquarters, Akainu would have wanted to drag Garp to the execution platform and execute him. Max. That is, Garp also has a biological son, Monkey D. Dragon, who was once a Marine, but later became Marine's biggest enemy, the Rebel Dragon. Akainu also had a feud with Dragon in his early years. At this moment in Marineford, Akainu learned that Luffy was Dragon's son. So, the second person Akainu wanted to kill was Luffy. Yes, for Akainu, killing Luffy was even more important than Ace. Akainu didn't know if he had a conflict with the monkey family, but he hated their actions to the extreme. The third one was naturally Ace, but now Ace had been knocked down, taking advantage of this gap. Akainu's feet burst out with magma and flew directly towards Luffy. And Luffy was too exhausted to revolving heaven. Boom. A magma fist gushed out from Akainu's arm. At this moment, blood-red beads jumped chaotically on the ground of Marineford. 125. An unexpected event, despair looms, subscribe. On the battlefield of Marineford, the sun god Luffy was about to be destroyed by magma. But Ace stood in front of Luffy. He was punched through the chest by Akainu, and the red beads hanging on his neck burst, scattered on the ground, jumped a few times and then stopped moving. At this time, Ace's life card gradually burned out. At this moment, Akainu did not intend to stop, he wanted to kill everyone in front of him one by one. Ace was like a dead dog in front of him, but facing the blood of the Pirate King, Akainu had no reason to let him breathe again. The finishing blow was blasted again with the magma fist. It was Jinbei on the side who suddenly appeared and risked his life to block this move. The magma exploded at the scene like fireworks. The hot magma left Jinbei's palms with scorch marks. Ace was already powerless to perceive what was happening behind him. He leaned weakly on Luffy's shoulder. At this moment, countless past events rang in his mind, including Daiden who raised him and his dead brother Sabo. My birth was a mistake, and I have one biggest regret. The one thing I can't let go of the most is that I can't see the moment when you realize your dream. 18. I believe you can definitely achieve it, because you are my brother. Swish. At this moment, the waves of Marineford were surging, and time seemed to stop. Luffy and Ace seemed to have returned to their childhood, remembering that on the grass by the sea in Windmill Village, the two made a vow to sail together and become the freest people on the sea. The reality is that the waves are no longer in Windmill Village. It's the waves of Marineford, which are very turbulent. I no longer have the strength to let everyone hear what I say. You must tell everyone what I say next. Ace spat out blood, and his eyes began to dim. A bloody smell permeated from Ace's back. Luffy opened his eyes and obviously couldn't bear such a result. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. X asterisk X, and Luffy. Thank you very much, advertisement. After saying that, Ace closed his eyes forever. Luffy lost his fighting spirit and cried to the sky. Hiss. Ace's death made everyone around him stunned instantly. Especially the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. They never thought that Ace, who they had come to save with all their lives, died at the moment when he had already escaped. This is equivalent to saying, the Whitebeard Pirates came. And did nothing. There is no doubt that even if the members of the Whitebeard Pirates will live forever in the shadows and under the saliva of the people of the world, the world's largest pirate group can't even save a prisoner, and they are still in full force. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid the whole ocean will laugh at the Whitebeard Pirates. Tot. It's okay that Ace was not rescued, after all, the dust has settled. What's more terrifying is, the light of the old man Whitebeard Newgate is about to go out. Oz and others died early on the battlefield, and Ace, who they wanted to save, is now completely dead. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness swept over the entire fragmented Whitebeard Pirates. They no longer understand the meaning of coming to Marineford to provoke Marine. Exit. There is no point at all, because even if such a remnant returns to the New World, it will still face the cannibalization of other four Emperor's teams. It can be said that Whitebeard was on the verge of extinction the moment it lost its captain, Whitebeard's father. The glory is gone. On the other side, Marine's fighting spirit immediately exploded because Ace was executed. Ace is dead. Hurry up and kill all the pirates. Yes, yes, yes. No one can escape. Kill them, make the Whitebeard Pirates completely disappear from this world, and let them atone for their sins in hell. Akainu Vice Admiral. No, 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 it's Akainu Admiral. Akainu Admiral is so awesome. Ah. Well done, Akainu. I already know that the most powerful among Marines is the real power. You are the Marine hero of this era. Advertisement, great. Whitebeard is at the end of his rope, Ace has been killed by Akainu, and the remaining pirates are in disarray. Marine is going to win. Kill them all. In addition to the crazy discussions among the people, reporters are also filming and recording. The typewriters in their hands are already emitting billowing black smoke. Big news. Big news. Ace, the son of the Pirate King, was successfully executed by Marine. The bloodline of Sin is completely cut off in this era. Marine has won a great victory. The flash of the camera flashed wildly in the square, and the reporters were excited to convey the news of Marineford to the world as quickly as possible. Rayleigh stood in the crowd in the distance, his face a little ugly. Shanks. You are slow this time. Roger's son died. Rayleigh as an elder was still very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Marineford had another accident. On the battlefield, the grief-stricken and indignant Whitebeard broke through the encirclement of Marine. He appeared directly behind Akainu. With a thunderous punch, he smashed down heavily. In an instant, Akainu's whole body twisted wildly like a piece of gummy candy and was embedded in the ground in an unrecognizable form. Stones exploded at this moment, and the whole Marineford was shaken by Whitebeard's anger. However, although Akainu felt that his head was a little exploded, with his strong defense and firm will to get rid of Whitebeard, he instinctively turned into magma and stood up, and used Dark Hound again on Whitebeard's chest, aggravating Whitebeard's injuries. Boom boom boom. Ace's death. 3.3 deeply hurt Whitebeard. He had given up all his defenses and wanted to pour out all his most powerful output. The next second, Whitebeard cracked the earth. The ravine was bottomless. He was at the other end of the ravine, fighting the imposing Marine alone. In an instant, dozens of Marine vice-admirals rushed to the desperate Whitebeard with swords and knives, breaking his defense. Marine soldiers a little further away also gathered their courage at this moment and fired bullets at Whitebeard's huge body. Righto. At this time, the smoke in one direction of Marineford Square completely dissipated, and a man in red clothes and acting rather wildly appeared on the ground with a group of subordinates. Judging from their attire, several of them were impelled-down prisoners with black and white stripes. Thief, ha 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 ha. The man who came was the Blackbeard pirates, and the opposite of Blackbeard was the Whitebeard who was like a candle in the wind. Point 126. The Final Madness, the death of the world's strongest man, subscribe. On the Heavenly Manufacturing, Carina was still trying to gather information from below. Whitebeard is almost unable to hold on, and a new group of people have joined. Judging from their attire, they should be prisoners from impelled down. Faced with Carina's reminder, Xia Ya put down his wineglass and smiled. It doesn't matter, let them toss for a while. Tit. Since he has come to summon war, Xia Ya must achieve his goal and obtain the special mount of the world's strongest man. And the 6 pads golden coffin has the function of repairing. No matter what kind of damage Whitebeard suffered during his lifetime, it can be instantly repaired in the 6 pads golden coffin, and it is still the peak strength of his lifetime. FFLY. The arrival of Blackbeard only speeds up the process of Xia Ya's harvest, and has no effect on the result. Since we have been waiting for so long, just give Marine a last chance to breathe and wait for the real strongest to appear. I am afraid it will shock the whole world. Teach. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and punched Akainu into the ground. Then, looking at Blackbeard Teach walking in the distance, Whitebeard's face was full of anger. Before that incident, Teach was also a filial son that Whitebeard had raised for decades. But he hurt his companions and captured Ace and sent him to Marine. Now, after Ace's death, Teach appeared again on the square of Marineford, and even wanted to face him. Even Whitebeard couldn't bear his emotions at this moment, and anger completely filled his heart. If it weren't for Teach, the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be facing the situation today. Even one day, his own sons would give him a good funeral. But now, everything is ruined. Whitebeard raised one arm and showed his signature move. His huge wrist with blue veins bulging and trembling, immediately gathered a ball of light. A shock wave shot out towards Blackbeard Teach in front. Boom, the huge white ball of light, wrapped in the power of shock fruit, was like a rolling snowball, rolling bigger and bigger, sweeping over. The ground along the path of the light ball was cracked and exploded. The entire ground was overturned at this moment. The huge rocks were shattered and thrown away. The Marine soldiers on it vomited blood and flew in all directions. Looking at the powerful energy wave, Fanoka warned. Haha, that man is Whitebeard, of course you have to be careful, no. As a crew member who boarded the Moby D*K early on, and experienced the 3-day and 3-night battle between Roger and Whitebeard, Teach naturally knew how powerful Whitebeard was at his peak, and also knew the super destructive power behind the shock fruit. Advertisement, but at the same time, he also knew the weakness of Whitebeard's shock fruit. The destructive power is huge, but the speed is too slow. As long as you don't get close, it's actually very easy to dodge. So, Blackbeard dared to appear far away with a group of subordinates. The purpose is to give himself a margin of error. At the same time, observe whether Whitebeard is really at the end of his rope. 1889. Now is the best time. Dark Acupoint Road. Teach jumped away immediately. After getting away from the shockwave this time, his palm turned into dark quicksand and slapped the ground. The dark tide surged wildly, sweeping in all directions, and the place where Whitebeard stood was also covered by darkness. In an instant, the entire ground was dark. If you step on the darkness, you can feel the ground sinking. At this moment, Blackbeard's power surged, and a black tornado attacked Whitebeard. Whitebeard immediately used Shockwave Fist to defend. But Blackbeard was not afraid of the Shockwave Fist at all, and immediately used Dark Water. Black Palm. Black Spiral, covered on the white ball of shock fruit. The two devil fruit powers collided at this moment. Bet. The shock force was dissolved without a trace by the special ability of Dark Fruit. Fall unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Dad, look, isn't this ability great? All given to Lousy by Thatch. After hearing what Teach said, Whitebeard became even more angry. Killing a companion for a fruit, this kind of villain should be completely eliminated. Maybe when the villain gains power, he will turn around and deal with his sons. Thief, ha ha ha. Don't be in a hurry, let the blood flow for a while, Dad. Teach took advantage of Whitebeard's surprise and hit Whitebeard's big chin with a dark punch, directly knocking Whitebeard's huge body back a few steps. Teach smiled grimly. Dad, don't you understand yet? What? My power. It's useless. You were so ugly when you were at the end of your rope, Dad. Blackbeard used dark water to consume the power of shock fruit on Whitebeard. At the same time, he opened his mouth and taunted, "You are old, Dad." This time, Blackbeard came here to obtain the power of shock fruit. Having experienced the peak period of Whitebeard, he deeply knows the horror of shock fruit, and Teach feels from the bottom of his heart that he is not suitable to fight Whitebeard. But, advertisement, the difficulty is that Whitebeard is not dead yet. He can only solve it by hand. At the same time, Blackbeard was also planning, hoping to stand on the top of the world by stepping on Whitebeard's corpse. That's right. Although Whitebeard was a sick old man, and he was indeed at the end of his life, Whitebeard's head held the title of the strongest man in the world. If he could take Whitebeard's head, he would be the one who killed the strongest man in the world, and he would gain endless fame. As long as such a person gave an order, countless followers would follow him. Blackbeard realized this. At the moment of Whitebeard's death, he decisively chose to attack and led his team to kill Whitebeard to pick up this head. Thief, ha ha ha. Faced with Teach's ridicule, Whitebeard did not stop attacking and continued to attack with shock punches. However, just as Commune was cutting down, 777 Whitebeard decisively turned the big knife in his hand and chopped Teach 10 times. Sizzle. Blood gushed out crazily. A deep wound appeared on Teach's body that could be seen to the bone. The next moment, before Teach could even scream in pain, Whitebeard's big foot had already stepped on Blackbeard's palm, and the other side was controlled by Kurogiri. Then, Whitebeard's big hand grabbed Teach's neck. Boom boom boom. Endless shock force exploded on Teach's head. Dust and smoke floated 100 meters into the sky. After kicking Teach away, Whitebeard's skin turned red and emitted terrible steam. The huge body, like a demon, walked towards Teach step by step. And, Whitebeard, with his blood burning wildly, raised his fist again. The pressure came, and Teach couldn't move. "You monster. You're going to die, can't you die quietly? Asterisk asterisk. I'm your dear son. Don't do this." In a panic, Teach picked up the musket and shot at Whitebeard. And Whitebeard also reached his limit. The attack stopped at this moment. "Kill him, all of you, instantly." The members of the Blackbeard pirates rushed towards the immobile Whitebeard, using all their methods. The cruel scene completely broke out. The attack did not stop until the Blackbeard pirates used all their methods. The gun smoke lasted for 3 minutes before it completely dissipated. 127. The best show in the world. Blackbeard is confused. Please subscribe. I heard you're going to die, Roger. Yeah, there's not much time left. Do you want me to tell you how to get to Raftel, Whitebeard? Even if I know, I won't go because I'm not interested. Gulagulu, do you know what the Mariajoy guys call me recently? Gul Roger. My name is Gul D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Sometimes I do meet people with a D in their names. Gulagulu. I also have a person called Teach there. What does D mean? Do you want to know? Well, then I'll tell you. It was a long, long time ago. Whitebeard's cells have all been exhausted of their potential, and he is completely exhausted. Coupled with the Blackbeard pirates' full attack, his body has lost the ability to move. Only a trace of his mind is still hanging on, which reminds him of the scene of drinking with Roger under the sakura tree more than 20 years ago. And the inner part of his conversation with Roger during that meeting was the will of Raftel and D. Coincidentally, among Whitebeard's former sons, there was a Teach named with D, and later there was Ace. Therefore, Whitebeard also took special care of the two at the beginning, but Blackbeard Teach's character was more tolerant, and he was always reserved in his attitude towards people and things. Whitebeard gradually stopped thinking about D, and with the appearance of Ace, he changed his mind again. Therefore, Whitebeard focused on training Ace. But now Ace is dead, and Teach appears again as a hero. Take another look at Blackbeard Teach in front of him. Whitebeard stood on the edge of the cliff, disdainful emotions gushing out of his heart, and he said expressionlessly, "The man Roger is waiting for is at least not you, Teach." Blackbeard was still half paralyzed on the ground, looking at Whitebeard in shock. He had no idea that Whitebeard was going to blame him, and what else he wanted to say. After calming down, Blackbeard opened his hands and shouted, "Dad, say your last words and die quickly. Your time has passed, don't linger in this world anymore." Blackbeard was completely relieved when he saw that Whitebeard had lost his ability to move. Die quickly, ended by Lousy himself. Whitebeard no longer looked at Teach, and said to himself, just like there are people who can inherit Roger's will, there will be people who will inherit Ace's will one day. Even if their blood is cut off, their flames will not be extinguished, just like this breeding has been continuously inherited from the distant past, and one day in the future, there will be people who can carry hundreds of years of history and challenge this world. You Mariajoy are afraid that one day there will be a huge battle that will involve the whole world. Although I have no interest, when that treasure is discovered by someone, the world will be overturned, and someone will find it. That day will eventually come, gurgle la la la. Whitebeard's eyes were fixed on Sengoku in the distance. It seemed that everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Because in a few seconds, the world would have nothing to do with him. And Sengoku's forehead was already sweating, and his expression was very ugly. What a Whitebeard, he is indeed a lifelong enemy. This man is about to die, and he wants to go crazy one last time? Don't delay my glorious retirement. This be asterisk 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 D. Advertisement. Sengoku felt a bad feeling in his heart. However, the next second, it was just as Sengoku expected. Whitebeard held the naginata in one hand and took a deep breath of his last breath. His whole body began to tremble, and then, Whitebeard shouted angrily towards the sky. One Piece, it is real. Backquote. Whitebeard's last words resounded throughout the sky above Marineford. It kept echoing. The deep voice was like ripples, constantly rippling across the battlefield. Sengoku was sweating profusely, staring at the lost Whitebeard, and he felt a headache. Although Whitebeard was dead, Ace was also dead. The guaranteed victory of this battle of naval headquarters has been established. This is a great victory, it will be praised forever. However, as Whitebeard shouted, One Piece is real, it also means that the sea will be in chaos in the future. It undoubtedly boosted the pirates' arrogance, and on the contrary, this sentence also hit Marine, this point. Sengoku couldn't help but think of Roger's last words before his death. It made countless people run to the sea, and the effect of Whitebeard. It is even more impressive than Roger's last words, because the times have changed. If Roger is a pioneer, then Whitebeard is a promoter, which makes One Piece more real. Sengoku painstakingly created a stage to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. The best performer is not Marine, but Whitebeard, the legendary pirate. You really deserve to die. Shut up forever, Whitebeard. Sengoku roared. Akainu crawled out of the ground with a dark face. When he heard Whitebeard say this, his face was also very ugly. He was severely injured by Whitebeard. If it weren't for his strong willpower and physique, Akainu wanted to lie in the hospital for a few months immediately. The conditions do not allow it. Akainu must take back everything that belongs to him on this battlefield. This guy, in such an occasion, said such a thing that goes against justice. Did the son of the dragon run away? Where to run? You have nowhere to escape. Blackbeard teach, you dare to release the criminals from the 6th floor of Impel Down, damn it. Akainu was angry with blood all over his face, and magma kept coming out of his arms. A burst of golden light gathered, and Kizaru's figure appeared on the ground of Marineford Square. He patted his clothes, and a faint voice came from his mouth. Ace is dead, Whitebeard is dead, it was originally a great victory, and now Blackbeard has appeared. Things are really troublesome. Aokiji wore a mask, and the frost retreated from his arms. He said in a deep voice, not only Blackbeard, Xia Ya's ship is also descending. Is that man finally going to expose Marineford's purpose? That guy is far more difficult than the Whitebeard pirates, we can't let it go. The surrounding Marines were stunned. Whitebeard's last words echoed in his ears, it's bad. Whitebeard actually said that kind of words. Wouldn't the sea be more chaotic and the pirates more rampant? Horror. The power of this sentence is hard for a seaman to bear. At the same time, Sengoku realized that something was wrong and decisively gave an order to his assistant. Go, cut off the Den Den Mushi signal between Marineford and the world. Don't tell the world what happens next. For Sengoku, Marine's achievements have been established with the death of Ace and Whitebeard, and any accidents that occur later will damage Marine's reputation. After all, Marine also suffered a lot of casualties. If it is exposed, the victory will not be pure. In addition, Blackbeard and Xia Ya are present, and it is hard to say what accidents will happen later. In addition, Marine has never been kind. Everyone's merits are obtained by killing pirates, which means that what follows is a real massacre. None of the tens of thousands of people in the Whitebeard pirates can escape. This is the cruel picture that Sengoku does not want to convey to the world. Sengoku really needs Marineford to bleed into a river, no matter what the cost. And in this case, if the live broadcast is exposed, it will be a thankless task. Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, the live Den Den Mushi has been mastered by the pirates. It was the pirate named Buggy who stole the live Den Den Mushi. What? Sengoku looked around and shouted angrily, Buggy, where is Buggy? At the same time, advertisement Sabadi Archipelago. As Whitebeard spoke his last words, the whole place immediately fell into chaos. The pirates lurking in the crowd were immediately encouraged and shouted wildly. The great secret treasure is real. Great, more than 20 years have passed since Roger said the existence of the great secret treasure. During this long period of time, countless people have rushed into the new world, but the location of the great secret treasure has not been found. But, Whitebeard has now confirmed the news. New world is the big stage of the future. Well said, Whitebeard. Sengoku, that old man, was completely panicked. This shot was so wonderful. Sengoku, go to hell. But, is the strongest man in the world really dead? Everyone couldn't believe that the strongest man in the world actually died in battle. Rayleigh sat on a high platform in the distance, looking at the standing figure on the screen with moist eyes. Whitebeard, you also left people. The man who was once on par with the pirate group Roger on this sea. The people around were all shocked. They didn't expect that the people who were talking and laughing with them before were actually a group of pirates. And as Whitebeard's last words were spoken, all the pirates in Sabaody Island were exposed. The number was also quite terrifying. The people were almost surrounded by water. Is the war completely over? Whitebeard is dead, it must be over? Wait, those guys are taking action, what are they going to do? And at the moment when everyone in the world was worried, Blackbeard's men picked up a huge black cloth, jumped up collectively, and then covered Whitebeard's body. And Blackbeard also pulled up the corner of the black cloth. Blackbeard raised his arm, turned his head and looked at the Den Den Mushi who was taking pictures in the distance, and said arrogantly, Thief, ha 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 ha. Next, it's the best show in the world. All this is brought by lousy, thief, ha 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 ha. However, just when Blackbeard was about to get into the black curtain and take away Whitebeard's shock power, the sudden chill instantly attacked Blackbeard's body, and the icy feeling made Blackbeard completely paralyzed. when Blackbeard's eyes gradually adapted to the dark environment. Only then did he slowly see everything clearly. Blackbeard was completely confused. 128. The Strongest Man's Reigns, truly earth-shaking. Please subscribe. In the distance, Marco and others gritted their teeth, stared at Blackbeard in the distance with hatred and wiped away tears. They hated their own incompetence at this moment. If they were stronger, they would not let their father Whitebeard be isolated and helpless. At this time, on the other side of the ravine, Whitebeard's body was still standing, but everyone knew that the strongest man in the world was dead, but everyone in the pirate group was powerless to take back Whitebeard's body. Even Whitebeard's body was covered with a layer of black curtain by Teach. I don't know what Teach is going to do in there. Is Teach humiliating Whitebeard's father? But there is no doubt that the feeling of powerlessness is like an endless black cloud hanging over the heads of all the Whitebeard pirates. Isis. What on earth is Teach going to do to my dad? Teach, that be asterisk 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 D. I will kill him sooner or later. With the death of Captain Whitebeard, all the members of the pirate group lost their temper and no longer had the will to fight. Even when facing Teach, the enemy of the entire pirate group, they seemed so pale and powerless. They could only hug each other and cry wildly, pointing at the distance and cursing helplessly and furiously. On the other side, Marines such as Sengoku and Akainu were also surprised by Blackbeard's actions. The best show in the world? Blackbeard had previously offered to join the 7 warlords of the sea, but refused to accept the call of the naval headquarters at a critical moment. Unexpectedly, he went to impel down and released the criminals on the 6th floor. Even the deputy warden Shiryu was pulled into the team by Kuroto. Formed the current Blackbeard pirates. Q. Why did 240 of them come to Marineford? Is it just to pick up Whitebeard's head? What's the point of this false name? After all, anyone with a little bit of brains will know that Whitebeard died at the hands of the strongest fighter of naval headquarters. Sengoku and others were surprised, at this time. When Blackbeard entered the black curtain covering Whitebeard's body, a thunderclap sounded in Marineford Square. Then a figure gathered. The person who came was Xia Ya. Is this guy going to take action? Akainu and Aokiji Kizaru looked at each other. At the moment Xia Ya appeared, the high-level core of naval headquarters required more than just destroying the Whitebeard pirates. The 3 Marine admirals also wanted to eliminate the threat of Xia Ya through the advantages of home court and joint strength. And now on the field, the only person that March Marine Admiral wanted to kill was Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Now, there is another Xia Ya. Xia Ya couldn't help but smile when she saw the 3 strongest Marines. Advertisement today, he will settle with Akainu and others. Xia Ya is a man who holds grudges. Marine has been looking for trouble with him for years, so he will naturally find a chance to get back at the world. Sengoku, Akainu, and Aokiji are the executioners of Ohara Buster Call. From Robin's perspective, Xia Ya will not let these people go. As for letting Aokiji go before, it was because Robin owed Aokiji a life. It was clear as early as when he was in Alabasta. Now, Aokiji's life depends entirely on Xia Ya's mood, whether to take it or not. At this moment, in the dark curtain covering Whitebeard's body, Teach grabbed Whitebeard's sturdy arm and was thinking about taking the ability of Paramecia Shock Fruit into his pocket, but when he looked up and saw Whitebeard's huge body, he also found that Whitebeard's eyes were filled with a hint of golden light, and he was looking down at himself. Dad, why don't you just die cleanly? You're still so creepy even when you're dead. You're worthy of being you, Dad, ha 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 ha. Your ability will be brought to great heights in Lousy's hands. Go with peace of mind. Don't die with regrets. Just as Teach was complaining, Whitebeard suddenly let out a deep laugh. Gulalalala. The sound exploded in Teach's head, instantly making his scalp numb and his hair stand on end. Impossible. Old man, why aren't you dead yet? However, the next second, a huge hand of the sun directly grabbed Xi's neck. Teach was lifted up in the dark. Gulalalala. At this moment, Whitebeard's deep laughter can cause vibrations in the surrounding area. Boom boom. Teach got on board early and had personally experienced Whitebeard's peak period in Newgate, so he knew that after the shock fruit awakened, any emotional fluctuations could cause earthquakes. At that time, Whitebeard was a peak monster whose laughter could cause earthquakes. The people in the Beard Pirates were restless. Blackbeard himself never needed to sleep, so Whitebeard's snoring accompanied him all year round. And now the momentum bursting out of Whitebeard, Teach clearly felt, it was back to the peak. Is this a last gasp? See, Whitebeard pinched Teach's palm, and suddenly a ball of white light emerged, illuminating the entire black curtain. At this time, Teach discovered that the half of Whitebeard's head that was blown off by Akainu had inexplicably recovered. The several large holes in his chest were filled with golden light, and all the scars on his body disappeared. The pair of golden pupils, like a devil from hell, were staring at him intently. Teach's eyes. Dad, I'm Teach, have mercy, stop, do you want to strangle your son's neck? Teach's neck was about to be broken by Whitebeard, and the shock wave had already come out from Whitebeard's palm, shaking every cell of Teach. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The strong desire to survive made him immediately use the power of dark fruit. His hands covered the white ball, trying to defend against Whitebeard's attack. However, just as Xi's hands covered darkness, 4 arms grew out of his back at some point. Crack. Teach's arms were instantly broken by a violent force and fell down. Advertisement, at. It was not until this time that Li Chi realized that someone was causing trouble. Dad, you are dead, right? Whitebeard was indeed dead, and the reason he could move was because he was controlled by someone. The person who could do this, only the 5th Emperor of Grand Line, Xia Ya. Paramecia, the user of the devil fruit. In fact, Teach also knew this famous figure on the sea, and he also knew the devil fruit that Xia Ya ate. He had memorized the devil fruit illustrations and knew it well. It was obviously necessary to ride on it to activate the ability. But the reality is that Xia Ya can replace the main body by letting the flower fruit grow hundreds of flowers on Whitebeard's body. When the Blackbeard pirates covered Whitebeard with a black cloth, Whitebeard had become Xia Ya's special mount. The damaged body was completely repaired with the heavenly path in the 6 paths golden coffin. In other words, Whitebeard is still a 72-year-old man except for his appearance. His physical functions have returned to their peak. FG. Teach's 2 arms were broken, and his neck was twisted and torn by the shock fruit launched by Whitebeard. He could no longer endure the double pain brought by the side effect of the dark fruit, and wailed miserably in the dark. 104. The members of the Blackbeard pirates tilted their heads and looked at the dark screen. There was a person struggling madly inside. Gizes Bahas was immediately confused. How could it be? What's going on? Sniper Van Oka adjusted his glasses. It's the captain's voice. The captain. Why is he screaming? Poison Q said sickly. It's like he's suffering from heart-wrenching pain. The pain level is level 10. The captain won't encounter any accidents, right? Rain Shiryu held a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, put the thunderstorm into the scabbard, and stared at the front. Hey, you say. There won't be any accidents, right? Then this team will be disbanded. Devil Sheriff Lafayette's fingers twitched. It's so strange, isn't Whitebeard a dead man? Now we are surrounded on all sides. No one will go in to interfere with the captain's seizure of the shock fruit. Why is there trouble? San Juan Hungry Wolf was stunned. What a miserable voice. Just when everyone was confused, the whole black curtain burned up and turned into ashes and dissipated in the air, and then, Whitebeard took Kusagawakiri and bathed in the flames that were more than 10 meters high. Blackbeard Teach, who was charred and lifeless, was also thrown out of the flames. Captain. Wait. Whitebeard. Flames? Why is that man still alive? There's a person standing on his shoulder. It's Xia Ya. At this moment, everyone in Marineford Square felt their breath stagnate. When the flames completely dissipated, Xia appeared in front of everyone with Whitebeard in his prime. Point 129. Blackbeard's proposal. Xia Ya targets Sengoku. Subscribe. Looking at the intact Whitebeard, he stood on the battlefield again with the aura of the strongest man. Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kazaru in the distance could not help sweating on their foreheads. Originally, Xia Ya's zombie mount had already troubled them, and they thought that only strange corpses like zombies could be ridden, but they never expected that Whitebeard was still fresh and had not undergone any transformation, but could actually be ridden by Xia Ya. This terrifying riding ability is simply incredible. Sengoku and others were immediately numb. It's troublesome. I didn't expect that Xia Ya came here for Whitebeard's corpse. On the execution platform, Garp had no time to mourn for Ace, and his emotions were completely occupied by Whitebeard in front of him. Because at this moment, Whitebeard's laughter could shake the entire Marineford Island. In other words, it was the peak state. Hey, Crane, is this true? Whitebeard is really back to his peak. Cran naturally understood what Garp meant, staring at Xia Ya standing on Whitebeard's shoulder in front of him. I can only say that Xia Ya's riding ability is beyond our imagination. Not only can he ride any dead body, but he can also restore the dead's strength to the peak state. I'm afraid that what Aokiji, Akainu, and Kazaru faced was the peak dragon-slaying warrior, the peak of the country of Luck Oz. It's really terrible. Impeccable. Crane's tone was firm, making Garp's face very ugly. After all, Garp was once a powerful existence on the sea. In his long marine career, he had fought with Roger at his peak many times, and Roger's evaluation of Whitebeard was equal to him. In comparison, even when he was at his peak, he couldn't take down such a strong man. And now as time goes by, everyone is old, Garp's fighting power is not as good as before, and he is no longer the marine hero. But in this situation, the peak Whitebeard appeared again. 1389. That guy, why is it like this? But thinking of this, Garp suddenly looked at Whitebeard who was laughing and asked, Suru, do you think Whitebeard is dead now? Enough. Garp. You must know that Whitebeard Newgate and Shimotsuki Ryoma, Demon Oz, are all the same dead bodies. They are the walking dead in the real sense. Give up your unrealistic fantasy and face the reality. Marineford is very dangerous now, everyone must stand up and fight. Suru certainly knew what Garp meant, because at this moment Garp's eyes were looking at Luffy who collapsed in the distance and Ace who was lying dead on the ground. Do you really think that you can be resurrected by being ridden by a rider? Advertisement. Besides, Naval Headquarters' current opponent is Xia Ya, a super enemy who is not afraid of marine. Suru looked up at the heaven manufacturing in the sky, and had already made up his mind about Captain Xia Ya. Even when the world's strongest man Whitebeard came to Marineford, he also took tens of thousands of people from the entire pirate group with him, which was enough to show that Whitebeard was under great pressure when facing Naval Headquarters. Moreover, after being rescued by Ace, Whitebeard even sacrificed himself to cover the rear, and immediately issued an order to retreat. But Xia Ya, he came to Marineford leisurely with a team of more than 10 people, and even his crew members showed up. At this moment, he is still in the process of birth. And Xia Ya appeared in front of Marine, riding the peak Whitebeard as a mount, intending to fight Marine. That momentum is much crazier than the Whitebeard pirates. Xia Ya is really the biggest enemy of naval headquarters. Facing the size of Crane, Garp's eyes became serious, and he also knew that he had some whimsical ideas just now. Crane, then fight. This is Marineford, not a place where pirates can be arrogant. After saying this, Garp looked at Ace's body again. Choose to return to Sengoku to face Xia Ya's attack. On the other side. Captain, both arms are broken. Fortunately, I can release the virus to force the bone. It hurts, please bear it. Directly opposite Whitebeard Newgate, Blackbeard Teach sat limply on the ground. Poison Q was setting his bones. At the same time, the ability of Dark Fruit was also helping Teach absorb the damage of the flames. Teach wanted to twist his neck, and immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. AAM. How could this happen? Am I making wedding clothes for others? Damn it. Teach never thought that Xia Ya would take Whitebeard as a mount before him, and Xia Ya seemed to know the weakness of his Dark Fruit ability, and decisively used the ability of Flower Fruit to break his two arms. What's more exaggerated is that even the peak Whitebeard was created by Xia Ya. Hey, Teach, we failed. I don't think this team needs to continue to exist. I think we should disband after the retreat. Yuji Shiryu said with a cigar in his mouth, a little disappointed. Now that Shock Fruit cannot be seized, your plan has failed. This trip to Marineford, whether it is Marine or us who appeared at the end, will become stepping stones for Xia Ya. What a short and boring trip. Teach endured the pain and looked at Yuji Shiryu. Naturally, he didn't want the team he had pulled together with great difficulty to disband. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Lu 224,230,300. Advertisement Teach said with pain. Hey, don't say that. Xia Ya intervened in advance and didn't get the Shock Fruit. This was an accident, there is never a lack of opportunities on the sea. We can go to Beehive Island to find Ochaku, or even go to Wano-kuni to find Kaido. One day, I will find a more powerful devil fruit and configure the most powerful devil fruit for you. Oh, I swear on the Dark Fruit, this is all true. Xia Ya's appearance was just an accident. Poison Q pulled Blackbeard's arm sickly and said in a hoarse voice. Captain, you are a little sick. But with the Dark Fruit absorbing damage, I placed a repair virus in your body, and it can still be as good as before. And I have nowhere to go anyway, so I am willing to stay with Captain Blackbeard. As the first crew member to board the ship, Giza's Bajis naturally disdained the words of Rain Shiryu. He said with dissatisfaction. Hey, this is completely an accident. If Xia Ya hadn't participated, we would have succeeded. We finally came here, we must get something anyway. Having said that, Bajis looked at the three Marine Admirals in the distance, and the Phoenix Marco in the distance. For these people with abilities, their Devil Fruit is not inferior to Shock Fruit at all. In other words, if there is another death, it can also be an opportunity for the Blackbeard pirates. Bajis, you are right, Summit War is our chance. Thief ha. Although Blackbeard was in pain all over, the fatal damage had been absorbed by the Dark Fruit. He immediately stood up tremblingly, and his momentum was not reduced at all, as if he didn't care about the previous damage at all. Hey, Xia Ya, how about we cooperate? Look at my companions, each of them is a good hand and impelled down the 6th floor prison. Blackbeard is a man of courage. Although he was abused by Xia Ya in the dark before, and even almost lost his life, he knows that if he doesn't hold back, he will not get any of the remaining benefits in Marineford. Now Marine is staring at him with a covetous eye, and hates him to the bone. It's no use trying to take shortcuts, but if he can reach an agreement with Xia Ya, maybe he can get one of the devil fruits, then it will become his capital for his rise. At least it won't be a wasted trip to Marineford. Xia Ya has always looked down on villains like Blackbeard, and he can get whatever he wants by himself, so there is no need for others to participate. Blackbeard doesn't even have the qualifications to participate, but Xia Ya wants to take his Dark Fruit. RTU. His current mission is to target Marine. Gulala. Under Xia Ya's control, Whitebeard tightly grasped the Naginata Kusagawakiri in his hand and looked at Sengoku Yuenshi Dingi. Sengoku is the brain of the Marines who have caused trouble for him repeatedly. He is involved in all the decisions. Therefore, Xia Ya naturally cannot let him go. The world will continue to function without anyone. The death of Sengoku is not a big deal. 130. Marine, experience the ultimate power above the strongest, please subscribe. Whitebeard's eyes glowed with gold, holding Kusagawa Kirei in one hand. Xia Ya on his shoulder looked at Sengoku and said, Sengoku, it's time to settle the score between us. As Whitebeard approached step by step, a strong sense of oppression came over him. Sengoku's brows twitched, and a drop of cold sweat fell. This was not because Sengoku was afraid of Whitebeard, but because Xia Ya directly named him. It also confirmed from the side that Xia Ya came to trouble Marine this time. He has always been the one who is not easy to mess with. Xia Ya smiled and calculated with interest. Let me count, from Smoker in East Blue Log Town, to Aokiji in Alabasta, to Akainu and Kazaru in Sabaody Archipelago. You Marines have caused me a lot of trouble. In this case, I took the initiative to come here today. Don't run away with your tail between your legs, Sengoku. Also, I carry a phone with me. Everything that happened in Marineford will eventually be reported to the whole world. If you want to protect Marine's face, you should be careful with your words. Don't say the wrong thing, otherwise it will affect your image of justice in Marine. Hearing Xia Ya's hidden meaning, Sengoku gritted his teeth. And Xia Ya's words were very clear. This time he came here to completely discredit Marine. This guy wanted to make Marine completely lose face in front of everyone in the world. And according to Xia Ya's expression, it can be clearly felt that he is absolutely serious. A vengeful and reckless man like Xia Ya, Sengoku had to admit that this was the first time he had seen it in his life. 280. You know, this is Marineford. The most dangerous place in the world for pirates. Sengoku's justice cloak fluttered behind him, and he said in a deep voice, Hee. This is the naval headquarters, not a place where you pirates can run wild. We can kill Whitebeard once, and we can have a second time, but you, appearing here means death here. You can try. But, Xia Ya smiled, his eyes fixed on Aokiji. It seems that you have not grown up according to the justice I asked, Kuzu. Kuzan was confused. He originally thought that Xia Ya's words in Alabasta were just a mockery of him. It had been 2 years since the incident, and he should have forgotten it long ago. What was the point of bringing it up now? According to Xia Ya's understanding of justice growth. Although Aokiji had been confused and considered what Xia Ya meant by her words. But later he thought it was funny. As a Marine Admiral, when has your justice been decided by others? You can't completely deny yourself just because you failed once. Moreover, the current situation is very different from before. Now it is in the ironclad Marineford, a gathering place for Marine elites, not a place like Alabasta where he is isolated and helpless. Aokiji's face immediately showed a trace of coldness. Xia Ya, my leg is still aching. Take revenge. Xia Ya, let's make a break today. Very good. Xia Ya clapped her hands. When Ohara was studying history, Mariajoy ordered him to use Buster Call to wipe out the entire island, but you left Robin alive. However, everything is clear in Alabasta. If you were like a turtle, I might let you go. Since you appear in front of me again, let's fight to the death. Today, I will kill you first. Kuzan, the justice I want is very simple, that is, to make you run away for the rest of your life. And, Sengoku, Akainu, you are also participants in the Ohara Buster Call incident. The executioner's hands are stained with the blood of scholars. You should also be prepared to die. Sengoku, don't think about retiring gloriously, you are destined to be disgraced here today. And Akainu, don't think about becoming the Marine Marshal, I am here, you can't control it at all. From today on, the death of the 3 of you will enter the countdown. Advertisement. Xia Ya's words chilled the hearts of the Marines. Especially Sengoku, he has read from the lines that Xia Ya absolutely knows the truth. The terrible thing is, these truths cannot be exposed to the world. Otherwise, the justice that Marine insists on will be questioned by people all over the world. Akainu's arms were flowing with exploding magma, and he shouted at Xia Ya. Who are you? Where do you think you are? You dare to confuse people in Marineford. You damn pirates should be completely eliminated from this world. Whitebeard is like this, and you are like this too. Kizaru's eyes burst into golden flashes. How terrible. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant pirate. What makes you have the illusion that you can speak so arrogantly in Marineford? Aokiji has put on ice gloves and is ready to fight Xia Ya to the death. However, Garp on the side clenched his fist, and black thunder gushed out from his fingers. He has already lost a grandson in the Summit War because of his position. Endless anger has nowhere to be released. Now Xia Ya's appearance makes Garp disgusted. Although he also thinks that Naval Headquarters, as a subsidiary of Mariajoy, has many contradictions and unreasonableness, compared to pirates, Marine is at least doing righteous things, and pirates are hopeless. Immediately, Garp said angrily, Little pirate, you are so rampant. This is the Marineford that I protect. You have provoked me here. I will kill you here even if I risk my life. Facing the arrogant Garp, Xia Ya was a little happy. Garp, look at Akainu standing next to you. He killed your dear grandson with his own hands. The whole world has seen this fact. Akainu burned Ace's heart with one punch. When you were entrusted by Roger and impelled down, you raised his unborn son. As a result, you chose to turn a blind eye to the lives of so many pregnant women on Batirila Island. How dare you be a Marine hero? Help Roger to raise his son, and his son will be a pirate. Raise your grandson to be a pirate. Your grandson will be a pirate. Do you still have any shame? Garp. Your grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, is still dying. What? Aren't you going to save him? Aren't you afraid that your last grandson will die with Ace? If Akainu kills Luffy now, I might even praise him. Akainu, how about if you kill Luffy now? I can spare your life and not target you. Xia Ya looked at Akainu. Akainu glared back fiercely, obviously rejecting Xia Ya's proposal. Because he found out at this moment that the man in front of him was the biggest obstacle to the naval headquarters. Seeing Akainu's attitude, Xia Ya said boringly. Garp, look at your colleagues around you. Look at the Marines who admire you, and look at the place where you are standing now. You have the nerve to stand here. In my opinion, you are the most shameless person on the scene, Garp. After the words fell, tens of thousands of Marines around fell into silence. Only the Marine executives present knew that Garp adopted Roger's son, and the rest of the Marines were unaware of it. When they heard the news, all the Marines were stunned. Is Ace the adopted grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Or was he entrusted by Roger and impelled down? The Marine hero is the adopted son of One Piece. What is going on? Advertisement. Thinking of Garp standing under the execution platform, he is the last line of defense to prevent Ace from being rescued, but the pirate Monkey D. Luffy punched Garp. What is the concept? Now Luffy is just a small pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Even among the supernovas, he is not the one with the highest bounty. Many marine elites at the scene don't know the existence of Luffy. Not to mention that compared with Marine Admiral, Marine Marshal, Marine Hero, Luffy is a small figure. Even compared with several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy is not good enough. And it is such a small existence like Luffy actually caused a big disturbance in Marineford, and even crossed the hurdle of Garp, and directly rescued Ace from the execution platform. Is this really true? As Xia Ya finished explaining the reason, the marine soldiers at the scene fell into deep confusion. If what Xia Ya said was true, wouldn't it be a conspiracy between Marine and pirates? The Marine hero he admired was a traitor to Marine. Vice Admiral Garp. Did you really adopt that B************ Ace? The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, that kind of devil, really grew up under your care? What? There is such a thing, that kind of bloodline, every Marine has the obligation to eradicate it. The discussion of the surrounding Marines made Garp a little at a loss. He wished there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. He never thought Xia Ya actually knew about this matter. And he said it lived in the world. Hole. That's not the case at all. Ace was dead, but he was still being cursed by Marine. Garp couldn't stand it and yelled. Shut up, lousy. Ace is not an hole. He is. He is. Garp couldn't say any more. He is your dear grandson, Whitebeard and Roger's dear son. Xia Ya laughed immediately and continued. Look carefully, Marine is a group of lackeys with a righteous appearance. Over the years, Celestial Dragons has held a hunting meeting every 3 years. As long as it is not a member of Maryjoy, you will close the island and provide the people on the island to Celestial Dragons to hunt. What a joke. The civilians you protect are just members of the member countries who have paid protection fees. Those countries that are struggling at the bottom and can't afford to pay the Sky Gold are all under the guardianship of you Marines, and are destroyed one after another by Celestial Dragons. Marine? You are just exercising verbal justice, but you are more cruel than pirates behind the scenes. While doing evil deeds that destroy a country, block the news so that the world will not know. All these evil deeds prove that you are just a bunch of hypocrites who claim to be righteous. Please, if you are being kept, don't talk about justice and independence, it's disgusting. Xia Ya's words made many Marines bow their heads. Many of them participated in the Celestial Dragons hunting competition. Of course, they were only responsible for surrounding the island with warships and not releasing the people inside. At the request of Celestial Dragons, these Marines responsible for guarding were not qualified to land on the island to see the actual situation. DJ. The hunting competition is held every 3 years. The cries of the prey on the island will last for a full half-month. Yes, on each island, the wailing and begging for mercy will last for half a month regardless of day and night. This made many Marines on the verge of collapse. They could only bury their heads in the sand like an ostrich and pretend not to see it, but anyone with a little thinking ability could guess what terrible things happened on the island. Shut up. Sengoku's eyebrows twisted into a knot, and immediately turned into a golden Buddha. And the surrounding Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru also responded, and immediately mobilized their devil fruit abilities to release their power together. If all these things were exposed, Marine's reputation would be completely drowned by people's saliva. Seeing that there was nothing to say, Xia Ya snapped his fingers. In an instant, a lightning bolt behind him gathered a graceful figure. It was the electric shock that made Nami, a ball of flames blazing, Carina, the flame princess, came here, and Khalifa also turned into a scarlet, standing behind Xia Ya, and at the same time, Hancock's figure also appeared on the square. However, this is not over yet. Hina, Tashigi, Robin, Vivi, Perona, Bakara also appeared at the same time. At this moment, all members of Xia Ya's pirate group were present. At this moment, as Xia Ya whipped Whitebeard's skin turned red, and the golden light in his eyes shot out, from the cloud cut inserted into the ground, 10 fingers opened, and grabbed the air with force. Suddenly, the whole space twisted wildly. Marine, experience the ultimate power above the strongest. 131. Frozen fruit can also be ridden. Winter is coming, please subscribe. Whitebeard grabbed with both hands, and the shock force was released immediately, and Marineford shook instantly. In an instant, the entire island was like a piece of wood, tilted at a 45-degree angle on the sea surface, and at the same time, the sea in front, behind, and on the left and right of Marineford was also divided into dozens of pieces, and the seawater presented a staggered picture like a square. The warships and pirate ships on the sea surface went up and down like a roller coaster, and were smashed to pieces. And everyone on the island of Marineford had their feet numb from the shock. This kind of shock is more than 10 times stronger than the shock force released by Whitebeard before. The Marineford fortress was cracked and collapsed. All Marine looked back and saw that the fortress called Marineford had several cracks at the same time and collapsed instantly. It has become a ruin, you know. Marineford is the name of an island, but it actually refers to the fortress built by Marine here. However, at this time, this military fortress, which is known as the most solid in the world, was broken into several pieces by Whitebeard controlled by Xia Ya, and the huge building like a skyscraper collapsed and became a ruin. Looking at his office being destroyed, Sengoku looked ferocious. Xia Ya is serious. Be careful, the tsunami is coming again, and it will be more terrifying this time. 28. It's really scary, the tsunami is coming again, but this time it's coming from all directions. Kizaru's eyes were more serious than ever before. He looked around and found that the southeast, northwest, northeast and southwest of Marineford were all attacked by huge waves hundreds of meters high. Xia Ya is not Whitebeard. He doesn't need to consider the retreat route of the pirates, and he doesn't care who dies in Marineford. So, he doesn't need to leave a way out. At this time, Xia Ya's strength equals Xia Ya plus peak Ryoma plus peak Whitebeard. Even the peak Whitebeard is only the strength of one person, and the sum of Xia Ya and the other three people's experience. The released shock fruit power is far greater than that of Whitebeard at his peak. Aokiji, Sengoku shouted. In an instant, Aokiji understood what Sengoku meant, and immediately jumped behind Sengoku and other marines, using the power of frozen fruit. Ice Age, 4 ice pillars extended from Aokiji's palm, freezing the huge tsunami coming from all directions. When Aokiji landed, he was already sweating. This time, freezing the sea consumed too much of his physical strength, and he needed to take a breath. Fortunately, he was afraid of Xia Ya's strength. He hid behind Sengoku and others and used the Ice Age, otherwise he might be intercepted by Xia Ya. Advertisement at this time, the sea within a radius of more than 10 kilometers of Marineford was frozen into ice, and 4 huge frozen waves surrounded the island of Marineford. Song has a 4-sided exit just above. Like a huge frozen cage, hiss, crack, crack. The cold air coming from all directions made the marine soldiers shiver with cold, and the upper and lower teeth made a collision sound. And the Whitebeard pirates who wanted to escape, Luffy who was rescued by Jinbei, and the Supernova who wanted to escape were sent back by the waves brought by the earthquake at this moment. Marineford fell on the square. Then he was frozen and restricted in his movements. It seemed that he could only escape from the ice hole in the sky. However, people soon discovered that even the ice was still moving forward. What's going on? Wasn't the tsunami frozen? How can it still move, just like a moving wall? Whitebeard's tsunami couldn't move after being frozen. At this time, Xia Ya appeared on the top of the ice. For a large-scale AoE skill like tsunami, frozen fruit can solve the crisis very well, but Xia Ya, as a rider, can also ride on the ice. The tsunami of the seawater will be frozen and dead, but the frozen tsunami is alive. What Xia Ya has to do now is to ride on 4 ice walls to submerge Marineford. Boom boom. Sengoku was confused as he watched the 4 ice walls being compressed. He turned to look at Kuzan. What's going on? The ice age you created was controlled by Xia Ya. Ice can also be ridden. What kind of devil is this guy? Do you have any way to wrestle with Xia Ya for control of the ice wall? No, Aokiji shook his head. As a frozen fruit user, he was even more confused. Because he couldn't control all the ice he created like a mount. After getting the answer, Sengoku's ability as the resourceful general was reflected. He quickly discovered the disadvantage of the ice wall, which was that it was relatively fragile, so he decisively ordered. Garp is responsible for the ice wall on the east side, Akainu is responsible for the west side, Kizaru is responsible for the south side, and I am responsible for the north side. Work together to destroy all the ice walls. Remember, only target the ice walls. If the ice layer is allowed to cover the entire Marineford, it will be completely too late. Garp and others also understood Sengoku's meaning, and used their strongest moves to destroy the ice wall. In an instant, Garp covered his arm with one hand and immediately jumped into the air. Black lightning flashed on his fist and he punched the huge ice layer moving towards him. Fist bone impact, instantly, a semicircular light enveloped the ice wall. Although this semicircle only occupied 1/3 of the area. But the impact force was absolutely strong, blasting the ice layer into spiderweb like cracks. Boom, the ice wall collapsed suddenly. But the marine soldiers on the edge of Marineford were crushed to death by huge ice blocks, screaming. Advertisement, zap. You can't do this. If you don't completely smash the ice wall, every piece of falling ice will be like a small mountain and will kill people. Stop it. Watching their colleagues being buried, the marines collapsed. However, the terrifying thing did not continue. Kizaru turned into a golden flash and came to the sky. Then his figure appeared in golden double images. Suddenly, more than a dozen shining people appeared in the sky. They all looked like Kizaru. At this moment, Kizaru and his clones all used Yasukani no Magatama. Tens of thousands of golden light spots came out from Kizaru and shot onto the ice wall. When the light spots touched the ice surface, a huge laser explosion occurred immediately. Ice fragments fell again. The entire Marineford was shaken by the ice. Akainu stretched out his hands. His arms were so fast that they left afterimages, and fists made of magma erupted from his arms. Continuous great eruption, boom boom boom. The magma fist exploded on the ice wall, making a sizzling sound of magma extinguishing, but it also successfully melted the ice wall in front of it. However, because the ice wall above was still in good shape, gravity directly pressed on the melted ice wall below, and it broke instantly. There was no way. Facing the falling ice, Akainu used his lava fist to smash the sky again. Under the scorching heat, the ice turned into raindrops and fell. Everyone was soaked. At this time, Marshal Sengoku took action, using the human fruit mythical beast Great Buddha form, and turned into the golden Buddha form. Shockwave. His palm released several shockwaves to bombard the ice wall, shattering it all. The bad news is that the marine soldiers suffered huge casualties due to the fall of these 4 ice walls. It is estimated that more than 10,000 people were affected. The results of the battle that stopped the work felt a pain in the flesh. And the good news is, the ice wall was shattered, and the sea below was also frozen, and there was no tsunami crisis for the time being. Xia Ya, you have destroyed Marineford, what are you going to do? Just when Sengoku was just taking a breath of relief, Whitebeard appeared behind him. Kusagawa Kiri was covered with a milky white shockwave, and he slashed at the golden Sengoku. 132. This is the rider. Attack together. Subscribe. Ding. Whitebeard attacked with his Naginata, and Sengoku immediately transformed into a golden Buddha and struck out with his palm. The shockwave of the golden palm collided with Kusagawa Kiri, who was wrapped in the shock force. The surrounding air was immediately torn apart, and cracks appeared in the air. The airwaves from the collision blew up the stones on the ground. At this moment, Whitebeard's eyes were shining with golden light, and he was extremely fierce. For a moment, Sengoku thought he saw the man from decades ago. The man who destroyed the world. Boom! The huge force came from top to bottom, and Sengoku couldn't resist it. He put his hands together to block Kusagawa Kiri. Under the huge force, his feet sank into the stones on the ground. He couldn't help but cough up blood. Sengoku's eyes were glaring, and he felt pain in his palms and soles. He felt that all the bones in his body had been broken. In fact, although Sengoku is old and not as strong as at his peak, his combat power has declined, but his combat experience is preserved. Therefore, he, who has fought with Whitebeard several times, can clearly judge that the power of Whitebeard's sword is far stronger than at his peak. It's all because of Xia Ya, such a terrible fruit ability. Sengoku glanced at Xia Ya and knew that it was the power of the rider fruit that was causing trouble. At this moment, Sengoku finally understood the ability of Xia's rider fruit by comparing the power of the peak Whitebeard himself. According to the previous information, Xia Ya can use the abilities of all mounts. Tiddick. Advertisement. Sengoku frowned, stared at Xia Ya fiercely and asked, "Your ability and strength are the sum of the mounts you ride?" Xia Ya on Whitebeard's shoulder sneered. "Yes, and no, experience it well." Suddenly, under Xia Ya's operation, the blade of Kusagawa Kiri suddenly released Azure Thunder. Thunder has the characteristic of piercing. In fact, lightning can easily pass through metal and air, and of course it can also pass through intangible energy such as shockwaves, and at the same time, it can also pass through the human body. In an instant, the golden giant Buddha was struck by lightning. The arc jumped back and forth on the body of the golden Buddha, making the golden Buddha dim a little, and a few wisps of black smoke came out. For a moment, Sengoku felt that his body was out of control. He had to kneel on one knee to barely keep his balance. Boom! Sengoku's knee knelt on the ground and made a big hole. Ella. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard with horror, and Xia Ya standing on his left shoulder, and Ryoma standing on his right shoulder. Logically speaking, Xia Ya couldn't use electric shock to activate Nami's Thunder Fruit ability without riding Nami. Impossible. Am I wrong again? Is this guy Xia Ya able to use all the Devil Fruit abilities that have ridden people? Sweat was pouring down Sengoku's head, as if he had thought of something unbelievable. He realized that the situation was not good and shouted immediately. Advertisement. The powerful shockwave pushed Kusagawa-Kiri's blade away with one palm. He dodged to the back, among the crowd of Akainu and others. Sengoku panted and explained to everyone seriously, "Xia Ya's ability is very complicated. I guess his strength is equal to the sum of the strength of the mount he rides, and the mount is at its peak strength. You see, Whitebeard has Shimotsuki Ryoma and Xia Ya on his shoulders. Xia Ya's riding state may be Xia Ya plus peak Whitebeard plus peak Ryoma's total strength." Sengoku's voice fell, Garp Akainu and others took a breath. And they are all top masters on the sea, and they can also see a clue through the battle with Sengoku just now. Now hearing what Sengoku said, it is natural to understand. Xia Ya has such ability, which also means that he defeated Marine Admiral 2 years ago. It turns out that he used the peak ability of the ancient top masters, plus his own use of Devil Fruit, to defeat Marine Admiral. So, the one who defeated Marine Admiral was Demon Oz. Shimotsuki Ryoma. Sengoku looked serious and said again, "It is also possible. Xia Ya can use the Devil Fruit ability to ride on people. He just released the Thunder Fruit, but he didn't ride on the electric shock user Nami, so the current situation is very troublesome. We are facing a collection of many top masters and multiple super Devil Fruit abilities. This is the rider who disturbed the riding fruit. Damn it." Crane gritted his teeth. For hundreds of years, this Devil Fruit has experienced more than a dozen owners, but it is a useless riding ability. I can't believe that it has changed in Xia Ya's hands. It can be said that this fruit has reached the god level. This ability is beyond everyone's imagination, but it was developed by Xia Ya. Most of the people present are masters of Devil Fruit, and they are definitely among the top ones in the sea. Just like Sengoku, he had eaten the Buddha form as early as his youth. Inu, Aokiji, Kazaru are all like this, that is to say, Devil Fruit has been developed by them for decades. But even in this situation, they can't understand why Xia Ya's Chi-Chi fruit has been developed to this extent. Not only can it make the dead masters return to the top, it can also gather the Devil Fruit used by the mount to the rider. It even reaches the point where the disciple is better than the master. Yes. As for the power of Thunder Fruit, Xia Ya's will be more powerful than Nami's. I've never heard of a devil, wood, fruit that covers so much, this is almost impossible. Akainu said seriously. At least I can't develop lava fruit to another level except for magma and some of the volcanic power. This is almost impossible. Indeed. Sengoku nodded and agreed with this point of view. It's just because the rider fruit is too comprehensive and changeable in their opinion. How can a devil fruit be like this? The strongest Paramecia demon story is at most related to a rule, and Xia Ya's Paramecia rider fruit is obviously beyond everyone's understanding. Let's go together, otherwise, we can't take him down. His devil fruit can stand up, and he has many peak strongmen, but our lineup is not weak either, we can take him down together. Sengoku gave an order. Several figures rushed towards Xia Ya. 133. Mount Assembly Buff, Bartholomew Bear's Reigns, subscribe. Xia Ya looked at Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru and others who were attacking her. A paragraph of text suddenly flashed in front of her eyes. Is this? My temporary buff is here. Although there's a lucky bonus, Xia Ya hasn't seen a temporary buff for a long time. I didn't expect to refresh the buff when I came to Marineford. In order to avoid being disturbed by Sengoku and others to read the buff information, Xia Ya immediately controlled Whitebeard and flashed back a distance. And this action seemed to Sengoku and others. Xia Ya was scared. Hey, don't shrink back, Xia Ya, weren't you arrogant just now? With your ability, you always fight with more people, and this time you will also let you taste the taste of being beaten up. Leave your life in Marineford. Sink with the island. Akainu landed in front of Whitebeard, looking at Xia Ya with a mocking look on his face. Sengoku and others also stayed beside Akainu, thinking about whether their tactics were useful. And looking at Xia Ya's action of avoiding the edge, it seems that the effect can be seen. Marineford will always be the home of Marine, and the thing it lacks the least is talent. However, what Sengoku and the others don't know is that Zhang Yasong has refreshed a temporary buff. I'm reading the instruction manual for this buff. Mount Gathering Technique Usage Period. 1 day. Ability. You can summon all the mounts under your name, including contracted mounts and special mounts. At the same time, each mount and rider can exert their original strength, and their abilities can also be universal. The proficiency is mainly based on the rider, but no other gains are enjoyed. May I ask, should I use the temporary buff and let it enter the countdown? 557. Seeing this explanation, Xia Ya also smiled inwardly. It turns out that I can't enjoy the bonus of the tenfold combat power buff. Is it because I'm afraid that all the mount's abilities will be gathered together, and the combat power will be multiplied tenfold, and then the whole sea area will be destroyed with one punch? Although so, Xia Ya doesn't care. After all, his mounts now, after 2 years of development, are all good hands. Each one is a top existence in the sea. Not to mention reaching the level of 4 emperors or marine admiral, but compared to Shichibukai, some mounts are already a bit stronger. Therefore, gathering everyone's strength, Xia Ya's team will be stronger. Even if Marine comes together, it will be enough to deal with everything. Thinking of this, Xia Ya did not hesitate and directly activated the temporary buff. With a wave of ripples flashing on the body, Carina, Nami, Perona, Hancock and others who were still far away. Advertisement all received the call from the depths of their hearts. Great. Carina immediately rubbed her hands and said to Nami next to her, I thought Xia Ya was too playful and wanted to face all the Marines alone. Well, I'm here. In an instant, Carina accepted the call with a thought and entered the hollow. When she appeared, she was already standing on the shoulder of the demon Oz. At the same time, Carina clearly felt that she could use Whitebeard Newgate's shock fruit, Oz's strange power, and Ryoma's swordsmanship. What a great feeling, can I also create an earthquake? Then, Nami, Khalifa, Hancock, Bakara, Vivi, Hina and Washi also disappeared. The next moment, everyone gathered on Oz's huge shoulders and head. At the same time, in the distant East Blue, Kokoja village. Because Nokigo had signed a riding contract with Xia Ya, she also felt the call of the Mount Gathering technique. With just a thought, she could be teleported to Marineford. She knew that this was Xia Ya's ability, but she also got Xia Ya's reminder that it was just a test of ability and she didn't need to accept the call. Nokigo considered that she was just an ordinary person. In addition, Kokoja village was isolated from the news and didn't know that Marineford had launched the Summit War. FFFLX. Nokigo didn't choose to accept it, she didn't want to cause trouble to Xia Ya, Nami, and Carina as an ordinary person. At the same time, the view returns to Marineford, a little further away. Where Shichibukai Doflamingo, Hawkeye Mahawk, and Tyrant Bear stand. Bonnie is in tears, looking at a round and tall man beside her. The Shichibukai bear has lost most of his thoughts and memories, but still remembers his adopted daughter. Bonnie, great, I finally see you, I miss you so much. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Hearing this, Bonnie cried even harder. I will save you, Dad, I will definitely save you. Xia Ya and I signed a mount contract, so I don't have to worry about safety issues anymore. He treats me very well, you don't have to worry about my safety anymore. Great, God will bless you. Bonnie, where do you want to go? The bear spoke gently, but there was a problem with his language organization. It seemed that every time he said a sentence, he would ask Bonnie about traveling, as if in his remaining thoughts, this was an unavoidable procedure and what he cared about most. As long as Bonnie said a place, the bear would swat her away and send her to the destination of the trip. Bonnie naturally felt the bear's abnormality, however, she soon thought of 013612028 Filu 224,240,240. Xia Ya has a reversal technique that can revive the mount. Even if the mount only leaves a hair in the world, the reversal technique can revive the person to the most perfect state before death. When Xia Ya told Bonnie about this ability, Bonnie decided to ask Xia Ya to use the reversal technique. And under Bonnie's request, Xia Ya had already agreed. The incident happened many years ago. In order to cure Bonnie's jade scale disease before he was 10 years old, the bear went to Egghead Island to find a genius scientist to treat the disease under the recommendation of Dorag, and signed a treaty with Vegapunk to let the bear participate in the production of the pacifist matrix. Because Bear loves peace, the name pacifist was given by Bear himself. Advertisement, of course. Vegapunk only wants Bear to join the project, and has no intention of transforming Bear himself. In fact, this project is harmless to Bear. RTU. Mariajoy's scientific defense god, Jagaluja Satan, is always monitoring Egghead Island. He eavesdropped on the conversation between Vegapunk and Bear, so he used this information and threatened Bonnie's life to force Bear to accept Mariajoy's transformation. After all, Bear, like Joyboy, is one of the most special races. He is destined to be a powerful war machine in his blood. And that transformation is to turn Bear into a living dead. The 5 elders of Mariajoy actually know that Bear is a senior cadre of the Song Life Army. They want to transform Bear into a war machine to tell the world that the captain of the Song Life Army is just a tyrant and not a good bird. At the same time, they want to use Big Bear to discuss Dorag and the entire Song Life Army. But in order to save Bonnie, Bear had to accept the conditions proposed by Mariajoy. In this way, Bonnie's life as a condition officially transformed himself into a war machine. Obviously a peace-loving bear, but became a war machine that fired lasers. It's very ironic, and now, the bear has been transformed many times, and most of his memories have been erased. Now he is almost the same as a cold machine. Even when facing Bonnie, it is instinctive emotion that allows him to still have a little thinking ability. If you have to say it, it is the bond of family affection that allows him to say some intermittent words. FFFLX. After learning that the bear was persecuted by Mariajoy, Bonnie immediately chose to go to sea and set the goal to save the big bear. After meeting Xia Ya, Bo immediately thought of the reversal formula that Xia got. In other words, if the big bear and Xia Ya signed a riding contract at this moment, let him become one of Xia Ya's mounts, and give Xia Ya a hair. No matter what dangerous situation the big bear will face in the future, even if the final transformation is completed, or even completely dead, as long as Xia Ya can use the reversal spell to restore the big bear to its original state and become the most complete state. Then the father and daughter can be reunited. Bonnie jumped onto the big bear's shoulder immediately after thinking of this. Dad, I want you to sign a riding contract with Xia Ya, can I? The bear's brain flashed with a little lightning, and his neck twisted left and right. His eyes were expressionless, and he made intermittent sounds. Bonnie, if you want to travel, where do you want to go? Bonnie, I will meet all your requirements. You want to travel, then? Where are you going? What do you think I need to do to sign the riding contract? Hearing this, Bonnie felt depressed. Even if the big bear has reached this state, he is in a state of confusion. He has to use practical actions to meet all of Bonnie's requirements. Fortunately, the bear agreed. 134, 100 punches, Sengoku is shocked. Subscribe. The current big bear's mind has long been divided, and there is not much will left. It was at his request that Vegapunk used technology to allow him to complete several instructions that he cared about. One of them was, if he met Bonnie, he would unconditionally obey any request from Bonnie. So, after Bonnie made the request, the bear did it without thinking. Soon, a pink bear paw appeared in front of his palm, and slapped towards the position where Xia Ya was. Doflamingo next to him was stunned and looked at Hawkeye on the side. What's wrong with Big Bear? What was the thing that flew out? I don't know. Hawkeye looked at Xia Ya with a serious look. This time Hawkeye came to Marineford to participate in this war, mainly to test the strength of Whitebeard, the strongest man, so as to infer from the side what the results of his efforts in the past 2 years are, and then decide whether to challenge Xia Ya based on this test. But now, even the world's strongest man Whitebeard has become Xia Ya's mount, and Whitebeard is in peak condition. Under such circumstances, Hawkeye Mahawk has long given up the idea of challenging. As long as Hawkeye thinks about Xia Ya, his head will buzz. At this time, Bonnie's figure appeared above Oz's head, followed by a consciousness that the big bear slapped over. This is considered a mount contract created according to Bonnie's requirements using the ability of the meatball fruit. As long as Xia Ya touches it, it will be considered as an additional mount to conclude a contract. At Bonnie's signal, Xia Ya understood. Originally, he planned not to subdue the living man as a mount, but considering that Bonnie is his mount and he can obtain the ability of the Paramecia meatball fruit without riding, it is still a very cost-effective deal. By the way, he can also get a permanent buff. Xia Ya no longer cares about it and immediately reaches out to touch the pink bear paw ball. The buff information appears in front of him. Remote subjugation. Usage time. Permanent ability. Within a radius of 100 meters, you can suppress the target through your mind without riding, and you can subdue the temporary mount, and you can control the mount target to do anything, up to 5. Seeing the buff information, Xia Ya was delighted. This is a skill of an old cunning man, which makes people hard to defend, but you need to suppress it with your mind, so you don't need to ride and control the target yourself. The scene that Xia Ya can think of is, Sengoku and others are gathered together in front of him, ready to launch a general attack on him, so, if you can control a temporary mount among Sengoku and others, you can completely make that person among them turn against you. This principle is consistent with the filial son who attacked Whitebeard. However, Sengoku rebelled through strategy, while Xia Ya rebelled through mind control. Moreover, now Marine has sent out pacifists to clean up the battlefield of Marineford, but they are still outside Marineford. As long as the pacifists are far enough, they can be used to carry out laser strikes and attack Marine. Suppress with the mind. Advertisement. It's hard for a master like Sengoku Garbakainu to do it, right? Tit. First, injure him, then control him. It should increase the success rate. Xia Ya didn't hesitate anymore. He was ready to find an opportunity to use it. He didn't think that the top masters standing next to Sengoku were the ones who could be subdued with the mind. After getting the permanent buff, Xia Ya put the big bear's hair into the 6 paths golden coffin. In the pink bear paw bubble that just came, the big bear also passed a strand of hair over according to Bonnie's instructions. Above Oz's head, Xia Ya said to Bonnie, "Big Bear has his own things to do. Now I have signed a riding contract with him. His life and death are completely under my control. Others cannot cause substantial harm to him. So, when to use the reversal technique, listen to his opinion at that time. Now, let him stay as he is." "Yeah," Bonnie nodded excitedly. "Great. I am finally relieved." Although Big Bear is still standing in the camp of Shichibukai, naval headquarters, his right to choose and control his life has actually been given to the Xia Ya pirates. So, even if Big Bear is still facing transformation, Bonnie is no longer worried. Although she really hopes that Xia Ya can use the reversal technique immediately to restore the power to its original state. After all, she really doesn't want to see Big Bear suffer at the hands of Mariajoy. But considering Big Bear's special identity, maybe there is his father's ideal in it, so Bonnie did not immediately ask Xia Ya to do it. Wait until the investigation is clear before using the reversal technique. In this way, it won't be abrupt and ruin Big Bear's plan. Okay, now that it's done, then, let's teach naval headquarters a little lesson. Now all the members of Xia Ya pirates are in a combined state, including Oz, Ryoma, and Whitebeard, 3 special mounts. At this time, his forces are extremely powerful, and all abilities are shared. In this case, it is enough to deal with the collective siege of Sengoku and others. On the other side, Sengoku and others watched more and more people around Xia Ya, and the bad feeling made their foreheads sweat like raindrops. Sengoku, who knew that he couldn't drag it on, immediately gave the order. Following Sengoku's order, with a swish, all the masters of naval headquarters appeared in front of Oz. A golden Buddha raised his palm and blasted a few palms at the air in front of him. Shockwave, light defeat, buzz, 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 the whole space was shaking under the attack of the shockwave. The golden light was about to illuminate the whole square. Take it! Garp jumped into the sky and threw a powerful punch at the top of Oz's head right below. Bone fist impact. Akainu followed closely, his whole body turned into exploding magma, he waved his 2 arms, and the magma grew bigger and bigger in front of him, continuous great eruption. The surging magma poured down like a waterfall. Ice Thorn Spear, Aokiji released 2 frozen spears. Light Speed Kick. Kizaru was no longer waterproof, and turned into a golden light and flashed to a height of several thousand meters, and then turned into light again, accelerating time and space to make his moves more powerful. Gravity Acceleration. Crane chose to stay behind because the Paramecia Fruit did not have much attack power. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Philo 224240390. But Momosagi Gion beside her also followed the call and took action immediately. Although Gion's current identity is only Marine Vice Admiral, he is indeed the top Marine elite among Marineford besides Marine Admiral, and Gion is very good at swordsmanship. Suru reminded, "Gion, be careful, advertisement." "Well, I'm fine." After saying that, Suru used the razor step to come in front of Hawkeye Mahawk, Gecko Moria, and Tugenlang Ming. "Take action. Now is the moment when Marine needs you." Hawkeye smiled contemptuously. "According to the agreement, I will only take action against the Whitebeard pirates, not including Xia Ya." Hee. Crane Vice Admiral, Hawkeye is right. The agreement between your naval headquarters and our Shichibukai is to deal with Whitebeard, not including the Xia Ya pirates. Now Whitebeard is dead and has become a corpse, we are no longer obliged to take action. Gecko Moria had been beaten up by Xia Ya a long time ago, so naturally he didn't want to be enemies with Xia Ya again. Seeing Hawkeye, he directly rejected Crane's proposal. He was not so stupid as to get involved in this mess. Doflamingo took a figure 8 step, and his fingers kept waving. This was a habit left by using string fruit. "Suru, Vice Admiral. You naval headquarters are in big trouble, so there's no need to involve us. Shichibukai has no obligations beyond the treaty, fu. Hearing this, Suru frowned and said nothing. What the 3 said was absolutely right. They really had no obligation to help Marine fight anyone other than the Whitebeard pirates. EVWJJ. Suru always felt that the people at naval headquarters did not have 100% confidence in defeating the entire Xia Ya pirates. Thief ha. At this time, Blackbeard Teach came to Suru with a group of subordinates. You also saw that Xia Ya rejected Lousy. Is my Shichibukai identity still useful? Does Marine want to cooperate with Zizi now? Faced with Xia Ya's rejection, Teach was angry. If he still fought alone, he might not get any benefits from coming to Marineford this time. But if he could get some benefits from Marine, Teach was willing to participate in the chaos, of course. According to Blackbeard's tone, it is completely a matter of saying it first, and whether to do it or not is another matter. On the other side, as Sengoku and others attacked, several moves converged in front of Xia Ya and others in an instant, but at the same time, the power of fire, thunder, and sandstorm also radiated outward with Oz as the center. The power of both sides collided, the energy exploded collectively at this moment. The whole Marineford was shaken. Xia Ya and her female companion's power has long been different from the past. They are good at taking out. Even if they face the top strong men on the sea, they can easily take on the moves and will not suffer any loss in the collision. The next second, Sengoku and the others widened their eyes. What's going on? These people's power systems are combined together, are they shared? Why'd I see that other people can also use the power of Thunder Fruit? No, there are people who can use the power of Shock Fruit. Xia Ya smiled slightly. Just wait and see, of course, his power is temporarily shared through riding. As long as he is in the riding state, the rider and the mount are equal to one body, and Xia Ya personally controls the details, which is no different from the fusion. Use whatever means you have, there is no point in hiding. Enjoy this broken space, Xia Ya said, and immediately made Oz thunder and flash behind Sengoku. Then, something terrible happened. Xia Ya, Whitebeard, Oz, Ryoma, Nami, Carina, Khalifa, Hina, Tashigi. Everyone, their hands were covered with a milky white spherical shockwave, and the space screamed at this moment. Sengoku turned around with sweat dripping down his back. He was immediately shocked by the situation in front of him. What is going on? Does everyone have one shock fruit? Moreover, each person has two hands. All the people in the Xia Ya pirates have the power of the shock fruit on both hands. If this attacks one person, can they still leave a complete body in this world? 135. Marineford is in pieces. Redhead joins, please subscribe. The dense white balls made Sengoku and others feel dizzy. He knew that each ball carried the energy to shake the sea. Whitebeard was already very difficult to deal with. Toada. 14 members of the Xia Ya pirates were above Oz's head, with a total of 28 hands. Each member of the Xia Ya pirates had shock fruit shockwaves on their hands, even Hina and Tashigi. These two original marines had the power of shock fruit in their hands. And once the Xia Ya pirates chose to release all the power of shock fruit, Sengoku couldn't imagine the scene of destruction. What the hell is wrong with Xia Ya? What is he going to do? Can everyone in his pirate group use the power of shock fruit? Sengoku admitted that he was scared, sweating wildly on his forehead and shaking all over. After all, this is Marineford, the home of Marine. Marines had just fought a life and death battle with the Whitebeard pirates. All Marines were very fragile and could not withstand such a big blow. Moreover, the milky white halos in the hands of Xia Ya, Oz, Whitebeard, and Ryoma were abnormally large, several times larger than those on the other female companions. Just the size alone made people feel that they could not afford to offend, but now they were all aimed at him. Sengoku was so scared that he was stunned. It's too scary. The dense milky white light balls vibrated, and Sengoku's brain felt like it was going to crash. Kizaru turned into a stream of light and appeared beside Sengoku, with a lot of sweat on his face. Marshal, it's terrible. With so much earthquake power, Marineford may sink in an instant. This attack is unstoppable. Garp's face was more serious than ever before, and he clenched his fists tightly. This B*********** D is more powerful than I can imagine, much more difficult than Roger and Rocks in the past. There is such a monster in the sea. As a strong man who has experienced Rocks and Roger, Garp gave his evaluation. At least Rocks and Roger didn't dare to come to Marineford to provoke Marine. Facing the huge number of light balls, Garp had the idea of retreating. His old bones could not withstand the peak Whitebeard, let alone the entire Xia Ya pirates. Although there are many top masters in naval headquarters, facing the strongest Paramecia Devil Fruit's shock fruit, it is impossible to defend against the super powerful skills that can cause vibrations. Kizaru quickly made a judgment. This move is too dangerous, it is unwise to resist it. If each shock punch has actual power, the entire space will become chaotic due to the vibration. Even if Marineford is solid, it can't withstand this dimensionality reduction attack. Kizaru doesn't think Xia Ya is just pretending, because the ability of the Night Fruit is too beyond cognition. Everyone in Marine has tacitly accepted that no matter how powerful Xia Ya becomes, it has been tacitly accepted as reasonable. I know everything you said. Sengoku's heart ached. He didn't expect Xia Ya to have so many trump cards, especially with shock fruit. After fruit's ability, it can be used by the entire pirate group through superposition. We must disperse, intercept if we can, advertisement. If we can't intercept, dodge. Staring at the huge figure of Oz in the distance, Sengoku quickly gave orders. As the voice fell, more than 20 milky white halos gathered towards the center of the few people, and soon thousands of cracks appeared in the space, and the harsh sound of tearing glass was in the ears of Sengoku and others. Let their heads feel a strong tearing sensation. Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru and others had no intention of fighting head-on, and hurriedly used the fastest speed to escape from this space. Hiss la 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 la. At this moment, white light balls were bombarded by Xia Ya and others, and quickly reached the middle of Marineford Square. Just 1 second later, the white light balls shattered, then 10 layers of vibrations were madly superimposed on the square. If you look down from the sky, you will definitely see a huge spiderweb with a diameter of several hundred meters, covering on the island of Marineford. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked in an instant. The rocks of Marineford, the ice made by Aokiji. At this moment, they all shook and flew into the sky, shattered, and exploded. Kokokoko. A scene like the end of the world appeared before their eyes. The Marines were scared and fled everywhere. Some even wet their pants. But those who still wanted to escape found that they had no place to stand. The whole Marineford, the surrounding ice layer and the sea, which were tens of meters thick, were split into countless pieces. The most frustrating thing was, the entire Marineford was split and began to sink slowly. It's bad. Run. A marine soldier who was bleeding from all 7 orifices due to the shock of the shock fruit shouted to the sky with wide eyes, but could not do anything. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. What kind of demon is coming? That man is scarier than Whitebeard. Why does such a demon exist in the world? On the other side, Hawkeye's eyebrows twitched, and he completely knew the gap between himself and Xia Ya. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After all, in the past 2 years, he has been working hard to become stronger every day and every second, so that he can defeat Xia Ya one day and take back Black Knife Knight himself. But now, Xia Ya's strength is beyond Hawkeye's cognition. What's his progress? 013612028 Falu 224,240,520? Nothing. On the other side, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were all numb. People like Marco and Joes grew up under Whitebeard's watch, so these captains had all experienced Whitebeard's peak period. Advertisement after Xia Ya put Whitebeard's body into the mount. Whitebeard's power, Xia Ya pirate's power, and the shock fruit power used were completely beyond everyone's cognition. It was dozens of times more terrifying than the peak Whitebeard. This shock was so strong that it made people's heads tingle. Marco. What should we do? There is almost no place to stand. All the ships are destroyed. Sao Dan, the tsunami is coming again. Marco had a headache and didn't know what to do. These sons were well protected by Whitebeard before. Everyone was protected under Whitebeard's reputation. Everyone in New World had to give them face, so they hardly encountered any major setbacks. But now, Whitebeard died in Marineford and became Xia Ya's mount. Faced with this result, these sons were at a loss. But the good news is that Naval Headquarters is now fully engaged in dealing with Xia Ya, and no one has time to deal with the sons of the Whitebeard pirates. If Naval Headquarters takes action against Marco and others, the Whitebeard pirates may face annihilation immediately. What makes Marco even more at a loss is that he, who is only a deputy emperor, can't intervene at all, and no one is qualified to enter the battlefield. Let's find a chance to escape. Damn it, we are still too weak. Woo woo woo. We are sorry to Dad. We are sorry to Ace. Marco burst into tears, and the feeling of helplessness filled every cell in his body. He felt like a waste. Not only did he fail to help Whitebeard retreat, Ace also died in front of him, and now he even lost the ventilation for the battle. The Whitebeard pirates are facing the biggest blow since their establishment. At 5:2 o'clock in the distance, Blackbeard's face was completely ugly, and his tone became weak. Thief, ha ha ha, Marine, forget it. From this point of view, you are not Xia Ya's opponent at all. Lousy is not so stupid to offend Xia Ya because of you. Cooperation is cancelled. Facing Blackbeard's statement, Suru didn't show any emotion. She knew that Marine was finished. His reputation was completely ruined. Now these images have been transmitted to the whole world. Marine has lost face, and if he doesn't kill Xia Ya here, he can't save his face. However, Marine seems unable to kill Xia Ya. Just when everyone has their own thoughts, the ups and downs, fragmented Marineford Island, wailing everywhere. I don't know who shouted in the chaos. Everyone was attracted. The tsunami is coming. At the same time, there is a pirate ship. That is, the Four Emperors' red-haired pirate ship. How could it be? Another big shot Four Emperors' red-haired Shanks is coming. 136. Give me some face and don't move. Subscribe, Aokiji. Freeze the fragmented Marineford. We can't let Xia Ya's plot succeed. He won't be able to hold out for long with the consumption he's in. We must seize this opportunity to kill him, Sengoku ordered. At this moment, Marineford has become a small archipelago, split into many pieces. Only by using the ability of frozen fruit again can Marineford become a whole and be used as a battlefield. And if Marineford continues to split, it will probably sink to the bottom of the sea in a few minutes. Of course, Marineford will also sink to the bottom of the sea after the ice melts. It's just a matter of time. Sengoku certainly knows the consequences, but as a Marine Marshal, he can't bear this consequence at all. He must endure it to the end. If Marine doesn't do anything about Xia Ya, he, the leader of Marine, will be blamed. Aokiji is helpless. He has used the Ice Age twice, each time more demanding than the last. He doesn't have much physical strength left, and his mind is beginning to be a little dazed. A big skill like the Ice Age, 28, except for field control, basically has no big effect, but it consumes too much energy. And this time, with dozens of shock punches, Marineford was shattered, Marine was killed and injured countless times, and the tsunami hit again in the distance, and the scope of the Ice Age required a larger range. Aokiji knew that if he used the Ice Age again, he would be completely exhausted and completely lost his fighting experience. After Alabasta was crippled by Xia Ya, Aokiji's endurance was not as good as before. Perhaps with his fighting skills and frozen fruit, he could play the strength of Marine Admiral, but he would not be able to hold on for long before being exposed. Just like an athlete who was seriously injured, even if he recovered one day, his competitive level would drop sharply. But there was no way. Aokiji did not continue to think, squatted down with sweat on his forehead, and put his palm into the seawater. Ice Age, the glacier began to spread, but the movement was much slower, at least it froze the surrounding environment. And at this time, Aokiji suddenly froze, and looked at Xia Ya dozens of meters away with a horrified expression. This is, take your life while you are sick. Advertisement. Xia Ya keenly discovered that Aokiji's body functions were at their weakest after releasing powerful skills continuously, so she immediately used the telekinetic subjugation technique to crush Aokiji with her mind and requisition him as a temporary mount. After all, Xia Ya has the 6 pads golden coffin. Now 3 of the golden coffins have corpses, and there are still 3 vacant golden coffins. If Aokiji can be controlled as a temporary mount, and then a suicide scene can be performed. BB. Special mounts are steadily increased by 1. Besides, no matter whether Aokiji was in Alabasta or the current Marineford, no matter how much damage he had suffered, with the repair of the 6 pads golden coffin, Aokiji, the dead man, can be restored to peak condition. Marine Admiral, after all, it is still somewhat useful. So, Xia Ya is ready to give it a try. The strong willpower pressed on Aokiji out of thin air, making him breathless. How could it be? What kind of ability is this? Is Xia Ya trying to control me? Although Aokiji is a Marine Admiral and has Logia's top-grade frozen fruit, he has been abandoned by Xia Ya once before, and now he has become the most miserable coolie in Marineford, and his experience has been exhausted. The pressure of willpower followed. In this case, Aokiji could not stand Xia Ya's strong pressure. His heart was beating wildly. On the other side, under the leadership of Shanks, the Red Hair Pirates have appeared on the square of Marineford. The Red Hair Pirates are called the Iron Wall of the New World, and the bounty of the whole group is the most balanced. When Shanks established the pirate group, he followed the path of the Roger Pirates and recruited the top talents. In order to establish this pirate group, Red Hair Shanks traveled all over the 4 seas and Grand Line in order to find the most suitable crew members, so that the entire pirate group could be united and exert the strongest combat power. There is no doubt that Red Hair Shanks succeeded. He successfully established the strongest pirate group. Today, the Red Hair Pirates are the most important force in the New World. Even in the 4 Emperors Pirates with tens of thousands of people, the Red Hair Pirates are few in number, but in order to prevent a major turmoil in the New World, Shanks also led his subordinates to stop Kaido's plan to attack the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. 013612028 Philo 224250070. After solving Kaido's raid, Red Hair rushed to Marineford. B. Advertisement. Ace died, Whitebeard died. This war was beyond Shanks's expectations. In the final analysis, Shanks did not want the Whitebeard Pirates' New World ship to sink in the Summit War. He wanted to stop the war, let the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates return to the New World, and get a chance to breathe. Everyone's eyes turned to the man who appeared in the square. Shanks took out the griffin and stared at Sengoku in front of him. Xia Ya and others said loudly, "I am here to stop this war, Sengoku. You naval headquarters have achieved your goal, it's time to stop. Please give me a face." Although Shanks said this to Sengoku, his eyes were on Xia Ya. For Xia Ya's sudden appearance, red-haired Shanks had been warned. Hawkeye went to stop it once before, but failed to knock down Xia Ya's arrogance, and even the 693rd title of the world's greatest swordsman was taken away. At this moment, with the start of the Summit War, Xia Ya once again stood at the forefront. After this battle, Xia Ya's fame will explode. If they continue to let it go, the old 4 emperors' right to speak in the New World will face unprecedented challenges. Shanks, as a peacemaker on sea, naturally does not want the New World to fall into chaos. If someone disagrees, then we will be his opponents. As Shanks finished speaking, everyone on Marineford understood the Red Hair Pirate's intentions. He wanted to put an end to this war right now and was willing to fight for it. Sengoku looked at the Red Hair Pirates who had come in, thinking that this might be an opportunity to cease fire. Akainu gritted his teeth, stared at Shanks in the distance, and said in a cold voice, "Marineford is Marine's territory. When will it be the turn of a pirate to have the final say? Face the reality, Red Hair." Kizaru rubbed his fingers, an array of golden light shone between his fingers. "Don't move, Kizaru." Beckman in the distance raised a rifle and pointed it at Kizaru. Kizaru immediately raised his hand, and the golden light on his fingers disappeared. It was obvious that the gun in Beckman's hand made Kizaru very afraid, but it could also be seen as a stepping stone. Kizaru went down. 137. Refusing to give face, falling to the bottom of the sea, please subscribe. Seeing the eager marine elites, Sengoku quickly raised his hand to stop them. He wanted to chase all the pirates present, and he also wanted to wipe out all the remnants of Whitebeard in Marineford, but the biggest threat now came from Xia Ya. So, after Red Hair Shanks made the proposal, Sengoku immediately laughed in his heart. What is the purpose of Red Hair Shanks coming to Marineford? Sengoku didn't know, but it doesn't matter. Sengoku knows Shanks's psychology. As long as he follows Red Hair Shanks's intention, it will give Shanks face. At least today Marine and Red Hair Pirates are not enemies. If Xia Ya disagrees, Red Hair will go to war with Xia Ya Pirates. In this way, it is reasonable for naval headquarters to turn around and deal with Xia Ya Pirates. Red Hair Pirates are likely to become a helper for naval headquarters. For this result, Sengoku had no reason to refuse, and even praised it. Very good. Immediately, Sengoku raised an arm to stop the eager Marines. Stop, stop, we, the naval headquarters, have paid a considerable price for this war. In order to protect more manpower, there is nothing wrong with fighting, Marshal Sengoku. The Marine Vice Admiral around stared at Marco and others fiercely. We can't do this, we should completely wipe out the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, completely wipe them out without leaving a single one. With the death of Whitebeard, the Whitebeard Pirates have lost the courage to continue fighting, like dead fish. As long as the Marines pick them up, there will be military merits all over the ground. What is the purpose of defeating the Whitebeard pirates? Of course, it is to harvest their lives. Now that the world's strongest man Whitebeard is dead, the Whitebeard pirates are completely weakened. This is the best opportunity to harvest these people and let them die in Marineford. This is the critical moment to beat the fallen dog. If we stop the attack now, it will give the pirates a chance to breathe. When they return to New World to regroup, even if they dare not come to Marineford to make trouble again, they will cause trouble to Marine colleagues in other branches. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. All the Marines present understand this truth. Die. Marshal Sengoku is willing to stop the war. The Hawks and the Marines are naturally unwilling to stop the war. No need to say more. Sengoku's eyes were firm, and he said with certainty, "This is the Marshal's order." Seeing Sengoku so resolute, his men were dissatisfied, but they had no choice but to obey and put away their weapons. Shanks felt relieved when he saw Sengoku had stopped. Then, he looked at Blackbeard Teach. Advertisement. It can be said that the cause of this summit war was that Teach captured Ace and gave him to Marine, and also explained Ace's past. Blackbeard, as the initiator, naturally wanted to deal with Teach. And now is the time for Blackbeard to express his position. "Teach, do you want to do it? You can try." Faced with the red-haired question, Blackbeard laughed immediately. "Ha ha ha ha. Shanks, although Lousy did the incident, Lousy is not the winner. Why are you looking at me like this? Now is not the time for me to fight you." Shanks saw that Teach was also scared, and the people on the field, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, have no fighting power. Sengoku's Marines and the Blackbeard pirates have expressed their willingness to stop the war. BB. Then Xia Ya is the only one left on the field. Seeing Xia Ya's relaxed face, even red hair feels a lot of pressure. Who would have thought? Xia Ya could actually do this. Even able to talk directly with the four emperors, however, Xia Ya did not respond to Red Hair Shank's proposal. Stop the war? Who the hell has to give you red-haired face? Bring Uda over to ride for a ride before you were qualified to negotiate. Xia Ya did not express anything verbally, but at this moment, Aokiji's figure suddenly moved, and his tall and thin figure appeared behind Sengoku. Two ice knives extended from his palms and stabbed Sengoku through twice at a very fast speed. Puff. Puff. Two pale ice blades wrapped in hot blood extended from Sengoku's abdomen. The ice blades turned scarlet. Ah, huh? Sengoku felt pain, immediately looked down, and then turned his head with difficulty to look at Aokiji, with an incredible face. He never expected that Aokiji would actually attack him. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Luo 224,250,180. Hey. Aokiji was wearing a mask and black sunglasses, so it was hard to tell what his expression was, but the ice in his palms expanded and extended, as if to show his attitude. Sengoku. Aokiji, what on earth did you do? Akainu, Garp and others were completely panicked. They did not expect that Aokiji would suddenly betray and choose to attack Sengoku, like the filial son of the Whitebeard pirates, stabbing Whitebeard through and through, and even worse. Advertisement, what's going on? There's absolutely no sign. Sengoku is the backbone of the Marines. If something unexpected happens, the naval headquarters will be on the verge of collapse. And it was done by Marine Admiral Aokiji himself. It is definitely a huge blow to the Marines. No Marine can bear this result. The Marines looked at the scene on the field in amazement. Aokiji had released the Ice Age 3 times before, which can be said to have saved Marine 3 times, otherwise Marineford would have sunk to the bottom of the sea at this moment. It can be said that the reason why Marine can hold on until now is mostly due to the credit of Aokiji Frozen Fruit. And now, the Marine Admiral who has saved Marine's current situation so many times actually stabbed Sengoku. And it succeeded. What is going on? Could it be that Aokiji has always been a spy arranged by the enemy for this moment? Shanks, who was a little further away, twitched his eyebrows. He had just reached an agreement with Sengoku that Marine was willing to stop the war and let this incident end. As a result, Sengoku, the marshal of the naval headquarters, was stabbed and seriously injured. There is no doubt that this has pushed the war to an irreconcilable point. Promised Zhao. Shanks was a little confused for a moment. So he came here. White hits work. Cough cough. Sengoku spat out a mouthful of blood, twisted off the ice blade on his stomach with one hand, turned his head and stared at Aokiji. Why? Why did you do that? Sengoku couldn't believe Aokiji's betrayal, but he couldn't figure out why. After all, Xia Ya was most likely the one who did it, but Xia Ya was still dozens of meters away, and there was no possibility that Aokiji was riding, so it shouldn't be Zhang Ya who was riding and controlling. However, before Sengoku could fully react, Aokiji had a cold face and did not make any explanation. He had already taken action again. The temperature around him dropped sharply, and ice cones formed by blood appeared again from Sengoku's wound. Stop. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** black armament hockey. Pressing Aokiji's head violently, he smashed into the ground. Fall to the bottom of the sea. 138. The three admirals are in internal strife, shocking the world endlessly. Please subscribe. Taking advantage of Aokiji's weakness, Xia Ya directly suppressed Aokiji with his mind and gained control of Aokiji. The result is self-evident. Now Aokiji's life and death are in Xia Ya's hands. Of course. Before Aokiji dies, Xia Ya will squeeze Aokiji's value completely. After all, He is a marine admiral, and he will do anything to achieve the desired effect. Therefore, Xia Ya plans to put Aokiji into the Six Paths golden coffin after he dies completely. But before Aokiji dies, let him enter the final madness. Fall to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Aokiji was pressed down by Garp and blasted into a big pit. Boom! Huge smoke and dust floated on the field. For Aokiji, Garp is both a teacher and a friend, and Aokiji is also a little fan of Garp, but the relationship between the two entered a crisis as Aokiji pierced Sengoku. How could he do such a thing in such an important occasion? So, when Garp saw Aokiji attacking Sengoku again, he did not hold back and wanted to destroy Aokiji's action. After blasting Aokiji into the ground, Garp turned back and said, "Sengoku, are you okay? What did Aokiji do? It's definitely not without reason." Garp thought that there was a gap between Sengoku and Aokiji, but he, an outsider, couldn't understand the reason, so he asked anxiously. Sengoku covered the wound on his abdomen with a difficult expression. He knew nothing. It just asked Aokiji to freeze the sea again, but after doing it, Aokiji changed. It must be said that Aokiji was really ruthless, directly piercing Sengoku's 2 kidneys. Even if Sengoku was a mythical beast-type Buddha form ability user, it would be difficult to recover from such a huge injury. "I don't know what happened to that guy," Sengoku said gloomily. "What is certain is that Aokiji has become a different person, and this may not be his intention." While Sengoku and Garp were talking, on the ground, the glacier began to spread. Aokiji's figure quickly gathered behind the two of them. Without giving any explanation, Aokiji used 2 thorn spears and attacked Sengoku and Garp. Stab, but the attack at this moment was resolved by Akainu and Kizaru. Advertisement Akainu's hands turned into flowing magma, and he said viciously, "Hey, Kuzan, are you crazy?" Kizaru said with a puzzled look, "When did you become so cold?" Seeing this scene, Xia Ya in the distance couldn't help but smile. Sid. He wanted Aokiji and Marine to fight, and it would be best if someone died. It didn't matter if Aokiji was beaten to pieces or died, because the body would be collected in the end, and Aokiji's primary target was Sengoku. Catch the leader first, this is the most effective. Aokiji's figure shot out again, facing Akainu's magma fist and Kizaru's light speed kick. Aokiji moved forward without hesitation, the main force exploded on the battlefield in an instant. At the same time, Sabaody Archipelago. The people who were watching the live broadcast were completely numb at this moment. As the war progressed, they not only saw the death of the world's strongest man Whitebeard, but also saw the severance of the Pirate King Roger's bloodline, and saw the red-haired Shanks of the New World 4 emperors come to stop the war. All of this was so shocking that people were speechless. But, now we have seen the rebellion of Marine Admiral Aokiji, and the fight between the 3 admirals of headquarters, in front of the whole world. What is going on? It's a mess. Marine Admiral Aokiji rebelled, stabbed Marine Marshal Sengoku, and now he is fighting with Akainu Kizaru. What is going on? I don't understand it at all. No way. The scene at Marineford is so chaotic, I can't tell the different forces apart anymore. Isn't this a war between Marine and Whitebeard pirates? I can't understand it at all now. Shish. It's too complicated. There are Marine, Whitebeard pirates, supernovas, prisoners with impelled down, Shichibukai, Blackbeard pirates, Xia Ya pirates, Red Hair pirates. Is this a collective brawl? But, the 3 admirals in Marine are fighting now. I'm totally confused. What's going on with this war? It's endless. While the public was talking crazily, reporters were frantically operating typewriters and cameras, constantly transmitting intelligence to the world in real time. The more chaotic the war was, the more excited the reporters were. And no matter how the reporters wrote, what they wrote would be watched repeatedly by people. So, no matter how far this summit war went, the reporters, as the source of intelligence, would definitely not lose out. The Marine admirals are fighting again. When will red-haired Shanks join the battle? It's so chaotic, I don't know how to write the news. It's published. This time, the Marineford war will definitely be enough to last for a year. While the reporters were frantically moving, advertisement. Rayleigh, who was on the high platform in the distance, took a sip of wine and his eyes became very serious. Shanks. You finally came. But the situation is very chaotic now. If it were you, it would be difficult to control such a chaotic scene. Rayleigh raised the wine pot again and stared at the big screen in the distance. Gulp gulp gulp, Marineford battlefield. Frozen, magma, golden light. 3 different Logia energies swept the battlefield crazily. Every collision between the 3 Marine admirals would burst out various airwaves, and countless Marine soldiers were affected. They were either burned by magma, frozen into ice sculptures, or blown away by flashes. Anyway, the result is tragic. Aokiji's body is completely controlled by Xia Ya, and he has become a temporary mount that has lost the ability to move by himself. Death is also the target designated by Xia Ya, so Aokiji is reckless when being controlled. Even if a hand or a foot is broken, even if the head is broken. It doesn't matter, it won't affect the result. In this desperate battle, Aokiji did not fall into the disadvantage even when facing the pincer attack of Akainu and Kizaru. Akainu stretched out a giant magma claw with a cold face and grabbed Aokiji's fist. Aokiji's fist was emitting black smoke and he felt no pain at all. What's wrong with you? Are you reckless like a dead person? Faced with Akainu's question, Aokiji did not answer. Aokiji covered the ice glove with his other free arm and hit the abdomen of the bed. Knocked the person out. Akainu felt pain in his abdomen, took a few steps back, and came to Kizaru's side. Kuzan seems to have lost consciousness. This state is very similar to the pacifist Zero model. Xia Ya. All I can think of is Xia Ya, he may have another ability. Kizaru looked at the figure in the distance with a cold face. You mean, Kuzan is controlled by Xia Ya? I think so too, this guy should be hopeless. 1. The two looked at each other after talking. It seems that they both got the answer. 139. Xia Ya's method, the loss of 2 marine admirals at the same time. Please subscribe. Now that Aokiji is controlled by Xia Ya, Akainu and Kizaru have reached a tacit understanding and are ready to kill Aokiji. And if they can't kill him, they have to make Aokiji lose his ability to move. It's good for Marine to get him offline early. If the 3 strongest fighters of Naval Headquarters fight back and forth in the Marineford area, it will be a disgrace if they are seen. It will seriously damage the image of Naval Headquarters. It's better to fight quickly. Suddenly, Kizaru released a laser to pretend to attack, and the light particles on the field began to float and explode, and smoke and dust filled the air. Akainu crossed the dust and smoke, flashed forward, and started a group with his body. Dark Hound. Akainu came in front of Aokiji and immediately used Dark Hound. The hot magma burst out from his arm, winding up, and a giant orange-red magma snake attacked Aokiji's face. Facing the extended lava claws, Aokiji's eyes were cold and fearless. He grabbed the attacking Dark Hound with his left hand like a dead soldier. The arm with the ice glove began to melt, and people could even smell the smell of burning. What's wrong with you? You're like a dead person. Have you lost your sense of pain? However, Akainu's power was still too great, and the lava Dark Hound still rushed forward, burning half of Aokiji's face. Lava and blood burst out on Aokiji's face at the same time. Half of Aokiji's face was also destroyed at this moment. Success! Akainu roared, and a lava fist attacked Aokiji's abdomen, burning through his belly directly. At the same time, Aokiji didn't care about defending against Akainu's attack. Instead, he stretched out his other hand and grabbed Akainu's neck fiercely. In order to give Aokiji a fatal blow, Akainu did not choose to defend, and continued to increase the strength on Dark Hound. At this moment, Aokiji's claws covered with armament hockey pierced Akainu's neck. Good timing. In the distance, Xia Ya, who was above Oz's head, looked at the scene in the distance and smiled. After a smile, he immediately mobilized the fruit ability of the vampire form. Through Aokiji's attack, he sucked Akainu's blood crazily. You should know that the vampire form can suck human blood, which makes it old, and as the strongest control skill, it is to plunder the vitality of others. If a person's vitality is taken away, the body function will be immediately taken away until he becomes an old man with no experience. What Xia Ya wants is to make Akainu lose his fighting power and then find an opportunity to kill him. As long as this thing is done, the 6 pads golden coffin will get another corpse. There is no doubt, Marine Admiral's Akainu is also very suitable. Even if one day you find that Akainu is not good enough, you can find another special mount to eliminate Akainu. This is. Advertisement. A burning pain came from his neck. Akainu, who had not paid attention to it before, could clearly feel that the blood in his body was frantically gathering towards Aokiji's claws, and his physical strength was losing more and more seriously. This is very abnormal. At least Akainu didn't think that he would lose his physical strength out of thin air. Hey, be careful. Aokiji's ability is a bit abnormal. I suspect Xia Ya has applied a new devil fruit to Aokiji. As a bystander, Kizaru quickly realized the danger. If he didn't take action, Akainu would be in danger, so he immediately dodged and kicked Aokiji at the speed of light. A large hole was burned through Aokiji's abdomen, and one of his palms was also crippled by the lava, but he still held up his arm to defend against Kizaru's light speed kick. A huge force came, and Aokiji was kicked into the ground. A huge explosion occurred immediately at the scene. At this moment, Kizaru's body was filled with golden light, and he looked at Akainu beside him with worry, frowning. Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't you sense it? Danger Jaysk. I just feel a little weak. Akainu was in the state of lava at this moment, with only his head exposed, and he didn't react to the meaning of Kizaru's words at all. Kizaru frowned, and he took a samurai sword from a marine vice admiral beside him. The bright blade was like a mirror. It can be seen that this vice admiral usually loves knives and maintains them well, but now is not the time to untangle this. Quick, take a look for yourself. The situation is not good. Akainu took the knife, and a face was reflected on the blade. An extremely old face. After seeing the features of that face clearly, Akainu's scalp suddenly went numb. The old man reflected on the blade is exactly himself. He hurriedly took off his marine hat, and the blade reflected a head of snow-white hair and a wrinkled old face. This old and frail appearance is even far better than Sengoku Garp and other elderly kayakers accompanying the army. Seeing this, Akainu took a breath of cold air in his heart. When he was attacked by Aokiji's claws before, he felt something was wrong, and he could even clearly feel that the blood in his body was being drained by some ability, accompanied by a feeling of powerlessness. Now Akainu knows that his vitality has been drained away by Aokiji through some means. Violent pheasant mouth. However, before Akainu found the reason, Aokiji in the giant pit released another move. Great eruption. Facing the attacking frozen giant bird, Akainu immediately used the power of lava fruit. But the next second, crack, a burst of cracking sound came from the inside of Akainu's arm. My arm is broken. If you move again in this state, you will be disabled. Kizaru immediately turned into a light particle and came to Akainu. While releasing lasers to resist the violent pheasant mouth, He pulled Akainu to Sengoku and others, and said worriedly, "Marshal Sengoku, we are in trouble. Advertisement, Akainu may have to retire early. What is certain is that Aokiji has been controlled by Xia Ya, and Akainu has also lost his vitality." "You said this person is Akainu." Hearing Kizaru's explanation, the surrounding marine vice-admirals were completely confused, and fear was written all over their faces. Diaresis 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 asterisk 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 asterisk. Except for the red suit and the marine admiral's cloak of justice behind him, how can you tell that the man in front of you is Akainu? You know, Akainu is only in his 50s and is at the peak of his combat power. Whether it is his temperament or his burly figure, he can give people a huge sense of oppression. Tobrau. This man looks at least in his 80s or 90s. His face is full of wrinkles that can kill mosquitoes. His hunchback like a shrimp makes Akainu, who is more than 3 meters tall, look only a little over 2 meters tall. He is no longer the standard height of a marine admiral. In summary, Akainu is now older than Sengoku and Garp. Sengoku frowned and didn't look at Akainu with white hair and wrinkles on his face. "Why is this happening? I was just fighting with Aokiji. Just now. Cough cough cough. Just now when I was fighting with Aokiji, his sharp nails pierced my neck and sucked away a lot of blood from the aorta. I didn't expect that losing blood would also mean losing vitality." Akainu recalled and told his own situation. "I suspect this is a devil fruit ability." "Is there a devil fruit ability related to blood?" Then, everyone looked at Tsuru. As the chief of staff of the Marine Army, Tsuru's intelligence ability is far better than others, and devil fruit information analysis is also Tsuru's specialty, so when Marine faces strange devil fruit abilities, Tsuru will make the final judgment. Crane twitched his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "According to Akainu's description, maybe there is a devil fruit in Xia Ya's team. Zone bat fruit devil fruit vampire form. This evil ability can absorb the blood of others and keep oneself young forever. At the same time, it can also accelerate the aging of the target person and lose vitality. If you have to describe it, it is that a person will suddenly age by dozens of years, and even lose abilities and physiques. Can it be taken back?" Sengoku said anxiously. Now Marine has lost Aokiji in all likelihood, and Akainu can't follow in his footsteps. Xia Ya, that guy, still has too many tricks. He has already tricked naval headquarters several times. This point made Sengoku feel uneasy, and he only thought about how to get Akainu's lost vitality should be taken back. Crane nodded, and then said seriously, "Okay, but before the ability user digests this blood, let it return it actively, or when it loses control of the vampire form due to coma, it should be returned passively." Akainu immediately became anxious when he heard it. How is this possible? That guy is Xia Ya. He would not believe that Aokiji did it. The mastermind must be Xia Ya. And if it is according to Crane's words, Xia Ya is the ability user of the vampire devil fruit, will he return this vitality actively? Impossible. Or the entire Marine army will attack Xia Ya, or even kill him. It is difficult as hell. Not only Akainu was anxious, but Sengoku, who had figured out this problem, also immediately discussed it. If it is left alone, it is equivalent to losing 2 Marine admirals at the same time. Advertisement 140. At this moment, Red Hair is considering whether to save face. Please subscribe. If the situation continues, Marine is likely to lose 2 admirals at the same time. Sengoku, who has figured it out, quickly looks at Shanks. To be honest, Marine and pirates have never been on good terms, especially those who come to Marineford. No matter what their purpose is, it is a provocation to Marine. Sengoku naturally looks down on Shanks. He certainly can't guess what the red-haired man is going to do this time. But at this moment, Shanks' pirate group has become the umbrella of naval headquarters. Now, the situation is clear. 2 huge burdens appear in naval headquarters. Aokiji and Akainu. If the situation is allowed to develop, the consequences will be disastrous. After all, 2 Marine admirals. Aokiji's situation is still unknown, but in Sengoku's opinion, this guy is most likely dead, and sooner or later he will become a corpse like Whitebeard, ridden by Xia Ya. But Akainu can still be saved. Yes, Akainu's vitality was taken away by the vampire form devil fruit, but he has a chance to return his vitality at any time. Akainu is not disabled like Aokiji, and his combat power still has a chance to return to the peak. He can still be the face of naval headquarters combat power. But if this war continues, such an old Akainu will definitely become a burden to naval headquarters. Even an energy wave in the battle will cause Akainu to break bones all over his body or even lose his life. Moreover, Sengoku and others have learned from this fight that Xia Ya can ride on Whitebeard's corpse. In other words, if Aokiji and Akainu both die on the battlefield, they may become one of Xia Ya's mounts. Originally, the loss of 2 Marine admirals was an unbearable loss for Marine. If the 2 Marine admirals passively join Xia Ya's camp in the name of corpses, with one after another, the loss of naval headquarters will be multiplied several times. Under such circumstances, Sengoku has long given up the intention to continue the war. His first thought is how to maintain the current situation and retreat. He accepted the previous losses. There is no doubt that a strong external force is needed to mediate. Asterisk. This external force must be the red-hair pirates. However, what Sengoku did not expect was that the red-haired Shanks, who had previously clamored to let everyone in Marineford give face, was silent at this moment, turning his head to look at the distant sea. Who was asking for face before? Now, someone doesn't give you face. What do you mean by looking at the sea? Is the enemy on the sea? The enemy is in Xia Ya of Marineford? Seeing the attitude of red-haired Shanks, Sengoku immediately yelled, Hey, red-haired, I gave you a face on behalf of Naval Headquarters, but it seems that no one except us Marine gives you face at the scene. The name of 4 emperors is not useful at all after leaving New World. Sengoku said it loudly, because he knew that if he didn't pull red-haired into the water now, there would be no chance. He must use words to stimulate red-haired to come to his ship and advance and retreat together with Marineford. Of course, this is definitely temporary. At this moment, red-haired has a headache. Advertisement: he came to Marineford to stop the war. After all, in his opinion, the Whitebeard pirates cannot be completely destroyed. If the members of the Whitebeard pirates cannot return to New World, their territory will be caught in the flames of war. When new, all forces in the world will rush into Whitebeard's territory, and the entire New World will be in chaos, which is not in line with the layout of the sea that red-haired Shanks hopes to stabilize. So, after coming here, Shanks also wanted to use his influence to end this war neatly. Just spend a little time to end this war. However, what he didn't expect was, just after he spoke, someone dared to make trouble, directly arranged Aokiji to give Sengoku 2 knives, and fought fiercely with the other 2 Marine Admirals, and even turned Marine Admiral Akainu into a 100-year-old man. It is obvious that this is Killian's output, not giving face. He didn't take the 4 emperors of the New World seriously at all. After all, Whitebeard is old, and slowly some people began to no longer respect these old strongmen, but red-haired Shanks is in his prime and is the strongest 4 emperors team in the New World today. But just after Naval Headquarters gave face, someone deliberately destroyed it. Afterwards, Shanks found out that it was Shaw after Ya. I realized that I had not prepared for someone to not give me face. Miscalculated. Someone really didn't give me face. And Shanks knew nothing about Xia Ya's ability, at least now it seems. Xia Ya's ability is very tricky. I really didn't expect that Xia Ya would appear in Marineford, and even have such a big grudge with Marine. Looking at this situation, let's wait and see. Boss, Xia Ya's personality is very extreme. He simply doesn't care about the consequences. Such a person, no matter where in the world, is a big man who stirs up the world. Oh, Xia Ya is already a big man second only to the 4 emperors. Lucky Lu bit his pistol leg and commented. Beckman lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice, Xia Ya is indeed a difficult person. I just don't know whether it is due to his strength or his unilateral willfulness. But in my opinion, Hawkeye's previous challenge in Sabaody Archipelago has given a hint. This man's strength is unfathomable. If you want to defeat him, you may need to use environmental factors. After speaking, Beckman looked at Sengoku and others meaningfully, and reminded them. Is it worth it? When did we pirates need to join forces with Marine? During this short period of time, Beckman witnessed Marine's previous arrogance, and was completely suppressed by the Xia Ya pirates. Until now, Naval Headquarters has been tortured into an image of a weak person. Even send a request for help to the Red Hair pirates. Yes, Sengoku can say those words, basically asking for help. Shanks said, speaking of the pirates and Marine joining forces, I heard something about the Valley of the Gods from Captain Roger. At that time, he and Garp joined forces and lost rocks. After all, there is nothing wrong with joining forces for our own goals. The problem is that we are all pirates. Once we fight, it will be difficult to withdraw. There is no doubt that Xia Ya's strong rise has put a lot of pressure on 4 emperors Shanks. At this moment, he was a little undecided whether to take action. At this time, Marco, Joes and others also came behind Shanks. It seems that they are here to seek shelter, on the other side. Xia Ya would not pay attention to what Shanks did. A ball of scarlet blood was flowing in his hand. It was obtained from the red neck when he just controlled Aokiji. In the distance, Akainu was already an old man close to 100 years old. Advertisement: Xia Ya had no reason to let go of such a good opportunity. Immediately, he said, use all long-range skills to make the bed disgusting. The blood ball in Xia Ya's hand flowed wildly. He was using the vampire's ability to digest blood. As a puff of green smoke rose from the blood ball, the majestic power gathered in Xia Ya's palm. After a short time, the blood was consumed by Xia Ya and turned into pure vampire energy, and Akainu completely lost the opportunity to restore his youth. Go! Xia Ya gave an order, and Carina and others jumped off Oz's head. Circles of flames gathered at Carina's feet, and soon a fireball gathered in her palm. The fireball expanded bigger and smashed towards Akainu's position. On the other side, Nami released a lot of lightning bubbles at the Marineford site. Black clouds continued to gather, and a gray-white lightning ball was slowly sinking. Vivi slapped the ground with one hand, gradually turning the few remaining islands into sand, and the surrounding Marine soldiers were all swallowed by the yellow sand. And Khalifa created a dark area on the ground, waiting for an opportunity to move. Since Xia Ya aimed at Akainu, he had to kill him. 100 flowers, 100 flowers. Robin crossed her hands and stared at Akainu in the distance. She learned from Xia Ya that Ohara's Buster Call was led by Akainu and Aokiji, who were Marine Vice Admirals at the time. So, this is a good opportunity to avenge the soul of Ohara Scholar. Suddenly, an arm emerged from Akainu's body. Akainu, who noticed the accident, immediately used elementalization. Facing the hot magma, Robin endured the burning pain and used the 100 flowers arm to bend it forcefully. Crack. Akainu's arms and leg bones were bent at this moment. Oh 9. I just lost my body functions, not that I have no mobility at all. Akainu, who turned into a pool of magma, gathered his body again and snorted coldly. He predicted Robin's attack. Sengoku and others all looked up, looking at an orange-red sun and a gray-black thunderball. Having experienced many blows, they knew that the large-scale saturation attack of the Xia Ya pirates was coming again. 0.2. Damn it. Sengoku cursed. Logia's ability is really too tricky. Especially for a huge size like us, the large-scale ability will cause us huge losses. Marineford's Marine now has nearly 100,000 people, and the entire pirate group has only more than 10. The two sides are not of the same size at all. It can be said that Logia's large-scale destructive power is extremely destructive to the existence of naval headquarters. Before, under the saturation attack of the three Marine admirals, the Whitebeard pirates suffered a great loss. Not only were most of their pirate ships destroyed, but tens of thousands of people were also affected and died. The main reason is that there is no Logia demon fruit power in the Whitebeard pirates. Monty. Aokiji is gone, Akainu is old, and Kizaru can't support it alone. There is no way to target Xia Ya. How many people are there in Xia Ya pirates? You can count them with 3 hands, and they are all very mobile and skilled. A large-scale attack has no effect. Above Oz's head, Xia Ya embraced Robin and used the reversal technique. Robin's burned arm immediately recovered and said with concern, "Don't worry, Aokiji and Akainu can't escape. I have arranged for Aokiji to take action, but we just lack the most suitable time. Let me do it myself." 141. The final attack. Cake confesses his love. Gion is ridden. Please subscribe. After saying that, Xia Ya focused his view on Aokiji in the pit. Because there was no need to pay a price, Aokiji had fought with the 2 admirals Akainu and Kizaru without any scruples before. Half of his cheek was scratched off by Akainu's dark hound, and the bone was deep, bloody and horrible. At the same time, one of his palms controlled Akainu's arm, which was burned off by the magma, and his abdomen was hit by a magma fist. If it were an ordinary person, he would have lost his fighting ability long ago. But Aokiji was controlled by Xia Ya, so he was still fighting crazily even if he was seriously injured. At this moment, the pigs were temporarily repaired by ice. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air, raised his head, and his eyes were only aimed at Akainu in the distance. Then Xia Ya and Whitebeard appeared beside Aokiji at the same time, and they burst out together at once. Facing the 3 figures attacking, Garp Alexander quickly clenched his fist, and lightning shot out from between his fingers. The current situation is very unfavorable to naval headquarters. Even veterans like Garp have to take action personally. Even when facing Akainu, who killed Sun's enemy, Garp has to protect him personally. Naval headquarters has not many trump cards left. If it loses another admiral, it will face a huge crisis. Garp, as the backbone of Marine, also chooses to advance and retreat with Marine in the face of such a major issue. Don't underestimate us. B****************. D. Boom, facing the attacking Aokiji, Garp decisively punched Aokiji on the chin, and Aokiji hit Garp's chin steadily with an uppercut at a very twisted angle. Blood flowers bloomed in the air, and the sound of bone fractures resounded throughout the earth. When both sides took a few steps back, Whitebeard also appeared behind Garp, and the shock punch from top to bottom knocked Garp to the ground. In the face of the tearing vibration, Garp had several wounds all over his body, and blood spurted out. Xia Ya's ability is still too tricky. After the repair of the 6 pads golden coffin, Whitebeard is at his peak, and with Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, as a feint, he can easily succeed. Xia Ya's fighting concept is very simple: advertisement. Marine can gather all the elites together, intending to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. Xia Ya can also use the advantages of numbers and combat power to leave Marine with no way out, and easily get the upper hand on Marine. Cough cough cough. Garp's figure suddenly rose from the ruins, staring at the front with a bloody face, and instantly attacked Whitebeard and Aokiji again. He knew that he could not kill Whitebeard and Aokiji, but his purpose was to stop them and leave Sengoku and others with room to operate. At this time, a warrior figure holding a black knife approached Garp at an incredible speed. At the same time as Garp attacked, the black knife pierced Garp's abdomen. With a splash, a large amount of blood spurted out. Garp was furious and stretched out his hand to grab Ryoma's neck and smashed it into the ground. Aokiji attacked again, and the cold air swept across the battlefield. Garp's blood gradually turned into bright red icicles and gathered on his body. Garp. Seeing that Garp was fighting for his life, Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha and joined the battlefield. Kizaru also turned into golden light and shuttled between several people. Several lasers shot out from his fingers. Aokiji's body turned into ice and was broken into several pieces by the joint attack of several masters. Among them, not only was it transformed by elements. Aokiji's body was damaged again, and one arm flew out. Boom boom boom. With the help of Sengoku and Kizaru, Garp used all his strength and exploded again. He rode on Aokiji with the force of a mountain, and his fists were covered with black hockey. Punch after punch hit Aokiji's face. Wake up, or die like this. Garp was heartbroken about Aokiji. He and Aokiji are both teachers and friends. Although they didn't communicate much at work when they worked together in the headquarters, they had a very good relationship in private. But now Aokiji has changed a lot, and has lost his self-awareness, attacking Marine like a mad dog. If he doesn't wake up, he will be a threat to Marine. Garp will not allow such a person to exist. Zillalala, on the ground, 2 figures appeared, and dozens of ice cones extended around them. 2 of them pierced Garp's arms and abdomen. This made Garp no longer think about the old relationship. Driven by violence, the ice cones pierced his body, instantly shattered, and the black fists wrapped in blood fell madly again. But after a few punches, Garp couldn't even raise his arm. Ahem. Garp sprayed a mouthful of blood on Aokiji's face, and he was obviously out of his mind. Let me do it, Garp. Shockwave, Sengoku transformed into the Golden Buddha and leapt up, using a palm technique that dropped from the sky. A huge shockwave exploded on the ground, and the gravel was blown out like a cannonball. In the process, Garp had already moved away with the shaving step. The rest. Only Aokiji was lying on the ground to bear the huge shockwave of the Golden Buddha. Boom boom, the shockwave exploded on the ground over and over again. Advertisement as the airwaves surged, Aokiji's figure was no longer on the ground, but a golden coffin made of pure gold replaced it. Runes flowed on the surface of the golden coffin. Written in 3 big characters, Hell Road. Xia Ya in the distance outlined a range. As a rider, he knew the situation of the mount. There was no doubt that Aokiji had been beaten to death under the saturation attack of Garp, Sengoku and others, but at the same time, he was also pulled into the Hell Road golden coffin by Xia Ya and began a short repair process. At this moment, when the marine was mainly mobilized, seeing that the situation on the field was getting worse, Gion also drew out the famous sword Kinpira and stood in front of Akainu. Akainu Admiral, you stand behind me. I feel that Xia Ya's target is you. Gion, stay by my side, I can protect you. The dog Chadon also took a stance and stood in front of Gion. After this war is over, let's get married. Like a last word, Chadon confessed again. Momosagi, 220. Gion frowned and waved the Kinpira in his hand. Stay away from me, what a bad man you are. Oh, I am willing to die for you, and you still say I am bad. Woo. Chadon Kaji was about to collapse after hearing this, and he said bitterly, I am afraid we will die here, there is no chance. But Gion, don't worry, I will fight to protect you, I will die in front of you. You just coax me, say you agree? You are so boring. Gion ignored Kaji and moved closer to Akainu. This guy has confessed to her hundreds of times in the past few years. If it weren't for the relationship between colleagues, Gion would have wanted to chop Chadon. At this moment, Gion didn't have time to pay attention to these. The main force of Marine was all used to deal with the attacks of Aokiji and Whitebeard, but Xia Ya disappeared on the field, so she judged that Xia Ya's target was Akainu. As long as Akainu is killed and then mounted, Marine will lose 2 Marine admirals at the same time, at that time. If the Xia Ya pirates rush forward, Marine will be completely finished. We can't let the Xia Ya pirates increase their combat power. At this moment, Gion suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and a weight pressed down on him. Gion was sweating all over his head, and his heart was half cold. Oh no. I'm being ridden. 142. The Reigns of Gion, the last stubbornness of Marine Admiral, subscription required. Finally seeing the man on Gion's neck clearly, Chadon Kaji next to him was stunned. XXX. No matter how you look at it, Gion is the one who is suffering the most. It's so sad. Hole, let Gion go, you can't ride her. At this moment, Gion was holding Kinpila with a numb expression and stood there. She felt her neck was cold and was clamped tightly. At the same time, a pair of hands had covered her eyes. The eyes suddenly went dark. The fear in her heart suddenly filled her heart, making her crazy. Gion was already considering the consequences of being ridden, which was completely unacceptable to her. At this moment, Gion was at a loss, and instinctively lifted Kinpila and stabbed it with the tip of the knife. However, she didn't feel it at all with her eyes covered, and her sword stabbing had no effect at all. Kinpila was like stabbing the air, without any feedback at all. It is the elementalization of Logia. Xia Ya is also a multi-demon fruit power after all, and has no lack of elementalization ability. At the same time, Xia Ya thinks that before killing Akainu, if she rides Gion, it will be a good thing. After all, Gion is very popular in naval headquarters. She has both strength and beauty, and has many suitors. Logically speaking, she should be considered a high-quality mount. Xia Ya naturally doesn't want to let it go. Taking this opportunity, of course, she must ride it and test the riding feeling. At the same time, this choice may make naval headquarters more collapsed and will seriously hit Marine's confidence. It is exactly what Xia Ya wants to see, right? Right in Marineford, riding Marine Vice Admiral, the flower of the army of Marineford, openly, will shatter many Marines' dreams. In an instant, Xia Ya uses the power of Thunderfruit, and a tingling feeling suddenly fills Gion's body. Advertisement. Her hair stood on end, she also went limp. Gion had the same codename as Marine Admiral, Momosagi, and after the Summit War, she was promoted to Marine Admiral candidate. It is conceivable that if Fujitora and Green Bull had not been recruited by the Naval Headquarters World Recruitment, it is very likely that after Akainu became the Marine Marshal and Aokiji quit the Marine, Gion would have been the Marine Admiral, and her strength would naturally be beyond doubt. A woman with the potential to be a Marine Admiral also represents the future of the Marine. Therefore, when Xia Ya rode on her, Gion immediately resisted. Gion's body was covered with thin green smoke, and her skin was burnt red. Everyone could see that in the process of preventing Xia Ya from riding, Gion was very uncomfortable, completely suppressed, and in a weak position. Seeing this, Chadon, who was standing next to him, almost went crazy. Let her go. Don't move. Do you know that Gion is in pain now? B***************, D, don't move. Kaji rushed over immediately. Stop it. You be asterisk 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 D, you are too much. However, Guillaume seemed to be instantly possessed by Kaji's concern and swung a slash at Chaton. Boom! Chaton never thought that Guillaume would attack him. He immediately retreated a few steps after being slashed. On the other side, Crane was also stunned when he saw this scene. Since Guillaume joined Marine, Crane has always treated Guillaume as his own sister, and now seeing Guillaume being ridden, he was instantly stunned. Xia Ya now knows the ability of the riding fruit the best. That ability is simply perverted. If Guillaume was really ridden by Xia Ya, it also means that Guillaume also betrayed Marine like Aokiji, and if he was not ridden, he would probably lose his life like Aokiji, and then betray Marine. And the examples of Hina and Toshigi are right in front of us. Crane has guessed various answers. No matter which one, it is a price that Hada can't bear. Oh no, Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, come and save Guillaume. Crane reminded loudly. Now Aokiji has been sealed in the golden coffin of the hell, and the Six Paths golden coffin is a product of the riding fruit, which belongs to the space system and cannot be destroyed by ordinary moves. Therefore, Sengoku and others can basically be sure that Aokiji is gone. Garp, Sengoku and others will not be able to use any effect if they continue to attack the golden coffin. Hearing Crane's anxious call, Sengoku Garp remembered that the rear of Naval Headquarters was also attacked by Xia Ya, and it was a Kainu who they valued very much. Advertisement, damn Xia Ya, actually rode Guillaume. As our Marine fort his horse farm. This ability is too tricky, we can't defend it at all. Damn, we are still too passive. Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru hurriedly flashed towards Akainu's direction. However, just when Sengoku and others turned around, the lid of the golden coffin in the hell suddenly exploded and fell heavily on the ground, and the golden light inside the golden coffin flowed. Aokiji's figure walked out from the middle. After the repair of the Six Paths golden coffin, Aokiji's half face, one palm, and the magma hole in his abdomen were all repaired. When his figure appeared completely, he and Whitebeard flashed to both sides of Akainu at the same time. At this moment, Xia Ya, Whitebeard, Aokiji, the three of them have surrounded Akainu. Between them, there is only a hunched centenarian. Looking at Akainu's appearance, Xia Ya felt like laughing. He was totally different from the majestic Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. If it weren't for the Admiral cape still swaying behind him and the red suit he was wearing, Xia Ya would definitely not recognize him. Li Mingqiao, too. Akainu, it's time to settle the accounts. Xia Ya rode on Guillaume, and Guillaume's hands had already dropped. Obviously he was completely controlled. Facing Xia Ya, Akainu clenched his fists viciously, sweat dripping from his forehead. His hatred for Xia Ya had reached a certain point, and Akainu was very hot-tempered, belonging to the type of person who was ruthless and didn't talk much. At that moment, Akainu wanted to use the power of lava fruit to punch Xia Ya. Shido. Crack. With a crack, the pain came. Akainu knew that he had pulled his fist hard. I actually broke the finger bone. What the hell is this aging like? A dignified Marine Marshal now completely became a burden to the Naval Headquarters. Akainu's last stubbornness disappeared after this second. Okosusosuso. Point 143. The new era is in complete chaos because of Xia Ya's existence. Conquerors swept, please subscribe. Please don't ride me anymore. Seeing Guillaume being manipulated by Xia Ya like a puppet, Chaton collapsed and shouted, and immediately became very aggressive, ready to save Guillaume. That was his goddess. The goddess was ridden in front of him. What a serious psychological trauma. Just when Chaton attacked again, he was caught by Garp and stopped. It's useless, Chaton, it's hard to stop. Guillaume's situation is not like Aokiji and Akainu. Don't be reckless. Xia Ya's strength made Garp wary and calmed down a lot. I started to consider whether I could win the fight or not. Sengoku and others had also arrived here, watching Akainu being surrounded by Xia Ya's forces, like a bird in a cage. As long as the hunter opened fire, it would be irreversible. And Garp's analysis was correct. Aokiji and Akainu both suffered huge injuries, and even if they were rescued, they would face a situation where they could not recover. But Guillaume was different. She was the mount ridden by Xia Ya herself. Although her posture was a bit weird, fortunately she was not hurt. If we attack rashly now, 653 is likely to be hit along with Guillaume. Facing the intact Guillaume, Sengoku and others could not attack in front of Crane. Ranzan was very embarrassed, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't act on impulse, wait a little longer." But, I really don't want to see Guillaume being ridden. Chaton covered his eyes, and the whole person was about to go crazy. Sengoku had a headache and suggested to Xia Ya, "How can I make you stop this war? Do you have to fight to the death? Now you have obtained Whitebeard's body, and even Aokiji has become your control mount. The purpose of your coming to Marineford has been achieved. Stop it. It's not good for anyone to fight to the death. You should know that Naval Headquarters does not only have the power of Marineford, but also has the behemoth Mariajoy behind it. If it gets too stalemate, it will not be good for you." Now that red-haired Shanks is still watching, Sengoku has no choice, and it is obvious that the combat power of Naval Headquarters is getting less and less. It is actually at a disadvantage in the face of the Asian pirate group. Advertisement: if Mariajoy does not provide support, then this war can basically be defined as a failure. Especially since Xia Ya controls multiple Logia devil fruits, she can cause huge troubles to the Marines at will, and Marine has basically lost the possibility of a comeback. Monty. Aokiji is also completely controlled by Xia Ya, just like Whitebeard. Marine has lost the frozen fruit. As long as Xia Ya is willing, another tsunami attack can basically wipe out the naval headquarters. Facing such a result, Sengoku no longer dares to gamble. Xia Ya pulled Gion's long black hair, made Gion turn around, and then slowly said, Sengoku, I didn't say that the purpose of my coming to Marineford was Whitebeard, I just picked it up by chance. I came here to take your life, hee. I said, one of the reasons for trouble with you Marine is that you are too cheap and have taken the initiative to provoke me many times. The second reason is the Ohara incident that year. Everyone involved in the Buster Call incident is my target. Sengoku, the contradiction between us is irreconcilable. I never intended to let you go. After saying that, Xia Ya did not give Sengoku and others a chance to react. Whitebeard immediately took action and flashed in front of Akainu. Facing the elderly Akainu, the peak Whitebeard grabbed Akainu's neck with his big hand and lifted him up. Gulalalalala. A low laugh came from Whitebeard's mouth, and the whole Malinfondo shook again. And Akainu could not resist the power of the peak Whitebeard at all. Let me go. Hole. If your vitality had not been sucked away, when would you be so arrogant? Akainu yelled. But Whitebeard did not respond to Akainu's provocation. He grabbed Akainu's throat and squeezed it. A powerful shockwave exploded in his hand, and the space around Akainu's head began to be torn apart by the shockwave. Akainu's neck was about to explode. He gulped down blood. Then he was violently grabbed and smashed on the ground. Advertisement: the gravel on the ground flew everywhere, and shockwaves continued to explode around Akainu's head. Layers of shockwaves overlapped, making everyone who saw this scene feel despair. Imagine the scene of tofu brain exploding, which made many people bend over and vomit. Boom boom boom. Layers of vibrations started until the earth was completely broken. Akainu's miserable situation was unimaginable. It was not until a golden coffin rose from the ground that it was completely over. It's over. Akainu has also been controlled. Sengoku and others looked extremely ugly. They knew that Akainu was also dead like Aokiji, and his life was forever frozen in the Summit War. And when the golden coffin was opened again, Akainu, wearing a red suit and restored to the posture of Marine Admiral, appeared on the ground. His arms were flowing with hot magma, dripping on the stones with a sizzling sound, and the high temperature soon melted the ground. The high temperature filled the battlefield, and all the Marines around kept retreating. At this moment, all Marines knew. Logia lava fruit, Logia frozen fruit are no longer the power to guard Marineford. On the other side, Beckman threw away his cigarette butt, his face solemn. It seems that Marine was defeated. I didn't expect that Xia Ya was so strong and had the power to surpass the 4 emperors. Now I can only hope that Xia Ya can't control so many strong people at the same time. Shanks held the hilt with one hand. It's useless. If there is no Marine in the sea, it may be more chaotic. Marine is an important part of balancing the relationship between the sea. The premature destruction of Marine is not conducive to the stability of the sea. Shanks turned his head to look at the collapsed and unconscious Luffy on the side, and worry was written in his pupils. Perhaps. The new era is completely chaotic because of Xia Ya's existence. Swish. At this moment, Shanks' eyes condensed, as if he had made a decision. Griffin showed a blade in his hand, and the Red Conqueror's hockey overflowed from the scabbard. 144. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Remember this lesson, please subscribe. Conquerors. That man is going to attack. On the battlefield, as Red Hair Shanks drew out his griffin, the Conqueror's hockey wrapped around the blade shot out as it was unsheathed. A huge explosion sounded at the scene, and countless red and black lightning snakes roamed out of the entire small space. The sky and earth of Marineford began to change color. Action. Has the boss finally made a decision? The crew of Red Hair Pirates all smiled. They came to Marineford, and they actually wanted to attack. At the same time, this group of brothers really admired Captain Shanks. Especially Shanks' Conqueror's hockey, which is unique on the sea. Gradually, Red Hair was also known as the strongest man in Conqueror's hockey. Every time he used it, he was like a king dominating the world. The reason why the Red Hair Pirates are called an Iron Wall has a lot to do with their leader Shanks. In the early stage, he not only personally invited the crew members, but during the voyage, the crew members also knew the Red Hair's courage and absolute force. They gathered together at multiple points, allowing all the top masters to gather together as one, achieving impeccable combat power. The combat power is the most balanced among the 4 emperors. Hiss. Lakilu bit off a piece of meat, with a hearty smile on his lips. Ha ha ha. The boss finally made a move. It looks like this war is about to end. Maybe this conquerors will make the opponent lose the mood to continue fighting. Yasop carried the sniper rifle on his shoulder. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if anyone on the scene can raise their heads under the powerful conquerors. Beckman lit another cigarette. He was not so optimistic, but his eyes revealed doubts. For the captain, Marine still has a role to play and needs to stay for a while. But Xia Ya is a man with peak Whitebeard. Is it really that easy to deal with? This is a collision between the old and new eras. Shanks made his move. On the contrary, everyone showed their relief. Kid, Law, Apu, Zoro, these supernova pirates who escaped from Impel Down were all shocked after feeling the red-haired conqueror's hockey. They were so young and ignorant that they never thought that there was such a powerful force in this world. What kind of power is this? I have never seen it before. I feel that my soul has been shocked. Fear filled my heart. Advertisement Kid gritted his teeth and looked unconvinced. Damn it, I also have Conqueror's Haki, but in comparison, it is as weak as the breeze. In the Shichibukai camp, Doflamingo stared at the red-haired man with an exaggerated smile on his face. Compared with that man, I am not a little bit worse. He is worthy of being the strongest Conqueror's man. This war is getting more and more exciting. Only the winner can write it. Xia Ya, don't let me down. Hawkeye Mahawk looked at this scene calmly, and recalled the previous competition with red-haired Shanks. If red-haired Shanks was attached with Conquerors, the sword competition would be meaningless. However, Hawkeye must also admit that the overall strength of this red-haired man is ridiculously strong, especially Conqueror's Haki, which gives him strong support. At this moment, with Shanks as the center, the dark red Conqueror's Haki spread out towards Xia Ya's position like a real thunder, and the flying stones on the path immediately broke, and the Overlord outflow caused actual damage to the objects, which is enough to show how powerful it is. Conqueror's Haki in the hands of red-haired Shanks is equivalent to another weapon besides the saber. It can cause substantial damage to the ship. At this moment, the Conquerors released by Shanks bypassed Sengoku and others, as if it had life, and accurately guided to attack Xia Ya's position. Sengoku's forehead was sweating, but a hint of surprise flashed in his heart. As long as Red Hair takes action, Naval Headquarters can take a breath, and even join forces with Shanks to deal with Xia Ya pirates. In this way, Marine's losses will be much smaller. Seeing the thick dark red lightning sweeping over, Xia Ya frowned. Shanks really thinks he is the policeman of the sea, meddling in other people's business. During the Summit War, Xia Ya has already obtained Whitebeard of Heaven, Aokiji of Hell, Akainu of Animal, and Shimotsuki Ryoma of Human, and Oz of Hungry Kido. Only one Shiro Road remains in the Six Paths Golden Coffin, which has not found a suitable owner. Originally, he planned to kill Sengoku and make him into a Shiro Road mount. Now it seems, Shanks wants to die too. A red-haired man, a Beckman, a Sengoku. There are so many choices, it seems that the Six Paths Golden Coffin is not enough, it really can't hold it. Advertisement, forget it, anyone can do it, however, red-haired people are of no value. Whitebeard, Akainu, Aokiji are at least demon fruit power. Although they are dead, the power of devil fruit has not left their bodies. The power is still transformed by the Six Paths Golden Coffin and imprisoned in the corpse. In other words, as long as the next Gedo statue buff is refreshed, these devil fruits can be extracted. At that time, the corpse will not be needed. Now it can only be regarded as a host in their bodies. And Ryoma was the world's #1 swordsman hundreds of years ago, and the demon Oz has great power. There is not much to dig out of red-haired Shanks. After all, my Conquerors has also reached the strongest level. At this moment, facing the attacking Conqueror's Haki, Xia Ya's eyes condensed. Conquerors also released with all his strength. The two Conquerors were like two fighting bulls, charging at each other until a fierce collision occurred. Boom, the two Conquerors collided with each other, and the weak ones affected by the collision sprayed white foam from their mouths, falling to the ground like dominoes. The Conquerors actually collided. How is it possible? No way. How strong must this force be? In the distance, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria and others were stunned. They had never thought that there could be such a way of fighting. Zero, it was terrifying. You know, these two have been in the Grand Line for a long time, and Doflamingo himself is an awakened Conqueror. Of course he knows the power of Conqueror's Haki, but two equally powerful Conquerors appear at the same time and collide. This kind of opportunity is rare in the entire ocean, but it happened to be seen now. Not only that, even Sengoku felt Alexander at this moment. Xia Ya can not only mobilize the devil fruit ability of his mount. Could it be that he can also mobilize Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki? Now he sees that Xia Ya's Conqueror's Haki is on par with red-haired Shanks. This refreshed Sengoku's cognition again. He didn't want to believe that Xia Ya also had a Conqueror's Haki as powerful as red-haired Shanks. If this is true, then Xia Ya is almost invulnerable and has no shortcomings. Even Sengoku, who has seen Roger and Peak Whitebeard, is a little confused at this moment. Although Conqueror's Haki is just a name, it has a specific symbol of the user after it is released. Sengoku clearly feels that this Haki does not belong to Whitebeard. It is very likely that it belongs to Xia Ya himself. Is the rider fruit so outrageous? The powerful Conqueror's Haki collided with each other, and all the people around were overturned. The air wave rushed straight to the sky, dispersing the clouds in the sky. And this is not the end. After releasing Conquerors, Xia Ya also ordered the two female companions. The Great Flame Ring and Thunder Ring have not fallen yet. I originally planned to make Akainu disappear. Since Red Hair Shanks sent it up, throw it to them to have a taste. Carina, Nami, don't worry about the people, just throw it to the red-haired ship. Xia Ya rarely causes trouble, but she is definitely not afraid of trouble. Since Red Hair Shanks wants to be the first to do it, let him remember this lesson forever. 145. One fist cannot defeat many hands. No face left, please subscribe. Hey, are you kidding me? Xia Ya doesn't play by the rules at all. Who would attack a ship? At this moment, the Great Flame Ring and Thunderbolt fell from the sky at the same time. The target was the Red Hair Pirates' pirate ship. Red Force. In fact, there is a consensus on the sea that you should attack people first and then ships. This principle is the same as not hitting people in the face. The pirate ship is the face of a pirate group. No matter in which team, the ship is the only means of transportation and an indispensable existence. If the pirate ship sinks in the battle, it means that a pirate group will also be buried in the sea. In fact, it is no different from the destruction of the pirate group. So, only under the premise of ensuring that the pirate captain can be killed, the group will attack the pirate ship. The Xia Ya pirates did not care about the result of the battle between Xia Ya and Shanks, 530, and took the Red Force first, which was equivalent to leaving the Red Hair pirates without a way out. It was no different from a formal declaration of war, and they were brave enough. Isn't this bullying an honest person, forcing others to fight to the death? Originally, Xia Ya's conquerors was shocking enough, but the way he did things was even more extreme, which made the Red Hair pirates even more worried. Beckman looked up at the great flame ring and thunder ring in the sky, sweat on his forehead. We don't have Logia on our ship. For a master like Beckman, or even for the entire Red Hair pirates, it's not difficult to escape from the range of the great flame ring and thunder ring. It can even be done without damage. After all, natural AoE is used to clear minions, just like a Kainu. The main attack method is still the small, strong control skills of Dark Hound. But Xia Ya doesn't play by the rules, directly use the ultimate move on the attacking ship. Beckman, as the man with the highest IQ on the sea, is a little overwhelmed at this moment. When he was thinking about how to save the ship, the great flame ring and thunder ring exploded on the Red Force. Only a bottomless hole was left at the scene, and the seawater was pouring into it crazily. Damn it. Red Force is destroyed. How can we return to New World? Advertisement, what the hell? Xia Ya, that guy, never thought of mediating the conflict, and left no way out at all. He is simply a lunatic. The crew of Red Hair pirates was furious. Today was a great experience for him. They swore that they had never seen a lunatic like Xia Ya, who seemed to not abide by any rules on the sea. Even if it was the 4 emperors of New World, or even Marine. As long as you are capable and strong enough, you should leave room before taking action, and you can even negotiate first. Just like Red Hair went to Moby D** K half a month ago to persuade Whitebeard not to go to Marineford, it was just to show off his muscles and increase the bargaining chips, and there was no intention to officially start a war. When it came to Xia Ya, Red Hair Shanks just released conquerors to persuade him to retreat. His own ship was blown up. Good man, he didn't give Red Force any face at all. However, just when Beckman and others returned to the ground and prepared to retaliate against the Xia Ya pirates, Xia Ya rode Momosagi Gion and attacked again. Gion took over and shot Kinpira at high speed in front of red-haired Shanks. The sword wrapped around Conquerors slashed down. You'll be taught a lesson if you're too nosy, Red Force. Humph, you're really crazy. Seeing Red Force being blasted into pieces, Shanks was furious. With a fierce look in his eyes, he held Griffin in one hand and collided with Kinpira. Boom. Slashing at the same time, a shocking scene appeared. The two swords didn't collide. What kind of move is this? How is it possible? Zoro on the other side was stunned. He had never thought that this would happen, and the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki was several times more powerful than the previous Conqueror's collision. The scene was like an explosion, and the stones turned into powder. If there were still calm people on the field, I'm afraid the only ones who were calm were the Marine hero Garp and the Marine Marshal Sengoku. They had experienced battles like this several times, so compared to the shock of others, they felt better. And the supernovas on the field and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates were all stunned. This scene was exactly the same as the battle between Whitebeard's father and Roger. It was as terrifying as a tiger. 013612028 Philo 224270060. They didn't even have the qualifications to look closely at this kind of battle. Boom boom. The 4 emperors of New World are just like this. Xia Ya smiled. After fighting with Kaido, Xia Ya knew what was going on. As long as he was riding, he would not be afraid of the 4 emperors. Advertisement if he used some tricks. Even the 4 emperors would be beaten in front of him. At this moment, under Xia Ya's control, Gion chopped the blade of Griffin with both hands several times, and each chop contained the power of the peak of the sea. Red-haired Shanks had only one arm and could not pull himself away to make other attacks. Whether it was attacking or defending, Shanks could not crush. In other words, he could not kill instantly. What was even more terrifying was that Gion was never alone. Xia Ya seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms on her. He waved his hand, and a flash of lightning lashed at the red-haired man's face like a whip. With a snap of his fingers, flames ignited on the red-haired man's body. Even with a thought, the ground under the red-haired man's feet turned into sand and turned into a blade to pierce the red-haired man. With multiple attacks combined, Shanks couldn't even stand steadily. In the end, the red-haired man still miscalculated. He tried to crush with his powerful conquerors, but in the end he found that he couldn't do it at all. Xia Ya's conquerors were not weaker than him. The biggest advantage was gone. After losing his biggest trump card, the red-haired man intended to use swordsmanship to cooperate with Haki to attack, but Xia Ya would not let him succeed. He won the title of the world's #1 swordsman, and his swordsmanship was already superb. It was easy to deal with, not to mention that Xia Ya had multiple devil fruit bonuses. In just a few exchanges, the red-haired man was a little embarrassed. If he was not young and strong and had strong strength, he would have been seriously injured and defeated. Shanks stepped on the ground to get out of Xia Ya's attack range, and looked at the situation on the field solemnly. He analyzed that Xia Ya did not rely on a single power, whether it was conquerors or various devil fruit abilities. Xia Ya used them casually without any consideration of 0.6. Even, Xia Ya fought completely with instinct, without worrying about wasting physical strength, so he never used observation Haki, and Shanks had no chance to use observation Haki. Damn it, it's so tricky. I should have gotten more information from Hawkeye earlier. What Shanks didn't expect was that it was information from 2 years ago. Xia Ya is now several levels stronger, especially after getting 3 thugs, Whitebeard, Akainu, and Aokiji. Don't be distracted, the real torture has just begun. Xia Ya immediately mobilized, and Whitebeard, Aokiji, Akainu, Ryoma, and Oz all appeared beside him. Attacked Red Hair at the same time. Suddenly, the elements on the scene danced wildly. Faced with such a saturated attack, Red Hair couldn't beat N hands with one fist. He could only retreat again and again until he retreated to the team, and then he had a chance to breathe. 146. Woe be to the Red Hair pirates, they're killing like crazy, subscribe please. When Red Hair retreated to the pirate group, Xia Ya gave up attacking Marine with Whitebeard and others, and wanted to teach Red Hair a lesson. At this moment, 5 special mounts were summoned to his side. The world's #1 swordsman, 2 Marine admirals, the world's strongest man, and the Demon of Fortune, a combination of oppression. They all charged at the Red Hair pirates. You know, for Xia Ya at this moment, no matter whether it is a special mount or a mount with a riding contract, it is not damage. Any damage can be completely restored by corresponding means, and any opponent can be attacked recklessly. Even facing the iron wall of Red Hair pirates, Xia Ya has no scruples. Death Warrior Bang Tang, sizzle, under Xia Ya's mobilization, Whitebeard's huge body disappeared on the spot, and the next second he was in the Red Hair pirates. Whitebeard Newgate raised his huge fist and sent a shocking punch to one of the crew members. The space suddenly exploded and a figure flew backwards. At this time, Beckman and others reacted instantly and fired bullets and moves at Whitebeard. Even the monkey on the Red Hair pirates opened his claws and used scratching attacks on Whitebeard. The bullets tore Whitebeard's skin and flesh apart, and there were several hideous scars on his broad chest, but it did not affect the actions of the strongest man in the world at all. He punched one after another, as if he did not feel tired. He smashed the Red Hair pirates into pieces. The vibrations coming from the space made people's scalps numb. At the same time, Aokiji, Akainu, Ryoma, and Oz rushed into the Red Hair pirates one after another. Any one of them is a top-notch warrior, and even the worst one is no less than Beckman. In addition, they have no concept of death, and they are unbridled. No one can resist them. Dark Hound, Freeze Moment, Flame Tail Slash. Devil Punch. This round of attacks is like 100 flowers blooming, and it exploded among the Red Hair pirates. Hoo-hoo. What's going on? I can't aim. Sniper Usopp continuously released sniper bullets, but facing Whitebeard and others who were like dead soldiers, it seemed to have no effect. The frequent designs made Usopp doubt himself a little. Advertisement as the sniper rifle in his hand powerless? On the other side, Lakiru threw away the meat in his hand and waved his hand in panic. Disperse, fight the enemy individually. We can't gather everyone together, it's too chaotic. Our operations are all disrupted. Bendick Snake used acrobatic 2 sword style and kicked Aokiji on the head, and several pieces of ice immediately burst out. Don't underestimate us Red Hair pirates. Beckman frowned and hit Akainu on the shoulder with a rifle. Turning around and ordering loudly. Disperse, disperse immediately 100 meters away. Beckman is known for his wisdom. He is a man who is on par with Shanks in the Red Hair pirates. As the man with the highest IQ on the field, Beckman keenly discovered that no matter how Whitebeard and others move, Xia Ya will stay within 100 meters of them. Beckman guessed, this might be the distance Xia Ya controls the mount. Therefore, in order to verify his guess, Beckman immediately asked all crew members to disperse and keep a distance of 100 meters. As long as they dispersed, Xia Ya's trick might not succeed. And that was exactly the case. Xia Ya's mount gathering technique can control all mounts within 100 meters. With this skill, even if you don't ride on it, you can still ride it. At this moment, Xia Ya has given up riding Carina and the others. In order to keep the 5 special mounts attacking at the same time, she targets the Red Hair pirates. Within the range of 100 meters, Xia Ya can only choose to let the 5 special mounts rush forward. He only deals with the Red Hair pirates, thus letting go of the Marine on the other side, which is 100 meters away. There is no way, there is really a distance limit. Xia Ya can only choose this. Beckman is indeed a man with a very high IQ. He actually keenly noticed through Xia Ya's actions that every action of Xia Ya is to keep the distance between himself and the mount. For example, Aokiji has now attacked the back of the Red Hair pirates, and is 20 meters away from Whitebeard who is fighting in front of the Red Hair pirates, and is nearly 80 meters away from Xia Ya in the distance. In order to control Aokiji, Xia Ya has moved forward 20 meters. Yes, but what can I do about it? I like to target the first bird to stand out. After saying that, Xia Ya rode Gion towards Beckman. At the same time, seeing Xia Ya rushing into the Red Hair pirates like crazy with 5 special mounts, all the supernovas present were shocked, and even Doflamingo and others were stunned. They never thought. Advertisement there is such a fearless way of fighting. It turns out that there are people in this world who dare to kill only the core area of the Red Hair pirates. It's so scary. Hawkeye had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Xia Ya is more than 10 times stronger than 2 years ago. At that time, he was only powerful individually, but now, he is like a god of war. I surrender. Mihawk had to surrender at this moment. He knew the situation of the Red Hair pirates very well, but he didn't expect that Xia Ya, Whitebeard and others would completely break through the iron wall. What's even more exaggerated is, Beckman, Lakilu and others were injured. They were in a miserable state. Even some of the weaker ones, such as Rockstar, were thrown to the ground and twitched. It was obvious that they were crippled. Opposite the red hair pirates, Sengoku couldn't help but take a few steps back. He originally planned to join forces with the red hair pirates to deal with Xia Ya, but he didn't expect that Xia Ya would directly give up attacking Marine and turn around to kill into the red hair pirates' fortress. If it were someone else, Sengoku would definitely praise him. He's courting death, but that man is Xia Ya. And it has achieved results, beating the red hair pirates, who have the most balanced bounties, into pieces and retreating repeatedly. At this moment, Crane came to Sengoku. Give up Akainu, give up Aokiji, give up Gion, and take advantage of the red hair pirates attracting Xia Ya's attention. Order all Marines to leave now, otherwise, when Xia Ya comes to her senses, it will be too late. Hearing Crane's proposal, Garp raised his fist. How is it possible, Crane? This is Marineford. This war is broadcast live in front of the whole world. If Marine retreats, then we will never be able to raise our heads. It's useless. Staying alive is more important than raising our heads. Don't you see that our Marine elites have no fighting spirit at this moment? Crane said unwillingly. Chadon's face turned the color of liver. Suru Vice Admiral, Gion is still being ridden by Xia Ya. Suru usually disliked Chadon, who often confessed to Gion. After all, Kaji was too ugly, and he was immediately annoyed. Shut up. Gion is being ridden. What does it have to do with you, Chadon? Suru had a headache. It's okay that Akainu and Aokiji were controlled by Xia Ya. At this moment, Gion is still being ridden by Xia Ya. And if Marine doesn't get out of the way, maybe that crazy Xia Ya will do something outrageous again. Suru saved Marine. Even if Gion was being ridden by someone. As a staff officer, she had to make the most pertinent suggestions. Garp coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was also seriously injured. His chin was knocked crooked by Aokiji and his bones were broken in several places. As a Marine hero, he was used to being arrogant, not convinced at all. No, Sengoku, you must find a chance to take down Xia Ya. Execute him at Marineford, right here. Chadon immediately echoed, Vice Admiral Garp is right. Sengoku frowned in pain, and he didn't want to give up just like that. Originally, he planned to win a big victory in the Summit War, and then retire from the position of Marine Marshal with honor, and at the beginning, Marine's goals were achieved. Ace was killed by a punch. Whitebeard also died of exhaustion. But Xia Ya took action. All of Marine's achievements collapsed instantly when Xia Ya appeared. The Summit War no longer brought honor, but a shame that will be forever engraved in Sengoku's heart. 147. The four emperors actually need monkeys to help? Let's wait a little longer. The situation is still unclear. It's not certain who will win or lose. Sengoku looked at the battlefield in the distance. Despite Crane's advice, he was obviously hesitant. Under normal circumstances, now is indeed a good time to retreat. But if Marine retreats now, it will always be nailed to the pillar of shame of failure. Sengoku still hopes that the red hair pirates can be more powerful, and then let Marine participate, strive for a cooperation or something, and it would be best to severely damage the Xia Ya pirates to save some face. FFLX. Sengoku is still waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to join or escape, on the other side. With Beckman's analysis and then an order, the red hair pirates dispersed. They were like precision cooperative instruments, cooperating to form two teams, and staying 100 meters away. Sure enough, under this operation, Xia Ya could no longer attack the entire red hair pirates group, and turned to the other side, gathering strength to focus on Beckman and beat him crazily. Beckman led a group of people to retreat. This guy, the ability to control the mount is indeed only within a radius of 100 meters. It seems that, there are two ways to fight. The first is to gather Xia Ya and Whitebeard and other mounts together, and take advantage of the chaos to find an opportunity to target Xia Ya, the ability user, and the second is to separate Xia Ya and Whitebeard and others, and then defeat them one by one. Although Whitebeard and others have peak strength, they still need Xia Ya, the ability user, to distract and control them. If they are not so focused, they can still find flaws. We also have a chance of winning. Beckman took a rifle and hit Whitebeard's Kuriganekiri with a stick. Shanks, we will contain these fearless corpses, and you go to kill Xia Ya's body. Only by killing the ability user can we stop his madness. Shanks, who already knew that Xia Ya was very difficult, did not hesitate and started to act with Griffin. At this time, Sengoku, who was standing in the distance, also discovered the key information. Since the red hair pirates discovered Xia Ya's flaw, it proves that there is an opportunity to take advantage of. Advertisement. Sengoku immediately decided to cooperate with the red hair pirates. Kizaru, Garp, follow me, we also want to join the battle. Looking at the eager Sengoku, Kizaru also frowned. To be honest, he supported Suru's suggestion, which means he was on the side of running away, but facing Sengoku's order. As a Marine Admiral, he could only obey. Here it comes. Kizaru calmed down, and golden particles began to appear on his body. Garp clenched his fists. Fight! Fight to your heart's content, this is exactly what I want. Boom! The three people burst out with energy under their feet and disappeared instantly. Three figures rushed towards Beckman's position. They could see that only by controlling Whitebeard and others could they create opportunities for red hair. Shockwave. A huge shockwave was emitted from the palm of the Golden Buddha and was blocked by Whitebeard's shock fist. The ground shook. On the other side, the red-haired figure shuttled across the battlefield and soon came to Xia Ya. You are really in the way. You attacked my companions and made me angry. Xia Ya was speechless. Wasn't it Shanks who was looking for trouble? You are the one who is in the way. You really think you are the messenger of justice? What does this summit war have to do with you? It's wrong for you to come here and embarrass yourself, red-haired. I won't give you face. Get as far away as you can. On the Marineford battlefield, Xia Ya and red-haired Shanks were fighting one-on-one. Both of them are the owners of the strongest conqueror's hockey, and the battle is quite shocking. Countless people were shocked, and this scene was recorded by Den Mushi in Huxia style and spread to the world. Countless people in Sabaody Archipelago were shocked. Open black lens bracket 0136120028 Falu 224,270,340. Hey, Xia Ya is really bold. Not only is he looking for trouble with Marine, but he is also going to fight the red hair pirates who just joined the battle. Hiss. Too scary. Xia Ya is not only powerful but also courageous. He dares to fight against the four emperors head-on. First know why Marine was defeated by Xia Ya several times before. Advertisement, yes. It's unfortunate that there is Xia Ya on the sea, too scary. A large number of people were shocked, dumbfounded, stunned, and terrified. Countless people widened their eyes and wanted to remember this scene firmly in their minds. They already knew in their hearts that this incident would definitely be recorded in history books. The Ichigo pirates declared war on Marine and the four emperors at the same time. I'm afraid it will become a topic of conversation for people on the sea for a long time in the future. And they are witnessing history. At the same time, reporters are frantically pressing shutters, spitting everywhere. Quick, record all of this. This is a super large event. All the elite of the naval headquarters, Whitebeard, Red Hair, 4 emperors, and the 5th Sea Emperor in the first half of the Grand Line. This war lineup is probably unprecedented and will never be repeated. Too scary, such a person actually appeared on the sea. Marineford, the battlefield in the bay. With the Red Hair pirates supporting the scene, Sengoku and others also joined the battle and fought fiercely with Whitebeard, Oz and others. However, because Shaw and the red-haired battle were too shocking. The Supernova's eyes are all here, and Zoro is one of them. At this moment, the Marines can no longer care about Zoro, Sanji, Kid and others. Instead, they have a chance to breathe, good king, and are watching the battles of the top strong men, hoping to learn a trick or two. At this moment, Xia Ya chased the red-haired man and slashed wildly. After 2 years of development, Xia Ya already has the strongest swordsmanship, the strongest conqueror's hockey. The output capacity has increased by an exponential clip. Therefore, even if facing the red-haired Shanks, he will be beaten by him without any chance to fight back. As time goes by, Shanks actually fell into the inferior position. If he hadn't learned the skills of Roger, Rayleigh and other masters when he was an intern on the Roger Pirates in his early years, Shanks would never have survived until now. The wounds on his body continued to increase. If the red hair pirates hadn't sent a monkey to fight alongside him, he would have been a little overwhelmed with only one hand. Xia Ya continued to slash with Kenpira, and couldn't help but sneered. The four emperors actually need monkeys to help. 148. Absolute territory, screams from four emperors, subscribe. HMPH. Shanks was speechless. Today he had met a tough guy. Looking at the whole ocean, even in the dangerous new world, who wouldn't give his red hair a face? And this is all based on strong strength. When Shanks gathered partners from East Blue and decided to march into the new world, he challenged Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, 4 emperors. If it hadn't been tested, Grand Line wouldn't have given him the title of 4 emperors. His title of 4 emperors was earned with real strength. Since then, the Red Hair Pirates have completely established a foothold in the new world. All pirates are terrified. Smaller pirates would run away when they saw the Red Hair Pirates, and even 4 emperors like Kaido would avoid contact with the Red Hair Pirates if it wasn't necessary. It's enough to see how glorious the Red Hair Pirates are in the new world. But now, a man who doesn't give any face at all appeared in front of him. On the other side, Xia Ya has lost patience. Although Shanks has only one arm, he is also a hexagonal warrior except for Devil Fruit. Whether it is hockey or swordsmanship, he is a grandmaster. It is not realistic to want to defeat such a man in a short time by one person. Especially the 5 special warriors summoned by Xia Ya were all held back by the Marine and Red Hair Pirates, which made Xia Ya lack a considerable amount of 307 help, and it was impossible to kill Shanks instantly. It's really sad that a 4 Emperors pirate group can't even break through the attack of the Mount I summoned, and actually sent 10 monkeys to help. Let's fight quickly. Here, Xia Ya gave an order. Carina, Nami, Khalifa, Hancock came to his side immediately. Xia Ya knocked Gion unconscious with a palm, gave up the riding position, got off her, and then hugged her and threw her to Tashigi on the side. Take good care of Gion, I will give you a gift later. Yes. Okay. Tashigi nodded obediently, very curious about the gift. However, Xia Ya did not explain. Led Carina and others to attack Shanks again. Suddenly, Carina released the fire-burning castle, surrounded the area where Shanks was with raging fire, and Nami mobilized the thunderbolt to float in the air, making the whole scene full of arcs. Khalifa created darkness on the field, hiding in it, waiting for Xia Ya to order the final blow. Hancock was also on full alert. Advertisement against the red hair without fruit ability. Xia Ya is the best at crushing. As long as he uses the various abilities of the devil fruit to create a gap, he can find an opportunity to attack. Seeing the red-haired Shanks being besieged, Beckman felt something was wrong, but there was no way, he couldn't get away at all, he was facing the siege of Whitebeard. Akainu, Aokiji. Damn, is Xia Ya really so reckless? Is it based on the absolute crushing strength, or is it that the life-saving trump card is too strong, so he attacked so recklessly, like committing suicide? It's not reasonable at all. Beckman felt that Xia Ya didn't care about the members of his pirate group at all. For dead mounts like Whitebeard and Tien, Carina and Nami and others are all living people. Let them join the battle with Shanks. You know, facing the top masters, as long as they are not careful, they are likely to be killed instantly. Asterisk. Xia Ya actually did this. He really let his subordinates attack the red-haired without any scruples. Moreover, from the eyes of Carina and others, there was no pressure at all. This is very abnormal. What Beckman didn't know was that Xia Ya had a reversal technique. As long as he didn't die, all members would be 100% safe. The cost was pitifully small. Bang 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 bang. The members of the red-hair pirates fired bullets at Xia Ya in between attacks. The black bullets shot at them at high speed, but Xia Ya's figure had disappeared. Instead, he shuttled through the fire and lightning fields, and his whole body was integrated into them. The next second, with the urging of Carina and Nami, the battlefield suddenly became violent, and the orange flames and the white thunder occupied everything. It was impossible to see what was happening in the field. Shanks opened his observation hockey to determine where the Xia Ya pirates would attack from besides the natural elements. But what he didn't think about was, Khalifa's vampire form can create darkness and hide in it, making it impossible for people to detect it. Even as long as Khalifa doesn't come out of the darkness, his observation hockey can't capture it. Xia Ya knew that Shanks had Conqueror's hockey, which could kill with observation. He had not used observation hockey since the battle, and his perspective can be transmitted to each mount through his mind. In other words, in disguise, he has the ability to share vision. What's more exaggerated is that in the electric field of Thunderfruit, no matter how fancy it is, it can't escape Xia Ya's perception. This is not observation hockey. When Shanks was using observation hockey to lock, Xia Ya smiled and moved her fingers. Under the dark ground, Carina turned into a vampire, holding the knife and leaning out to stab Shanks in the thigh. $71. I can hardly sense the killing intention. Swish. A hideous wound deep enough to see the bone pierced Shanks' thigh, and it passed by, bringing out a lot of scarlet. Seeing the smile on Xia Ya's mouth, Shanks instantly understood. The real killing intention came from Xia Ya. And Khalifa in the darkness was still a puppet under control, and her behavior was also controlled by Xia Ya. Ya was controlling her, so she rushed out of the darkness without any emotional fluctuations. In an instant, the griffin in the red-haired man's hand turned down sharply. Advertisement Shanks chopped Khalifa on the back. Even though she was a demon fruit power, Shanks's attack power was too strong, leaving a deep wound on her back. This was a duel of equals. As long as you dare to approach and try to hurt your opponent, you must also be prepared to get hurt. However, what Shanks didn't expect was, Khalifa didn't stop, and flew directly to where Xia Ya was, and then was hugged tightly by Xia Ya. Does it hurt? No. Don't force it. Xia Ya hugged Khalifa, and a halo flowed from her hand. The wound on Khalifa's back disappeared without a trace. Under the treatment of the reversal technique, Khalifa recovered in just 1 second. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to escape into the darkness. Shanks, who was far away, was stunned by this scene. He didn't expect that Xia Ya actually has this kind of means. The knife he chopped on Khalifa was enough to make a master lose the ability to move, but Xia Ya just wiped it casually, and the wounds were all healed. The whole process took less than a second. At this moment, Shanks finally understood why Xia Ya summoned Khalifa and others. His team is not afraid of any injuries, yes, whether it was Whitebeard, Akainu, Aokiji before, or Khalifa, Carina Nami now. Xia Ya has the means to completely repair them. Don't be distracted. While Shanks' leg was cut off, Xia Ya passed by with Jinpura in an instant. Swish. Shanks held Griffin with one arm and flew up. 149. There is no hand in the world. Take off Sengoku's head, please subscribe. What a pity, where is your only remaining arm? Xia Ya attacked, and Griffin spun around in the sky with Red Hair's only arm. Before taking action, Khalifa had already taken Red Hair's blood through attack, which was naturally controlled by Xia Ya. Using the instant urging, Red Hair's strength was greatly reduced, and Xia Ya succeeded in one attack. Then, Xia Ya caught Griffin with a flash, and then used Paramecia Fruit to burn the broken arm that was still tightly holding Griffin to ashes. Red Hair's only remaining arm turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared from the world. With a throw, Griffin and the scabbard spun to Washi's hand. Snap! Tashigi held the heavy knife, and the whole person was stunned. She never expected that the gift Xia Ya mentioned was actually Red Hair's saber. Xia Ya had obtained the black sword knight from Hawkeye before, but gave it to Khalifa. It was a supreme sword that made Tashigi cry with envy. And now, the famous sword Griffin is actually in her hands. Tashigi was flattered, of course she knew that it was given to her by Xia Ya. Woo 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 woo. Master Xia Ya, you are so kind. #7. Tashigi was moved to tears and nodded to Xia Ya. Without delaying at the scene, she hugged Griffin and the 3-meter-tall, slender, and fainting Guion and ran towards the crowd. Where are her other partners? Xia Ya's task of controlling Guion must be completed by Inski. At this moment, the battlefield in the harbor, the flames dissipated. The thunder stopped. The situation on the battlefield was revealed. On the ground, only red-haired Shanks was left kneeling on the ground, looking at his empty shoulder. He had recovered his youthful state, but his thighs and hands were cut off, and he even lost Griffin. Xia Ya smiled and spun the Kemperer in his hand. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of the knife to the ground, and were soon covered by dust, and the blade became clean. I'll give you a face and won't kill you, on the other side of the battlefield. Advertisement Beckman and others stopped and finally saw Shanks' arm cut off. Then they were collectively stunned. They didn't expect that Shanks actually failed and even lost his last arm. In East Blue, it was for Luffy to lose an arm, and everyone was optimistic. After all, this was a bet on the arm in the new era. In fact, it had nothing to do with the defeat, it was not even a shame. But at this moment, it was in Marineford, and Xia Ya cut off another arm. It can only be said that it was a big loss of face. It is estimated that it will not take long for the whole world to know that the four emperors red-haired lost another arm. It was a mistake for the red hair pirates to come to summon war, and they lost so many days. Stop fighting, don't linger on, take the captain away. Seeing that Xia Ya did not continue to chase Shanks, he also stood far away to watch the show. Beckman also understood Xia Ya's psychology. This guy did not take the red hair four emperors seriously at all. He never regarded the red hair as a threat, he did not even intend to wipe out the roots. Of course, this was Beckman's miscalculation. Xia Ya did not play by the rules at all. No one could guess what he was going to do and what new plans he had. Swish swish swish, AK, ship doctor, ship doctor. Beckman and other figures appeared in front of the red hair, holding him and leaving. Beckman, did I say let you go? Xia Ya's voice came. Beckman's back was cold, and he turned his head and was actually a little nervous. If Xia Ya still wants to attack, I'm afraid the red hair pirates can't resist. Captain Shanks has broken an arm. The morale of the pirates is unstable and the combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. It's the most empty time. If faced with this situation, Xia Ya inserted the Kempira into the scabbard, stared at Beckman's eyes and smiled. It's okay to take Shanks away, but before that, you must do something for me, otherwise, each of you will leave your life here. Red hair pirates will no longer exist. 0136120028 Philo 224280010. At this moment, Beckman did not doubt what Xia Ya said. If it were in the past, Beckman would definitely laugh at Xia Ya for being an ignorant child who didn't understand the vastness and depth of the sea, but now that even Captain Red Hair has been defeated, Xia Ya's words, even a punctuation mark, should be taken seriously. *10. What do you want? Beckman asked in a deep voice. Advertisement. He thought Xia Ya wanted to get something in exchange. Xia Ya said directly and boringly, it's very simple, you go and get Sengoku's head for me, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Just now, Marine and Red Hair pirates joined forces to deal with Xia Ya's special mount group. Now, Xia Ya directly threatened Red Hair's life and asked Red Hair pirates to kill the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. It can be said that it was a full rebound, and this request. It simply pushed the Red Hair pirates to the edge of despair. Although the Red Hair pirates did not take Sengoku, a person of high status and power, seriously, after all, it was normal for them to look down on each other because of different paths, but the consequences were very serious. Zero Sengoku was the marshal of the entire Marine Army. If he died in the hands of Red Hair pirates, the consequences he faced. Even a four emperors group could not bear it. You. Beckman stared at Xia Ya with sweat on his forehead. Xia Ya raised his palm, and a ball of blood flowed in his hand, and with a wave, the red hair on Shanks' head turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was exactly the same as Akainu's situation at that time. Shanks' vitality was controlled by Xia Ya's vampire form demonic ability. When Khalifa held the black knife Yoruichi and pierced the red-haired man's thigh, the red-haired man's blood had been controlled by Xia Ya. Otherwise Xia Ya's attack to cut off the red-haired man's arm would not have been so smooth. It was just a moment. Xia Ya immediately reduced the red-haired man's strength. And after cutting off the red-haired man's arm, he returned his vitality. The whole process was in the flames and thunderstorms, so that brief moment was almost unnoticed. Now, the Red Hair Pirate's life gate is completely controlled by Xia Ya. This is the strongest control skill of the vampire form, controlling the lives of others. Previously, Sengoku joined forces with the Red Hair Pirates to target him. Xia Ya naturally had to return everything. The best punishment is to let the Red Hair Pirates take down Naval himself, the head of the Marshal of Headquarters. And, there is no room for negotiation. 150. Please let Marshal Sengoku die, and let Garp be buried with him. Subscribe. If the Red Hair Pirates do not agree to this deal, Xia Ya will directly activate the vampire mentality and absorb Shanks' vitality. Regardless of whether Xia Ya will let the pirates take action, the best result is that Shanks will become an old man that everyone can bully. It's obvious. No pirate group will be led by such an old man. The Red Hair Pirates will naturally cease to exist. After making the request, Xia Ya also summoned 5 special mounts such as Whitebeard to his side, and stayed with his female companions and mounts, waiting for the show to begin with a teasing look on his face. When he came to Marineford, his goal had been achieved. Now, Akainu and Aokiji, the 2 Marine admirals who launched the Buster Call, have become corpses, and there is still a place for the 6 Paths Golden Coffin, and Sengoku is just right. One of the strongest men in the world, 1 Marine Marshal, and 2 Marine Admirals. Just think about it, it's already a profit. Because of controlling too many mounts to fight, Xia Ya also lost a lot of physical strength. If the opponent counterattacks frantically, it will be a bit exhausting to deal with it. If he runs away, it will be too embarrassing. It is better to throw the problem to the red hair pirates. At this moment, Shanks sat on the ground, with a trace of blood flowing out of his empty arm. He was bandaged and treated by the crew member Hongo with a head of white hair. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the ship's Dr. Hongo, and he said, "The captain's injury has been controlled, but the loss of vitality is unbearable. The injury of a broken arm is unbearable. Moreover, that arm was also burned by the flames. If you want to restore your combat effectiveness, maybe you can only wait until your vitality is back, and you have to find the corresponding ability Devil Fruit to do it. Normal medical skills are no longer able to revolving heaven." Hearing this, the members of the Red Hair Pirates, 047, group felt cold in their hearts and were very shocked, and the doctor's frustration was written on their faces. Life is in the hands of others. This kind of thing, the people of the Red Hair Pirates had never imagined before coming to Marineford. Beckman calmed down. The situation is not the worst at least. Shank's life is saved. If we spend some time to find the Devil Fruit, maybe we can heal Shank's arm in some way. At least Logia Devil Fruit can replace the arm of the ability user with natural elements. And as long as we kill Sengoku, we can make a deal with Xia Ya. Shanks gritted his teeth, his old face was full of hideousness. His only arm was also cut off, and even his life was in the hands of a pirate. This time he came to Marineford and lost all his face. Even if he returns to the New World, he will have to face the ridicule of the whole world. The prestige of the Red Hair Pirates has been greatly reduced. And now, he actually needs to use the Devil Fruit to restore his arm. Shanks doesn't want to accept this. After all, there is no demon fruit power in the Red Hair Pirates. Everyone is a strong man. In the daily conversation of the crew, they all disdain to eat the Devil Fruit. The entire pirate group actually wants his captain to be the first. Shanks is crazy. But he lost his arm and could only let others control him. He looked up at the Whitebeard pirates and the supernova pirates around him. Everyone looked at him in the same way as if they were watching a clown show. The four emperors, they have fallen to this point. If Shank's face was not full of wrinkles, his face would probably be quite rosy now. Beckman exhaled a breath of turbid air and had made a decision. The Red Hair Pirates could do without anyone, but they could not do without Shanks, the captain, otherwise the long voyage would become meaningless. "I hope you keep your promise." Xia Ya pointed at Sengoku. "Of course, I never break my promise." Immediately, Beckman and others took up their weapons. They are pirates. Their hands are stained with blood during the war. In order to achieve their goals, they have done many things that ordinary people cannot understand. Now they can do it just to kill a marine marshal. In the distance, a cold light flashed under Doflamingo's flamingo glasses. Accident, it's really unexpected, the situation is a bit beyond expectations. If the Red Hair Pirates end this war, then New World will have two huge territories, which will become the battleground for all pirates. Marine has suffered too much loss now, and it is unable to participate in the battle. Instead, it has become an opportunity for us new star pirates. But Xia Ya gave Red Hair a chance to breathe again. I don't know if we can grasp it. Otherwise, New World will usher in chaos. Foo 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 foo. Interesting, this sea is so interesting. As a Shichibukai in New World, Doflamingo's goal is to become the Pirate King, and to become a pirate group, you must first cross the four emperors, but for Doflamingo Mo, he can only be regarded as Kaido's little brother. But now, with Xia Ya and Marineford made such a fuss, and ambitious people saw an opportunity. It seems that the four emperors are not so invulnerable. Gecko Moria held her slender cheeks, and the corners of her mouth curved up. New World. Hee. If the unrest spreads to Wano Kuni, then I can also find a chance for revenge. Hey, Moria, don't let your imagination run wild, Doflamingo said. Bear had no interest in Moria and Doflamingo talking, but as he and Xia Ya signed a riding contract, his mind became much clearer. Advertisement of course, Bear also knew that Xia Ya had a reversal technique, and he could return to a conscious state at any time. What made Bear even more excited was, Bonnie looked happy among the people of Xia Ya pirates. This was exactly what Bear wanted to see the most. Other things were not important. Bear didn't have so many thoughts to think about this problem. And Hawkeye on the side Mahawk stood straight, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, staring at the situation on the field, as silent as a bear. Hawkeye didn't expect Shanks to lose so badly. Powerful conquerors hockey. Powerful Jianwensha. With the blessing of two extremely powerful skills, Red Hair couldn't find any flaws in Xia Ya. That man has a power that no one can guess. I think we should go. There is no benefit in staying here. After saying that, Hawkeye walked to the back. He had fought with Xia Ya and experienced failure personally. He knew that the longer he stayed, the more likely it would be a mess. Now the situation on the field is clear. If Red Hair Pirates kill Sengoku, it will be fine. Xia Ya will abide by the agreement. If not, Summit War will probably go into a frenzy. That man will never give up. Hawkeye knows that he is a terrifying person who will take revenge for any slight. Hey, the war is still going on. Hawkeye, you can't leave. A Marine Vice Admiral stared at Hawkeye stubbornly. Hawkeye cast a murderous look. According to the agreement, Shichibukai only targets the Whitebeard pirates. You want to break the agreement? Are you teaching me how to do things? Hawkeye's knife was revealed, and the murderous aura swept out instantly. The Marine Vice Admiral and Hawkeye's eyes met, and he immediately became timid. He could only watch Hawkeye leave helplessly. Doflamingo's fingers moved wildly. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Are you going to retreat? It seems that there should be no problem to continue watching. Looking up at the clouds in the sky, Doflamingo decided to stay. He couldn't participate in the battlefield, but it was no problem to protect himself in the chaos. Doflamingo thought. As long as he didn't provoke Xia Ya, this terrifying man, no one else could stop him. Ah, really leaving? Hawkeye? Moria pouted, never thought Hawkeye would be so decisive. However, there was Perona in the Xia Ya pirates. Moria felt that if he didn't provoke Xia Ya, there should be no danger. Hee, then I'll stay here with you and watch. At this moment, the attitude of Shichibukai made the surrounding Marines feel like they were on the edge of an abyss. Before Xia Ya took action, all Marines felt that Sengoku and other high-level officials were still too nervous, and actually sent all the elite Marines to concentrate, and even promised Shichibukai benefits to let them stand on the platform. The Marines thought Sengoku was too conservative. How could the Shichibukai, with such a strong force, only target Whitebeard? Xia Ya was the boss, but it was too late to negotiate with the Shichibukai now. The Shichibukai didn't dare to do anything anymore. Everything. It was all pressure from that man. Now it's all right. The Marines' help was gone. As Xia Ya transferred Whitebeard and others away, all the Red Hair pirates went to the place where Red Hair's arm was broken. On the battlefield where the smoke had cleared, Sengoku stood beside Kizaru and Garp. His expression became extremely ugly. They didn't expect Shanks to be so weak. Sengoku and the Red Hair pirates didn't kill a single corpse of Whitebeard and others, and Shanks' arm was cut off. It was too fast, so fast that people couldn't expect it. But the deal proposed by Xia Ya made Sengoku's face full of coldness. Advertisement, damn it, what should I do? F.A. Sengoku stared at the approaching Red Hair pirates and felt the pressure deeply. Now the only fighting force left in the naval headquarters was Kizaru, Garp, and his old bones. But it was obvious that the conflict between Sengoku and Xia Ya could not be reconciled, and there must be an end today. And what was even more uncomfortable was, Sengoku miscalculated this time. I didn't understand why Xia Ya was so crazy. He just caught whoever he wanted without giving him any face. Even, no matter what the result was, Sengoku would not be treated properly. The Summit War failed. Marshal Marine had an unshirkable responsibility. It also means that Sengoku's reputation will be nailed to the naval headquarters pillar of shame forever. Every time a Marine is recruited in the future, Sengoku's name will be used as a negative example. Xia Ya wants us, the naval headquarters, to fight to the death with the Red Hair pirates. That guy is too despicable. Suru's tone was extremely cold, and his old face was full of disappointment. If Sengoku had listened to his own establishment before he took action, let the Red Hair pirates go ahead, and led the Marines to retreat, perhaps he would have escaped from this dangerous battlefield. Now, the Red Hair pirates were offered a deal by Xia Ya, and turned around to fight with the Marines. It was the worst ending. Sengoku was speechless. He originally wanted to calculate the troops again to see if he could resist the attack of the Red Hair pirates, but when he turned around and saw Xia Ya's teasing eyes staring at him, he gave up immediately. Do you really want me to die? A*hole? Sengoku really regretted it at this moment. He shouldn't have provoked Xia Ya. The B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ridden. Now Xia Ya was crazy again, and who knows what would happen. Naval headquarters would be doomed. The last chance might be before he died. You guys retreat, I'll hold them back. Suru. 11 Kizaru. Chatten. Assholes, we can still fight back. Isn't it just the Red Hair pirates? My grandson went astray because of red hair. Garp was so angry that his teeth itched. He didn't want to leave in such a mess, so that Marine would never be able to raise his head in front of pirates again. Sengoku closed his eyes and exhaled. It was my operational mistake that led to this result. I will bear the consequences. Now, the whole army will retreat immediately. Garp got angry and made a decision immediately. 1.4. No, I will stay too, and cover the retreat with you, Sengoku. Sengoku gritted his teeth. A*hole, now is not the time to be willful, go. Pa pa pa. Xia Ya in the distance applauded and cast an admiring look, but had no intention of taking action. Seeing this scene, Garp was furious. The Marine he protected was actually played by such a pirate. Garp shouted. Anyway, I won't leave, Xiaohei, you take your generals and retreat. I have a personal grudge with the Red Hair pirates. It's decided. No one should say anything. After speaking, Garp clenched his fist and black lightning immediately flowed out from between his fingers. Sengoku. With Sengoku's consent, Crane led the remnants of Marine to retreat. Even Kizaru and Chadon were in the process of retreating. Now only Sengoku and Garp formed an old kayak and stood on the battlefield. At this time, Beckman came to Marine with a group of Red Hair pirates. The losers of both sides came face to face. The atmosphere was a little silent. After a long time, Beckman's finger was on the trigger. We came here to stop this war, but we didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now that we have come to this point, then. Please die, Marshal Sengoku. Humph. You are still a little naive to take my life, Beckman. Sengoku turned into a golden giant Buddha, his body continued to expand. Garp. Maybe this is the last time we fight side by side. Come on. 013612028 Philo 224280140. In an instant, the two Marines will fight with the Red Hair pirates. 151. Luffy wakes up and goes crazy. The world completely collapses. Please subscribe. The Red Hair Pirates led by Beckman and Sengoku Garp started a fierce battle. Suddenly, both sides used various means. Beckman is now 48 years old, which is the peak of his powers. The other members of the Red Hair Pirates are also between 30 and 50 years old, and they have a great advantage in physical skills. At the same time, they have more combatants, and their previous cooperative fighting methods have made them not fall into the inferior position when facing the two veterans Sengoku and Garp. As for Sengoku and Garp, after all, they have experienced hundreds of battles and are also top-level strongmen tempered by the sea. Although they are old, they can still compete with the top combat power of the younger generation by burning the remaining glory. At this moment, Sengoku wanted to cry, because he saw Marine retreating in an orderly manner after the battle, and Sha Ying did not pay attention to Marine's actions. This made Sengoku feel much more relieved. A sense of shame hit Sengoku's heart. He felt that he, the Marine, was not fighting the pirates angrily, nor did he have a sense of justice. Instead, he was like a clown in a circus, trying his best to please the audience. And that audience was Xia Ya. Now that Shanks's handle was in Xia Ya's hand, the Red Hair Pirates had to obey Xia Ya's orders in disguise. Marines were dead or injured, and there were not many top combat forces left. Under such circumstances, Marshal Sengoku had to make sacrifices and leave himself behind. And if Xia Ya was not stabilized, according to Xia Ya's extreme personality, it is very likely that he would target Marines from other headquarters, which Sengoku could not accept. In fact, Sengoku also thought about finding a chance to escape. After all, no one wants to die, but there was no way. Sengoku's mentality was completely controlled by Xia Ya. In order to keep his last Marine glory, he, the marshal of the headquarters, had to burn his life. Just to save a little reputation. Righto. Finally, someone attacked the retreating Marine. Seeing the person who attacked, Sengoku was furious. On the other side, seeing Marine retreating and wanting to completely kill Marineford, the Whitebeard Pirates, led by the giant spider Squar, rushed towards Marine like crazy with the long sword, and the retreat route of the Marine soldiers was blocked by the Whitebeard Pirates. Along the way, bloody swords and broken limbs flew. The wailing sounded throughout the entire Marineford. It was a mess. It was really a mess, to be honest. Originally, Marco, Joes and others had no intention of fighting, and they only thought about how to retreat. After all, according to Whitebeard's father, he hoped that his sons would return to the New World safely and start a new life, but as the giant spider Squar rushed into the Marine crowd, the remaining Whitebeard pirates also joined the battlefield. Who is Squar? He is the man who stabbed Whitebeard's father with one knife. After realizing that he had made a mistake, the giant spider Squar had long wanted to die, and was eager to find a chance to accompany his father Whitebeard and kneel down to his father in hell. At the same time, Squar had a bottomless hatred for the Marine who had harmed him, especially Sengoku and Akainu, but now that Akainu was dead, Sengoku became the target of Squir's revenge. Before, it was because he had no chance, but now that Marine had been defeated, he chose to act immediately. Only by killing all the Marines can Sengoku die with regrets. After all, the Whitebeard pirates lost so many brothers in this summit war. Even Ace, advertisement dad Whitebeard, died in the war. Such hatred cannot be erased by time and mentality. Only blood can wash away this hatred, Marine's blood. Sengoku's blood. It must be said that all members of the Whitebeard pirates hate Marine. They don't take actual revenge because the conditions don't allow it. Seeing Marine's defeat, they are already in an absolute disadvantage. With the great filial son Squar leading the way, the remaining pirates of the Whitebeard pirates are completely aroused. Everyone present is a pirate, not a good person, and good at beating a fallen dog. Instantly, they all rushed into the crowd of Marine's retreating people, showing the brutality unique to the New World pirates. Sengoku's eyes were fierce, and his back teeth were about to break. He never expected that. Xia Ya didn't do it, but the Whitebeard pirates did. Damn it, Sengoku spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He had originally decided to die here. After all, his reputation was already bad. Maybe if there were some Marines to cover him, he could wash his name by dying in battle. At least the living Marines would thank him a little. Marines were being slaughtered by Whitebeard's remnants. Sengoku was going crazy. Bang! Don't be distracted. Sengoku. The battle here is not over yet. Beckman pulled the trigger, and a black bullet covered with armament hockey shot out. It shot off one of Sengoku's ears. Shockwave. Half of Sengoku's face was covered in blood, and then he released a shockwave in anger, which immediately exploded in the crowd. Garp on the side also rushed over with a black fist raised. Garp was so angry about the fact that Marine was besieged by the Whitebeard pirates that he was about to bite his teeth. Sengoku, this is the last battle. Let's have a good fight, don't be stunned. Fistbone impact. At the same time, Sabaody Archipelago. The people who watched the Marineford melee were dumbfounded and stunned. This. Oh my god, what happened? Even Marshal Marine is going to die. Didn't the Red Hair Pirates ask the people present to give him a face and end this war? Why? Fight with Sengoku and Garp, two old Marines. What the hell is going on? What? Shanks, that B***************** D, is not here to end the war. He is obviously here to make trouble. It's because he is vulnerable that he is controlled by Xia Ya, so that the entire pirate group has to work for Xia Ya and go out together to deal with Marshal Sengoku. Def. In my opinion, the entire Marineford was controlled by Xia Ya. Xia Ya, that big villain, played with her. As the people of Sabaody Archipelago talked, the atmosphere of worry swept the whole place. But it was soon broken by loud laughter. These laughs came from the pirates who stayed on the island. Great. That's great. Xia Ya is the god of pirates. She can play marine around, and Sengoku, the old fox, is going to be forced to death. Ha ha ha. Great. Xia Ya is my idol. What no one has ever done in history was actually done by Xia Ya. It's amazing. That's right. What New World's 4 emperors, what red-haired Shanks, I can't see so much, not as good as the 5th emperor of our Grand Line Paradise in the first half, Xia Ya. That's the real great Poseidon. Woo-ha-ha-ha, Lousy has never seen such a great performance. If I can go to Marineford, I will definitely take the opportunity to kill a few Marines. This battle atmosphere is full, it is a paradise for violent people. Ha-ha-ha, Xia Ya is the hero of the pirates, the real emperor of the sea. Red hair, what a shit, just an old man without a hand, ha-ha-ha-ha. Advertisement: there are many pirates lurking in Sabaody Archipelago. Seeing that the naval headquarters is doomed, even Red Hair who came to stop the war had his last arm chopped off, pirates are excited. The voices of the surrounding people were immediately suppressed by the pirates. Arrogant. Ecstasy. Excited. The pirates seemed to be celebrating a festival. Marine is naturally the enemy of the pirates. Red-haired Shanks came from afar to end the war. For the pirates, red-haired Shanks' behavior is completely meddling. What the hell is the fight between Marine and pirates got to do with you, a pirate? You were just looking for trouble. You even call 4 emperors. It will bring shame to the pirates if you tell anyone about it. FIFFLX. Seeing Marine and Red Hair pirates led by Sengoku being defeated and even forced to fight to the death, even Whitebeard pirates rejoined the battlefield and were still madly attacking Marine. All the pirates who witnessed it were collectively excited. Hiss. What a terrifying man. When everyone was fighting madly, Xia Ya was chatting with the beautiful woman next to him like nothing happened. Incredible 527, I would like to call Xia Ya the biggest winner of Summit War. God of Pirates. This man is incredible. At the same time, at the scene of the chaos, Marineford. As multiple conflicts on the battlefield were triggered, the scene was completely in chaos. Sengoku and Garp were trying their best to deal with the Red Hair pirates led by Beckman, while Kizaru on the other side fired lasers wantonly, attacking the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and Marco and others also stomped on Marine. Suddenly, there were casualties on the scene. On the contrary, Xia Ya had already picked all the pieces and was standing leisurely on the side. In the final analysis, he only needed to control Shank's vitality and the rest would be done by others. Xia Ya only needed to reap the fruits of victory. However, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates attacked Marine again. This gave Xia Ya a little surprise. Well done. A good son is one who wants to avenge his grudges. Meanwhile, on the other side, former Shichibukai Sea Knight Jinbei placed Luffy on the ground. Because Law had crossed paths with Luffy and impelled down, he was helping Luffy use Op fruit to treat him. Perhaps because Akainu did not pursue him at that time, Luffy's injury was not fatal, and there was no huge wound on his chest. With the treatment, the Straw Hat Boy Luffy gradually woke up. 131,313. As soon as Luffy opened his eyes, he vaguely saw Beckman and Usopp, old acquaintances from the Red Hair Pirates, launching crazy attacks on his grandfather Garp. The guns were all attacking Garp, and blood burst into the air. Luffy was completely confused. After all, he had just woken up from a coma. The chaos at the scene made Luffy temporarily forget the tragic death of Ace in front of him. Wait. What's going on? Shanks and the others are here. Q. Why are they attacking my grandfather, Tay? Luffy's eyes were blurred, and finally he could see more clearly. Looking at Shanks sitting on the ground in the field, his 2 arms were empty at this time. Luffy was about to roll his eyes and faint again. He was completely crazy. Shanks. Your hand. 152. A chaotic situation, a legendary veteran who died in battle. Seeing the red-haired Shanks, Luffy immediately thought of the happy times in the East Blue Windmill Village. However, these old acquaintances of the pirate group were attacking Garp, and at the same time, he saw that the red-haired man had cut off his only arm. The information received by his eyes was concentrated at once, and Luffy's brain completely exploded. Countless ideas were generated in his mind. In the end, Luffy thought, it must be Garp and Sengoku and other Marines who cut off Shanks' arms, which led to the siege of the Red Hair Pirates. Faced with this situation, Luffy didn't know what to do. And at this time, the memory of Ace's death suddenly appeared in Luffy's mind. This time, Luffy's spirit was hit again, his mouth was pursed, his eyes began to turn white, and his whole body twitched. Righto. The real blow came soon. Under Luffy's gaze, Beckman in the distance found a gap in Garp's attack, and a black bullet drew a black light with a strange arc, attacking Garp's arm. Suddenly, one of Garp's arms was beaten into a bloody mess, and the bones were exposed. If it weren't for the little skin with the color of the arm color, Garp's right hand would have flown away from his body long ago. The entire Red Hair Pirates group is known as a Copper Wall and Iron Wall, which comes from their combat power as the most balanced among the 4 emperors. Beckman's strength is very close to the 4 emperors, and the others are infinitely close to the level of vice emperors. As real pirates on the sea, they are ruthless and cooperate well. Seeing Garp injured, Beckman and others are like sharks smelling blood. They all gave up attacking the Golden Buddha on the field. They all turned around to attack the injured Garp who was about to collapse. At this moment, Garp was like a ball, being kicked around by the Red Hair Pirates, blood splattered on the battlefield, and remained in every corner of the battlefield, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Ah! Garp screamed in pain. Sengoku immediately stepped forward to help. Garp, hold on, I'm coming. However, the red hair pirates were also crazy at this moment. They would rather endure the attack of Sengoku's shockwave than kill Garp first, and then turn around to take off Sengoku's head. Under the endless attack, Garp's screams became smaller and smaller. Until Beckman's butt covered with armament hockey hit his head with a shot. Garp was shot down from the sky with half of his head, and hit the ground at a high speed, and smoke and dust filled the air. And the red hair pirates did not give up the finishing blow, and they all smashed down with whatever moves they saw. On the ground of Marineford, a big pit that was getting deeper and deeper appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Look at this scene. Even if Garp, the veteran, didn't die, he only had half a breath left. Such a picture came out. Everyone knew that Garp, the hero of the naval headquarters, was going to die on his last shift at Marineford. Seeing such a tragic scene, the Marines who were still dealing with the Whitebeard pirates gritted their teeth and were filled with grief and anger. Yes, although many Marines have already determined that it was Garp who adopted the son of the pirate king Roger that allowed the blood of the devil to flow on the sea, which led to the beginning of the Summit War, Garp was occupying his position in the naval headquarters and doing things that he owed to the Marines, which was a disgrace to the medal on his shoulders and the cloak of justice behind him. Since the news that Ace was Garp's grandson came out, many people had negative comments about Garp. Advertisement, but this veteran actually chose to stay with Marshal Sengoku to fight the red hair pirates at the last moment, and to cover the other Marines. It must be said that this decision is also very admirable. At this moment, as the legendary veteran came to an end, many Marines burst into tears. However, everyone had no time to mourn for Garp. The Whitebeard pirates who rushed to the battlefield once again pulled all the Marines into reality. At this moment, the lives of hundreds of Marines were harvested by the Whitebeard pirates. Assholes, you killed Dad and Ace. Whitebeard deserves to die. You evil pirates, all of you, must die at the hands of the righteous Marines. The roars of rage ignited the flames of war, and blood once again covered the battlefield. On the other side, seeing Garp being blasted into the ground by the red hair pirates and the air filled with blood drops left by Garp, Luffy was completely unable to collapse, and lost his last consciousness. Today he lost too much. Not only did his brother Ace die from a punch through the chest by the Marine Admiral, but after waking up, even his childhood idol, the red-haired Shanks, broke his last arm, and even those old acquaintances of the red hair pirates killed his grandfather Garp. A series of blows came one after another, and Luffy couldn't stand up anymore. His spirit was deflated and he went limp. Luffy brother, cheer up, the Straw Hat Master. Jinbei and Luo beside Luffy were so nervous that they couldn't control themselves. Luo took a look at the situation on the field and firmly believed that this was not a place to stay for long. Their new superstars could not protect themselves on the battlefield. If they didn't want to be implicated, they had to leave this place of trouble. Luo Bao decisively picked up Luffy and said anxiously, I will take the Straw Hat leader to my submarine. Marineford is too chaotic. The Straw Hat leader can't be stimulated like this again. His emotions have collapsed. The psychological trauma is great. He must be given a more stable environment for treatment. Jinbei nodded and thought so. He looked around and found that there was no danger for the time being, so he said, you guys go quickly. There are also members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Can you take them on board? Take your submarine? Of course, everyone has been supported by Impel down all the way. Don't you want to leave? Even shook his head decisively, stood up, and blocked Luffy with his huge body. I don't need it. The people of the Whitebeard pirates are old acquaintances of mine, but they are still chasing Marine. I am a fishman and can dive into the water. If I want to leave, I just need to find a piece of seawater to get in. Well, let's withdraw first. With Luffy fainted completely, and the people of the Heart Pirates began to transport people out. This small group of people quickly disappeared silently in Marineford. No one paid attention to them in the chaotic battlefield, as if these people had never been there. 0136120028 Philo 224280460. When Jinbei saw that the people finally left safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Why is this happening? Marine, Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates, each of these three major forces is a loser in this war. After today, their strength will be greatly reduced. The pirates will go completely crazy. When people come back to their senses from the brain heat, New World is already in chaos, and the sea is going to enter chaos. It's bad, the sea is going to enter chaos. Jinbei was worried about the future of the Fishman Island. Advertisement. After finding that there was no solution, he could only choose to go to Marco to persuade him. Although the Whitebeard pirates and Marine have irreconcilable hatred, this is also a good time for them to take revenge. But Marine is not a pushover. Marine will fight back when being chased, and the brothers of the Whitebeard pirates have been dying. If they continue to fight on this battlefield, it will be a huge loss for either side. It is a huge injury that hurts the bones. Every second at this moment, someone is losing their life. The people of the Whitebeard pirates are obviously killing, and perhaps they need someone to persuade them to stop the casualties. Thinking of this, Jinbei decisively ran towards Marco's position degree. On the other side, Yi Ya had a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the development of this war. As for the escaped Luffy, Xia Ya didn't care at all. His principle is not to provoke himself, otherwise no matter who it is, they will suffer. At the same time, King Zhao's on the battlefield. At the moment Garp was shot down, Xia Ya used the radio waves of Thunderfruit to lay out in the pit and monitor Garp's heartbeat. After a short while, he found that he had no breath, so he used 6 paths gold essence to put the body in. It is worth mentioning that Xia Ya did not use the 6 paths golden coffin to repair Garp's body and build a new mount. After all, there is another choice on the battlefield. Sengoku is the ability user of Zone Human Fruit Mythical Beast Great Buddha form. TROA. Sengoku is more suitable to be used as a special mount. But considering that Garp is a top veteran in the sea, and at the same time, in his prime years, he can compete with Roger Whitebeard. In this case, Xia Ya collected Garp as an item first. As for whether to refine Garp into a mount, make a decision later. The space of the 6 paths golden coffin should be reserved for Sengoku, who has the mythical beast Great Buddha form. Only then can the benefits be maximized. The Summit War is about to end. Looking at the current situation, the Xia Ya pirates have no opponents, so there is no need to increase combat power. After collecting Sengoku, the mount, you can go home. 153. 6 paths golden coffin full, final heist, subscribe. The golden Buddha fell into the pit. When the dust and smoke completely dissipated, Sengoku found that there was only a golden coffin in the pit slowly sinking at the bottom of the pit. At this time, Sengoku knew. His old comrade Garp had been killed. And like Akainu and Aokiji, he became a dead body mount in Xia Ya's golden coffin. Sengoku was heartbroken. He blamed himself with an ugly face that he should have listened to Crane's advice and let Marine retreat early while the Red Hair Pirates and Xia Ya pirates were entangled. The result now. Sengoku just wanted to save a little reputation, but he sent his old comrade Garp and his own life here. Sengoku felt deeply unworthy. If they could care about the feelings of their old comrade Garp, not make a big fuss about the execution of Ace, or even not choose to confront the Xia Ya pirates head-on, things would not have developed to this desperate point. Now the naval headquarters has lost 2 marine admirals, a marine hero, the dying marine marshal, and thousands of marine elites, which can be said to be seriously damaged. It will take a few years to catch their breath. It can be said that this is a major fault of the marine marshal, the person who made the execution. A huge stain on Sengoku. After joining the army, everything will pass. Sengoku breathed in the air greedily, and there was still the smell of blood left by Garp at the scene in his nose. Then look into the distance. On the opposite side, because of the joining of the former Shichibukai Sea Knight Jinbei, Marco and others stopped and did not chase the marine. The cruel battlefield was full of the bodies of the Whitebeard pirates and marine soldiers. Perhaps because of exhaustion, at Jinbei's suggestion, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates also chose to retreat. Without being chased, the marines naturally retreated to the broken sea surface. If Xia Ya was not planning to attack, the remnants of the marines were safe. Ososusosuso. Seeing this situation, Sengoku also knew that it was time to make a final decision. Pay the price. At this moment, a golden Buddha rushed into the encirclement of the red-hair pirates. The shockwave, gunshots, and explosions caused by various moves echoed for a long time above Marineford's 860, until a golden coffin engraved with the Shiro Road rose from the ground and a human head rolled on the ground, and the chaotic sound of the battlefield slowed down. Stult. Human Path Shimotsuki Ryoma, Hungry Keto Fortune Country Oz. Heaven Path Edward Newgate, Hell Path Kuzan, Animal Path Sakazuki. Shira Path Sengoku. Xia Ya's 6 paths golden coffin is full. He collected all the special mounts in one war, making him the biggest winner of Summit War. At this time, Beckman threw a bloody head on the ground and looked at Xia Ya in front of him. Xia Ya, as required, we have taken the head of Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku. I hope you can abide by the agreement and return the vitality of our captain. Yes, we have done what you asked, restore the captain to his original state. Well done, you are a pirate group of 4 Emperors level. Even facing Marine Marshal and Marine Hero, you can take the head off. Xia Ya looked at the group of red-hair pirates covered in blood with a smile on her face. But Xia Ya's praise was a real irony in the eyes of the red-hair pirates. Damn it. The red-hair pirates are in such a mess because of you. If it weren't for Captain Shanks's lifeline being controlled by Xia Ya, the red-hair pirates wouldn't have to be so passive. Now the situation of the Summit War has been completely messed up. The Whitebeard pirates and Marine have established an irreconcilable hatred. Even if the current war is over, they will still have to fight to the death if they meet on the sea in the future. The red-hair pirates are the same. They took the lives of Marine Marshal and Marine Hero, and it can be said that they took all the hatred of Marine on themselves. Marine will definitely take special care of them. Xia Ya pirates. Advertisement: perhaps Xia Ya pirates will become the enemy of all forces, but the problem is, Marine and the red-hair 4 emperors are both in Xia Ya. Xia Ya was defeated. Who dares to offend? Besides, if you need to vent your anger, you must start with the weak ones. Before they grow up, it is estimated that few people will dare to cause trouble to Xia Ya pirates. Beckman's face was grim, and Ramen was in the battle with Sengoku and Garp. Several of the red-haired pirates had become corpses. At this moment, they were carried by their companions. The rest of them surrounded Shanks, with wounds on their bodies and different expressions. Everyone was waiting for Xia Ya's answer. On the other side, blood was flowing in Xia Ya's hand. A light flick. The scarlet blood passed through the crowd and floated to the top of Shanks' head. Under Xia Ya's urging, Shanks's white hair gradually turned red. Recovered to the state of more than 30 years old. Except for a broken arm, Shanks was the same as when he first came to Marineford. Although Xia Ya was also dissatisfied with the intrusion of red-haired Shanks, since Beckman was willing to be a thug and took off Sengoku's head, Xia Ya was also very happy. Ya also did what he said and returned the vitality of the red hair. If the red hair provokes me again next time, I will do it again. Anyway, Xia Ya's purpose of this trip has been completely achieved. It's not troublesome at all. Seeing Shanks restored to his original state, the red hair pirates breathed a sigh of relief. The most important thing left was to find a suitable devil fruit for Shanks to eat and restore his arm. Before this, Marine Admiral Aokiji used frozen fruit to make a prosthesis, so Shanks can also take this path to get a prosthesis in some way. However, that is also a matter for the future, this way. As the matter was over, Nami also drove the heaven manufacturing and floated in front of everyone. Just when Xia Ya was about to board the ship to leave, Gion woke up from his fainting. Og. Thinking of the shame of being ridden by Xia Ya in public, Gion immediately became furious. You B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** D. Where's my sword? Gion was unconscious and didn't know that Sengoku and Garp had died. Seeing that all the marines had retreated to the sea, Gion suddenly woke up and didn't dare to stay in the Xia Ya pirates for another minute. It's not the right time to wake up. After saying that, Xia Ya rode on Gion again. Let's go. It's boring. I'll adjust it later. In the distance, on the warship, Chadon saw this scene and was furious again, and finally cursed. Damn it, Gion was ridden by that guy again. We must save him. Suru Vice Admiral, Gion. Gion is your sister. Shut up. Suru gritted his teeth. As Maiden Heaven rose to the sky, Xia Ya rode on Gion and took the pirates away from Marineford. At the same time Sabaody Archipelago. When the public saw that the Xia Ya pirates had left Marineford, countless people felt sad. Chob. They didn't expect that. The war had come to an end. The Xia Ya pirates actually escaped unscathed. The naval headquarters actually did nothing. Damn it. Why is this happening? This is not the war we want to see. Marine should win the war, and justice must prevail. Ah. It's over. The world is over. What a terrible pirate group. I can't accept the result of the war. Marine chased after them. Why are you being a coward in front of the whole world? Ah. The public was indignant, and madness was written on their faces. The reporters were still concentrating on operating the typewriters, and strings of news text were transmitted to various news departments around the world through Den Den Mushi. All reporters had a premonition that the sea would become chaotic. Especially New World. The naval headquarters was damaged, lost the headquarters marshal, lost the spiritual totem marine hero, and lost 2 marine admirals. Countless marine soldiers were killed. When the loss of marine is announced to the world, the pirates will be in a complete carnival. Advertisement New World will even be overwhelmed by pirates. Especially the Whitebeard pirates. Most of the soldiers and generals lost their lives, and a captain died. Even the captain, the world's strongest man Whitebeard, became Xia Ya's thugs. Whitebeard's territory will also enter an endless competition. Either rise again or be annexed by other pirate groups. As New World has a huge gap because of the Summit War, and the tide is about to flood it crazily. Red Hair pirates also occupied a large territory. Although their losses were small compared to the Marine and Whitebeard pirates, with the defeat of red-haired Shanks, he lost an arm again and became a useless person. I believe that the new star forces on the sea will prioritize the Red Hair pirates. At that time, there will be a bloody storm. The New World is going to be in chaos. Some pirates who have a premonition of the situation have guessed that in the next New World, not only will the new superstars participate, but even the remaining 2 old 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, will take action. There is no doubt that Summit War is a vent. All ambitious men will position themselves to be the next pig. In the vent, a pig can fly. Why can't it be me? So, it's a mess, really a mess. At this time, at the Marineford scene, the Red Hair pirates gathered together to make the final preparations to leave Marineford. Shanks's will was a little depressed, and the ferocity in his eyes could not be hidden. Beckman on the other side was calmer. Marineford has become a broken island, and the ice is melting. It will sink to the bottom of the sea forever in a short time. We must first. Beckman. Our ship has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Someone reminded him in a discouraged manner. The sinking of Red Force dealt a heavy blow to the entire pirate group. Beckman frowned and lit a cigarette. Go and rob. There were still many warships on the sea at the scene. Even the ships of the Whitebeard pirates had some remaining. Although they were all broken and damaged by earthquakes and magma, they still had basic sailing capabilities. In addition, too many people died in this war, so many empty ships were left. Wanting to leave, robbing a ship in the end became the goal of many people. In this chaotic battlefield, only sailboats can take people away. Swish swish swish. At Beckman's command, some people in the Red Hair pirates had already taken action. In the distance, the Shichibukai camp. As Hawkeye had already left, only 3 people were still on the field. Puff. The bear saw that the matter was over, looked at the distant ship in the sky, and then patted his body and disappeared. For the bear, this was a pleasant surprise. First of all, Bonnie went out to sea and was safe, so the bear was very relieved. Secondly, Xia Ya also told the bear some information. Although the bear was already half crippled, it also meant that the bear was no longer under the control of Mariajoy. In other words, the bear, who had been harmed by Mariajoy for a long time, also had his own new plan. Doflamingo took a zigzag step and waved his hand. The bear has left. He is really a man who doesn't fit in with the group, but after this war, the bear may be different. Earlier, the bear slapped a pink bear paw in front of Xia Ya. Although Doflamingo didn't know what it was obviously different when it could walk, which made Doflamingo somewhat suspicious. But the matter concerned Xia Ya. Doflamingo didn't dare to investigate further. Just pretend this never happened. Forget it. Moria. Looking at the situation, New World is bound to fall into chaos. Why don't you take your pirate group to Dressrosa and let us start cooperation? 6RR 154. Shocked the world. Everyone was dumbfounded. Please subscribe. World Economic News Headquarters in Combelt. A ship pulled by seabirds is sailing in the air. Are you guys idiots? For such an important news, why don't you quickly summarize it into a press release and send it to the world? Morgans, one of the kings of the dark world and the big news, kept his albatross-shaped body and roared at his subordinates. The war in Marineford is over, but I didn't see a perfect press release. What are you doing? Eating. Xia Ya. Xia Ya. Xia Ya. The point is Xia Ya. Right, Marine, Whitebeard pirates, and red hair pirates as clowns who flatter Xia Ya. Such an important mission was actually written in a small space by you. What gave you the illusion that Whitebeard, Marine, and red hair were the protagonists? If I hadn't checked the press release, I wouldn't have known that you actually did such a stupid thing. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. The subordinates who were scolded by Morgans lowered their heads in shame. They thought Whitebeard, Martial Marine, 4 Emperors red hair is the traffic code on the sea, so too much ink was spent on describing these big men. After Morgans scolded his subordinates, his feathers immediately stood up. Get out of here, I'll write it myself this time. Morgans looked at the intelligence with excitement, and the scene of the Marineford battlefield flashed in his mind like a slide. As expected of the 5th Emperor in the first half of the Grand Line, when the news spreads around the world, Xia Ya will be able to suppress the New World 4 Emperors. I'm really looking forward to it, Superstar, the king of traffic. The only winner of Summit War, advertisement, yes, use the biggest winner of Summit War as the title, big news, this is definitely the greatest news in history. The World Economic News is the largest newspaper in the world. Their president has been a reporter since the Rocks era. With the soaring performance and his ambition, Morgans soon gained the right to speak on the news. He can keenly perceive the highlights of any news and can make anyone a superstar. Just like Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, who died in the Summit War, the reason why he became the most watched rookie king in the New World is inseparable from Morgans using the fishing reel as a pusher. Ever since Ace killed a Shichibukai, Morgans has deliberately used Ace as a tool to make money. There have been news reports about him. After a few years of steady progress, he did not expect that the second Ace would become Xia Ya's stepping stone. Good death. In front of the new era king, everyone is a stepping stone. Morgans was very happy about the fact that Ace died in the Summit War. He was very excited to lift Ace up and make him a stepping stone for Xia Ya. This time, Ace, the little Karami, was just the appetizer. Marine Admiral followed closely behind, and even Marine Hero Garp, Marine Marshal Sengoku, the world's strongest man Whitebeard, the youngest 4 emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks. All became the best foreshadowing for Xia Ya, the new era king. After repeated inspections, a newspaper with the headline titled, "The Most Explosive War in History, the Only Winner of the War," was carried to all parts of the world by the newsbird. The sea, it is destined to be extremely lively. Hey. So many top warriors died in one day, is this true? Advertisement, Xia Ya, the biggest winner is Xia Ya pirates? Shish. I can't imagine what happened in Marineford. What a joke. That was the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate, he died in Marineford. He was a terrifying existence that children would cry out in shock when they heard his name. He actually became someone else's mount. How is it possible? I seem to have heard that the new king of paradise is Paramecia, the user of the rider fruit. 0, shish. Too scary, it's over, the world is going to be in chaos. Naval headquarters lost 2 Marine admirals, Marine Hero Garp, and Marine Marshal Sengoku, all died in the war. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, this must be fake news. But this is big news, written by Morgans himself. Wait, another batch of newsbirds are here again, and the new newspapers are still reporting on Summit War, and it's... Morgans' handwritten news release was only used as a supplement. The World Economic News Agency actually sold 5 consecutive newspapers. Today's newspapers are very popular. Not only the World Economic News, but also newspapers in other small places are reporting the news of Summit War. Of course, the best-selling ones are still the newspapers under Morgans. Every time he writes news himself, he will not disappoint people all over the world. And today's newspaper, it really made Sahai, the first half of Grand Line and New World experience the ultimate shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. 155. Linlin Kaido joins forces, Uda makes a world sensation. Even the 4 emperors were paying close attention to this war. Wanokuni, Onigashima, the flames flickered. Yanzai Jin was reading the newspaper to Kaido, while Kaido was madly pouring wine into his mouth. Governor, Xia Ya is really amazing. He actually took Whitebeard, Akainu, Aokiji, and even Garp and Sengoku as his mounts. Kaido exhaled a long breath of alcohol, thinking of being punched into the seabed by Xia Ya in the Golden City. Although it did not cause any substantial damage to him, the power suppression also shocked Kaido a little. Kaido was a little depressed, yes, depressed. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the Whitebeard pirates' collective departure to Marineford, and he could grab some important territories of Whitebeard, but he was stopped by the red-haired boy and his team. Kaido was very unhappy about this. Now I am even more upset. I didn't expect that Xia Ya, who punched himself into the seabed, actually possessed such terrifying energy and became the biggest winner of the Summit War. Even Shanks lost an arm. This means that Xia Ya already has superpower that surpasses the 4 emperors. Even Kaido himself, the strongest creature, is no longer Xia Ya's opponent. Advertisement: what a fierce kid, his growth speed is unimaginable. I don't know what kind of scene it will be when he officially enters the new world. Xia Ya's super performance made Kaido a little unconfident. Originally, as the strongest creature, he had every reason to believe that no force in the world could kill him, and he couldn't even commit suicide. But now, with the results of Xia Ya in the Summit War, Kaido did have reason to believe that if he had a life-and-death duel with Xia Ya, he might really die. Brew brew brew. Charlotte Linlin's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Kaido, Xia Ya is really amazing. I heard that he fought with you last time. Is it true? I learned from Morgans that the news he wrote this time is not false at all. Really? Kaido was silent for a moment, but still said truthfully, this man is much more terrifying than Captain Rock's back then. I am no longer sure. Hey, let's join forces. New world is in chaos. Whitebeard died in the Summit War, and Marine has now lost Sengoku Garp and other old guys. It's really a new opportunity to redefine New World, Charlotte Linlin said excitedly. Yes. Really, of course. Kaido readily agreed, but he quickly changed the subject. Of course we can join forces, but you have to listen to me. Hole, who do you think gave you your achievements? Back in the Valley of the Gods, you owed me a huge favor, Kaido, brother. Hoo. Times have changed, Hole, you have to listen to me. JOBXL. Having heard Charlotte Linlin propose an alliance, Kaido did not refuse. Now, 4 Emperors Whitebeard Newgate is confirmed dead, Red Hair Pirates is also in a weakened state, and more importantly, Naval Headquarters is seriously injured and has no power to intervene in New World affairs. Advertisement: all these reasons together make it a great time for New World to reshuffle. Whoever can seize it may be the next Pirate King. But Xia Ya's unexpected appearance made Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts feel uncertain. Xia Ya's pressure was too strong. Even the veteran 4 Emperors had to admit that they had to be fully prepared to deal with the next crisis. After all, being the only winner in the Summit War, it was enough to see Xia Ya's true strength. Whether it was Charlotte Linlin or Kaido of the Beasts, they thought they couldn't do it. That's why the content of the conversation came out. On the other side, Red Hair Pirates territory on a small island. Beckman flipped through the Devil Fruit illustrations and the information he had investigated. As a personal participant of the Summit War, the Red Hair Pirates no longer needed to discuss the news broadcast. They were all thinking about how to help Red Hair Shanks reattach his broken hand. Beckman said, at present, there are only 2 types of Devil Fruit that can connect the broken program. One is to find Logia, especially Logia Devil Fruit ability with sufficient hardness. The other is Paramecia, such as Magnetic Fruit Devil Fruit ability that can control metal. There is another one. Or it is a technological prosthesis. But I always feel that it is difficult to control it freely without the participation of Devil Fruit ability. Beckman frowned and was still thinking of a solution. On the other side, Usopp looked at Shanks, who was a little depressed, and tried to say, Boss, we will definitely find a way to solve the problem. But I found out about Uda. Uda. Hearing this, the other members of the pirate group stopped their work, including Shanks himself. Uda is the adopted daughter of Red Hair. 2.7 Because of some things that happened in childhood, she was separated from the Red Hair Pirates and left in the music island Elegia. Now, with Uda is growing up slowly, relying on her outstanding musical talent, and slowly becoming world famous. Siwa will one day become the world's diva. Uda's current situation is like a third-tier singer, just starting a business, and has not yet slowly exploded her energy, but she will soon be popular all over the world. Yes, I saw her first album just released in the music store on Chromo Island before, and the owner of the music store has predicted that Uda will soon become a world music idol. Hearing what Usopp said, the atmosphere of Red Hair Pirates eased a little from the depression of Summit War. 156. Sharks smelling blood, the plots of various forces. Moreover, those shop owners said that a consortium has already noticed Uda's musical talent and is planning to work with her. When her music album becomes world-renowned, they will start to hold a concert that will shock the world. Usopp continued to tell the information. This news made Beckman and others recall their memories. In a blink of an eye, Uda, the pirate, has grown up so much and is about to become a world idol. In the pirate world, music is also widely spread on the sea, and there are also special record companies that make huge profits by releasing songs, and naturally there will be gatherings like concerts. Just like in the Golden City, there have been countless celebrity concerts. But it is obvious, the Red Hair Pirates now have no extra thoughts to care about these. It is good to know that Uda is still alive and is still pursuing her favorite music career. Everyone should think about how to connect the captain's arm. 28. I do have a goal. Beckman lit a cigarette and took a long puff. Who? The Red Hair Pirates were collectively stunned. Beckman took out the fruit encyclopedia, flipped to a page with a bookmark, and explained, Logia frozen fruit, sand fruit, actually both have the ability to transform arms, but both abilities are in the hands of the Xia Ya pirates, and it is unwise to look for him now. And I saw that the captain of the Kid Pirates among the supernovas, Kid, is a magnetic fruit ability user who can manipulate metal, and the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia also records that the magnetic fruit can mobilize metal and install metal prosthetic arms for the ability users, so. Beckman didn't finish, but the meaning was already very clear, understood. The rest of the Red Hair Pirates nodded and said, "We will mobilize all resources and keep an eye on the movements of the Kid Pirates." As for the news of Summit War, Kawan is not only the Four Emperors team. Among the remaining Shichibukai, there are also ambitious people. Dressrosa. In the Don Quixote family, all the cadres gathered under the call of Doflamingo, and they were also discussing the future direction of the family. Advertisement. In fact, the scope of Summit War is so large that it even directly changed the world pattern. Supernovas, Shichibukai, Four Emperors. The sea is rising step by step according to this law as usual. After the Red Hair Pirates suffered a heavy blow and the Whitebeard Pirates lost their former glory, the new world will surely usher in unprecedented chaos, and the first one may be Shichibukai. Those pirates want to step on our corpses to get to the top. Doflamingo said with a glass of red wine, "It feels so serious, young master." That is inevitable, but it is also our opportunity. The position of Four Emperors must be tailor-made for those who are prepared. Why can't it be me? And except outside Shichibukai. The ones who are most concerned about the situation are the supernovas of the new era. As the great pirates with bounties of over 100 million in this era, each of the supernovas has a purpose for this sea. Kid held a pile of screws in his hand and asked, Hey, how is our ship? It hasn't been taken away by Marine, right? After all, we specifically told you so. Captain Kid, the ship docked in Sabaldi Archipelago has been coded. After we were caught, the pirate ship was not discovered by Marine. We can take the money to the dock X at any time. Very good. Let's go New World, guys, our chance has come. Although the supernovas were sent to Impel Down by Marine Admiral, they also went to Summit War together due to the turmoil in Impel Down. After the war, some of the supernovas returned to Sabaldi Archipelago. After all, if these events had not happened, they might have gone to New World. And after the episode of Summit War, some ambitious supernovas sensed that the New World would be in chaos, and this was also an opportunity for them to rise quickly. If they hurried to the New World and brought down one of the Four Emperors, they would immediately become the heroes of the sea. Captain, do you have a plan? Red hair. Why red hair? I think it might be an option when the Whitebeard pirates are officially weak. After all, Whitebeard is dead, and his sons are also dead or injured. It's a good opportunity for us to be born. Advertisement, stupid, the strongest man in the world is dead, and Red Hair Shanks is still alive. Is this reason enough? Yes. I'll go to the dock and take the boat out now. On the other side, there is an unknown island. A submarine is docked on the sea. On the island, a man with bandages all over his body wakes up, followed by a series of wailing sounds. What is the Pirate King? I'm still too weak. All these will stay on this island. Are you leaving? The Straw Hat Leader's injuries have healed, and there is nothing I can do anymore. It is better to take advantage of the chaos in the world and look for opportunities in the new world. Law carried Gui Ku on his shoulders and was about to leave. TL. Yes, from the Summit War, it can be seen that there are already several vacancies in Shichibukai. I will get one of the positions, and then, to achieve my goal, must go to the new world. And make a good plan. Soon. Law said goodbye to Jinbei and left this unknown island. But not long after the Heart Pirates left, an old man with silver hair emerged from the sea. It should be here. 157. The Demon of the Songstress. The news of the Summit War was transmitted to the whole world, and naturally also to the hands of the Xia Ya pirates. At this time, on the deck of the Heavenly Manufacturing. Even though Xia Ya had expected it, she did not expect that so many newspapers would report it at the same time. In addition to the World Economic newspaper, other newspapers also gave quite detailed reports. What's even more exaggerated is that all newspapers published several copies at the same time. Back and forth is actually the same thing. But every newspaper seized the traffic this time and made a lot of money. It's on the headlines again, so awesome. Carina and Nami looked at the stack of newspapers in their hands, either teasing or amazed. At this time, the Heavenly Manufacturing was still sailing in the sky. I didn't expect that the newsbird would be so dedicated that it could accurately deliver the newspapers even in the sky. Yes. The Xia Ya pirates stayed in Amazon Lily for a while and started a new journey. Advertisement, however, this time there was no destination. After all, we just won the Summit War, and everyone needs to relax. The Xia Ya pirates are different from other pirate groups. They have no interest in the territories of the New World. At this time, on the deck, Tashigi began to wipe the griffin. It was obvious that she loved this knife very much. Buzz, she waved it a few times, and Tashigi had a big smile on her face. On the other side, Bonnie ate pizza in big mouthfuls. Xia Ya fulfilled her wish in the Summit War this time, and in order to maintain the age structure of everyone in the pirate group, Bonnie needed to supplement a lot of nutrients, which needed food to ingest. But it was also because Bonnie was a big eater. Fortunately, the bear problem has been solved, and Bonnie also stayed in the pirate group peacefully. Robin had a smile on her face. She had learned that Sengoku, Akainu, and Aokiji were the ones who launched the buster call against Ohara. However, Xia Ya had already helped her get revenge. As for the 5 elders of Mariajoy above Sengoku, they were enemies to be dealt with in the future. Robin was not in a hurry now. Uda. I heard that an amazing singer appeared on the sea recently. It feels really good to listen to her music. If we also have such a singer on our ship, wouldn't it be more joyful? Khalifa played Uda's music on the record player. Nami explained. Carina's singing is also very good, you haven't heard it? Ah. As Nami finished speaking, the surrounding female companions cast their eyes on Carina. However, Carina is not interested in performing in front of everyone. Advertisement on the other side, Hina took a deep breath, although she wanted to ask Sengoku for an explanation during the Summit War, and even slapped Sengoku twice in public, the ending was obvious. No action. 0136120028 Fulu 224,290,500, because Sengoku and his people are so miserable. Hina can't bear to trouble Sengoku. Hearing Xia Ya's question, Khalifa picked up a newspaper and reported the advertisement of Uda's album release in a small corner, but the traffic of Summit War this time was too large. The information about Uda is in a small corner of the page, and if you don't pay attention, you will ignore it. Xia Ya looked at the newspaper and nodded. Please keep an eye on this person for me. If she has a concert in the future, remind her. Uda, worth noting. Just a little singer, Carina asked in confusion. Xia Ya smiled and did not answer. He knew, did Zhao, that Uda was the adopted daughter of red-haired Shanks, but that was not important. What was important was that Uda was the user of the Paramecia song Fruit ability, and would gradually become the most popular singer in the world. Then, in order to create a new era, Uda held her first concert to the world. And her Devil Fruit ability could transfer people's souls to her Uda world with her singing. And Uda could summon a demon when she extended her red. I don't know if that demon could be ridden. Xia Ya thought it was interesting anyway, so she asked the female companions of the pirate group to pay more attention. 158. The House of Power is shaken, the Devil Fruit of Figarand. On another part of the Heaven manufacturing deck, Guion was extremely lost. She stood alone on the bow, looking at the clouds in the distance, and the sea breeze passing by her long hair. Guion did not expect that the world would change so much in a short time, and even a little strange. She was originally a Marine Vice Admiral, but was captured after the Summit War. Although Xia Ya did not restrict her freedom, there was absolutely no possibility of escape. At this time, Hina came to Guion's side and whispered something. Hina was also a member of the Marine in the headquarters. She thought she knew Guion and they were good friends. Seeing Guion's depressed face, Hina wanted to come over to comfort him. On the other side, the Holy Land Mariajoy, the House of Power. The 5 elders gathered together and the air was silent. At this moment, in the palace that symbolizes the top power in the world, the atmosphere is extremely depressing. The god of finance Isambaren V. Nasujiro sighed deeply, sat on the sofa, and said with a listless look, "No Summit War turned out to be like this. 053. How incompetent is Naval Headquarters, they actually messed things up completely. I really didn't expect, actually, advertisement. Alas. There is no way to investigate the matter. After all, Akainu, Aokiji, Sengoku, Garp all died in the war. There is no evidence. It's useless to say anything. Maybe Xia Ya is too powerful, which led to the defeat of Marine," said the god of agriculture Shepherd Ten Pit. The god of environment Marcus Moshe stomped his feet. I think it's still Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, who is incompetent. The senior executives of the Marines did not consider the unexpected factor of Xia Ya. If we had known it earlier, we would have sent the Knights of God over. Summit the war would not be fought like this. Sad. So sad. The god of law Topman vocally twisted his beard, closed his eyes, and only moved his mouth. CIAC. What's the point of saying this now? It's over. Summit War is over. Its naval headquarters is complete defeat. Its Mariajoy's is complete defeat. The face has been thrown away. The sea has gone crazy. What can we do? Even we didn't expect that just executing the bloodline of a pirate group would cause such serious consequences. The god of science defense Jagolucia Satan held his cane tightly in his hand. Naval headquarters has suffered a heavy blow, and it will definitely not recover in a short time. Didn't they promote 2 monsters through the world conscription before? Now Aokiji and Akainu are dead, why not promote them to be Marine Admirals? Maka's Moshe frowned. But, now it's not just 2 Marine Admirals that are missing, there are also the position of Marine Admiral is vacant. Kong. Maybe we can let him come back to take over temporarily. What else can we do? Why don't you say anything? Isn't Kong suitable? But besides Kong, are there other candidates? You can't let us do it ourselves? Let's decide it. Promote the 2 monsters to the position of Marine Admiral directly, and let Kong be Marine Admiral again. By the way, gradually erase the information of Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, and Aokiji in Naval Headquarters. As a shame for Marine, they don't deserve to be named in the history of Naval Headquarters. If they are brought out, they must be used as negative examples. Agreed. At the same time, in Mariajoy, the Liland family mansion, Fagaronde Galen frowned, holding his hands and holding his eyes. Shanks lost another arm. Son, you are really not good enough. Advertisement, such a small matter, how could it be so messed up? Shanks was the bloodline of Fagaronde Galen, who lost it after the hunting venue of God Valley. And who are celestial dragons? Purebred celestial dragons like Shanks, each of them has bloodline verification. After the God Valley incident, the Fagaronde family found clues, until Shanks was adopted by the Roger Pirates. Celestial dragons had tried to take Shanks back to Mariajoy countless times. But the Roger Pirates were like rats in the sewer, usually they could not be found at all. And when Roger died, the entire pirate group disappeared on the sea. It was not until Shanks became one of the 4 emperors of the New World 6 years ago that Mariajoy learned through investigation that red-haired Shanks was the blood of Figeland and had a brief contact with Shanks. The 4 emperors are very important to the New World and even Mariajoy. Such an identity can do a lot for Mariajoy. As long as it is used well, it can even balance the relationship on the sea, and Shanks is willing to cooperate. So, Mariajoy gave Shanks the privilege of coming to the Holy Land at any time. What Figeland Garinsheng did not expect was that the red-haired man actually participated in the Summit War this time, and even lost his last arm. This made Garinsheng a little embarrassed. I can only go to the treasury and find a devil fruit myself. 159. Funny Shira Dao, worthy of being an old comrade. On the other side, the Songming Army headquarters. Monkey D. Dragon saw the newspaper, his hands were shaking, and he looked unbelievable. How could it be possible? The old man died. This is impossible. Now, Lightning and the S*********** King have escaped from Impelled Down and returned to the Songming Army. This was originally a great joy for the Songming Army. After all, many years ago, the S********* King and Lightning and other cadres were imprisoned in Impelled Down by Marine. They have been imprisoned for many years, but now they have the opportunity to escape, which is very lucky. DJ. But at the same time, the S******** King also brought bad news to Dragon. As the newspaper said, the Marine hero Garp, Dragon's father, actually died in the Battle of the Top. Did the Red Hair Pirates do it? Dragon held the newspaper tightly, with anger in his eyes. Garp is Dragon's father. Although the relationship between father and son is not unfavorable, they are connected by blood. Dragon still attaches great importance to Garp. After Luffy was born, he was directly given to Garp to feed. Garp died unexpectedly. Dragon could not accept this fact for a while. Advertisement Dragon, who was once a Marine, also worked under Garp. He deeply knew how powerful Garp was. He did not expect that the hero would eventually come to an end. The S******** King and Lightning didn't know how to comfort him, so they reported directly based on the specific situation during the Summit War. Xia Ya threatened Shanks' life and asked the Red Hair Pirates to kill Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku. Garp chose to fight side by side with Sengoku to cover the Marines. This hatred is a bit confusing. After all, Xia Ya didn't ask the Red Hair Pirates to kill Garp. It was Garp who wanted to die and fight side by side with Sengoku to face the siege of the Red Hair Pirates. In the end, he lost his life. Dorag had a headache and just repeated the words Red Hair Pirates. It was the Red Hair Pirates who did it. It was the Red Hair Pirates who did it. Dorag, calm down. It has been more than half a month since the Summit War. During this half month, Xia Ya did not make any decision on the destination, so the heavenly manufacturer was slowly sailing in the sky, and all the members of the pirate group were on vacation. Xia Ya did not notice the changes in the Shirado golden coffin. Unexpectedly, Sengoku's body was actually fused with Garp's body. How to say? Sengoku's head was cut off by the Red Hair Pirates, and under the effect of the Six Paths golden coffin, Garp was actually attached to it, that is, the two were sewn together. This was something Xia Ya never expected. If this guy who merged into one was summoned, it would definitely scare people. But now with Xia Ya's trump card, one more or one less is actually not a big deal. A few days later, advertisement Xia Ya Pirates came to New World. On the vast blue sea, Heavenly Manufacture was slowly sailing on the sea. Although Heavenly Manufacture was a skyship, it did not give up the function of sailing on the sea when it was designed. After all, it was the age of discovery, how could there be no sea sailing? On the deck, the middle is built into an open-air swimming pool. At the same time, the whole ship is powered by electricity, including some mechanical devices. Song can use electricity to adjust the opening and closing of the swimming pool. A group of female companions are swimming in the water. On the deck, in the shadow under the sun umbrella, Nami lies on the sun lounger, squinting her eyes, feeling the warmth transmitted from her exposed back. Yes, this strength, so comfortable. Xia Ya. Xia Ya, with bare arms and wearing beach pants, is applying sunscreen to Nami. While stroking her delicate skin, Xia Ya, I'll leave the front to you as well. No problem, even after having a baby, there is no change. If it weren't for the ability to adjust age, it would be really hard to adjust the body shape. Bonnie will have to work hard. Bonnie said on the side, as long as there is pizza to supplement. Now, with Bonnie's ability of the sway fruit, everyone in the Xia Ya Pirates can enjoy the convenience of adjusting age, especially Xia Ya. Joping has enjoyed Carina's every age several times. And Xia Ya also got a lot of temporary buff props, and successfully improved the strength of Nini and others. Now using the ability of the sway fruit is not a difficult thing for Bonnie. 160. Think about it carefully. I'm going to light a cigarette first. Golden City Island ship. The last time this place was destroyed by the battle between Xia Ya and Kaido, it has long lost its former glory. At this moment, Golden Emperor Li Zuo Luo, Lu Qi and others are still stationed here. When the Summit War was passed on to their ears, they immediately gave up the idea of letting them join other forces, because they felt that no matter what force they joined, they might become enemies with Xia Ya at the command of the leader. 630 inches New World can't mix. It's deadly. It's better to quit and think of a calendar to rebuild the Golden City. Hey, Lu Qi, give me a suggestion. How should this Golden City be rebuilt? Taizuo Luo tilted his head, his eyes revealing confusion about the future. Lucci beside him also looked distressed. What can we do? Didn't you build the Golden City? You can just follow the previous method and go through the process again. In this way, we will have a place to stay. Otherwise, it's not easy to drift on the sea all the time. Go again. That's not that easy. First of all, the establishment of the Golden City requires a lot of money, and secondly, power. In the past, with the support of celestial dragons, everything was easy to handle, but now, nothing. Tesoro sighed. What they need is very simple, that is, a business that can be carried out for a long time. There is no doubt that reopening the Golden City is the best choice, but now, there is no foundation. Advertisement Tesoro's family business was taken away by Xia Ya. Secondly, Lucci, the wandering partner, is a poor man. He has nothing except a little military force. He has no power and no money. He is not a good partner no matter how you look at it. Is it possible to rebuild the glory of the Golden City? Lucci raised his head and looked at the blue sky. Why not find an opportunity to contact Xia Ya? Ya, let him be the boss, we just work for him. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, are not reliable at all. Now on the sea, only Xia Ya has the ability to make the Golden City glorious again, I am sure. But the question now is, does Xia Ya need this? I am not sure about this. If he does not accept such conditions, won't we offend him again? Listening to Lucci's analysis, Golden Emperor Tesoro was also a headache. Maybe we can give it a try, just as if we are looking for a force to rely on. Lower our posture a little, maybe there is still a chance. I even feel that Xia Ya is stronger than celestial dragons. Lucci said. If you want me to say this, don't you see what happened in the Summit War? That's all the elite of the naval headquarters, almost all of them were wiped out. Moreover, 4 emperors red-haired Shanks was also defeated by Xia Ya, and the world's strongest man even became his mount. You say. What other forces in this world can compete with Xia Ya pirates? That's true. Tesoro thought thoughtfully. And Lucci continued. That's right, we have a member of CP9 working under Xia Ya. If we let her act as a matchmaker, we may have a chance to contact Xia Ya. Tesoro, it's time to show your business talent. Only by showing your value can you have a place in this ocean. Who? Asterisk. Wait, let me think about what to say first. I can't call rashly. I must clarify the conditions first. Only when Ya feels that we are still valuable can we finalize the matter. Think about it carefully. I'm going to light a cigarette first. 161. Punk Hazard, news about the artificial blue dragon form. A town in New World. Have you received the news? I heard that Punk Hazard exploded again, and it's almost become a no man's land. Didn't all the scientists there move away? Marine has listed it as a forbidden area. Is it true? But according to the current conditions of Marine, no territory can be protected. Especially in New World, pirates often challenge Marines face to face, which has never happened before. Of course, it's Xia Ya pirates who appeared in Summit War and beat Marines badly. New World was originally the territory of 4 emperors. Now Marine has no power to participate in New World incidents. And New World has become a big mess. The Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard pirates have had several frictions, and the territory of Red Hair pirates has also been attacked by pirates. I really don't know how chaotic it will be in the future. The audience in the town, some pirates and civilians are having a heated discussion. What they are talking about is nothing more than the current situation of New World. At the same time, Xia Ya, who was walking in, became a little interested. Punk Hazard. Hey, who are you? Looking at Xia Ya and Carina who pushed the door in, a pirate minion holding a bottle of wine staggered towards Xia Ya and shouted. This place has been reserved by our blue pirates, get out of here. Get out. Carina pinched her nose with disgust and kicked the pirate minion into a lobster. Advertisement boom. The little pirate bent his body and was hit by a huge impact and was directly embedded in the wall. The sudden loud noise attracted everyone's attention. The pirates looked at Xia Ya and others. Who are you? A burly pirate captain with a height of 3 meters and 5 narrowed his eyes and walked over drunkenly. Captain, they are Xia Ya. Ya pirates. At this time, a pirate in a better situation held up a newspaper and shouted. What? With one sentence, the whole tavern trembled. Everyone became sober from drunkenness in an instant, and the next second it was like entering an ice cellar. The hair stood up. Looking at Xia Ya and Carina beside him, and Nami and others who walked into the tavern later, all the pirates were sweating on their foreheads, and they were like drowned rats in an instant. The pirate captain subconsciously stepped back a few steps, looking panicked but looking at Xia Ya. I'm just a small pirate. The bounty is only 80 million Baileys, not even a fraction of yours. Why would a big shot like you target me? Advertisement. Target you? You think too highly of yourself. We were just passing by. Carina waved her hand and looked at the waiter in the tavern. I heard that your ice fruit wine is good, pack it all for me. During the journey, the Xia Ya pirates are also happy to collect specialties from various islands in the sea. The ice fruit wine in this tavern has a good reputation in the town, so Xia Ya came to replenish it. Ah, so that's how it is. The waiter in the tavern wiped his sweat and quickly moved all the stocks out of the wine cellar. My lord 057, you came to our store and let me bring you glory. These ice fruit wines are all brewed by me. It is my honor to give them to you. The owner of the tavern introduced the jars of ice fruit wine on the table attentively. Xia Ya just smiled and said, didn't the blue pirates report the tavern? Just blame them. What do you think, Captain Blue? Yes. The captain of the Blue Pirates nodded quickly, then took out a lot of Baileys from his pocket and stuffed them to the tavern owner. I'll buy them, I'll buy them. Xia Ya found a table and sat down, and said to Captain Blue, let's talk about Punk Hazard. At this time, the appearance of the artificial devil fruit Qinglong form is not much later. This time when he came to New World, one of Xia Ya's goals was to get this artificial fruit. 162. Everything is ready. Restart the Golden City. Punk Hazard exploded, and the poison gas spread to the entire island. It has been listed as a restricted area by the Marines. Even Marines cannot enter the island. But it is said that there are still a batch of artificial devil fruit that have not been fully cultivated on the island. Even the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts of the New World are eyeing it, but because the Summit War has just ended, the New World is in chaos, so they have not taken any action. It's a mess. The New World is already in chaos. After the detailed introduction of the pirates, Xia Ya also understood the ins and outs of the matter. With the end of the Summit War, the New World has become a competition field for all pirates. First of all, 2 teams of the 4 emperors have begun to end, and their reputations have been greatly affected. Some pirates who originally had no ambitions, because of the 4 emperors' trap city, are ready to move. At the same time, in order to cope with the next crisis, the 4 emperors have to prepare to meet the challenge. This has caused the New World to become a mess. At this time, Xia Ya, a temporary buff message flashed in Ya's eyes. Buff name. Treasure Radar Buff Validity, 7 days. Ability. The user of the Chi Fruit ability can enter the name of a treasure in the Treasure Radar Buff input box, and the radar will mark the location coordinates of the treasure. This buff can make free associations, and even if the input is wrong, it can still find treasures of similar value. Advertisement. Do you want to use it immediately? Seeing this, Xia Ya was delighted and did not rush to activate this buff. Calculating the current time point, the Zone Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Species Blue Dragon Form Artificial Devil Fruit is almost completed. Waiting to go to Punk Hazard to activate this treasure buff, there is a high probability of finding it. At the same time, even if the artificial Blue Dragon form is not found, the buff will randomly mark a devil fruit of equal value. In other words, as long as Xia Ya activates this buff and sets the treasure name to Zone Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Species Blue Dragon Form, he will definitely get a top quality devil fruit of similar value. Having got what he wanted, Xia Ya and others left the tavern. Just as they arrived at Heavenly Manufacturing, Khalifa's Den Mushi rang. It's Lucci calling. Khalifa reported to Xia Ya. Answer it and see what Lucci is going to say. The call was quickly connected. On the other end of the phone, Lucci and Tessero were a little nervous, but they still told the real purpose. Khalifa, I am with Golden Emperor Tessero now. Since the Golden City was accidentally destroyed by Kaido last time, we still think this is a profitable project. As long as the Golden City is rebuilt, it will still be a huge money empire. Advertisement. Tessero's eyebrows twitched. What Kaido destroyed? It was obviously Xia Ya who broke the Golden City into pieces with one punch. But Tessero had to admire Lucci's ability to pass the buck. Now, both of them need Xia Ya's help. Although the Golden City was destroyed because of Xia Ya, and even Tessero's own family business was taken away by Xia Ya, but it can't be explained directly. What you want to say has nothing to do with Xia Ya. Open black lens bracket 0136120028 Philo 224300470. Xia Ya said over there. So, Tessero's voice soon came. So, I would like to ask Xia Ya boss to provide financial support to rebuild the Golden City. We will definitely make the Golden City glorious again. By then, it will be your property, Xia Ya boss. As long as it is named Xia Ya Pirates, I believe no one in the world dares to make trouble on it. Lucci's eyebrows twitched. Tessero didn't have this attitude before. I didn't expect his face to change so quickly. It's just that he said one thing to one person and another to another. Tessero was helpless, but he continued with a firm tone. Lucci and I have decided to follow Xia Ya boss's lead. Please give us a chance to show our abilities. 163. Money needs to flow to be valuable. Hearing that Tezulo and Lucci actually wanted to join him, Xia Ya couldn't help but think more. First of all, he already had 3 kingdoms, Sky Island, Alabasta, Amazon Lily. There may be more kingdoms that will become part of his power in the future. The operation of these kingdoms requires a large amount of commodity circulation, and the circulation of commodities also means a large amount of money support. If you want to feed so many people and make them generate value, you need an institution similar to the treasury. There is no doubt that if the Golden City can join in, it will have an icing on the cake effect. Let's talk about Lucci and Tezulo. If they can be constrained within the framework, they can still play their potential, especially Tezulo. He grew from a slave to a money tycoon, which is enough to show that he has a strong talent in business. Now as long as the Golden City is rebuilt, it will also become a gold-eating beast on the sea, even bigger than before. In the past, celestial dragons participated in it, and now it is Xia Ya. In Xia Ya's view, celestial dragons are nothing. Naval headquarters was destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the sea. If the Golden City still exists and is included in his command, then, Golden's ability may become the best in the sea. Tell me your location, Xia Ya said. Advertisement. Tessero replied on the other side. New World, Ponlock Sea, near Krishna Town. Okay, I know, wait there. Hang up the phone. Tessero looked at Lucci, with a blank face. Is this considered a success? But nothing was said on the phone. Lucci's expression was serious. Since Xia Ya has asked us to wait, it means that he has agreed, but he didn't say the conditions, and this also shows from the side that he is determined to get it. We may have left no room for negotiation. In the eyes of the Xia Ya pirates, the Golden City is already in their pocket. Tesoro pouted, not knowing what to say. On the other side, made in heaven. Xia Ya thought about it and decided to send a few people over. After all, the first goal now is to go to Punk Hazard and get the artificial fruit, so they can split the troops into 2 groups. So he said, Khalifa, Bakara, Nami, and Hancock, you go to the Golden City, which is in the Ponlock Sea, Krishna Town, and let Tesoro rebuild the Golden City. Advertisement, rebuild. Everyone was personally involved in the destruction of the Golden City. However, since it was destroyed, let it disappear completely. As for rebuilding? Xia Ya nodded. Our power is growing, and the population under our control is increasing. Although we can survive by relying entirely on the finances of various countries, we may face troubles if we encounter unexpected events. The Golden City was the world's largest entertainment city before, and its ability to attract money is self-evident. After all, Tesoro became the world's richest man because of this floating island city. Asterisk. As long as we take the Golden City in our hands and let Tesoro manage it, we can get huge benefits. Money needs to flow to be valuable. After Xia Ya said this, the other female companions understood. Especially Hancock, as the queen of a country, is often troubled by money. If she can have a machine that makes money, Amazon Gold will be more prosperous. Soon, heavenly manufacturing floats into the sky. Above the sea, there is only the huge figure of the demon Oz. Under Xia Ya's operation, the demon Oz is riding the waves and heading north. Where? It is the Punk Hazard Island. 164. Radar activated, the power of the Azure Dragon form. Punk Hazard is also known as the Bank Forbidden Area. A terrible accident happened here, and a large amount of corrosive substances were released from the island. As a result, the island became an uninhabited island. In the original work, as Aokiji and Akainu dueled for the position of Marine Marshal, the climate of the island changed dramatically, turning it into an island with half ice and snow and half burning in flames. But now, Aokiji and Akainu have become a corpse in the Six Paths Golden Coffin. It has maintained the appearance of the Forbidden Area island and has not changed much. But the people on the original island are still there. Da da da, boom boom boom. As Oz landed on the island, Xia Ya and others also set foot on this land. In order not to cause great turmoil, Oz was taken into the Golden Coffin Minister by Yuan. At this time, Carina explained the intelligence she had found out to everyone. The Bank Forbidden Zone used to be a research base of Marine. Since the genius scientist Vegapunk left the island, a group of prisoners were detained by the naval headquarters. However, due to Guy's experiment, a large amount of poison gas was released on the island, and many prisoners still survived on the island. And at this time, Xia Ya directly activated the temporary buff. Advertisement treasure radar. Because he was looking for an artificial fruit, which didn't even have a name, he also entered Zone Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Species Blue Dragon form in the input box. After all, this devil fruit has a lot to do with the Blue Dragon form. There are almost no keywords more appropriate than the Blue Dragon form. And even if there is no, the treasure radar will find a devil fruit that is no less than the Blue Dragon form to replace it, so Xia Ya is not worried about wasting this temporary buff. The input box received this information and immediately expanded into a translucent blue screen. A red dot was flashing in the middle of the empty screen. After continuous zooming, the appearance of the New World map gradually emerged. 1.5. Location in Punk Hazard, sure enough. Seeing this, Xia Ya was delighted. Now the coordinates of the artificial fruit were displayed on the treasure hunting radar, which meant that it really existed. As long as he followed the map to find it, he would be able to achieve his goal. Looking at the flashing red dot on the screen, Xia Ya and others were ready to walk towards the research institute in Punk Hazard. According to his understanding, Vegapunk had left this island and moved to Egghead Island, but some research projects were retained in Punk Hazard, one of which was the production line of artificial devil fruit. And more importantly, advertisement those semi-finished products were also retained. This was exactly what Xia Ya was looking for. Seeing Xia Ya's happy face, Carina knew that she must have a clue, and immediately asked, "No problem, right? That artificial devil fruit. Of course, what we want to find is the devil fruit created by Vegapunk, a genius who is 500 years ahead of the world in science and technology. Its original name is Zone Fish Fruit Mythical Beast Species Blue Dragon form. It is the devil fruit ability of 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. Tit. Over the years, Kaido has been captured by Marines several times and was secretly sent to Punk Hazard. Vegapunk extracted Kaido's bloodline and created an artificial devil fruit that matches Kaido's ability. 0. We came here to find it this time." Hearing Xia Ya's words, Carina and the others opened their eyes. 4 Emperors Kaido, Blue Dragon form. When in the Golden City, Carina and the others also saw Kaido take action with their own eyes. The appearance of him transforming into the mythical beast Blue Dragon still remains in everyone's amazement. Blue Dragon. But it's a legendary creature, absolutely a mythical beast. Moreover, the dragon transformed by Kaido is several hundred meters long. Its huge body is even more shocking than that of the demon Oz. It deserves the title of the strongest creature. I didn't expect, this time, the action is actually about the power of the Blue Dragon, ding. 165. Past events and shocks Zone Fish Fruit Mythical Beast Blue Dragon form. Guillaume followed behind a group of people and was amazed when he heard this. As Marine Vice Admiral, and even the core figure of Naval Headquarters, Guillaume naturally has the power to retrieve all marine information, among which 4 emperors is what Guillaume pays special attention to. And 4 emperors Kaido is known as an immortal creature, which is definitely a real record. That's right. Although Kaido has been captured many times in his life and has been defeated by Naval Headquarters several times, 963. That was also his initiative to come to die. In fact, if he really wanted to escape, almost no one could catch Kaido. But despite this, no one can kill Kaido. Instead, his reputation of immortality has become more and more famous. The strongest creature on land, sea and air is the best interpretation of Kaido. The most important thing is that it is because of Kaido's devil fruit, which is known as the strongest creature. Zone fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. A true dragon, possessing unmatched superpowers. As a swordsman, Guillaume knows the bonus that Zone brings to the swordsman's physique. If you want to say which ability of all devil fruits can give the swordsman the greatest bonus, it must be the blue dragon form. Guillaume is very sure. Advertisement in her cognition, there is no blue dragon form that can match the bonus of the swordsman. But, I never thought, Punk Hazard actually exists. Blue dragon form. Such a powerful devil fruit, it can be said that getting a devil fruit is the biggest trump card in many people's lives. Toshigi sighed on the side. That's right, but do you know how this animal's devil fruit came from? As the road moved forward, Xia Ya also told the group about the royal family on the sea based on her own cognition. 54-8, Carina shook her head, obviously not knowing. There are many random things in devil fruit. As for the matter of getting devil fruit, probably only the person involved knows it. Have you heard of it? Carina wondered. Xia Ya nodded. That was a long time ago. In that era, there was another pirate group called Rocks, and in the pirate group, there were modern superpowers that you are familiar with. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, DXSIAA. At that time, they were all members and cadres of Rocks Pirate, and Kaido was even just an intern. When Rocks Pirate disbanded, Charlotte Linlin gave the fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form to Kaido, who was not yet famous at the time. And Kaido also used this devil fruit to gradually climb to the top of the C4 emperors. Advertisement. Oh. Such a precious devil fruit was actually given to Kaido. But how did Charlotte Linlin get it? After all, the two are not in the same pirate group. No matter how you count it, it is not Kaido's turn. Toshigi also looked puzzled. The structure of the 4 emperors pirate group is no secret on the sea. The elite cadres of Charlotte Linlin's pirate group are all her children. If I get a top quality devil fruit, I will definitely give it to my own people first. Obviously. Now it seems that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin each run their own pirate groups. They are not my own people, at least they are not the kind of people who deserve to be given top-quality devil fruits. Xia Ya smiled. 36 years ago, a struggle that affected the world took place. 2.4 celestial dragons destroy a country every 3 years and kill all the people in that country by hunting. 36 years ago, a country called God Valley became the target of celestial dragons. And one of the rewards of that hunting competition is zone fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form. What Xia Ya said immediately attracted everyone's attention. Carina and others never thought that there was such a past event. 166. Disbelief and verification of Denden Mushi. At that time, there was a massacre on the island, and Rock's pirate also landed on the island and fought with Garp, who was still Marine Vice Admiral at the time, and Roger, who was not yet the Pirate King. During this process, Charlotte Linlin snatched the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form. After the Valley of the Gods, the entire island disappeared from the map, and Captain Rocks was defeated by the joint hands of Garp and Roger. The Rocks pirate group was disbanded, and Garp was credited with the incident and was hailed as a hero of the Marine. As Xia Ya finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Carina said, "No wonder. Celestial Dragon's destruction of countries is actually true. Every 3 years, they destroy a non-member country and force other countries to hand over the heavenly gold and become a member country." Xia Ya shook her head. This is not something that started in modern times. Since Mariajoy was founded 800 years ago, celestial dragons have had the tradition of destroying a country every 3 years. In order to compete for the resources of countries around the world, celestial dragons also kill people for fun. They use various treasures collected from the world as rewards to reward celestial dragons who have killed the most civilians. After the God Valley incident, the one who killed the most slaves was Galand Galen Saint, who was also called the King of the God Valley by celestial dragons. Guillaume, who was standing next to him, was shocked when he heard this. It was a bit unbelievable. Advertisement. She never thought that celestial dragons would be such cruel creatures. She immediately asked, "The incident of destroying a country in 3 years. Why have I never heard of it?" Xia Ya laughed. "You haven't heard of it because your level is not high enough. You, the naval headquarters, are still the accomplices of celestial dragons. Every 3 years, celestial dragons will select a country, and the Marine will send hundreds of warships to surround the island for. It is to make the island a closed hunting ground. The news will not be spread, it will not be reported in the world news. Only the destroyed countries and those who have had contact with these countries will understand that there was no stable country before the celestial dragons landed on the island. If you don't believe it, you can ask. By the way, Garp, the participant, is dead, and even the naval headquarters Marshal Sengoku is dead, but your sister Crane, or the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong, know the details." 11. You can call to verify. For Guion, who followed her, Xia Ya was not worried that she would escape, because the more she understood the Xia Ya pirates, the more she knew the horror of this pirate group. One of the points is that the orders of Captain Xia Ya cannot be violated. Advertisement: if Guion wants to escape, it may bring consequences that she cannot bear. FIFFLX. Although Guion is like a hostage, her freedom is not restricted much. Guion turned around. 983 Dashigi obediently handed over a Den Mushi. Guion Vice Admiral, since Lord Xia Ya said so, I'll leave this phone with you. Tashigi still has great respect for Guion. After all, in the naval headquarters, Guion is the #1 swordsman. Her swordsmanship even exceeds that of other men. This is simply a miracle. So when Tashigi joined Marine, he also intended to pursue his idol. But now it's different. Xia Ya is now the world's #1 swordsman. Tashigi has no reason to pay attention to other swordsmen, but for Guion, Tashigi is still willing to give some respect. Guion fell silent with the Den Mushi. Point 167. How can this guy be so powerful at night? Xia Ya and others continued to move forward. Xia Ya stared at the treasure hunting radar in front of her, getting closer and closer to the artificial fruit. And a few minutes later, Guion came back with a dark face. She handed the Den Mushi to Tashigi, but her face was indeed full of helplessness. Xia Ya knew that Guion must have called Suru, and if the news of the God Valley incident was put on the table, according to the relationship between Guion and Suru, I believe that Guion would not be deceived. Got the answer? Xia Ya asked. Guion gritted his teeth and was silent for a while. What is justice? I have doubted it. I didn't expect that Marine would have such a long-term mission. They would actually surround a country and let celestial dragons slaughter on the island. Hunting competition, is this game from hell? Xia Ya sneered. More than that. There are too many secrets in the world, and you can't understand them unless you reach that level. Naval headquarters is just a subordinate force of Mariajoy. Maybe on the surface, Marine maintains the order of the world and follows the justice in his heart, but, as long as you enter the eyes of Mariajoy's senior management, you will become helpless. At least Marine Marshal and Marine Admiral are nominal lackeys of celestial dragons. This is inevitable. If you want this position, you must abide by the rules of celestial dragons. Don't Marine Admirals have to abide by the rules for protecting celestial dragons? Whenever celestial dragons are hurt, Marine Admirals must go there in person to provide protection? Guion nodded, but didn't continue following Xia Ya's words. Perhaps because she was just a Marine Vice Admiral, or because her sister, Crane, protected her too well, Guion had never been involved in tasks such as protecting celestial dragons, or providing protection for the celestial dragons hunting competition, or launching buster calls. Now it seems, advertisement I was too naive before. But, even now, Guion has no intention of joining the Xia Ya pirates. After all, joining the Xia Ya pirates, his identity will change from Marine Vice Admiral to a pirate, and at the same time. What's even more terrifying is, being ridden by Xia Ya. Guion certainly doesn't want to, even though she has been ridden before. But according to Guion's observation, everyone on this ship is Xia Ya. Xia Ya's mount, and what's even more terrifying is that it's not just nominally being ridden, that is, it's not just the relationship between the mount and the master, even if it's placed at night, on the bed, it's also the relationship between riding and being ridden. Simply. So many women, every night, there are strange sounds coming from, even if Guion stays at the bow of the heaven-made ship, he can hear the subtle sounds in the room. Advertisement too many. Simply too many. Guion is a little speechless about Xia Ya. How can this guy be so good at pushing? Baba. Obviously just a little brat. It's only been a few days since he became an adult. At this time, Xia Ya and others have entered the research institute from the outside, and Xia Ya looks at the blue dot representing himself on the radar land, and the red dot representing the treasure has overlapped. Okay. If Xia Ya's idea is correct. The artificial devil in the form of a blue dragon fruit, right below or above me. Looking up at the ceiling, I saw a huge warehouse that was more than 10 meters high. I could even see the sky through the material that looked like glass tiles. So there was only one answer. The flashing red dot of the treasure hunting radar was right below me. Looking at the stairs, Xia Ya said, "Go down there, we're almost there." Point 168. Going deep into the research institute, the trembling scientists. In Punk Hazard, all research institutes are made of steel. Strong and durable, enough to resist external attacks and destruction. Some are even hidden dozens of meters underground. The roads in the research institute are complex and tortuous, like a maze. These roads are made of steel, hard and smooth, without a single crack. On both sides of the road are high steel walls, covered with various complex patterns, as if telling the secrets and history of this research institute. Xia Ya and others shuttled through the steel passages, sometimes in a straight line, sometimes in an elevator. With the guidance of the treasure hunting radar map, he knew clearly where his goal was. Just go deeper and you will be right. And deep in the research institute, there is a huge laboratory, which is full of various high-tech equipment and instruments, all of which are constantly running, emitting faint light and sound. The walls of the laboratory are covered with various complex charts and data, showing the research results and progress of this research institute. However, all the staff stopped working at this moment, letting the machines run by themselves. A man, CIFH, with white mist all over his body curled up in a corner of the laboratory. Although various instruments were still ringing, and some were even reminding scientists to continue operating, Guy Saw was indifferent to this. Advertisement because Xia Ya and others did not deliberately conceal their movements, although they did not make any big noise, they also walked in openly. Their whereabouts were naturally known by Gaisa, the owner of the institute. When he knew that the person who came here was Xia Ya, Gaisa was completely confused. Who is Xia Ya? Xia Ya was the man who had just won a great victory in the summit war against the 4 emperors' red-hair pirates in the naval headquarters. Now his status has long surpassed the 4 emperors. He is definitely a super existence that no one dares to provoke in the new world. Anyone who wants to compete with Xia Ya must weigh his own strength. And what about Gaisa himself? He is just a failed scientist wanted by Mariajoy for a long time. He used poison gas to drive out the Marines of Punk Hazard and turn the institute into a forbidden area, so that he had the opportunity to return and occupy the institute for his own use. In terms of scientific research ability, Gaisa has not seen Punk's achievements at all. In terms of military research, Gaisa has not achieved the results of his peer Germa. In the final analysis, Gaisa is nothing except a little scientific research results. Advertisement: such a person is a cyber coon who can be picked up at any time in any major force. Monty. Xia Ya pirates actually visited Punk Hazard's institute, which made Jisa a little at a loss. When he learned that Xia Ya had arrived, he immediately hid in the deepest laboratory and even gathered other core members, not daring to go out at all. Let Xia Ya and others shuttle in the institute, and these scientists did not say anything. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Falu 224,310,570. Can't see. He can't see me. Gaisa is a user of Logia gas fruit, which can turn his physique into gas. At this moment, he is like a white cloud of dew, hiding in the corner and shivering. So scary. ********* 7. Please leave quickly. I am just a little scientist, I really can't afford to offend you. 169. Momonosuke and the artificial blue dragon form. RT. Because Gaisa and other important personnel of the institute hid, the barriers were closed and the alarms were turned off by these scientists. This situation. It also caused the remaining experimental subjects and prisoners in Punk Hazard to sense the opportunity to escape, looking for opportunities in the laboratory, or some people had already run to the periphery of the institute. However, Gaisa didn't care about this, because he knew that the entire island was full of poisonous gas, and even the sea area around the island had poisonous gas. This made Punk Hazard a veritable forbidden island, and Gaisa had destroyed all the ships long ago. For ordinary people, there was no means of transportation to escape the island. As long as the Xia Ya pirates left, Punk Hazard was still under the control of Gaisa. He was still the master of the entire island. Those escaped experimental subjects and prisoners could be caught when they needed experiments. Xia Ya and others naturally shuttled smoothly through the underground steel passage as if they were in an empty space. Advertisement at the same time, on the other side. In an underground laboratory, a small figure broke away from the fleeing team and got lost. This person is Momonosuke. Because of the time fruit when Kazuki was alive, Momonosuke's age was temporarily fixed at the stage of a child. He is the young master of the Wanokuni Kazuki family, playing as a child with the family warriors Juka Kinemon when fleeing. Momonosuke has pink hair. The hair on the top of his head is shaved, only a bun is combed at the back of his head, wearing a pink kimono and a pair of wooden clogs. Parara. The wooden clogs made a clattering sound on the steel ground, because Gaisa didn't know that Gaisa, the owner of the institute, didn't dare to stop Xia Ya's arrival, and some of the defense doors of the institute were open. The purpose was to let Xia Ya come and go early. This also caused chaos in the institute. Momonosuke and his retainers got separated. He accidentally came to a laboratory underground. I'm so hungry. Momonosuke covered his stomach with both hands and shuttled in the dim laboratory. His face was full of fear. Although his actual age was 26 years old, his fearful personality made him still at the stage of 8 years old. He tiptoed left and right, but he still accidentally bumped into an iron box. Snap! Momonosuke fell down, and a huge noise sounded in the laboratory. The iron box also fell from a height of 1 meter to the steel ground. The iron sheet was opened, and there was a glass cube inside. A round Madara apple-shaped fruit was placed in the hollow interior. Gurgle. Oh, advertisement! Seeing the colorful apple, Momonosuke's eyes immediately widened, his throat surged, and he couldn't suppress his hunger. Fruit. Food. In the research institute, Momonosuke and his retainers were real homeless people, like street rats, playing a survival game in the laboratory. Most of the time they were hungry. And now he was separated from Kinemon again. Momonosuke didn't know what to do. Hunger occupied all his thoughts. At this moment, he came to the experiment and saw a fruit. Eating the fruit became his only thought. He picked up a piece of iron sheet and hit it hard on the glass cover. The glass shattered. The fruit with the strange Madara dots rolled out. Ah, it's really a fruit. 170. Thunder roars, strikes decisively. Momonosuke was excited to find a red apple with a circle pattern and quickly found a corner to hide. He was about to bite the artificial fruit, at this time. On the other side, in the steel passage, Xia Ya was about to reach the laboratory where the artificial azure dragon form was hidden, but suddenly found that the red dot of the treasure hunting radar was flashing, and after zooming in on the picture, he found that the position of the artificial azure dragon form had shifted. 217. Did someone move the artificial azure dragon form? Xia Ya knew that in the original story, Momonosuke accidentally found this artificial azure dragon form and ate it as an ordinary fruit, and finally turned into a soft, slug-like pink dragon. Of course. According to the original setting, This artificial azure dragon form devil fruit has no difference in strength with zone, fish fruit mythical beast azure dragon form, and is an item of the same level. It is just because the color turned pink during manufacturing, it was defined as a failure by Vegapunk. Today's punk hazard, Vegapunk did not take away this work that was defined as a failure when they left. Must stop. Advertisement for this artificial fruit, Xia Ya has been preparing for a long time, and no accidents can be allowed to happen. Monty. The reality is that the artificial fruit was moved by someone, and Xia Ya and others are still in the steel passage. He can't monitor any movement of the fruit, and he doesn't know what happened, but it will take some time to find it. And it may be eaten by someone in the next second. Immediately, Xia Ya touched the wall of the steel passage. The palm of his hand immediately flashed with thunder. The entire research institute, even the walls and floors, are made of steel, which is also the best conductor of lightning. Seeing Xia Ya was about to take action, Carina thought that some opponent had appeared and immediately asked. Xia Ya explained. The devil fruit we are looking for has been taken away by someone, we must stop it immediately. After speaking, Xia Ya released tens of millions of volts of lightning from her palm, which instantly dyed the channel a deep blue, and endless lightning snakes spread around. The speed of lightning is so fast that even if there is resistance in steel, it takes almost an instant for lightning to pass through. Advertisement in an instant, arcs jumped throughout the institute. In a laboratory. Seeing arcs jumping out from various instruments in the floor, Guy Saw and other scientists in the institute were immediately frightened, and many people jumped up. What's going on? How can there be such a huge volt of lightning? Is there a leakage somewhere? But there is no such powerful electricity in our institute? Oh no, the institute's instruments are completely short-circuited and scrapped. Damn it, why is this happening? These are all our research results. The scientists were heartbroken. If they hadn't been wearing non-conductive scientific research clothes and shoes, they would have become a corpse emitting black smoke. Punk after all. Hazard is a place for scientific research, and scientific research clothing has also been developed. It was originally a special material that suppressed 1.9 poison gas, and it was also an insulator of lightning. Guy was also shocked, but immediately warned, don't speak loudly. Scientific research can be restarted, and data can be restored if lost, but life is gone. The one who shot was that man. It must be, that man is also the ability user of Logia Thunderfruit, it must be him who shot. 171. The miserable Momonosuke. In the laboratory, other researchers were also shocked. To be honest, they all followed Gaisa to do scientific research, and they didn't pay attention to anything other than scientific research. In the punk hazard area, everyone knew that the crazy scientist Gaisa was the boss. I didn't expect that today would be so tense. What should we do now? Just watch our research efforts go to waste? Said a researcher. Gaisa shrank his neck. What else should I do? Of course, watch. 28. There is no time to explain, what on earth did that man come for? At this moment, as the lightning of Thunderfruit filled the entire institute, the Den Mushi used for monitoring were all short-circuited, and no one knew what happened to Xia Ya and others. At the same time, in the bottom laboratory, Momonosuke was about to lift up the artificial fruit and swallow it in one gulp, but suddenly he felt paralyzed. Almost in an instant, he was completely engulfed by lightning. Became a black figure burned by thunder. Thoughts were completely blocked at this moment. IXIZIZ. Advertisement an apple-shaped fruit with red polka dots rolled on the steel. On the other side, in the laboratory corridor, Xia Ya said to Carina and others, wait here, I think I have found the artificial fruit we are looking for. After saying that, Xia Ya flashed with lightning. Instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come to the laboratory. Looking at this electric figure, it was impossible to distinguish what he looked like. Of course, Xia Ya would not care who the other party was, just treat him as Momonosuke. After looking at it, Xia Ya found the artificial devil fruit on the floor. After comparing it with the treasure hunting radar in detail, it was found that this artificial devil fruit was the artificial blue dragon form he was looking for. Just because the color is different from zone fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form, Vegapunk left it in punk hazard. I don't know if it's because of the high quality requirements or Vegapunk did it on purpose. In the original book, although Vegapunk is the chief scientist of Mariajoy, his thoughts are different from Mariajoy, and he has done many things behind the scenes that violate Mariajoy's orders. At least from Vegapunk's perspective, he doesn't want a devil fruit like the blue dragon form to fall into Mariajoy's hands, even if it's an artificial one. But it doesn't matter. After putting away the artificial devil fruit blue dragon form, the treasure radar also prompted that the search was completed. Advertisement almost at this moment, the treasure radar buff completed its task and directly consumed all the energy. The buff also disappeared at this moment. He returned to his female companions and led them away. 013612028 Filu 224,320,280. Punk Hazard is a poisonous gas island, which has no value to Xia Ya. As for the experimental subjects on the island, they have all left the institute now, so he doesn't need to go to great lengths to find them. Have you found it? Carina asked in the corridor. Xia Ya nodded. Well, let's go out and find a place to rest first, and then consider who to let eat it. Soon, their figures disappeared in the institute. An hour after they left, Guy Saw and other scientists dared to come to the experiment. Seeing the black figure of a child, Guy Saw frowned. Did Xia Ya come here for this child? Damn it, it's all because of him that our institute is destroyed. Save him, I want to study him well, Gaisa gritted his teeth and said. 172. Tragic, belonging, but, Chief Gaisa, can this guy still be saved? Ext. He was just a child, weak, and was attacked by tens of millions of volts of lightning. His flesh and blood were burnt and blurred. The cost of saving him is too high, a scientist suggested. In the eyes of these scientists, the most urgent task now is to restore all the data of the Institute, rather than wasting time on an experimental subject. Gaisa pinched Momonosuke's already roasted body, and a piece of cooked meat was pinched into black powder. To save such a person who was struck by lightning, and almost died, it really takes a huge price. The medical cost will be very high, but, if he doesn't save this guy and do some research, Gaisa can't get rid of the hatred in his heart. After all, it was because of this black guy in front of him that Xia Ya, the big devil, was attracted here. The biggest loss Gaisa has already paid. What is saving 10 people? Gaisa immediately said. There are a lot of animal hormones in the laboratory. Give this guy all of them. They're all animal cells. They will definitely make the cells in this guy excited and he won't die. Let's do it this way. Give him 3 tubes. No, 5 tubes of hormones. We must make him survive. Hearing this, the scientists around were shocked. Advertisement, what's going on? 5 tubes of animal hormones. If this is injected into the body, it will definitely turn into something that is neither human nor ghost. You know, Punk Hazard is currently developing the scientific research technology to create artificial devil fruit, and the artificial fruit can only be used for zone, so a large amount of animal technology has been reserved, including pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, etc. But the previous experiments have been confirmed. A tube of animal hormone injected into the human body will turn the person into a monster. For example, a monster like a centaur, it is certain that these animal hormones can indeed improve the corresponding physical fitness as long as they are injected into the human body, but at the same time, there are also strong side effects, that is, they will also have animal nature. Half personality, half animal nature, mode. Gaisa's chief scientist actually wants to inject 5 tubes of animal hormones into the child who has become like Kurozumi in front of him. The result can be imagined. It is definitely a being that is neither human nor ghost. What, do you have any objections? Don't you think I am doing a good deed? Advertisement. The damage caused by tens of millions of volts of lightning is absolutely irreversible. 1 tube of animal hormones has no effect. 5 tubes are just right. I'm also saving this D's life. Ha 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 ha. It's better not to save him, the other scientists muttered in their hearts. Soon, Momonosuke was moved to a medical iron bed. Because most of his meat was cooked, he was already in a state of missing arms and legs when he was moved. However, the scientists knew the effect of animal hormones. It won't take long for this child, Ma Li, to grow arms and legs again. RTU. It's a pig's leg or a dog's leg. It's unknown. After all, it's unknown whether 5 tubes of animal hormones will be upgraded. How will it grow? We will know later. Punk Hazard, nearby waters, on the sea. Above Oz's head, Xia Ya took out the artificial blue dragon-shaped devil fruit that he had just obtained. 173. Of course it won't be cheap Momosagi. Is this the man-made azure dragon devil fruit? When a strange fruit like an apple appeared, all the girls were curious. Carina looked at it carefully before saying, after all, it is a man-made devil fruit, and there is still a big difference between it and the naturally formed devil fruit. Although it has a few more circular patterns than ordinary fruits, it looks like an ordinary apple from the outside. Xia Ya nodded. It is said that Vegapunk extracted Kaido's bloodline factor and attached it to the fruit to make it, so it has all the abilities of the azure dragon form, but the color is different from the azure dragon form, so it is defined as a failure. But the ability of the devil fruit is consistent with the original azure dragon form. Not only can it give the user a strong physique and strong defense, but it also has the natural attributes of controlling fire, lightning, and wind. Hearing Xia Ya say this, the surrounding female companions were surprised. Flame, thunder, wind, fantasy beasts. All in one, so powerful, no wonder Kaido is known as the strongest creature. Doesn't that mean, as long as someone eats this devil fruit, they can transform into a dragon? Xia Ya smiled and said, of course. Strong physique. Toshigi and Gion's throats surge. They are all swordsmen, swordmasters. And in this world, swordmasters do not favor women, but women can never become the top swordmasters. Advertisement. The reason is simple, it is entirely because of the physique. And there is only one natural destroyer like Charlotte Linlin in the world. FFFLY. For most female swordmasters, the limit is clearly there. Only Zone's devil fruit can improve it. Among them, the fantasy beast species is the strongest representative. Of course, some fantasy beast species are the most powerful not in terms of physique. But as far as the blue dragon form is concerned, it is undoubtedly the most suitable devil fruit for swordmasters to eat. It has to be said, when the powerful power is in front of them, everyone will be tempted. However, in Xia Ya's team, except Toshigi, the others are already demon fruit power. Advertisement. There is no need to eat devil fruit anymore. The artificial blue dragon form rotates in his hand, and Xia Ya directly hands it to Toshigi. Toshigi, your ideal is to be a top swordsman. This fruit is just right for you. It can make up for almost all your shortcomings. Eat it now. When the surprise really hit him, Toshigi couldn't believe it. Carina smiled and said, there will be a dragon in our team soon. Can we ride the dragon to the Golden City? Great. Dragon. Tashigi waved his hands in panic. No, I have limited potential. It would be a waste to give such a powerful devil fruit to me. That is the world's top devil fruit. 4 Emperors Kaido became the king of the new world because of the Azure Dragon form. It would be a waste to give it to me. Take it. Xia Ya didn't say anything and directly stuffed the artificial Azure Dragon form into Tashigi's hands. You are the only one in our team who didn't eat the devil fruit, there is no other choice. As for Momoshiki Gion, she didn't join the team, and there is also ties in front of her now. You can ride it after eating it. Xia Ya is naturally not cheap. Momoshiki. 174. Pink Dragon Form, Dragon Rider. Although Gion has the same title as Marine Admiral, and even if there is no summit war this time, Gion will become a candidate for Marine Admiral. It seems that her potential is much higher than that of Tashigi, the silly girl. But who is Xia Ya? With the magical buff of the Rider Fruit, she can already offset the natural talent brought by the mount. FIFFLX. It doesn't matter who the blue dragon-shaped artificial devil fruit is given to. At least Xia Ya is confident that Tashigi will not lose anything if she eats this top-level artificial devil fruit. Gion on the side is already confused. She never expected that such a powerful devil fruit would be given to Tashigi. What exactly is the Xia Ya pirates going to do? At least in Gion's cognition, Tashigi is just a marine trainee, and he doesn't have any amazing talent at all. The artificial devil fruit project is no secret in the naval headquarters. As for Kaido, he was also captured by the marine and sent to Punk Hazard without a secret. So, theoretically, Vegapunk has obtained Kaido's bloodline factor. The artificial blue dragon form is very likely to be real. DJ. A devil fruit that can give birth to a strong man like the 4 emperors was so easily given to a person like Tashigi. Advertisement. Gion had to admire Xia Ya's decisiveness. Or, the background of the Xia Ya pirates is really unpredictable. This is a top-level devil fruit that can cause qualitative changes. Eat it directly. Xia Ya nodded to Tashigi. Since Xia Ya said so, Tashigi also took the artificial devil fruit tremblingly, and after thinking for a few seconds, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Doot. A powerful force exploded in her body, and something like memory swept through Tashigi's brain. Soon she felt the surging power. Dragon. It was indeed a dragon. The next second, Tashigi's whole body changed, and pink scales grew on her body. She clearly felt that her defense had been raised to countless levels. At the same time, the surging power in her body also told her that she had undergone a huge change. Roar. Tashigi lightly tapped her feet, and a flame cloud burst out in the air. Tashigi could also feel that she could fly in the clouds with just a thought. And from the perspective of Carina and others, a pink dragon stepped on the flame cloud and hovered above the sea, majestic and awe-inspiring. Advertisement. Seeking flowers. Checkbox with check. Is this the Azure Dragon form? It is indeed a dragon? Def. It is pink. What a magical scene. Hockey is also a little cute. It is tailor-made by Tashigi. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Tashigi controlled his body and circled in front of the crowd. The pink dragon suddenly spoke. I feel like I can fly in the clouds, and I also have the ability to breathe fire, and the power to control the wind. Great. Such a powerful power. Facing Tashigi's exclamation, Xia Ya just nodded. Next, you have to get more familiar with this power. Although the color is pink, it is essentially Zone Fish Fruit mythical beast species Azure Dragon form. All the power possessed by 4 Emperors Kaido, you will definitely have it by then. Asterisk. For the Azure Dragon form, Xia Ya already knew about it. There is no need to experiment here. When I have time later, I will master it. When I am completely familiar with the power of this fantasy beast, Xia Ya will become the real Dragon Knight 0. 175. Momoshiki is envious, and has a new goal. Back to Oz's head. Everyone was still in disbelief, pinching Tashigi left and right. What a terrible defense. Tashigi's physique seems to be a bit high. But it's normal, after all. The Shenlong is the top fantasy beast, and Kaido is known as an undead creature, the strongest creature. Everything comes from this top fantasy beast species devil fruit. I didn't expect. There is also a 4 Emperors level, 993, demon fruit power in our team. Hiss. So looking forward to Tashigi becoming a top swordsman soon. Looking at the pink hard dragon scales, Carina was a little emotional, and at the same time she tried to use the Logia Mera fruit to roast Tashigi's skin, and found that as Xia Ya said, the Azure Dragon form has the power to control fire. It's just a mobilization. Compared to Logia's Mera fruit, the flame power that the Azure Dragon form can mobilize is very limited. Simply speaking of flame, the wind, fire, and fatigue that the Azure Dragon form has are still not as good as Logia Mera fruit and thunder fruits. After all, it is the original power of fire and thunder. And in the final analysis, the mythical beast species borrows more from this natural element. Advertisement. But from another perspective, the mythical beast species has a certain ability to be immune to the Logia element. It is really worthy of being the devil fruit among the strongest mythical beasts. It actually has so many pervert abilities at the same time. Not only that, the mythical beast species is also strong in its recovery, endurance, and strength. After Tashigi has the blue dragon form, his strength has indeed increased a lot. Not only Carina, but the other female companions are also discussing and marveling. Tashigi landed on Oz's head, and with a thought, he dispelled the pink scales on his arm and nodded. Well, that's great. I am also a capable person. When I completely control this power, I can take everyone flying. With joy beyond words, Waski couldn't help but pick up the griffin in her hand. This is the famous sword that Xia Ya took after cutting off the red-haired Shank's arm in Summit War. Toshigi could not help but be filled with new hope for the future. The top-level sword, the top-level power of the devil fruit, and the personal training of Xia Ya, the world's #1 swordsman. Toshigi was full of confidence in her path to becoming a swordsman. Advertisement. Her whole temperament changed. It seemed that in just a moment, Toshigi was no longer the silly girl with glasses, but a real top-level swordsman. The rest of Carina and others were naturally delighted when they heard this. I'm looking forward to it, riding a dragon. Then any form of appearance will be cool. I haven't experienced the feeling of riding a mythical beast yet, I'm really looking forward to it. On the other side, Guion was so envious. She never expected that this artificial blue dragon form is not only real, but also has an extremely strong body, and has the ability to control natural elements, and even the color is her favorite pink. 0136120028 Philo 224330090. Taxi, Took, isn't it the meaning of pink bunny? And now, 0.9 Toshigi has the ability to transform into a pink dragon, and Guion is so greedy. The artificial devil fruit has been solved. It can be regarded as adding a super combat power to the team, and Mai and Ni are naturally very satisfied. Okay, let's experience Toshigi's fruit ability later. Now let's go to the Golden City first. Oh, let's go to the Golden City again. 176. The current situation of Golden City, the owner has changed. Golden City, Xia Ya's team had been there once before, and fought with Kaido there. #B. If you are not careful, you can destroy it. Nowadays, Golden City is deserted, and many places have become ruins. It no longer has the grandeur of the world's first entertainment city. However, with the call from Golden Tesoro, he expressed his willingness to become Xia Ya's henchman and rebuild Golden City into a gold-eating beast on the sea. XTI. Xia Ya is naturally interested. Anyway, the previous Bailey was robbed from Tesoro. Xia Ya does not need to invest with his own money, and Xia Ya only needs to pay the money, and does not need to care about the operation of Golden City. With Tesoro in the front, Xia Ya can collect the money. FIFFL, he agreed before. Let Tesoro take his own name and make Golden City bigger and stronger again, and create glory again. Xia Ya has sent team members headed by Bakara to connect, and he has already dealt with the artificial blue dragon form. It is time to go to the Golden City to see how the progress is. Under Xia Ya's control, Oz faced the sea, and his huge body rode the waves and walked towards the distant sea, just like surfing. Xia Ya's ride fruit ability. Advertisement. The waves can also be ridden, the action is like surfing. Time passed. In the Golden City, it has already started again. For his former subordinate Bakara, Tesoro is now extremely respectful. After all, Bakara has become a core member of Xia Ya, and he is a new member. Lucci on the side has the same feeling, because Khalifa was also his subordinate before, but after being ridden by Xia Ya once, his identity has changed directly. Become extremely noble. Now, because of the investment of Xia Ya, under the operation of Tesoro, some poor people from the surrounding base islands were deployed, and they were given high wages to complete the reconstruction of the Golden City. In fact, the Golden City does not need to be so magnificent, just ordinary rock structures, buildings, etc., and it can be built in a normal way. However, they are all used for business. Therefore, the specifications of the buildings are generally large and high. Then, after the city is rebuilt, the Golden Emperor Tesoro will use the ability of the Paramecia gold fruit to paint the building golden, making it magnificent. In this way, the Golden City will become the largest entertainment city in the world. Even Tesoro has not lost contact with his previous subordinates. When the Golden City is built, as long as a phone call, the previous followers will come from all over the place, so. Advertisement. The Golden City will shock the world again and appear on various routes. Not to mention, now it is under the name of the Xia Ya Pirates. I believe that the scale of the Golden City will reach an unprecedented level. In such a situation, open black lens bracket 0136120028 Philo 224330210. Tesoro is in a good mood. However, it is worth mentioning that the current situation of the Golden City has changed. There is only one boss, that is Xia Ya. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even the original CP9 such as Lucci have become Xia Ya's lackeys to maintain the normal operation of the Golden City. 643. However, in the eyes of the Golden Emperor Tesoro, the current new world, and even the entire world, has undergone tremendous changes. With the rise of Xia Ya, this force will become something that no one dares to provoke. And Tesoro himself no longer needs to please celestial dragons. He is under the cover of true nobles. Here. Bakara said, Xia Ya is here, let's go to greet her. Hearing this, Tezulo and Lucci both shrank their necks. A little nervous. Although I have met Xia Ya before, the identities are different. Now, I still have to be careful. Otherwise, if I offend my boss, I will suffer. Let's go now. I promise to make Golden City the most profitable place in the world. 177. Let Uda come to Golden City for a concert. Is it like this already? Looking at the building in front of them, Carina and others were shocked. In their impression, the Golden City has always been magnificent, as if it was forged from gold, but now, the Golden City building still looks the same, but there is no gold decoration. It looks a bit rustic. Xia Ya explained. The biggest reason why the Golden City has become the world's largest entertainment city is because Tesoro is the ability user of the Paramecia gold fruit, which can temporarily change the texture of the surrounding buildings to look like gold. Many Paramecia demon fruit powers can change the surrounding things, such as Shichibukai's Doflamingo's string fruit, which can turn the surrounding buildings into strings. Changing the surrounding environment is also one of the signs of Paramecia awakening. Tesoro is still a good talent, and he is a natural business genius. As long as he is given a strong background, he can play with flowers. Xia Ya said. This is also the reason why he agreed to invest in Tesoro after receiving the call. The bonus of the gold fruit to business is really too great. Advertisement with the gold fruit, the building can become extremely noble without decoration. Soon, under the leadership of Bakara, Tesoro and Lucci came to the port. Seeing Xia Ya, Tesoro and Lucci were a little restrained. Boss, the Golden City is still under reconstruction. Don't look at the gray buildings, but as long as they are stimulated by my gold fruit, they can be completely changed. After saying that, Tesoro's leather shoes gently stepped on the ground inlaid with stones. Soon, the ground immediately became golden and magnificent, as if it was inlaid with gold bricks. What a magical ability! Tesoro's ability amazed Carina and others. Yeah, when can it be open again? Xia Ya asked. Advertisement Tesoro answered seriously. About a month later, as long as the building is rebuilt, I will call back all the original employees, and Golden City will definitely get back on track. By then, it will not be a big problem for it to become the most profitable project in the world. Especially with your name, Golden City will definitely be more glorious. Even celestial dragons dare not make trouble here. Hearing this, Xia Ya shook her head. At that time, you have to tell those news media that celestial dragons and dogs are not allowed to enter. Yes. Knowing that Xia Ya often makes trouble for celestial dragons, he has killed many celestial dragons in his hands, so he can't coexist with celestial dragons. Even if it is business, there is no need to continue. And Tesoro himself was originally a slave in the celestial dragon's prison, and his lover also died in the hands of celestial dragons. For celestial dragons, Tesoro actually hates them to the bone. It's just that he had no choice before, and he had no right to refuse celestial dragons. Toada. There is Xia Ya with Xia Ya as his protector. Tesoro no longer needs to worry about the celestial dragons group. In his opinion, celestial dragons and dogs are not allowed to enter, which is simply great. His boss is right. Break in. Hockey is incomparable. At the same time, Xia Ya thought for a while and said, by the way, when Golden City reopens, you should try to contact the singer Uda, Ma Zhao, and say that Golden City can support her concert industry. Uda? Singer? Tesoro has also heard about Uda, the new star in this world. After all, Golden City is the world's largest entertainment city, one of which includes entertainment projects, concerts and so on. Many of the previous stars have come to Golden City to hold concerts. And every time they are very successful. Unexpectedly, his boss Xia Ya actually set his sights on a new singer, Uda. 178. Death of a supernova, situation of the new world. Xia Ya attaches great importance to this only because Uda's Paramecia song fruit is very buggy. Uda's power can summon that terrifying demon. Xia Ya, who has the ability of the ride song fruit, naturally has a little interest in that mount. That's a matter for the future. Now, as long as Tesoro contacts Uda in advance, the purpose is to train Uda and make her a world singer. We will plan for the future later, no rush now. Okay, I know, boss, I will definitely pay attention to this matter. I didn't expect that the boss is so well informed. Uda does have great potential. She can become a world-class superstar. Tesoro nodded. Then, Xia Ya made a move with one hand, and gold worth 10 billion Baileys immediately appeared on the square, some gold bricks, and some gold utensils. Suddenly, the square was 067 golden and magnificent. This is real gold. Even Tesoro himself has never seen so much real gold. Although he controls a lot of Baileys, the proportion of gold is not that high. In other words, in front of so much gold, Tesoro's gold fruit will be more like a fish in water. On the other side, Lucci and others' eyes lit up. Advertisement: this family is too rich. It turned out so much gold at once, 10 billion Baileys. At least 2 Whitebeard heads, it was easily taken out. Pile it up on the square without any scruples. CIED, Xia Ya pirates are really too powerful. Xia Ya naturally knew that Tesoro's gold fruit could control gold. With him guarding the Golden City, there would basically be no trouble. Now there is a lot of gold blessing. Tesoro can also use gold to fight. While giving money, it is also an additional security force. These can all be regarded as investments in the Golden City. I don't care how to operate and use it next. I just want to see the money flowing, Xia Ya said. Tesoro was shocked. He never expected that Xia Ya had no intention of intervening in the affairs of the Golden City, but chose to leave it completely to him, carrying the name of the Xia Ya pirates, and let the Golden City shock the world. So trustworthy? It feels so great to be trusted. Tesoro looked serious, using the control power of the gold fruit to immediately mobilize the gold. I will definitely do this. Unknowingly, a few days passed. Xia Ya also left the Golden City. Anyway, with Tesoro in charge, he didn't have to worry about anything. 0136120028 Philo 22433030. Advertisement: at the same time, Carina and others also participated in the construction of the Golden City. After all, it was Xia Ya's industry. There were many areas that needed improvement, and they could also put forward their own opinions. Besides, Carina also had a beautiful singing voice and her own insights into art, so staying in the Golden City was an extra layer of control. In response to this, Xia Ya did not refuse. Just let them have a good vacation in the Golden City for a while. And Xia Ya himself has a new goal. Now there are rumors on the sea that the forces in the New World have undergone tremendous changes. First, Blackbeard Teach has led the criminals of the 6th level of Impelled down to raid Whitebeard's territory and fought a fierce battle with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, forcing Marco and others to retreat step by step. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates will completely disappear in the New World. Secondly, a supernova has fallen. Kid was killed when he was looking for trouble with the red-haired pirates. He even said that the superhuman magnetism fruit fell into the hands of the red-haired Shanks. Finally, Kaido of the Beasts has joined forces with Charlotte Linlin to establish a new alliance. The 4 emperors joined forces, like an official bill exploding on the sea surface of the New World. It shocked the whole world, newspapers were flying everywhere. The situation is getting more and more chaotic, but it's just what I want. 179. No, it's Kaido who's itching New World, Wanguo, a certain sea area. A blue dragon was circling in the air, with burning flames wrapped around its claws, shuttling through the white clouds. Just one day ago, Charlotte Linlin called Kaido on Dendenmushi, saying that there was something important to discuss. Originally, the Big Pirates and the Beasts Pirates had formed an alliance to jointly discuss the coming New World changes. Now that the Red Hair Pirates killed a supernova, it was not a big deal for people at the level of the 4 emperors, but the important thing was, Red Hair Shanks actually healed his arm because of this. It was said the kid wanted to take advantage of Shanks' broken arm and use the Red Hair Pirates as a springboard to enter the New World. But what was unexpected was, the Red Hair Pirates were not a supernova pirate group that could touch porcelain. Kid, the supernova, not only lost his life, but also his Paramecia magnetism fruit, which fell into the hands of the red-haired sea group, and was eaten by the red-haired Shanks. Shanks has now become a magnet, and uses the power of the devil fruit to make 2 arms out of steel. This is a big deal in the New World. Kaido hovered in the sky. Just for this little thing, the old woman Linlin actually asked me to go to Wanguo in person. It's really, if I didn't owe her a favor back then, I would be so passive. Damn it, I hate her nagging the most. An island has appeared in front of Kaido. Just in front. It's a place to commit suicide. Thinking of this, Kaido flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, released the blue dragon form, and directly transformed into a sturdy human form, falling straight down. Bu. The huge figure fell at a high speed, penetrating the clouds, like a falling meteor. Boom. Advertisement. Kaido, you. This is my castle, not a place for you to mess around. Charlotte Linlin was full of complaints, carrying Napoleon and came to the big pit in the square, and chopped it down with a knife. Hey. Linlin, the land on your territory is not hard. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** stand up with a mace. Collided with Napoleon. Boom. The powerful red and black conqueror's hockey flashed into space. A huge airwave was raised. The stones on the square turned into powder. Advertisement, this is. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts is here. Didn't the Beasts pirates form an alliance with us? Why did they come to Wangguo to cause trouble? Such a terrifying momentum. Is this a clash of 4 Emperors level strongmen? Mom, it's so great, boom boom boom. Several explosions sounded in the square, and the airwaves blew away the people around. Only those who had some strength were still struggling to resist, and those with less resistance had already foamed at the mouth. Katakuri frowned and said, really, it's such a big commotion every time. Mom and Kaido never get along. How did the two verbally agree to become an alliance? Another son of the eldest said, yes, Kaido just came to Wangguo and made such a big commotion. Are the 4 Emperors' style of doing things so high profile? It's intentional. No, Kaido is itching. 180. Coordinates of the red historical text. For Kaido, there are not so many ethics and morals. Since Charlotte Linlin invited him to discuss things, and came to Wangguo in person, Kaido was a little unhappy. After flying for so long, he came here specially. How can he not try the old woman's skills? Charlotte Linlin will naturally not tolerate Kaido's provocation. Besides, when has Charlotte Linlin ever been afraid of anyone? After several encounters with Sandaling, no one got the advantage. The two of them did not care about it anymore, and immediately, one of them held a wine pot and walked towards the castle of Wangguo with their arms around each other. The two huge figures became a unique scenery on the street. Katakuri held his forehead, his face full of black lines. The battle came and went quickly, leaving nothing but ruins all over the ground. Inside the castle, old woman, what's going on? Advertisement. Kaido poured wine into his mouth. I came here from afar. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If there is anything important, just say it quickly. Wano-kuni is not as good as Wano-kuni. Without the noise of the weapons factory, without the gray air, I feel too depressed. As he said this, Kaido seemed to think of something uncomfortable, and immediately shed tears and continued to pour wine into his mouth. Dirty, 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 it's really a boring journey. I didn't die. Kaido was crying. Charlotte Linlin ate the cake with big mouthfuls, and had no intention of comforting Kaido. She said directly, I found out something big. After the Whitebeard pirates left the stage, I sent people to the Fishman Island, where I found information about the other two red historical texts, you know. I have a red historical text in Wano-kuni. At the same time, I also know that there is one underground in Wano-kuni, which is where you are. Now, I have also got news about the other two red historical texts. Charlotte Linlin's voice fell. Kaido immediately stopped crying and tilted his head and asked, "Oh, the other two pieces?" Advertisement. The relationship between the two can be traced back to the Rocks pirate period. Since the God Valley incident, Kaido has left the Rocks pirate and developed on his own. In recent years, he has been chased by marine all over the sea, and finally decided to stay in Wano-kuni. But he and Charlotte Linlin has hardly seen each other. It is worth mentioning that they have communicated over the phone. Therefore, everyone knows what the two sides have. Especially the red historical text, both of them care about it very much. The red historical text is very important, so important that it has become the pirate secret treasure of Ichinosu. It was because a red stone was taken away by Mariajoy that Captain Rocks decided to make trouble for Marine and Mariajoy, and the Valley of the Gods became the best place. In the Valley of the Gods incident, Charlotte Linlin not only got the zone fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form devil fruit, but also got another hunting prize, which is the red historical text. Finally, after 0.6 of the Valley of the Gods incident, the red historical text fell into Charlotte Linlin's hands. Finally, it was brought to the territory of Wanguo. Because the red historical text is the pirate secret treasure of Ichinosu, every member of Rock's pirate cares about it very much. Hearing Charlotte Linlin say this, Kaido immediately asked, "Where are the other two pieces of red historical text?" 181. Imperial Group, our alliance is indestructible. Charlotte Linlin said, "That's why I asked you to come and discuss. Look, Mama, New World is in this state. Apart from the territory and treasure, the only thing the pirates are fighting for is the red historical text. After the Whitebeard Pirates Fund was destroyed, I immediately launched an offensive against the Whitebeard Pirates' territory, the Fishman Island, and easily gained the right to rule the Fishman Island and included it in my territory. Also in this process, I learned that there was originally a piece of red historical text in the whale forest of the Fishman Island, but it was taken away, and ran away. After the Whitebeard Pirates were destroyed, someone took the lead and pried away the red historical text. Kaido was immediately dissatisfied. Took it away? What nonsense are you talking to me? Old woman, you have a clue, right? Oh, Mama was taken away by a man who can create Uzumaki in the ocean. Charlotte Linlin continued. But the specific information is interrupted here. ***. What are you telling me without information? Kaido said dissatisfiedly. Charlotte Linlin continued. But the other piece, I can be sure where it is. The moving island, Zou. It's true, as long as we find the giant elephant, we can get that piece of red historical text. Now in the form of New World, the territory is not so important, what is important is the red historical text. Advertisement. My daughter Pudding is a three-eyed tribe. As long as we get all the red historical texts in advance, when Pudding awakens that ability, then we will be the pirate lord of the lower 10. Quickacavi. Charlotte looked very excited. Ever since she got Ichinosu's pirate secret treasure, the red historical text, in the Valley of the Gods, Charlotte Linlin has attached great importance to it and vowed to understand what is written on this pirate secret treasure, the red stone that even Rocks attaches great importance to. And, at some time after the Valley of the Gods incident, the man who was later called the Pirate King, Roger, also landed in Wanguo and deliberately copied the red historical text. This made Charlotte Linlin very angry, but she was not strong enough at the time and Roger succeeded. After that, Charlotte Linlin became more curious about what was recorded in the red historical text. She vaguely felt that the red historical text recorded a shocking secret. It was the appearance of this secret, it was the interpretation of this secret that made Roger the Pirate King. So over the years, Charlotte Linlin has devoted countless efforts and finally cultivated a three-eyed daughter, Pudding. Waiting for the three-eyed tribe to awaken their abilities, Linlin completely figured out what was written on the flying colored historical text. As long as Kaido is my little brother is my thug 893. Collect all the red historical texts on the sea. The next pirate group will be at your fingertips. Kaido was also very interested in the content of the red historical texts and said, "So, you and I formed an alliance just for the red historical texts?" Minglolululu. Not bad, I agree. I didn't expect that one of your children actually has the ability to interpret the red historical texts. I am really happy, old woman. Zou. I seem to have some information about Zou. Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth wide. Mama. Our alliance is indestructible. 182. Grand Line's young shoots are really overestimating their capabilities. Leave Zou to me. I think I can find him. But the other one. The man who can create Uzumaki on the sea. You have to work harder, old woman. Kaido stood up with a wine jug. Both of them are the four emperors of New World. They have been here since the Rocks era, so they have known some legends. Zou is one of them. It is said that Zou is a movable island, growing on the back of a giant elephant, and moving forward on the sea. Because the elephant's movements are irregular, few people can go to the island to learn the details. Butte. It is said that Zou has a red historical text. Kaido immediately expressed his interest. Now, Charlotte Linlin has a piece of red historical text in her hand, and Wano-kuni has already made one in his hand. If she takes Zou's in her hand, then there will be 3 pieces. Charlotte Linlin smiled and said, "That's exactly what I want. we must take it in our own hands first. When pudding awakens the ability of the three-eyed tribe, we will know what it is for. I can still remember the scene when Roger copied the red historical text in my hand. If it weren't for my generosity, how could the position of Pirate King fall on Roger's head? At the same time, advertisement on the other side. New World, on a small island. There is a small pirate group anchored on the shore. This pirate group does not have much characteristics and is not much different from ordinary pirate groups, but Hui's is the pirate flag of the Red Hair Pirates. Since the ship was destroyed in Summit War, Red Hair Pirates has been facing the situation of no ship available, and can only find a temporary pirate ship to replace it. Fortunately, Red Hair Pirates itself is not a large fleet, so a small ship is enough. At this moment, on the island, a bonfire was lit. The Red Hair Pirates were drinking heavily. The oppression of Summit War had only disappeared a little at this moment, but the shame of the broken arm still lingered in the hearts of every 10 members of Red Hair Pirates. Among them, the captain with the most serious eyes was Red Hair Shanks. At this moment, Red Hair Shanks's 2 arms have grown out, but they are all some metal, screws, swords, etc. It is one of the abilities of the Paramecia magnetism fruit that originally belonged to Kid. Using magnetism, metal is condensed into an arm and use. Although it is not as easy to use as the original arm, it is no problem to meet daily basic needs. Even, advertisement red-haired Shanks is a swordsman, so as long as he puts a knife on his palm when fusing the metal arm, he can use swordsmanship. Tit. It is worth mentioning. Shanks not only lost his only remaining arm in the Summit War, but also lost the griffin, which was given to Shanks by Pluton Rayleigh in the early years, until. I didn't expect it to be robbed. 013612028 Filu 224,340,250. Thinking of Hawkeye's Black Knife Knight, his griffin was robbed by someone, money or not. Red-haired Shanks was even more angry. He even heard that his knife fell into the hands of a woman during the Summit War. The metal arm made of magnetic fruit, Shanks is still not used to it, but at least he has the ability to move. Grand Line's new buds are really overestimating their abilities. Beckman on the side said while smoking. 183. Damn it, the worst misjudgment in history. Where is Luffy now? Shanks raised a bottle of wine, took a few gulps, and asked. Luffy is the user of the rubber fruit, and red-haired Shanks knows that it is a legendary devil fruit, but the real name was erased by Mariajoy. Its real name is Zone Human Fruit Mythical Beast Nika form. It is the ability of the legendary man 800 years ago, Joy Boy. And according to Captain Roger, only those who eat the Nika fruit will become the world's liberation fighters, ring the liberation, and change the world. There is no doubt that red-haired Shanks bet all his bets on Luffy. He believes that this is the devil fruit that chose Luffy as the host. After getting the Paramecia magnetic fruit, red-haired Shanks believes even more that the devil fruit is looking for the most proud owner, and many years ago, it was the Nika form that chose Luke. So, red-haired Shanks believes in fate very much at this moment. He believes that Luffy will awaken the Nika form one day and bring great changes to the Grand Line. Mox. Advertisement. It is the last wish of Captain Roger, the Pirate King. As a kid raised by Roger, Shanks has the responsibility to protect the captain's dream. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and stared into the distance. After the Summit War, Luffy was rescued by the former Shichibukai Sea Knight Jinbei and the supernova Luo. According to the intelligence, he was placed on a deserted island. Now Luo has left, and the route should be to Dressrosa. In addition, Jinbei is still on the island to take care of Luffy. It is worth mentioning that Pluton Rayleigh landed on the island to give Luffy guidance hockey. Compared to the monsters in the New World, Luffy is still too immature now. Hearing what Beckman said, red-haired Shanks nodded and said, I know, then I am relieved. With the guidance of Teacher Rayleigh, Luffy will definitely make a qualitative leap, even awaken the Nika form in advance. Now that I have regained my arm, I can still find a way to pave the way for him. Thinking of this, a trace of coldness and expectation flashed in the eyes of red-haired Shanks. On the deserted island, red hair pirates are holding a banquet. At this time, CIDF, a figure suddenly appeared here. It was Hawkeye, the former second greatest swordsman in the world, who had appeared in Summit War. Advertisement is a close friend of Red Hair Shanks. After Red Hair had an accident, it was necessary to come in person to understand the situation. It turned out to be Hawkeye. Shanks put away the disappointment in his eyes, and the metal palm made a metal friction sound. Hawkeye Mahawk came to sit aside. The fact is really sad. I had failed before, but I didn't expect that even you were defeated by that man. It's really, until now, it's still not so easy to accept, right, Shanks? Ah, that's right, intervening in Summit War is the biggest misjudgment ever made. I didn't expect that Xia Ya, that guy, actually has such great power. Shanks shook his head, with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. There was no way, I thought I could get a good face in Summit War. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My face was stepped on in the mud. The whole world is embarrassed. Mahawk was silent for a long time before he said, to be precise, that man made everyone misjudge, and each time it was more serious than the last time. That man seemed to have no limit, and he refreshed people's cognition every time. 184. That man is so powerful that it makes people despair. The sea is in complete chaos. Whitebeard is dead, his body was taken away by Xia Ya and became his power. Marine Admiral Aokiji, Marine Admiral Akainu. Marine Hero, Legendary Veteran Garp, Marine Marshal, Sengoku. They all became Xia Ya's power, These powerful forces are now gathered in one man. It's scary to think about it, but unfortunately, after the Summit War, Xia Ya did not continue to cause trouble to the world, but a group of people simply went to Punk Hazard. It seems that they did nothing. At least that's what Gaisa, a scientist at Punk Hazard, said. Hawkeye analyzed the situation at sea and said, now Xia Ya is the most powerful figure on the sea. Everyone is terrified and always pays attention to his news. Because everyone is worried that Xia Ya's next target will be themselves. FIFIL. Advertisement. The information about Punk Hazard has been transmitted in the underground world. Of course, the fact that the man-made devil fruit blue dragon form was obtained was not disclosed, because even Gaisa, the head of the research institute, did not know Xia Ya's purpose. He only knew that a child was electrocuted by Xia Ya and now became a monster with multiple animal genes. Shanks did not speak. Hawkeye continued. Then, Xia Ya and his group went to the world's largest entertainment city, Golden City, and conquered the former Golden Emperor, Tesoro. Now the reputation of Golden City is far greater than during the reign of the Golden Emperor. Even the big news Morgans has made a big fuss about it. That man is really terrible. After Hawkeye finished speaking, Red Hair took a breath of cold air. Hawkeye is still a lone ranger, without his own team, and can be regarded as one person feeding the whole family, but Red Hair Shanks is different. He has power under his name. Although the pirate group has only 30 people, the power under his name is not small, and a lot of money needs to flow. He even knows the importance of money to a power. And now, according to Hawkeye Mahawk, Xia Ya actually took the former richest man in the world as his younger brother. This information, it can be regarded as a side proof of Xia Ya's ambition. Advertisement. It's not that there is no layout of New World. But it has been in action for a long time, it's just that the action is not that big. Shanks took a sip from West Blue's wine, looking at Hawkeye, raised a metal arm and asked. So, why did you come this time? I don't think you came here to compete, because you have a stronger opponent? I came here simply to remind you. What? Whitebeard, Aokiji, Ryoma, and so on, are all Xia Ya's performance. His ride fruit is indeed powerful, but I feel that his own strength is above the fruit ability. In other words, even without Whitebeard, Ryoma and other mounts attached, that man is still so powerful that it makes people despair. Hawkeye's eyes were very serious, and then he said, yes, so powerful that it makes people despair. 013612028 Filu 224,340,460. 0. I clearly feel the gap between him and me, which cannot be described in a few words. Summit War. Every time I see him, my feeling deepens. So, do you understand what I mean? This is a warning. Warning Shanks not to blindly think about revenge on Xia Ya, otherwise the consequences will be serious. After that, Hawkeye Mahawk stood up and walked out of the island. Shanks was left alone in silence. Beckman sighed and his voice became a little smaller. I think Hawkeye is right. Before we have a thorough understanding of Xia Ya's strength, we should not act rashly, but in this world, is there anyone who can test his true strength? Doubts spread. 185. Wanokuni, Yamato can also be used as a mount. New World, Wanokuni, in the second half of the Grand Line. This is a country that is closed to the outside world, never welcomes outsiders, does not join Mariajoy, and even marine ships cannot enter. It is also the base of Kaido's Beasts Pirates. The residents of this country are accustomed to wearing Japanese ancient-style kimono clothes and communicating with others in a more traditional tone. And, samurai, is used to refer to swordsmen with high martial arts skills. The highest leader of Wanokuni is called Shogun, and the highest leader of the region, Nishichi, is called Daimyo. And the sword god Ryoma also came from here, however. As time goes by, everything has turned into smoke with the arrival of Kaido. Wanokuni has changed a long time ago. Today, Wanokuni, as the world's most important seastone production area and sake iron ore, has been transformed into a weapons importing country by the Lu pirates of Four Emperors Kaido. Even Mariajoy will start a weapons business with Four Emperors Kaido through various underground channels. Of course, all of this was done in secret. The reason is that the Beasts Pirates of Four Emperors Kaido are too powerful. If Mariajoy wants to target them, she will face huge risks, so Mariajoy and Marine have always turned a blind eye to the Four Emperors Kaido team. As long as Kaido does not cause unforgivable bad incidents, he will not be troubled. Advertisement now. The general of Wanokuni is Kurozumi Orochi, supported by Kaido. Looking at a waterfall far away from the cliff. Xia Ya transformed into a pair of blood-colored wings behind him, which is the ability of Zone Bat Fruit mythical beast vampire form. Finally here. Since the last time I played against Kaido in Golden City, I didn't have a good time because of Hancock. I hope Kaido won't let me down this time. Xia Ya murmured to himself. This time, he came to Wanokuni alone, purely because of boredom. Because the new world is not peaceful recently, Xia Ya did not participate too much. After all, small fights are too boring. Sadly, after the Summit War, Marine Marshal Sengoku died, but Marine did not move, and no one knows what it is planning. Mariajoy almost did not say anything. Now that Marineford has been destroyed, it is estimated that it is also rebuilding and moving the naval headquarters to another place. At the same time, recruit new people in the world. Kong and other old guys should come out soon. However, Kaido's daughter Yamato is a good mount. Yes. Xia Ya came to Wanokuni. In addition to being bored, he also set his sights on Yamato. After all, the other party is also a mythical beast. Advertisement zone dog fruit mythical beast big mouth true god form. In addition to having a strong physique, it also has frost breath, which is similar to Logia's frozen fruit in some parts. Presumably he has good abilities. Xia Ya, who possesses the ability of the Paramecia fruit, also embarked on the road of collecting mounts. One mount, one permanent buff. Xia Ya was unwilling to let go of any power. Yamato naturally became his target. Besides, Yamato was the daughter of 4 Emperors Kaido after all, and she also had the physique of the Ghost Tribe. Her combat power had reached the level of the 3 disasters, and she could even easily use Thunder 8 trigrams. Even compared to the Vice Emperor Flame 5.6 disaster Cinder of Beasts Pirates, Xia Ya thought that Yamato would not be inferior. So, taking advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble for Kaido, she also got the mount of Yamato. What Xia Ya didn't know was that Kaido was no longer in Wanokuni, but went to find Shalo Te Linlin. Wanokuni was in a state of emptiness, after figuring out the purpose. Swish, Xia Ya's figure flew directly towards the capital of Wanokuni, the most prosperous area, the Flower City. 186. Flower City. Xia Ya is now in the Flower City of Wanokuni. This is the capital of Wanokuni, and it is also the most prosperous and lively place in Wanokuni, the Flower City. The Flower City is a very beautiful city, a city full of flowers and green plants. In the center of the city, the Flower City Square, there is a towering mountain called Fujiyama, which is one of the symbols of Wanokuni. Surrounding the square are various shops and markets. The streets and buildings of the city are carefully decorated and full of the cultural characteristics of Wanokuni. The people coming and going on the street, all wear ancient-style kimonos, wooden clogs, and strange buns on their heads, like the old society. This is also one of the manifestations of Wanokuna's isolation. Walking on the bustling streets, Xia Ya felt a different atmosphere. The most suspicious thing is that Wanokuni, as a country of warriors, in the most prosperous and crowded place like the Flower City, no one wears a sword that every warrior should have. It seems to be prosperous here, with people coming and going, but the whole street looks dead. Drunkards can be seen everywhere in the corners of the street, either curled up or standing there with dull eyes and expressionless faces, which is out of tune with the commercial buildings here. Advertisement. Xia Ya walked on the street, and because of her dress and appearance that was completely different from other people on the street, she was particularly prominent on the street. From time to time, small vendors approached her and tried to get Xia Ya to spend some money. "Sir, it seems that you are here for the first time. Come in and see how our special products are." "Sir, come in and see our special food here. There is only one in Wadu, and it is a unique delicacy." "Sir, come to the shop and take a look at the brewed wine." No matter what they said, Xia Ya ignored it directly. Xia Ya was walking on the street, and suddenly saw a group of people gathered in front of her, and roars came from time to time. Since there was excitement to watch, Xia Ya would naturally not miss it. Then he walked towards the crowd. When I got a little closer, I found that the 2 people who were being watched were fighting each other with bare hands. From time to time, they threatened each other. "If I had my Thunderbolt sword in my hand, you would have died 100 times. Advertisement. The other person was not to be outdone. "Humph! Your Thunderbolt sword is nothing. You have never seen my Shadow Lightning, otherwise you would have died 800 times. Seeing this, Xia Ya couldn't help but complain. As a place famous for warriors, weapons are actually used with the mouth during the competition. It's ridiculous. When the people around heard Xia Ya's words, they all looked at him with a look of, "No wonder you don't know." Then, the crowd began to explain to Xia Ya, compared to the street fights that can be seen every day, it is no longer attractive to the public. The appearance of foreigners like Xia Ya is even rarer. From the mouths of the public, Xia Ya roughly understood the current situation of Wanokuni. It turns out that many years ago, after the 4 emperors Kaido ruled and governed the country, this place, once known as the Eastern Kingdom, became silent and cruel. Wanokuni can no longer be called a samurai country. Because Kaido gave Wanokuni a prohibition order as soon as he came. The content of the order is that all samurai in Wanokuni are prohibited from owning weapons. This order is like holding a person's neck for Wanokuni. It won't kill you, but it won't let you surrender. 187. The man with the Prajna mask at the beginning, some people resisted, but under Kaido's powerful coercion and cruel means. None of those who resisted had a good end. Gradually, no one dared to resist Kaido's orders, and could only silently endure the tyranny. As a great warrior country, it can't have weapons, just like a coachman without a car and a gunman without a gun. This made the warriors lose their fighting spirit and lifeless. The whole country fell into confusion. This is why Wanokuni became a weapons processing kingdom, all thanks to Kaido's tyrannical rule. As for other news, ordinary people have no way of knowing. Since there is a rough understanding, that's enough. Xia Ya continued to stroll on the street, unable to resist the enthusiastic welcome of the vendors at the door, and randomly picked a shop that looked good and bought some specialties and fine wines here. The boss smiled from ear to ear. "Master, take your things, take your time, and come back when you have time." Xia Ya happily picked up her things and left the shop. Then she walked around the street, and it seemed that there was nothing new. Just now, Xia Ya learned from the shop owner that Kaido was entrenched in Onigashima, and also knew the general direction of Onigashima. Advertisement. Then Xia Ya left the bustling street and headed for Onigashima. Onigashima is located directly south of Wanokuni, and Xia Ya walked south all the way. With the attitude of playing, Xia Ya has been walking forward. After leaving the flower capital, after a distance, he came to a large wooden bridge. Xia Ya walked on the wooden bridge without thinking. Looking around, as long as he crossed the wooden bridge, it seemed that he would reach the territory of Onigashima. Xia Ya walked on the bridge, admiring the scenery under the bridge. Of course, when he retracted his sight, a huge ghost face appeared in front of him. Wow, what is this? Xia Ya was frightened and took a step back. After standing firm, Xia Ya could see clearly what was in front of her. The person was tall and wore an ancient kimono. The red skirt was matched with a white top. A thick waist rope was tied into a big bow at the back. He wore a pair of wooden clogs. Advertisement: he had long green hair draped behind him and a white prajna mask on his face. There were 4 fangs on the corners of the mosque's mouth, and the eyes were fierce and weird. There were 10 blood-red horns on both sides of the head. Xia Ya was shocked by this fang mask. The owner of the mask was one of Xia Ya's targets, the daughter of 4 emperors Kaido, Yamato. Seeing the frightened Xia Ya, Yamato shouted, "Who are you and where are you going?" Facing Xia Ya in front of her, Yamato didn't recognize her at all. She had been living in Wano-kuni, in such a closed country, as almost unaware of the news from the outside world. Even Xia Ya, the strongest devil who recently dominated the Summit War and whose reputation spread throughout the New World, is completely unknown to Yamato. When Xia Ya saw the person clearly, he recognized the person in front of him. Isn't this one of his targets this time? Then he raised his mouth slightly and said to himself, "It's easy to get it." Yamato didn't hear clearly what Xia Ya said. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Xia Ya quickly explained. "Hello, my name is Xia Ya, I want to cross the bridge now." When he heard the other party say that he wanted to cross the bridge, Yamato quickly spread his hands to stop him and said, "Do you know what is on the other side of the bridge? That's not a place you can go to." 188. No, are you really not afraid of death? Oh, what is that place? Why can't I go there? Xia Ya asked, pretending to be ignorant. Yamato looked up and down at the stranger in front of him, and dissuaded him. After crossing this bridge, there is Onigashima behind. The beast's pirates are entrenched there, and it is a very dangerous place. Xia Ya. Oh, really? Are the beast's pirates very powerful? Yamato looked at Xia Ya in front of him in disbelief. Your name is Xia Ya, right? Where are you from? You don't even know the beast's pirates? Xia Ya said calmly. Do I have to know that the sea beast pirates are powerful? Yamato rolled his eyes. It seems that you really came from some shitty place, and you don't even know the Hyakuso pirates. Kaido of the beasts, you should know. He is the governor of the beast's pirates and one of the 4 emperors of the new 660 world. Now the beast's pirates are entrenched on this Onigashima. I see that you came from the direction of the flower capital. I guess you have been to the flower capital and should know the current situation of Wano-kuni. All this is Kaido was created, so you can imagine how powerful he is, and he can directly control the entire Wano-kuni. 11. Speaking of this Onigashima, if you go there, you will never come back. Onigashima is full of beasts pirates. If you go there alone, there will definitely be no doubts. So I advise you not to go. CICG, beasts pirates will kill their own people when they are ruthless. They are a group of very vicious pirates who enjoy killing people. In Wano-kuni, anyone who does not follow their wishes will be killed directly. Before, because of the issue of wearing weapons, I don't know how many samurai died in their hands. Advertisement, so you should go somewhere else to play, Xia Ya said casually. Since you said Kaido is in Onigashima, I will go there even more. I am here to find him. Yamato was surprised. What, you are going there for Kaido? Do you know how powerful he is? Besides, Kaido is not in Onigashima now. Xia Ya asked in confusion. Didn't you just say Kaido was in Onigashima? How come he is gone again? Yamato seemed relieved and said. He was always in Onigashima before, but he left Wano-kuni a few days ago. He went to Wano-kuni to find Charlotte Linlin. Xia Ya said indifferently. So that's how it is. Yamato asked curiously. By the way, Xia Ya, why are you looking for Kaido? Xia Ya said lightly. To fight. Yamato looked at Xia Ya with horror. What a joke, aren't you afraid of death? You know how powerful Kaido is, and you still want to challenge him. However, Yamato still had some other thoughts about Xia Ya. Someone dared to trouble Kaido so openly, so this person must have some extraordinary ability. At this time, the blood in Suan Bing's body seemed to be a little agitated. 013612028 Filu 224,350,260. It turned out that the succubus physique buff of Maidu was attracted by Yamato. When facing a high-quality mount, the succubus buff will always be inexplicably attracted. Xia Ya suppressed the succubus's restlessness. I'm also very powerful. Hearing Xia Ya's answer, Yamato was looking forward to it. Could this person in front of him really defeat Kaido? Although it was only a brief exchange, but Yamato felt that Xia Ya in front of him was not the kind of person who boasted. And the tone of his voice was not annoying. 189. Arsenal, miserable laborers. Is it possible that he can really defeat Kaido? If he can, then he can be free. But Xia Ya is now thinking about how to train Yamato into a new mount. Since Kaido is not in Wano-kuni, and now he happens to meet Yamato, he must take him down. Both of them are thinking about their own plans. Suddenly, they heard a cry coming from the snow not far away. They looked at each other and walked towards the direction of the cry tacitly. I saw a little girl lying on an old man crying in the snow, and the old man was lying on the snow for unknown reasons. Xia Ya asked. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Yamato also looked at the little girl in front of him without knowing why. The little girl sobbed and said, my grandpa hasn't eaten for many days. He must be hungry. Then she started crying again. Yamato frowned and asked, how could this happen? Xia Ya comforted her, okay, little sister, don't cry. Here are some foods. I'll give them to you. After that, Xia Ya gave all the food she bought in the flower city to the little girl. Then, Xia Ya lit a fire again. In this way, the old man in the snow can also warm up. Xia Ya's purpose of doing this is certainly not for the old man. After the fire was lit, the air around began to warm up. The old man on the ground gradually woke up. The little girl next to him was so happy to see her grandfather wake up. Grandpa, you finally woke up. Then he quickly took out the food Xia Ya gave and put it to the old man's mouth. The moment he saw the real thing, the old man's eyes lit up. But his hands didn't move. He swallowed and asked, Ajing, where did you get the food from? Advertisement. Ajing said anxiously. Grandpa, please eat quickly, this big brother gave it to me. She pointed to Xia Ya next to her. Then the old man noticed Xia Ya and Yamato next to him. The old man said gratefully, thank you, Ajing, you should eat it. Ajing said distressedly, Grandpa, you eat it, I'm not hungry, look over there, the big brother gave me a lot of food, I'm full just now. Really? The old man asked hoarsely. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Lu 224,350,380. Ajing answered affirmatively. It's true, Grandpa, please eat quickly. Please give me flowers. After that, the old man picked up the food and gobbled it up. Soon the old man ate all the food in his hand. Advertisement. He licked his fingers with reluctance. Then he said with satisfaction, thank you, kind people. Yamato asked distressedly, Uncle, don't you have a home? How can you be so hungry? Zero. The uncle sighed and said, where is my home? My poor granddaughter has suffered with me. Yamato asked anxiously, what happened? The old man said painfully with tears in his eyes. I used to work in Kaido's weapons factory. I worked hard every day and never slacked off. Later, because of the production of a large number of weapons, it caused a lot of pollution. I also got seriously ill because of the serious pollution. After learning about the situation, the factory not only ignored me, but drove me out. Later, in order to treat the disease, everything that could be sold at home was sold, and the disease could not be cured. Instead, my poor granddaughter was implicated. She followed me and wandered around, and she was almost starved to death. Fortunately, I met you today, otherwise I might have died here today. 190. Xia Ya, you are Yamato, my brother. After hearing what the old man said, Yamato was furious. She is a person who hates evil and has a strong sense of justice. She hates the evil party headed by her father Kaido, and has been working hard to liberate Wano Kuni and drive away the evil party. That group of damned villains is so hateful. Yamato raised his hands and said angrily, look, the shackles on my hands were put on by the damned Kaido. He just wanted to, 633, imprison me here and prevent me from leaving. Xia Ya asked knowingly, you are testing your hands, not your feet, just run away. Yamato sighed helplessly, you don't know. These are shackles specially made for me, with bombs hidden inside. As long as I leave a certain range of Onigashima, the bombs inside will be detonated. Xia Ya said lightly, it's not that simple, just force it to be dismantled. Yamato said disappointedly, of course not, forcibly removing it will also detonate the bomb, otherwise I would have run away long ago, why would I have to suffer here? I have always wanted to leave here, my dream is to be able to go to sea and sail freely on the sea. Say you want. Yamato looked towards the nearest coastline, his eyes full of sadness. This may not be easy for others, but for Xia Ya, a time traveler, it is a piece of cake. So Xia Ya said leisurely, this is not easy, I have a way. Advertisement, are you serious? Yamato asked in surprise. Xia Ya nodded seriously. Yes, put your hands over here. I don't know why, after hearing Xia Ya's words, Yamato raised his hands obediently and came to Xia Ya. Xia Ya looked at the shackles on Yamato's hands calmly. I only felt a strong airflow coming at me. Xia Ya released a powerful haki, which filled the shackles. Then she placed her hands on both ends of the shackles. Snap. I only heard the sound of the shackles breaking, and then Xia Ya quickly took off the shackles on Yamato and threw them. The shackles flew away. Bang. I only heard a deafening explosion in the direction where the shackles flew. Everything happened too fast. Yamato didn't react at all. XX. Yamato raised her empty hands dully, looked at her hands in disbelief, and then looked at Xia Ya. Only then did she really believe that the shackles that restricted her freedom were opened like this. This is extremely hard metal. She had tried countless times and countless ways to destroy it, but all failed. However, she never expected that the person in front of her, Xia Ya, would tear it apart so easily. She had worn this pair of shackles for at least 20 years, and they were torn apart just like that. It was so shocking. The crying beside him woke Yamato up from the shock. Ajing was frightened by the horrible explosion and was crying loudly in fear. The old man comforted her with some heartache. Ajing, don't cry, that won't hurt us, don't be afraid. Xia Ya and Yamato also comforted her. Ajing, don't be afraid, that bad guy has been eliminated by me on 4.8. Yes, Ajing, don't be afraid, even if there are bad guys, I will protect you. Ajang sobbed in her grandfather's arms for a long time before she stopped. Yamato happily hooked Xia Ya's shoulders and kept pulling Xia Ya to him. Xia Ya, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, thank you so much. From today on, Xia Ya, you are my brother, Yamato. 191. 3 disasters. Quinn hearing Yamato's words, Xia Ya couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth upwards. This Yamato, as expected, is the same as in the original book. She doesn't consider herself a girl at all, and has no awareness of the difference between men and women. She is so casual and completely regards herself as a man. It is probably because of her admiration for Kazuki Oden that she has such a masculine personality. Kazuki Oden is a bohemian and maverick person in his life. He is very adventurous and has always wanted to sail illegally from Wano Kuni. He thinks this country is too narrow and thinks dreams are more important than anything else. In the end, he got his wish and went to the sea to make a living. It is also because of reading Kazuki Oden's sailing diary that Yamato yearns for the outside world so much. According to the description in the original book, she also regarded Gekko Oden's son Momonosuke as her son, and once stuffed Momonosuke into her bare chest. This is too unrestrained. But Momonosuke deserves to die. He took advantage of his status as a child to do whatever he wants. In the original book, he took advantage of Nami and Robin. Thinking of this, I feel angry. Xia Ya sighed slightly. Glancing at Yamato beside her. This is not only her own fault, but even her father Kaido calls Yamato son to the outside world. Advertisement there is no way, who makes Kaido like sons, but he only has one daughter, so he wants to make up for his regret by calling her that. Yamato himself just wants to be a man like Gekko Oden. That's why this man, with a heroic demeanor, Yamato, was created. Yamato, who was in a good mood at this time, looked at the specialty wine that Xia Ya bought before, and without asking, he took it up, opened the lid and handed it to Xia Ya, and said generously, Xia Ya, let's have one. He handed a bottle to the uncle next to him. Uncle, you have a drink too. And the uncle was driven by the sudden high atmosphere and raised his wine. Then he took the bottle and drank it all. Great. Seeing such a generous Yamato, Xia Ya also became interested. Oh, you are really not shy. The three of them drank happily, just when the three of them were drinking vigorously. Da da da, a sound of footsteps sounded, and the bored Ah Jing raised her head and saw 2 huge men walking towards them not far away, followed by a group of younger brothers. Ah Jing was frightened by this sudden formation, and quickly ran behind the old man, trembling and shouting, Grandpa, Grandpa, over there. The old man who was drinking was interrupted by Ah Jing's sudden action, and looked up as Ah Jing meant. After seeing the people clearly, the old man immediately became frightened. Because one of the people who came was the manager of the weapons factory where the old man had worked before Quinn in 3 Disasters 327 Harm. He is the 4 Emperors, one of Kaido's confidants, owns 10 special ships, 10 Brachiosaurus. He is a dragon fruit, ancient species, Brachiosaurus form ability user. His head is bald, with a golden ponytail on the back of his head. He wears sunglasses, purple lips, and 2 golden beards at the corners of his mouth. He is very fat, and his whole body looks like a ball. His left hand is a modified mechanical prosthesis. 013612028 Philo 224350580. He is not only a cyborg, but also a scientist who likes to create dangerous mechanical weapons and viruses. He is cruel and arrogant, and likes to make up tricks to execute his enemies. He can be said to be a very cruel guy. 192. 3 Great Disasters, Ember. Because when the master was working, there was a laborer beside him. However, during the forging, the temperature in the furnace was too high, so he was sweating profusely. When casting the weapon, he accidentally dripped sweat on the weapon. Squeak. The sweat hit the high-temperature weapon and made a sound. This matter was just seen by Quinn, who came to inspect the work. Quinn cursed fiercely. Hole, who told you to pollute our weapons, useless thing. How dare you drip sweat on the weapons? Hurry up and wipe it off. The sweat under the high temperature had already evaporated, and it was no longer visible. Master Quinn, the sweat has disappeared, the laborer replied tremblingly. Upon hearing the words of the laborer, Quinn was furious. Hole, I told you to wipe it, so you should wipe it quickly, and you dare to talk back. The laborer was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Master Quinn, spare my life. Quinn was too lazy to talk nonsense, and raised his left hand directly. HMPH, spare you, ask if my bullets agree first. Bang. With a gunshot, a bullet with a virus shot out from the Gatling gun on Quinn's left hand, the mummy. The mummy is a biological weapon developed by Quinn, an artificial virus. People infected with this virus will feel hot all over. Advertisement: the high temperature will gradually spread from the place where it is hit to the front body, making people feel the pain of being bathed in fire, and then blood will gush out. After death, the body will become as dry as a mummy. In an instant, the laborer couldn't get up and began to groan. Slowly, he let out a painful wail, keep rolling on the ground. Finally, blood continued to gush out from the 7 orifices. Everyone present was shocked by the scene before their eyes. They were all civilians, and they had never seen a living person die so cruelly in front of them. There was a huge sense of fear in people's eyes. Everyone held their breath and dared not breathe loudly, fearing to anger the cruel guy in front of them. In the end, the laborer bled out in front of everyone until he dried up and died. Quinn didn't care at all, and looked around fiercely. Why, you don't have to work, do you also want to taste my gatling? Hearing Quinn's words, everyone turned around and started to work in fear, not daring to make any small mistakes. Advertisement. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but shudder. Even after so long, the old man's fear has not diminished. The old man trembled and said, how could they come here? The old man couldn't help but want to step back, but his granddaughter was still behind him. Yamato heard the old man's voice at this time, looking along the line of sight of Mu Yi. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Philo 224360090. The complexion also turned bad instantly. She pulled Xia Ya behind her, not wanting him to be seen by them. The old man murmured, that Quinn is already a very scary guy, you see the one with wings in front of him, he must be even scarier. And the man with wings that the old man was referring to was indeed even scarier. He was another confidant of 4 emperors Kaido, Nuo Zhao, and the head of the 3 disasters, Jin. Jin, nicknamed Flame Disaster, is a zone dragon fruit ancient species pterosaur form ability user, who can transform into a pterosaur, has a handsome appearance, and looks quite serious and steady. Has white hair, brown skin, and a wreath-shaped tattoo around his left eye. He has a well-proportioned figure, tall and strong, and always wears black. Behind him is his most prominent mark, a pair of black wings. 193. Yamato regains his freedom after hearing what the old man said. Yamato said in a very cooperative way. The man in front is Jin, who is indeed a little stronger than Quinn. The doubt in his heart was confirmed, and the old man was trembling with fear. Sure enough. What are they doing here? Let's run away quickly. Yamato comforted. Don't be afraid, uncle, they're here to find me. You take Jing away first. The old man was still worried, but they're all very scary people. Let's run away together. Yamato said seriously. Don't worry, they won't do anything to me, nor to you. Let's go. 17. Hearing what Yamato said, Yinda didn't know what to say. Then you should pay attention to safety. Those people are not good people. After that, the old man took Jing away to the other side. Jin, Quinn and others came out this time to find Yamato. When they were at a loss, they happened to hear the explosion of Yamato's shackles, so they followed the explosion. A group of people in the distance saw several people sitting in front of a fire. Master Jin, there is a person who looks like Master Yamato in front of the fire. An attendant pointed to the front and said. Jin hummed. Advertisement. Kui Yin couldn't stop talking at this time. Jin, who are those people next to Master Yamato? Jin said coldly. No matter who he is there anyone who is afraid of him on this ghost island? Quinn laughed and said nothing. This is when the old man and a Jin got up and left. Quinn quickly asked, Jin boy, those two are about to leave, should we? Jin said coldly. We're here to find Master Yamato, don't worry about those little Luodu. Quinn looked ahead and said happily. That's right, those two are useless old men at first glance, and the other one should be a child, who looks harmless. This is the territory of Ghost Island, but no one dares to be reckless here. Looking at the figure going away, a group of people also came to Yamato. Jin said calmly, Master Yamato, please come back with us. Yamato stepped back and said, I don't want to go back with you. Then he raised his hands high and said with a beaming face, look at my hands, the damn sickle has been taken off, so I am free now, CIBJ. Advertisement. Yamato took a deep breath. Oh, it's great, I have never felt so free. Jin frowned and said, free? Yamato said happily, yes, I am free now, I can go wherever I want, so you can't control me anymore, haha. Hearing Yamato's words, Jin immediately became serious. Master Yamato, you can't leave Onigashima, this is the order of Governor Kaido, even if you don't have shackles on your hands. The other brothers also became nervous. Master Yamato, the governor said that you can't leave Onigashima. Yes, Master Yamato, the governor has specifically told us that if you leave Onigashima, we will be in trouble. Quinn also said happily. Master Yamato, Onigashima is so good, why don't we leave? After saying that, Quinn stared at Yamato's empty wrist. He was puzzled, this shouldn't be the case. Yamato's shackles were developed by him, a famous scientist, and the materials and mechanisms inside were specially made, so Yamato has not been able to open them for so many years. What happened? Why did he unlock them today? 194. The strongest devil. Just when Quinn was confused, he suddenly thought of something. He tried to tilt his head and look behind Yamato. He seemed to be looking for something. Seeing this, Yamato also shook his body to cover Xia Ya better. Seeing Yamato's action, Quinn became more suspicious. Master Yamato, who is hiding behind you? At this time, Jin also noticed the person behind Yamato, because he had just focused all his attention on Yamato and completely ignored the others. Seeing Quinn asking, Jin said vigilantly. Who is it? Why are you hiding behind our Master Yamato? Get out of here quickly. Yamato glared at Quinn fiercely. What are you doing? He is my friend, you should be careful when you speak. He straightened his body and tried to block Xia Ya more tightly. Facing Jin and Quinn, Yamato was more or less sure of escaping, but if he had to take another person with him, the risk would be too great, so Yamato did not want to involve Xia Ya. Yamato turned his head slightly and said to Xia Ya, Xia Ya, you leave first, I will find you when I have a chance. Quinn was a little anxious when he heard this. Master Yamato, since he is your friend, why not introduce us to each other? I also want to ask him if he was the one who untied the shackles on your hands. Hearing this, Yamato's face froze for a moment. She knew Quinn's cruelty. If she knew that it was Xia Ya who broke the shackles, Quinn would definitely not let him go. Yamato was about to explain. Unexpectedly, Xia Ya flashed and appeared in front of Jin and Quinn. Before Yamato could react, the group of people behind Jin and Quinn were stunned. Advertisement. A follower pointed at Xia Ya with a trembling hand. "Ya. It's him. It's him, it's really him. The strongest devil in the New World, how could he appear here? It's him, he beat up Governor Kaido in the Golden City. And he also killed Drought Jack. Not only that, in the Summit War, the pirate group he led almost wiped out the entire marine. Too scary, it's simply a devilish existence." Jin and Quinn were also frightened and stunned. The strength of the man in front of them is very terrifying. Even if the two of them are added together, there is no chance of winning. Zero. Quinn trembled and said, "It's you, what are you doing here? None of us can mess with you." Advertisement. Jin's voice was also a little dry and said, "We are here to find Master Yamato. Since we are looking for a fight, we will take Master Yamato away now." At this time, Yamato stared at Xia Ya in a daze, feeling ecstatic. Zero. He didn't expect that Xia Ya in front of him was such a powerful person. It seems that the outside world is really wonderful. At this time, he was more determined, he must go to see. After hearing this, Xia Ya said lightly, "What if I don't agree?" After hearing Xia Ya's words, Yu and Kui Yuan's hearts skipped a beat. 013612028 Filu 224,360,300. On one side is the order of Governor Kaido, and on the other side is a person with devil-like strength. Neither of them can afford to defend. Quinn immediately became timid. "Lord Xia Ya, you see, you are a noble man with many things to do, so don't worry about our small family affairs." Jin also quickly said flatteringly, "Yes, Lord Xia Ya, we don't want to hurt Master Yamato. He is our young master, we are here to protect his talent." 195. "Yamato, you have nice hair." Xia Ya did not speak, but just looked at them coldly. Jin continued, "Lord Xia Ya, Yamato is really the young master of our beasts pirates, and the son of our Governor Kaido, so he cannot have any mistakes, we must escort him back safely." As he said that, Jin timidly walked towards Yamato, trying to pull Yamato to his side and take Yamato away. Xia Ya did not give him a chance, and directly turned over, using the ride fruit to ride directly on the shoulder of 637, Yamato. Everyone present was shocked. Yamato was also confused. His neck seemed to be surrounded by something, but he did not feel uncomfortable. Xia Ya then slowly explained, "I am the ride fruit rider, I can ride on people to fight together, just like a mount." Hearing Xia Ya's explanation, Yamato was excited. How can there be such an interesting ability? This is so fun. When Jin saw the two people's appearance, his heart trembled. What should we do? Master Yamato and the others must not give up, but they dare not challenge Xia Ya easily. Xia Ya smoothed Yamato's long hair and thought, the hair quality is good. Then he said, "How about it, it's very interesting, let's practice now." Xia Ya grasped the red devil horns on Yamato's head with both hands. Advertisement. Yamato then attacked Tai with a mace in hand. Jin dodged Yamato's attack in a panic. The mace hit the ground directly, and the ground instantly sank, and cracks spread out from the dent. Jin looked at Yamato and Xia Ya on Yamato with a confused face. When did Yamato's speed become so fast? If the two were not some distance apart, his face would have been directly hit by Yamato's stick. Jin took a look at the dent on the ground, and he was still frightened. It seems that the force is really not light. Yamato was also confused. What happened just now? In just a blink of an eye, his mace hit the ground, and a big hole was hammered out. Xia Ya said lightly, "This is the ability of the Chi fruit." Yamato looked excited. "Really, then come again." And Quinn on the side saw Yamato took action and quickly prepared for the battle. He flashed to Jin's side. It seems that this fight today is inevitable. Jin stared at Yamato nervously and said, "Be careful, Master Yin and his condition are not right." Advertisement. Quinn naturally saw what happened just now. He said softly, "We find a way to knock Xia Ya off Master Yamato, catch Master Yamato, and then we run away directly." Jin nodded slightly and said, "This is a good idea, you still have some brains today." Quinn looked contemptuous. "At this time, let's not fight among ourselves." Just as the two of them were discussing, Ya held Mihei's demon horns with both hands. Yamato flashed and came directly to Jin and Quinn again. Yamato swung his mace again. Jin had been staring at Yamato, so when Yamato came to him, he immediately flapped his wings and retreated. But Quinn had no time to react and was hit hard by Yamato. Bang! With a muffled sound, 4.1 Quinn fell heavily to the ground. He cried out in pain, looking at Jin behind him with a resentful face. "You are so good at dodging, at least take me with you, ouch, it hurts so much." While wailing, he got up from the ground in pain. After standing firm, he cursed in the direction of Xia Ya. "Hole, you dare to use Master Yamato hit me, how abominable." 196. Golden bell cover. Quinn stared at Xia Ya fiercely, not knowing what to do for a moment. He could only retreat to Jin's side. "Jin, what should we do?" On one side is the person he wants to protect, and on the other side is an opponent of unknown strength. Now the two of them are standing together. It's not right to fight or not to fight. You can't just stand there and get beaten. Jin frowned and sighed. "I don't know what to do. They watch Master Yamato every day. Just now, the strength and speed that Yamato showed were completely beyond his previous strength. 28. This must be related to that demon Xia Ya. Suddenly Jin stared at Xia Ya riding on Yamato, gritting his teeth and said, Quinn, I have an idea. I will definitely be able to beat that demon down. Ji Yin immediately became excited when he heard it. Tell me quickly. I promise to cooperate with you to the fullest. Jin whispered to Quinn's ear and muttered something. On the other side, Yamato said excitedly, Xia Ya, this is really amazing. I feel that my strength and speed have made a qualitative leap. Xia Ya said proudly, that's right, this is the power of my riding fruit. As long as I ride, all your skills will increase the buff by more than 10 times. Advertisement excited, Yamato still had some questions, but my actions seem to be a little out of control. What's going on? Xia Ya explained. Of course, I am in control now. What? Hearing Xia Ya's words, Yamato was confused. In other words, now his actions can be controlled by Xia Ya at will, which does not seem to be a happy thing. However, the speed and strength of the casual attack just now were not originally what he could play. Xia Ya's ability to allow himself to play for a long time is also really interesting. I don't know if my other abilities can also be amplified? And as far as the current situation is concerned, if there is no powerful ability, it is probably difficult to escape from Jin and Quinn. Thinking of this, Yamato has no worries in his heart, completely accepted Xia Ya's control. Xia Ya felt that the temporary skill was refreshed at this time. Golden Bell Cover. When riding, the ability user and the mount will be protected by the Golden Bell Cover, and the remaining time is 3 days 23 hours. 59 minutes and 42 seconds. Xia Ya's mouth corners slightly raised. There is such a good skill, that is, invulnerability. I don't know what attacks this Golden Bell Cover can block specifically, but this can't be tried easily. Advertisement at this time, Jin and Quinn seemed to have planned it, and the two looked at each other. Then the two acted separately. Quinn raised his left mechanical arm, and a Gatling gun was directly set up. Facing Yamato, Xia Ya and the two of them fired a burst of bullets. As the shells continued to fall, bullets continued to shoot at Xia Ya and Yamato like a rain of arrows. 393 Seeing this, Xia Ya controlled Yamato to easily dodge every bullet. 013612028 Filu 224,360,510. Yamato kept flashing, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Bullets kept firing, all missed and hit the ground, and a cloud of dust rose up. Quinn kept swinging the Gatling gun in his hand, trying to attract the attention of Yamato and Xia Ya. On the other side, Jin had already spread his black wings and flew straight into the sky when Quinn was shooting. He was hovering over the battlefield, waiting for the opportunity. Seeing the figures of Yamato and Xia Ya constantly shuttling through the hail of bullets, Jin found the right opportunity and dived down at a high speed. He slashed the giant samurai sword in his hand at Xia Ya. 197. That guy isn't that powerful. Feeling the murderous aura above his head, Xia Ya snorted coldly. You want to use this little trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west against me? You look down on me too much. Holding the demon horn on Yamato's head, he exerted a little force with his palm. Ming Di. The mace in Yamato's hand was suddenly entangled by lightning. In an instant, a stick energy, similar to sword energy, flew out of the mace. It attacked Quinn, who was shooting at them with a Gatling gun at a very fast speed. Quinn, who was feeling proud, saw a lightning bolt coming towards him quickly. He dodged immediately. Just when he thought he had successfully dodged, he didn't expect that this lightning-like stick energy would directly hit the ground. After contacting the ground, a huge shockwave was generated. This huge shockwave not only blew a big hole in the ground, but also blew Quinn black. And Yamato, who emitted the stick energy, was directly transformed into a human beast form under Xia Ya's control. He quickly raised the mace in his hand and easily caught the giant samurai sword of Jin that was attacking from the air. Bang! In a flash, the mace and the samurai sword collided with each other, generating a huge energy. The impact force, like a volcanic eruption, spread in all directions in a circular shape. When Jin's blade touched the mace, he pressed it hard without hesitation, dissolving the powerful impact force into nothingness. Jin used all his strength, and as long as he went down a little bit, he could touch Xia Ya on Yamato. When Jin's blade passed over the mace, he could not break through the tough defense. He was slightly stunned, but soon reacted, immediately straightened his body, turned his wrist, and the blade drew a beautiful arc, stabbing Xia Ya on Yamato again. But Xia Ya did not panic, and remotely controlled Yamato to skillfully adjust the mace in his hand, and once again steadily caught Jin's attack. At this time, Jin had already fallen to the ground, and the samurai sword in his hand was pressing down on Yamato's Langya Bang. Advertisement. Xia Ya raised her lips slightly. It's my turn now. Before Jin understood what Xia Ya meant, Xia Ya exerted a little force, and Yamato's mace directly bounced Jin's samurai sword away. Then Yamato quickly raised one foot and stepped hard. Jin's abdomen was hit hard by Yamato's kick. The power of Yamato's kick was not light. Jin was kicked directly more than 10 meters away because of this kick. With a bang, Jin fell heavily to the ground. Jin struggled to get up from the ground. Puff. Advertisement. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Jin's mouth. Damn it, Jin said angrily. On the other side, Quinn was also slightly injured because of the explosion just now. At this time, he was also cursing. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* The other brothers were all trembling on the side. When did Master Yamato become so powerful? He was able to repel Master Jin and Master Quinn. Stupid, it's not Master Yamato who is powerful, it's the demon riding on Master Yamato who is powerful. It's him. He controlled Master Yamato to injure Master Jin and Master Quinn. That man is really too powerful. Jin and Quinn are both such powerful figures, but he can repel them so easily, it's incredible. Jin spit out the remaining blood in his mouth and slowly walked to Quinn's side. Hey, you won't die. Jin stared at Xia Ya. It seems that we have a fierce battle to fight, otherwise Master Yamato will definitely not go back with us. Quinn. We must fight. I don't think that kid is a powerful person, he only knows how to control Master Yamato. As long as we beat him down, we will definitely win. 198. Aren't you riding on me right now? Jin said confidently. Since he has been controlling Master Yamato, don't we know Master Yamato's moves well? Hearing Jin's words, Quinn was full of confidence. Yes, even if there is more energy, so what? Master Yamato's fighting skills are very familiar to us. Let's go together and kill him. Yamato on the other side was in excitement. Xia Ya, was it really my power just now? How could it be so powerful? And I don't even need to charge my whistling arrows, I can just shoot them out directly, it's incredible. Xia Ya said proudly. Of course, didn't I tell you before that all your skills have increased tenfold? So are you interested in becoming my mount? 11. Yamato didn't understand Xia Ya for a moment. Ya tilted his head and said, aren't you riding me now? While the two were talking, Jin on the opposite side had transformed into a human beast form. Flame Emperor. Then Jin clenched his right hand tightly, and a large ball of flames spread out from his fist. The area of the large ball of flames continued to expand, forming a circular barrier, and quickly attacked Xia Ya. Seeing this, Quinn was not to be outdone, and he set up the Gatling gun in his hand and also shot at Xia Ya. Bang, bang, bang. Facing the huge flame barrier and the mixed bullets, Xia Ya was not panicked. CIBC, Jin and Quinn knew Yamato's skills and moves very well, and Xia Ya was no stranger to them. Advertisement Wu Shi Bing Fang. With Xia Ya's command, Yamato paused slightly and clenched his hands into fists. Then, he opened his mouth, and a cold white breath gushed out of his mouth, forming a huge ball of ice air. This ball of ice air floated in the air, emitting a cold breath, as if an iceberg was shining in the sun. This ball of ice air spread directly towards the flame. The encounter between ice and fire did not produce a collision and the expected explosion or combustion. Instead, the flame seemed to be swallowed by this ball of air. The flame disappeared without any symptoms, but the temperature around was still dropping rapidly. Seeing this scene, Jin's eyes were full of horror. Just as he was terrified, this ball of frost attacked him directly at an unimaginable speed. Advertisement boom. Before Jin could react, he was hit by this ball of frost, and the powerful impact pushed him back several meters. At this time, a burst of white air appeared in front of his chest, which was formed by the frost. Jin covered his chest with one hand and said in disbelief, how is this possible? Quinn, who was standing by, also watched this scene in horror. But at the same time, he was still hoping that his bullet must have hit the opponent. 013612028 Filu 224,370,120. Little did he know that when the bullet reached Xia Ya and Yamato, it was like being blocked by an invisible wall. They fell 30 centimeters away from Xia Ya and Yamato. Xia Ya looked at the bullets on the ground and smiled. It seems that this golden bell cover is still useful. Xia Ya naturally doesn't take this kind of physical damage seriously. It's easy to avoid this Gatling gun. The reason why I let these bullets fly over is that I want to activate this temporary skill to see how good the defensive ability of this golden bell cover is. However, seeing this situation, this temporary skill has no pressure to defend against the physical attack damage of Gatling gun. 199. Skills. Flame Emperor, Unattended Ice Fang. When Quinn saw Xia Ya and Yamato who were unharmed, his eyes were more terrified and uneasy. Jin, what happened? Jin never thought that he would be hit by Yamato's unarmed Ice Fang. This was a skill he was very familiar with. He looked down at his chest which was still emitting cold air in disbelief, and his mind was blank. Jin said with difficulty, I don't know when Master Yamato's unarmed Ice Fang became so powerful. Not only did it devour my Flame Emperor, but it could also injure me, too scary. Quinn replied with a shocked face. That's right, look at my Gatling bullets, all of them were intercepted, I don't know how they did it, it's incredible. Yamato was unconsciously excited when he saw Jin's embarrassed look. Xia Ya, this is too amazing, was it really me who used the Wu Shi Bing Fang, just now? It actually swallowed up Jin's Yan Huang, it's incredible, so interesting. And what happened to those bullets just now? I saw Z clearly flying in front of me, but how could he suddenly seem to have lost his strength and fall directly in front of us? What kind of strange ability is this? Xia Ya smiled proudly. This is a temporary skill blessing I got after riding on you, called Golden Bell Cover. Yamato asked excitedly. Golden Bell Cover, what does it mean? Xia Ya explained leisurely. As the name suggests, as long as we are in the riding state, there is an invisible protective cover around us. We just stand there and do nothing, and ordinary damage can't hit us. Then he pointed at the bullets on the ground and said, look, just like those bullets, we don't need to dodge at all. As long as they are within a certain range around us, they will be automatically shielded outside. After listening to Xia Ya's words, Yamato looked around with stars in his eyes. Really? Where is it? Why can't I feel anything? I can't see this golden bell cover at all? Xia Ya hit Yamato angrily. Stupid, what did you hear what I just said? This golden bell cover is invisible, of course you can't see it. Yamato touched his head unhappily. Okay, I know. But can this golden bell cover really block all damage? Ask for flowers. Xia Ya pondered for a while and said. Well, I don't know how much attack it can withstand, but the Gatling just now was perfectly blocked. Yamato was very satisfied. That's pretty good, at least we don't have to worry about Quinn's sudden attack. Zero Quinn's face sank, and he said hesitantly, Jin, I think Master Yamato's skills have improved many times because of Xia Ya. His strength is no longer within your and my control. I want to use other warheads. Do you think it's okay? Jin knew what Quinn meant by the natural way, and immediately rejected Quinn's decision. No, your biochemical weapons are completely indiscriminate attacks, which can easily hurt Master Tei. Tong Yin said unwillingly. But in terms of the current situation, we have no chance of winning. Can you beat them? Jin still refused to compromise. We have to fight even if we can't. This is the task assigned to us by Kaido. We must bring Master Yamato back. 200. The constantly changing Jin and Quinn as a scientist, Quinn developed many biochemical weapons, including many bullets containing viruses. If the opponent is hit by these bullets containing viruses, not only will he be infected with the virus immediately, but also the people who come into contact with him will be infected immediately. The toxicity is quite fierce. If he is not careful, he can kill the opponent, so Jin Yin will stop Jin Yin from using biochemical weapons. Because this uncertainty factor is too great, if Yamato's 913 life is taken, it will be difficult to explain. Jin, who does not believe in evil, still does not give up and immediately changes into beast form. Jin in beast form is in the state of toothless pterosaur, and there is a mysterious flame behind him. Jin in this form greatly enhances the attack power and speed, and can also obtain superb mobility and powerful strength. Seeing Jin's changes, Quinn is not to be outdone and begins to transform. Soon a huge Brachiosaurus appeared. Quinn in the Brachiosaurus state has a strong recovery ability and extremely tenacious vitality, and extremely high defense. Due to Quinn's self-transformation, he can also separate his head and tail from his body in the Brachiosaurus form, and transform into the Brachiosaurus snake form. At this time, Jin had already quickly flown high into the sky, spreading his wings. The twin emperors of the blade. Jin in the sky waved his wings, and fired flame bullets from the flames behind him, like a machine gun. Whoosh! Advertisement whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Flame bullets continuously fell from the sky at high speed, heading straight for Xia Ya. Xia Ya tightly grasped Yamato's demon horn, and kept jumping on the ground without panic, flexibly dodging the rapidly falling flame bullets. Flame bullets kept hitting the ground, and black pits baked by high temperatures suddenly appeared on the ground. Seeing Xia Ya easily avoid Jin's flame bullets, Quinn began to attack. Black flames. He saw a laser beam ejected from his mouth, and the laser beam was like a blazing dragon, crossing the sky and quickly stabbing in the direction of Xia Ya. A blazing laser beam was shot at Xia Ya, who dodged the flame bomb while pressing Yamato's frozen demon horn. Thunder 8 trigrams. A dazzling light like lightning rushed straight towards Quinn's laser beam. A trace of surprise flashed in Quinn's eyes, but he did not retreat. Advertisement watching a lightning bolt hit the laser beam he fired. The two powerful forces met in the air, making a deafening noise, as if the world was shaking. The moment Thunder 8 trigrams collided with the laser beam, a strong light burst out. In the light, Xia Ya's figure riding Yamato became more determined, as if Thor was possessed. The power of Thunder 8 trigrams completely blocked Tong Yin's laser beam. The powerful impact of Thunder 8 trigrams still had residual power, and immediately swept across Jin Yin's huge body. Quinn looked a little embarrassed at this time, but Quinn's modified body seemed to quickly adapt to this intensity of impact. He gathered energy again. Brachiosaurus snake. Quinn connected the head 3.5 and tail of the Brachiosaurus, and then launched it towards Xia Ya. He tried to wrap around Xia Ya like a snake. Xia Ya had already predicted Quinn's moves. At the moment when Quinn was about to approach, Xia Ya flexibly dodged Quinn. Quinn immediately turned around and wanted to continue to wrap around Xia Ya, but Xia Ya was too flexible, so Quinn could not touch Xia Ya anyway. 201. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist the thunder of 8 trigrams. Seeing this, Quinn had no choice but to give up and immediately retracted his head and tail. But he still didn't give up. Queen, swoosh, he stretched out the modified mechanical arm and tried to catch Xia Ya. How could Xia Ya let him succeed? When the mechanical arm's claws grabbed down, Yamato caught it with a mace. Then Yamato used the mace to turn it around, so that the mechanical arm was tightly entangled by the mace. At this time, Quinn began to panic and shouted, "Not good." However, Xia Ya did not give Quinn a chance to breathe. In an instant, Yamato's mace gathered infinite power. Thunder 8 trigrams. A violent 28 thunder was released from the mace, like an endless gust of wind raging in the wilderness. This violent energy spread along Quinn's mechanical arm. Advertisement in less than a breath, Quinn seemed to feel the blood in his body boiling instantly, and his body seemed to be pulled by a powerful force. Quinn's eyes widened, feeling the incredible power. Even with the highest defense, Quinn could not bear such a strong and violent force. Boom! With a loud bang, the thunder broke through Quinn's defense, and a powerful force spread around Quinn's body like a wave, and the surrounding snow was all blasted and scattered by this force. Quinn's huge body was also blown away by this force and fell heavily to the ground. Quinn lay on the ground motionless. His body had been severely damaged by the power of the 8 trigrams of thunder, and shrunk back to its original state. His originally strong body had become tattered at this moment, and his clothes were torn into pieces, revealing a miserable scene. His face was covered with sweat, and the sweat had soaked his wounds, making his wounds more painful. Fear was in his eyes. The power of the thunder 8 trigrams was beyond his imagination. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. However, Yamato's attack was too powerful, and Quinn's body could no longer withstand such a blow. His body was shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. Advertisement. The younger brothers around were all shocked and terrified when they saw this scene. This Xia Ya is so terrifying. He can make Master Yamato exert such a huge energy and knock down Master Quinn with one move. Master Quinn is in the Brachiosaurus form. That is a state with extremely strong defense. This Xia Ya is so terrifying. At this time, Jin, who was flying in the air, also had some worries in his eyes. Everything just happened so quickly that he didn't expect such a result at all. Quinn was actually knocked down by a skill, Thunder 8070 trigrams. You know, Quinn's defense ability is not ordinary strong. Even after Charlotte Linland's throw and heavy attack, he can still stand up. But now, Quinn doesn't even have the strength to stand up, which shows how serious his injury is. What did this Xia Ya do to make Yamato's strength so terrifying? Now I am the only one left to fight. I must think of a better way. Otherwise, I may end up like Quinn. Then I can't bring Master Yamato back. What should I say when Governor Kaido comes back? 202. Mirror Mountain wasted. Facing such a powerful Yamato, Jin racked his brains but still didn't know how to fight. But as a senior cadre of Beast's pirates, how could he escape without a fight? Jin was still suspended in the air at this time. Xia Ya raised her head slightly, and their eyes met, like two warriors fighting for the final glory under the night. Xia Ya's eyes were deep and resolute, and she exuded a powerful aura, as if she was about to release amazing power. Jin did not dare to show weakness at this time, and immediately gathered the strength of his body and launched the first attack. Whoosh! His figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a residual image. The next moment, he appeared above Xia Ya. Jin pulled his head back like a slingshot, and then released it to generate a powerful shockwave. Diao Zunwang. The powerful shockwave went straight to Xia Ya's head at the speed of laser light, and its power was extremely powerful. Facing this thunderous blow, at the critical moment, Xia Ya rode Yamato and quickly retreated. His figure disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already come to the other side. Advertisement. The shockwave of this skill launched by Jin directly hit the ground. Boom! With the deafening explosion, the ground was like being blown up by a large amount of explosives, and a huge deep pit appeared. The inside of the deep pit was completely blackened, and black smoke was constantly coming out. Seeing such a powerful blow, Yamato couldn't help but feel a little scared. Jin's power is too terrible. Fortunately Xia Ya, you reacted quickly, otherwise we would have been blown away. Xia Ya said proudly. Of course. Just as the two were talking, Jin disappeared in midair again. He was prepared in his heart. The man named Xia Ya could definitely dodge his Diao Zunwang. His reaction ability was too fast. He didn't have the confidence to kill him when he hit him. Although the power of Diao Zunwang just now was powerful, it was only used to divert Xia Ya's attention. His real purpose was the following moves. The disappeared Jin appeared above Xia Ya's head again. Jin's eyes flashed with determination. He held the giant samurai sword in his hand tightly, as if holding his own destiny. Advertisement. He took a deep breath and instantly activated the flames behind him. Suddenly, a powerful flame tightly wrapped the samurai sword. Fire Dragon Emperor. He swung the sword towards Xia at the moment of Xia Ya. A huge oriental dragon-shaped flame shot out from the samurai sword in Jin's hand. Like a dragon coming out of the sea, it illuminated the entire space with dazzling flames. Suddenly, a fire dragon, under Jin's control, seemed to exist, and the hot flames emitted a strong light, as if it could melt everything. When the fire dragon rushed towards Xia Ya, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the burning, making a harsh roaring sound. The fire dragon was about to come to Xia Ya's head. Mirror Mountain. At the critical moment, Yamato roared. I saw a layer of ice armor appeared around the bodies of Yamato and Xia Ya, which perfectly protected Xia Ya and Yamato. The surface of this armor is as smooth as a mirror, but it is also extremely hard. It is a special armor that can withstand all attacks. Just when Jin's fire dragon was about to touch Xia Ya, the fire dragon seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. It turned out that Xia Ya was riding Yamato's temporary skill, Golden Bell Cover, to perfectly resist the flames. Seeing this, Xia Ya showed surprise. Oh, it turns out that this Golden Bell Cover can also block skill attacks, not just physical attacks. Hey, it seems that this Jingshan is wasted. 203. Guardian Fire Dragon King. What Yamato saw was the final flame dragon attacking them like a beast, but was blocked by something at close range. Xia Ya, is this the Golden Bell Cover you mentioned? This is incredible. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my energy using the Mirror Mountain. This defense is perfect, it triggers automatically without any action. At this time, the two were tightly surrounded by raging fire, but no matter how the fire hit them, it still couldn't hurt them at all. The huge flame dragon kept washing like a flood, and from the outside, the two completely disappeared in the flames. The group of younger brothers around were all excited. Look, the Fire Dragon King of the next day directly swallowed up Xia Ya. Haha, what kind of demon is that? He is only 167, and he will eventually be the dead soul of our beast's pirates. Lord Jin is so handsome, so powerful. At this time, Jin, who was still suspended in the air, stared at the place where Xia Ya disappeared. Because the flames were too big, he was not sure about the situation of the two people swallowed by the fire dragon. If Xia Ya was really swallowed by his Fire Dragon King, does it mean that Master Yamato was also destroyed? Jin secretly groaned in his heart at this time. Advertisement. On the one hand, he hoped that Xia Ya had died under his Fire Dragon King, and on the other hand, he hoped that Yamato was not hurt. If Master Yamato was burned to death by him, how would he explain to Governor Kaido? At this moment, the energy of Fire Dragon King slowly receded. Jin couldn't wait to find Yamato's figure, and after seeing the scene in front of him clearly, his face was full of horror. Ah, how could this happen? See, Xia Ya was still riding on Yamato, and the two of them stayed in place intact, as if they had not moved even half a step. It was as if nothing had happened. The younger brothers around also changed from excitement to fear. What's going on? What's going on? That Xia Ya was not burned to death, and there was no sign of injury at all. Is he a devil? He was unscathed by Lord Jin's Fire Dragon King. It's really too scary. Xia, even Quinn, who was dying on the side, looked at the scene in front of him in horror. This is the annoying Fire Dragon King, and it didn't even burn a hair of them. It's really too scary. He stared at Xia Ya fiercely in front of him. Ya, this person is too weird. Under such a powerful attack, he can't hurt him at all. All the energy he sent out is like hitting cotton, which can't cause any harm at all. Advertisement, damn it. Jin gritted his teeth and growled. Jin didn't believe in evil at this time. Gather the strength of the body again. 013612028 Filu 224,380,070. At this time, a larger ball of fire gathered on Jin's giant samurai sword, and the flames were more fierce. Amulet Fire Dragon Emperor, with Jin's roar. A larger fire dragon than before gushed out from the samurai sword. The fire dragon opened its huge bloody mouth and roared continuously, and the fire suddenly illuminated the sky. The fire dragon kept tumbling in the air. A huge heat wave swept over. The fire illuminated the entire sky. Even the clouds in the sky were stained with a layer of heat waves. Looking at such a fierce fire dragon, Xia Ya raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Huh, you like fire so much, don't you? I won't let you play with it, put it all out for me. 204. What should I do? Run. Just as the huge fire dragon attacked fiercely, Xia Ya pulled up Yamato's demon horn and aimed it at the fire dragon. Wu Shi Bing Fang. You can be as strong as you want, but I can conquer the world with my ice fang. Xia Ya smiled contemptuously. Yamato looked up, and his body instantly became as tough as copper and iron, and a strong momentum emanated from him. Yamato opened his mouth wide, and a stream of icy cold air spurted out of Yamato's mouth, attacking the fire dragon like a blizzard. The strong and fierce freezing air instantly enveloped the entire sky, and its coldness was piercing. The fire dragon and the ice air intertwined like a lightning swaying flame in a storm. In front of the strong freezing air, Jin's fire dragon seemed powerless, just like a flame extinguished by rain, and it was extinguished instantly. Jin looked at the incredible scene in front of him in horror. That was the maximum energy he could exert, but it was extinguished by Yamato's Wushi Bingya. It was so terrifying. However, the extinguishing of the fire dragon did not end the battle. Just when Jin was shocked, Yamato's freezing air was still powerful and rushed directly towards Jin, who was stunned in the air. When Jin realized this, he had no time to react. Jin was directly hit by Yamato's freezing air, and his body instantly became extremely cold, and he lost his ability to move. He fell straight from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. The whole ground was shaken, as if the whole world was shocked by this battle. A big pit was smashed on the ground in an instant, and Jin was lying weakly in the pit. He was still completely immersed in the shock just now and couldn't accept the reality. Advertisement seeing the scene in front of them, everyone present showed horrified eyes. Is Lord Jin defeated just like that? Is that really our Master Yamato? When did he become so terrifying? That demon Xia Ya must have done something, otherwise how could Lord Men be defeated so easily by Master Yamato? It must be because he was riding on the reason for Master Yamato's injury. Quinn was even more anxious at this time. Not only was he seriously injured, but even Jin's life and death were uncertain. What are you doing? Go and see Jin's injury. Quinn urged the younger brother beside him anxiously. A group of younger brothers hurried to the place where Jin fell and carried Jin out of the pit. Diaresis. Master Jin, how are you? Master Jin, what should we do next? Quinn said angrily. What do you mean, run quickly? He was already covered with wounds and couldn't fight, and Jin was also seriously injured. The only way out now was to escape. Advertisement. Jin looked at Quinn unwillingly, but he had no choice but to silently agree with Quinn's method. 0. As he said that, a group of younger brothers carried the seriously injured Jin and Quinn and fled in panic. At this time, Yamato stood in place, his body trembling slightly, and his eyes revealed incredible excitement. Xia Ya, was it really my Wushi Bingya just now? How can it have such great power? When facing Jin's Fire Dragon King. 013612028 Philu 224,380,190. It can actually devour him without any effort. What's the big deal? Even if Kaido comes, I can beat him up. Xia Ya said confidently. After this battle, Yamato has great faith in Xia Ya's strength. You are free now, Yamato. Do you want to leave here with me and become my mount? 205. Signing a riding contract. Yamato looked at Xia Ya with a question mark on his face. Become your mount. Xia Ya said seriously. Yes, you can sign a riding contract with me. Hearing Xia Ya's words, Yamato became even more confused. Ah. I still don't quite understand. Xia Ya thought for a while. To put it simply, do you want to go to sea with me? As long as you sign a riding contract with me, you can go to sea with me. Quote. Hearing this, Big 249 suddenly felt that this was a very good suggestion. He had a very good impression of Xia Ya, and Xia Ya's strength seemed to be very strong. Through the battle just now, Yamato felt that Xia Ya seemed to be very familiar with his combat methods and various skills, and could also exert his skills with more than 10 times the energy, which was incredible. Not only were his skills in the battle 10 times higher than his usual level, but now that the battle was over, Yamato also felt that his body was full of energy, as if he had practiced, and it seemed that his own strength had also been improved to a certain extent. It seems that this person called Xia Ya has a very special ability, probably the ability of the riding fruit he mentioned. As long as he stays by his side, it will only be a matter of time before he defeats Kaido. And the most important thing is that he really wants to go to sea, and he can just keep him company. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thinking of this, Yin Hehe's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly. Then how can I sign a riding contract for you? From what Yamato said, it means that he agreed to it. Xia Ya quickly said. This is very simple, just stretch out your hand and open your palm. Yamato obediently spread out his hand. Then, Xia Ya also stretched out a palm and activated the power of the Chi-Chi fruit. Soon, 5 cold blue spiritual flames appeared on the garden. Then, Xia Ya put her palm together with Yamato's palm, and slowly, the spiritual flames on Xia Ya's fingertips were slowly absorbed by Yamato's fingers. Yamato looked at this magical scene in surprise. Just as Yamato's fingers slowly absorbed these spiritual flames, Yamato received a message in his mind at this time. Yamato was surprised to read this information, and suddenly felt confused. This, isn't it just a contract to sell yourself? As long as the contract is reached, Xia Ya will become her master. Does this mean that my future destiny will be controlled by him? Yamato suddenly felt bad. At the same time, she also found that as long as she sincerely refused, the contract would be terminated immediately. Yamato hesitated. After a series of events, Yamato has a very high favorability towards Xia Ya, and he feels very comfortable with him. And now that he has left Wano Kuni, he has no other friends to go to sea with. It is not impossible to rely on himself, but the risk will definitely increase. 013612028 Philu 224,380,320. If there is such a powerful partner, even if 3.2 is the master, he can sail freely on the sea. Following him, he can also realize the ideal of going to sea and exploring the world. And with him, he doesn't have to worry about being caught by Kaido. Thinking of this, Yamato suddenly felt that it was a great thing to conclude a contract with Xia Ya. At this time, Xia Ya was looking at Yamato with expectant eyes, waiting for good news from Yamato. 206. Enhance permanent 8-pack abs. When Yamato met Xia Ya's clear eyes, she no longer hesitated and finally put aside all her worries. I agree. When Yamato completely accepted the contract, the spiritual flame on Xia Ya's fingertips was immediately absorbed by Yamato's fingers. Yamato's body immediately experienced a subtle change, and she widened her eyes to feel this wonderful feeling. What's going on? I feel so comfortable. Xia Ya, who was standing aside, was looking at the reins 28 in her hand at this time, and she was happy. Finally got it. Soon, a short buff name appeared in front of him. Enhanced permanent 8-pack abs. Xia Ya, who saw the prompt, couldn't help but be grabbed by herself. She muttered in her heart, what kind of buff is this? It can be played like this. Forget it, with this buff, I don't have to pay attention to my figure anymore. After a while of muttering, Xia Ya said, let's go. At this time, the delighted Yamato asked happily, where to go? Xia Ya thought for a moment, I'll take you to the flower city to have some fun first. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to go out to sea later. Then the two of them walked towards the flower city. On the other side, Men and Kuishin fled back to the Weiji Island in a panic. Advertisement. After a crazy treatment by their doctors, the two were wrapped up like two mummies. The two were staring at each other and making fun of this. Quinn's eyes turned. Jin boy, look at your embarrassed look, you should call Governor Kaido and report the matter of Master Yamato to the governor. Jin replied unhappily. Same here. I was just thinking about calling Lord Kaido, you're talking too much. Humph. At this time, Kaido was looking for news about Zou in Wangguo. When he received Jin's call, he was confused. What did you say? Why can't I understand it at all? What do you mean my daughter was ridden? Who dares to pay attention to Yamato? Explain it to me clearly. You two useless things, actually let Yamato has left Onigashima, I will deal with you when I come back. FK. Having said that, Kaido hung up the phone in anger. Jin and Quinn here heard Kaido's vicious words, and their originally bloodless faces turned even paler. Quinn said with a sad face, "What should I do? Master Kaido sounds very angry. 013612028 Falu 224,380,440. Advertisement. Jin was holding the phone stiffly at this time, not knowing what to do for a moment. This time we are miserable. Not only were we beaten like this by Master Yamato, but when Master Kaido comes back, I guess we will have to lose half our lives again." Having said that, the two of them hugged their heads and cried. Yamato had never thought that Jin and Quinn would be in such a miserable state at this time. She is now happily shopping in the flower capital with Xia Ya 340. Although Yamato has lived in Wano-kuni since she was a child, she has not been to the flower capital for a long time. Since being Kaido was shackled, and she had to live on Ghost Island for so many years. She found everything in the flower capital novel and interesting. Xia Ya, I want to eat this. Xia Ya, I want that. Xia Ya, this is fun, I want it too. Xia Ya would naturally not refuse Yamato's request. After all, it was her own mount, so of course she had to be happy every day. Besides, it didn't cost much to buy these things. So, as long as Yamato asked, Xia Ya would satisfy her. 207. Wano-kuni's most beautiful girl. As the two of them were eating and walking, the sky gradually darkened. Xia Ya said, "It seems that we have to find a place to rest for the night." Yamato ate the food in his hand and just nodded. "Yeah, good." As the two were looking for a hotel, they suddenly heard people next to them talking about something. "Have you heard that Xiaozi will perform on Wano-kuni's National Day this year? Are you talking about the Oran? Will she perform again this year?" "That's great, I can see the Oran's stunning face again." "Yeah, I don't know what the Oran ate to grow up so beautiful, it doesn't look like someone who grew up in the human world." "That's right, that's simply an angelic face, it makes people imagine it." A group of people began to fall into various fantasies. At this time, Xia Ya heard this and suddenly wanted to see the beautiful face of this Oran. Xia Ya remembered that the Oran Xiaozi was called Wano-kuni's number 1 beauty, by the residents of Wano-kuni. Advertisement. Born on the Moby DK of the Whitebeard Pirates, she is Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of Kazuki Oden. She should have had a happy life, but because of Kaido's invasion, her country was destroyed and her family was ruined. So in order to restore her country, she has been enduring for more than 20 years, during which she used the alias Kazuki, disguising herself as an arrogant and frivolous brothel girl. Her heart is strong, not afraid of power, and her character is also very gentle and kind. Because of her outstanding beauty, she was loved by the current general of Wano-kuni, Kurozumi Orochi. Whenever Orochi held a banquet, he would definitely invite Kazuki Hiyori to attend. And in order to get revenge, Kazuki Hiyori often relied on her beauty to defraud a lot of money from some tycoons who did evil and oppressed the people, and would also make these evil people bankrupt. Thinking of this, Xia Ya said to Yamato beside her, "Let's go meet this Oran Kazuki." But she had no interest in beautiful women, so she had no feelings for the Oran people said. At this time, Yamato didn't know that he was Kazuki Oden's daughter, otherwise she would definitely run faster than expected. She's just a woman, what's so good about her? After saying this, Yamato seemed to suddenly remember her identity. The Xia Ya in front of her is now her master, and she must obey his arrangements unconditionally. Fortunately, Xia Ya is not the kind of person who will force others to do things against their will, and will inform Yamato before making a decision. After Yamato fully understood these relationships, she immediately changed her words and said, "Since you want to go and see, let's go and see this so-called courtesan together. But we don't know where she is." Xia Ya smiled slightly. "Isn't this simple?" Then, Xia Ya turned to an uncle next to her and asked, "Uncle, do you know where the courtesan Xiaozi is now?" The uncle looked surprised. "That's the courtesan, how can ordinary people like us know her whereabouts?" After that, the uncle continued to add, "But, she is usually Nuo Jiao in Yuhonglo." Yamato immediately asked, "Then where is this Yuhonglo?" The uncle didn't think much about it, and told Xia Ya and Yamato the detailed location of Yuhonglo. Just when the uncle finished saying the address, the crowd suddenly set off a commotion. "Hurry up, Xiaozi is here, really, wait for me, I want to see Xiaozi Nu too. Ah, make way, let me go, I want to see the courtesan." 208. Don't you want to see the Oran? Here she comes. The uncle who was talking to Xia Ya on the side also became excited. "Don't you want to see the Oran? Here she comes." He ran to the crowd. Seeing this, Xia Ya winked at Yamato, and the two followed the crowd. Xia Ya and Yamato were surrounded by the crowd on both sides of the street, and all the people were crowded on both sides of the street. Everyone was scrambling to look in the direction of the Oran, wanting to see her beautiful face. At this time, Xia Ya saw a figure wearing a bright and emerald kimono, with beautiful long emerald hair and a hairstyle of a noble princess in the Edo period of Japan, with a pink sakura flower headdress in the bun. The pink sakura flower seemed to beat with his heartbeat, so smart and playful. 653. And she was wearing a white fox mask on her face, making it impossible to see her expression at this time. Her slender fingers were playing the shamisen, and the noise of the crowd completely covered the sound of the piano. At this time, she was sitting on a sedan chair carried by 4 people. The 4 bearers were all wearing kimonos and masks, full of mystery. Advertisement. A team of maids followed behind the sedan chair. The maids all had delicate faces, holding Japanese lanterns, and walked neatly on the street. People on the street were annoyed because they could not see the face of the Oiran. Why is the Oiran wearing a mask today, Xia? What a pity. Yes, it seems that we have to wait until the national day to see the beautiful face of the Oiran. Be content, it is our honor to see the graceful figure of the Oiran. That's right. At this time, a man in the crowd could no longer hold back and suddenly shouted. Little purple Oiran, I have a collection of fine wine here. As long as you let me take a look, I will give you the Amy wine, okay. Another man who was not willing to be outdone raised the things in his hand and shouted, Little purple courtesan, I have a priceless jewelry necklace here. If you are willing to let me take a look, I will give it to you. Courtesan, I have a family heirloom. Courtesan, I have diamonds. Advertisement. As more and more people began to shout, the crowd began to get agitated. But the parade team was unmoved and continued to walk on the street at its own pace. The crowd also moved slowly with the team. Soon, the parade team returned to the Yuhong building, and the onlookers outside were reluctant to leave because they did not see the courtesan's face. Yamato followed Xia Ya and watched the excitement. Xia Ya, what's so good about this? Why do people want to see her face? Xia Ya smiled slightly. You don't understand, let's go in. Yamato looked up at the fancy Yuhong building in front of him, with a question mark on his face. Are we staying here tonight? Yamato naturally didn't know what Yuhong building was. She just saw that this house didn't look like a place to rest well, so she followed Xia Ya in reluctantly. A woman dressed in a voluptuous manner came to greet them at the door. This person was the madam of Yuhong building, Joanna Lisa. Joanna Lisa saw that Yamato next to Xia Ya had a female figure, and her face hesitated for a moment. However, since she came in with a man, this man was very stern, and the temperament exuded by his body must be extraordinary. 209. Beautiful woman to accompany you for drinking. With her many years of experience, Jonalisa determined that the two people in front of her must be distinguished guests, so she immediately showed a flattering smile. My lord, please come in. When the two entered the Yuhong building, they were immediately surrounded by a luxurious atmosphere. The decoration of the entire Yuhong building was full of luxury and extravagance, which made people sigh at its luxury and extravagance. The walls were hung with gorgeous murals depicting various beauties in various styles. The murals were rich in color and smooth in lines, giving people an artistic beauty. The furniture in the Yuhong building was also carefully selected. Every chair, table and bench was made of fine wood and inlaid with various gems and metal ornaments. These furniture not only have high ornamental value, but also look very comfortable, making people feel at home. There are many seats and tables in every corner of the Yuhong building, and these seats and tables are surrounded by various flowers and green plants, as well as many exquisite works of art. On the top of the Yuhong building, there is a huge crystal chandelier, which is composed of countless dazzling diamonds and pearls, emitting charming light. Whenever night falls, the chandelier will light up, bringing a brilliant look to the entire Shanghong building. In the center of the Yuhong building, there is a huge and gorgeous stage, on which all kinds of dancers are constantly dancing and chanting dances. Accompanied by the performance of various musical instruments, such as violin, trombone, piano, etc. The dancers swayed their bodies wantonly to the rhythm of the music. Yamato stared at the dancers on the stage, looking like he had never seen the world, which made Xia Ya laugh out loud. Okay, Yamato, stop looking. Advertisement. Yamato's eyes left the stage. Xia Ya said to the madam, take us to the private room. The Madam Jonalisa N became more attentive when she heard this. Personally led Xia Ya and Yamato to the private room. He said with a smile, today we have prepared the best wine and beautiful women. Hearing that there is good wine, Yamato's eyes immediately sparkled. Is there really good wine? Come on, serve us the wine. Hearing Yamato's generous tone, Jonalisa N couldn't help but feel proud of her judgment just now. She was secretly happy. I was right, the identities of these two people must be extraordinary, who knows which noble they are. Please give me flowers. Jonalisa N didn't show any expression on the surface, and still said flatteringly, okay, bring the good wine to the two adults right away. After Xia Ya and Yamato stopped talking, Jonalisa N couldn't help but ask, then the two adults, do you want to ask the two beauties to come and accompany you? Hearing that someone was coming to drink with her, Yamato was a little excited. She liked the lively crowd, but she didn't know what the role of the beauties in Yuhongla was. She just thought they were friends who would come to drink with her. So he immediately agreed. Okay, then you call a few people over. Xia Ya was so upset that she quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, help us get the wine up first. Yamato looked at Xia Ya with a question mark on his face. Why can't we call people to drink together? It's more lively when there are more people. Xia Ya gave Yamato a look, and Yamato knew what to do and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, let's drink first. The Madam Jonalisa didn't ask any more questions and quickly went down to serve them wine. Okay, two adults, the good wine will be delivered soon, please wait a moment. 210. It will be more fun if you play by the rules. After the madam left, Xia Ya looked around the room. The environment in the room was very comfortable, with standard Japanese tatami, and the furnishings and wall lamps in the room were very elegant. It was not like a place full of feasting and revelry. The wooden grill doors and windows gave people a strong feeling of traditional Japanese ease. On one wall of the room, there was a traditional sliding wooden window with exquisite patterns carved on the window lattice, revealing a low-key and luxurious beauty. There was also a layer of frosted film on the glass of the window, which could protect privacy and ensure sufficient lighting. Through the window, you can see the stage in the hall outside, where lights were flashing and dancers were performing enchanting dances. Xia Ya and Yamato came to sit cross-legged on the tatami. As soon as they sat down, Yamato asked about his doubts just now. Xia Ya, I still want to know why we can't call a few more people to make it lively. Because we are here to find the courtesan Xiaozi, Xia Ya said straightforwardly. Then why not just ask the boss to call the courtesan? I'll go now. Yamato was about to get up and go out. Xia Ya immediately stopped Yamato. Wait a minute, call the boss after the wine comes. Advertisement. Ah, why? Yamato, who was about to stand up, crouched and looked at Yuan Ya innocently. Xia Ya was too lazy to explain, and said lightly, I have my own arrangements. After hearing Xia Ya's words, Yamato sat down honestly. At this time, Xia Ya looked at Yamato who was still wearing the Prajna mask, so he gestured with his hand. Yamato, why do you wear this mask? Yamato reached out and touched his cheek. You are talking about this. Wearing it will make you look more powerful when fighting. After listening to Yamato's explanation, his face was dark. Wow. The door of the private room was gently pushed open, and a spirited waiter came up with wine, and said enthusiastically, Sir, this is the wine you want. As he said, he skillfully placed the wine and drinks, and the waiter crouched and said attentively, Sirs, please enjoy it slowly. After saying that, he retreated and prepared to leave. Advertisement. Seeing this, Xia hurriedly called the waiter. Wait a minute. When he heard Xia Ya speak, the waiter bowed enthusiastically and asked, Sir, if you have anything to ask, just tell me, I will help you immediately. Xia Ya said calmly. Nothing, just call your boss over. He gave the waiter a little tip. The waiter took the tip with both hands, and immediately nodded and thanked him. Okay, sir, I'll go and ask the boss to come over, please wait. After that, he went out quickly. Yamato tilted his head and looked at Xia Ya innocently. Didn't you say you were going to find the courtesan Xiaozi, why are you looking for the boss again? Xia Ya smiled calmly. You don't understand. Although Yamato is generous and carefree, she really doesn't understand the ways of the world. Xia Ya was too lazy to explain so much to her. But Yamato still didn't give up and asked. Then tell me why. Xia Ya explained helplessly. Because the Oran is under the boss's control. If the boss doesn't agree, the Oran won't come out to see us. If she doesn't come to see us, then we can just go to her directly. Yamato said innocently. With Xia Ya's current ability, she doesn't need anyone's consent to see anyone, but it's too boring. It's fun to play according to the rules 211. 2 million Pele, no waiting. Xia Ya smiled slightly. We can use other methods, this is better. Wow. The door of the private room was pushed open at this time, interrupting Yamato who was about to continue asking questions. I only heard the Madame Jonalizayan flatteringly saying in a shrill voice. Sir, what do you want me to do? Just tell me, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Yamato then said cheerfully. We want to see the courtesan Xiaozi, please call her over. Jonalizayan's eyes shrank when she heard this, but her expression did not change at all, and she still smiled and said. Sir, this courtesan Xiaozi is not someone who can be seen by just anyone, and besides, she has something to do now. Yamato was unhappy when she heard the madam's refusal. If you have anything to ask her, let her come to us later, let her come to us first. Jonalizayan still had a smile on her face, and said without any neglect. Sir, we also have Peony Zhao Hong, Rose Xiaobai, and Lotus Xiaoshui here, they are also first-class beauties, why don't I ask them to accompany you two and cheer you two adults up? Hearing that there were other people to accompany him, Yamato thought it was okay for a while, so he turned around and looked at Xia Ya. Xia Ya naturally wouldn't agree, so she pretended to be leisurely and looked at the madam and said, You name a price. The madam was delighted when she heard this, but her expression remained unchanged, and she said with a smile, Sir, this courtesan really has something to do and can't come tonight. Xia Ya didn't say much, and simply said, 1 million Baileys. Advertisement. Upon hearing the price Xia Ya quoted, the Madame Jonalisa was immediately surprised, thinking that she was right. The two people in front of her must be nobles, and the opening price was 1 million Baileys. This is 1 million, but then she thought, since she could offer such a high price at the first sight, it means that she could be more motivated. So she pretended to hesitate and said, Sir, this is really not a matter of money. The courtesan really has a lot tonight. Before the madam finished speaking, Xia Ya opened her mouth again and said, 2 million Baileys, no waiting after the time is up. When the Madame Jonalisa heard that she would not wait after the time was up, she immediately said with joy, Sir, since you want to see the courtesan Xiaozi so much, I will go and ask her if she can put her current affairs aside for the time being. Please wait a moment. She then flew out. Xia Ya had seen through the madam's shrewd eyes. But Yamato didn't understand. She asked vaguely, Xia Ya, why do you have to pay to see someone? And you said you would give her 2 million Baileys. Do you have so much money? Xia Ya laughed and said, I'm not a person who lacks money. Xia Ya didn't plan to really take out 2 million Baileys to give to the madam. But she didn't want to tell Yamato directly what she was thinking. If Yamato let it slip later, wouldn't it be more troublesome? Yamato suddenly realized. Yes, a powerful person like you, how could you be short of money? Soon, the madam led the courtesan Xiaozi to the private room. Xiaozi, these two adults want to see you, you must treat our guests well. 013612028 Philu 224,390,390. Xiaozi nodded obediently. Okay, I have served the two adults tonight, you can rest assured. The madam said tactfully. Two adults, our courtesan Xiaozi is the best, I wish you have fun. Call me at any time if you have anything, I will go downstairs first. The madam retreated. At this time, the courtesan Xiaozi was standing alone in the private room, still wearing a fox mask, and the expression on her face could not be seen. 212. Kazuki Hiyori. Xiaozi has been in Shanghonglo for so many years, and she has seen all kinds of people. Keeping herself mysterious is her usual style. After all, she is the most beautiful woman here, how can she easily let people see her beautiful face? The more elusive and distant she is, the more attractive she is. These men are the same. If they are too easy to get, they will not be cherished. At the beginning, the madam refused because after Xiaozi came back from the parade today, she directly told Jonalisa N that she was tired today and wanted to rest for a night. The madam Jonalisa N also agreed to Xiaozi's request, so Jonalisa N refused Xia Ya at the beginning. However, after hearing the price offered by Xia Ya, Jonalisa N would not let go of this generous sponsor. Not only would she not, but Xiaozi was also shocked by the price offered by Xia Ya. She thought that someone who was so generous must have a lot of treasures in his hands. She must go to see him, maybe there will be a bigger surprise. She wanted to see who was willing to pay such a high price to see her, so she followed Jonalisa to Xia Ya's private room. At this time, she stood aside obediently, waiting for Xia Ya's call. Xia Ya did not speak here, and Yamato did not dare to move at this moment. After the conversation just now, although Xia Ya did not say anything, Yamato had already felt the difference between Xia Ya and his personality. Xia Ya's style of doing things was completely different from his own. He would directly do what he wanted to do, instead of dealing with it in a roundabout way like Xia Ya. Besides, he was his master now, so it was better to follow his arrangements. Xia Ya raised her head and saw Xiaozi standing in front of her with ease. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said softly, Kazuki Hiyori backquote. Advertisement. When she heard this name, the courtesan Xiaozi panicked instantly. She couldn't help but stare at the person in front of her, and her mind was running fast. Who is this person? Why does he know my real name? What is his purpose? Wait, maybe he is just testing me, as long as I don't admit it, what can he do to me? So Xiaozi pretended not to know, and still stood there motionless. How could Xia Ya not know her little thoughts, so she continued to say to herself, don't pretend, I know you are Kazuki Oden's daughter Kazuki Hiyori. When Xia Ya said Kazuki Oden's name, it was not only Xiaozi who was shocked. Whoosh. Yamato stood up and looked at Xia Ya excitedly, and pointed at Xiaozi on the side. Xia Ya, are you saying that this courtesan Xiaozi is Kazuki Udian's daughter Kazuki Hiyori? Xia Ya nodded affirmatively. Yes. Yamato was a little unbelievable. How is it possible? You haven't even seen her face, how do you know who she is? And Kazuki Hiyori has been missing for more than 10 or 20 years. How could she appear here? Yamato worships Kazuki Oden to the point of obsession. She even regards Momonosuke as her own son. If it is Kazuki Hiyori, it is like her own daughter, so Yamato is so excited. Xia Ya does not intend to answer Yamato's questions. Just look at Xiaozi with a firm look, and say leisurely, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. My name is Xia Ya, and I just arrived in Wanokuni not long ago. 213. A stunning face. Seeing that Xia Ya did not explain, Yamato excitedly walked directly in front of Xiaozi, stretched out her hand and was ready to take off the fox mask on Xiaozi's face. She must find out whether the person in front of her is Kazuki Oden's daughter Kazuki Hiyori. Let me see your face. Seeing Yamato's hand, Xiaozi pushed back unconsciously. Xia Ya quickly stopped. Yamato, don't scare her. Yamato calmed down a little. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, I was just too excited. Hello, I'm Yamato. Quote. Xiaozi looked at the two people in front of her at this time, still hesitating whether to directly admit her identity, because Xia Ya and this Yamato both generously reported their names, but her identity was so hidden, how did he know it? How did she expose herself? Xiaozi was still struggling. Xia Ya said sincerely, don't worry, I won't expose your identity without your consent. Looking at Xia Ya's sincere eyes, Xiaozi finally chose to admit it. Advertisement. So he raised his hand and slowly took off his fox mask. When the mask was completely removed, Zhang Jingwei Tianren's impeccable Lien appeared in front of Xia Ya. Kazuki Hiyori is worthy of being the #1 beauty in Wanokuni. Her face is like a finely crafted painting, and every detail seems to have been carefully polished, exuding unparalleled charm. Her eyes are like a deep lake, shining with the light of wisdom. Those eyes are like star-like glass, revealing an unfathomable charm. Her nose is high, like a finely crafted work of art, complementing those deep eyes. Her lips are rosy like sakura peach, slightly upturned, exuding an indescribable eyebrow. Her skin is white like jade, revealing a healthy luster. Her face is like a blooming peach blossom, which makes people bright. It is a kind of beauty that cannot be described in words. Advertisement. Xia Ya looked at this breathtakingly beautiful face, and she liked it in her heart. This face is really too perfect, why not? Hee hee. Xia Ya had an idea in her heart, she wanted to take her for herself, and the best way was to ride her. Yamato on the side also opened her mouth and looked at the overly beautiful face in front of her, and said unconsciously, wow. You are so beautiful. Kazuki Hiyori was already accustomed to this kind of infatuated look. Too many people who saw her true face for the first time had this expression. She didn't care about other people's eyes. Still asked with some caution. Who are you? Why do you know my background? Xia Ya put away her evil thoughts, showed an innocent smile and said. Just now I said, my name is Xia Ya. Her name is Yamato. I am a passerby passing by here. She pointed to Yamato beside her. She is Kaido's daughter. Upon hearing Kaido's name, Kazuki Hiyori's face turned pale instantly, and immediately made a defensive posture. What do you want to do? Seeing this, Xia Ya continued. Don't worry, although she is Kaido's daughter, she is your father's admirer and is the opposite of Kaido. Kazuki Hiyori was still a little wary. She naturally knew a lot about Kaido's information, and she also knew that Kaido had a daughter named Yamato. But Yamato had been trapped on the island of ghosts by Kaido. How could she suddenly appear here? 214. It's a small matter. Kazuki Hiyori said cautiously. How do I know whether what you said is true or false? Yamato immediately became excited when he heard this. Of course it's true. I have been challenging Kaido, although I failed every time, but now it's different. Kazuki Hiyori asked. What's the difference? Kaido is so powerful, how can you beat him? Yamato immediately explained. Because Xia Ya is here again, with Xia Ya's strength, defeating Kaido is just a piece of cake, thing. Hearing Yamato's words, Kazuki Hiyori widened his eyes and looked at Xia Ya, his face full of disbelief. What did you say? Can he defeat Kaido alone? Are you kidding? Hearing someone questioning Xia Ya's strength, Yamato was not happy. I'm telling the truth. Do you know how I escaped from Onigashima? It was because of Xia Ya he took me to beat Yan and Quinn. What did you say? Were Jin and Quinn really defeated by you? They are the highest leaders of Beast's pirates. Kazuki Hiyori asked in disbelief. Yamato said proudly. Yes, otherwise how do you think I left Onigashima? Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya with surprise, and her heart was in a panic, secretly happy, and confused. The reason why she hid her identity and was willing to become an Ouran was to overthrow the rule of the Bailu pirates over Wano-kuni one day. Because the Beast's pirates are not only numerous, but also very strong. The most important thing is that there is the Governor Kaido who is called the strongest creature in the world. His strength is really too strong. Not only does he have unimaginable defense capabilities, but he also has extremely strong vitality. The chance of defeating him is very small. Advertisement. And at this time, the person named Xia Ya in front of him actually said that he could defeat Kaido. It is hard to imagine how powerful his strength will be. But just based on their own words, this credibility does not seem high. But if it is true, then finding a way to bring him under your command means that the liberation of Wano-kuni will come soon. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya and asked uncertainly, can you really defeat Kaido? Xia Ya said leisurely, defeating Kaido is a piece of cake. I beat him up when he was in the Golden City before. Please give me flowers. 0. Kazuki Hiyori was immediately stunned. She had heard a little news before, that Kaido was beaten up by someone in the Golden City, but she never thought that this person was in front of her at this time. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes were full of admiration at this time, and he asked excitedly, I heard about the Golden City. Is it really you who chased Kaido? You are so amazing. Yamato said proudly. That's right, Xia Ya is amazing in many ways. So now you should inform us. Kazuki Hiyori nodded like pounding garlic and asked. I don't doubt your identity anymore, but why did you come to me? Yamato looked at Xia Ya. Because Yamato didn't know why Xia Ya came to Kazuki Hiyori. Xia Ya was speechless for a moment, thought about it and said, actually, it's nothing, I just happened to pass by here and met you, so I wanted to see how beautiful the most beautiful girl in Wano-kuni is. After hearing Xia Ya's words, Kazuki Hiyori's face was black, just because of this 10. 215. Why do you have to ride on me? Xia Ya nodded honestly. That's it. Kazuki Hiyori couldn't believe that someone would really spend 2 million Baileys just to see him. This is too incredible, so he confirmed again. Do you really have no other purpose? Since he was asked here, and the succubus physical buff had been ready to move, Xia Ya simply said directly, do you want to be ridden by me? Quote. Hearing Xia Ya's words, Kazuki Hiyori immediately took a step back. Sure enough, you men are all the same, you can say any tiger and wolf words. 28 inches. Although she has been in Yuhonglo for many years, she was an Ouran when she debuted. There are countless men who come here to teach her a lesson. Everyone is careful to protect her when they see her appearance, but no one dares to say some dirty words in front of her. This person called Xia Ya actually said such dirty words as soon as he opened his mouth, which made her extremely terrified. And the innocent Yamato was unhappy when he heard this, and immediately retorted, what's wrong, don't you want to? Being ridden by Xia Ya will have unexpected gains, I am very willing to be ridden by Xia Ya. Hearing Yamato's words, Kazuki Hiyori felt even more ashamed. You were ridden by him, and you can still say it so shamelessly, this is too open. Hearing this, Xia Ya knew that Kazuki Hiyori had a big misunderstanding, and quickly explained, I didn't do anything bad to Yamato. I am the ability user of the riding fruit. The riding I mentioned is similar to the riding of a mount, not the kind of riding you just misunderstood. Advertisement. Hearing Xia Ya's explanation, Kazuki Hiyori's face turned red. Although Kazuki Hiyori didn't quite understand the ability of the riding fruit that Xia Ya said, one thing was very clear. That is, he just fantasized, this misunderstanding was too embarrassing. Looking at Kazuki Hiyori's red face, Xia Ya continued, if you are willing to be my mount, then I will help you find Kaido, and then let you defeat him. What? Let me defeat Kaido? How is this possible? With my little strength, it's simply a fantasy. Yamato on the side was unhappy. Xia Ya said you can, then you can. But it's better for me to defeat Kaido. From Kazuki Hiyori's perspective, as long as Kaido can be defeated, Beast's pirates can be disintegrated, and Wano Kuni can be liberated, it doesn't matter who does it. She doesn't mind at all. Xia Ya looked at Kazuki Hiyori and asked again, are you willing to be ridden by me? Since it was Xia Ya's idea, Yamato would naturally do his best to facilitate it, so he said, I'm not lying to you, after being ridden by Xia Ya, the feeling is really wonderful, just like practicing breakthrough, the body will feel very comfortable. Although I already understand that this ride is not the same as the 163 ride, but I still feel a little uncomfortable when I hear the two of them riding so straightforwardly. Gu Yuhei. She was a little embarrassed and hesitantly said, why do you have to ride me? Xia Ya explained. Because I am the user of the Ride Fruit, I have the succubus physique buff. This body will be inexplicably attracted to some high-quality mounts. It can be said that I am very eager to ride you now. Ah. Kazuki Hiyori didn't know whether to refuse or accept for a moment. The person in front of her can help her complete the restoration plan as soon as possible. Area is she working hard for so many years to have black hope. 0.013612028 Philu 224,400,220. 216. I don't plan to pay. On the other hand, she had no idea if he would have any adverse effects on her if she was ridden by him. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori hesitate, Xia Ya continued, it's okay, you can feel what it feels like to be ridden by me first. You can rest assured that a temporary ride will not have any adverse reactions to you. Kazuki Hiyori asked again to confirm, is there really no adverse reaction? Xia Ya nodded sincerely, really. Yamato also agreed. There is really no adverse reaction, it's obvious when you look at me. Kazuki Hiyori nodded slightly. Okay, come on. Just as Kazuki at 2:30 when Hiyori nodded in agreement, the Madam of Yuhonglo, Jonalisa N, came in at an opportune time. She was so excited about the 2 million Baileys that she forgot the most important thing, that is, she completely forgot to collect the money. But the courtesan had been sent to the box by her. And the courtesan had been in there for a while, and she had no idea what was going on inside. Advertisement. She had been hesitating outside the door for a long time. They had seen the courtesan, but they hadn't received a penny of the money. If the other party regretted it, wouldn't she be at a big loss? So she couldn't hold it in any longer. She snatched a pot of wine from the passing servant and immediately opened the door of the private room and rushed in. The moment she opened the door, Jonalisa N immediately said with a smile, Sir, I came here specially to bring you good wine. Just as she was about to ride Kazuki Hiyori's, Xia Ya was interrupted and said unhappily, I didn't ask you to bring wine. The Madame Joannalisa was very smart. As soon as she heard Xia Ya's tone, she knew that he was unhappy with her behavior. But for an old man like her, this was not something to worry about. She immediately smiled and said, Look, sir, what are you talking about? I specially sent this to honor the two adults. Yamato on the other side didn't care so much. When he heard that it was good wine, he couldn't help but take the wine from Joannalisa's hand and said with a smile, Thank you, boss. Joannalisa immediately said, No, it's my honor to receive the two adults. After saying that, she looked at Xia Ya with a smile, and didn't seem to leave at all. Advertisement. At this moment, Xia Ya suddenly realized that this was asking for money from her. Now that Kazuki Hiyori agreed to let her ride, why would she waste the 2 million Baileys? Besides, Xia Ya never thought of giving it from the beginning. Kazuki Hiyori's purpose was very clear, that is, to disintegrate the beast's pirates and liberate Wano Kuni. As long as he helped her accomplish this, he was afraid that she would not follow him obediently. Thinking of this, Xia Ya simply pretended to be stupid and did not understand what Jonalisa N meant. Kazuki Hiyori on the side was very clear about Jonalisa N's purpose of coming to the private room at this time. 013612028 Falu 224,400,340. She weighed it in her heart, walked to Jonalisa N's side, and whispered in her ear for a while. Jonalisa N's expression changed, and then smiled and said to Xia Ya, My lord, you guys take your time to play, I will leave now, just tell me if you have anything to do. With that, Jonalisa N left the private room. Xia Ya raised the corner of her mouth slightly, looked at Kazuki Hiyori and said, I don't plan to pay. 217. I'm not short of money. Kazuki Hiyori was horrified when he heard Xia Ya's words. What did you say? Do you know where this place is? If you don't pay, Jonalisa won't let you go easily. Xia Ya said indifferently. Do you think I'm afraid? Kazuki Hiyori said afterward. Yeah, what am I worried about? You're not even afraid of Kaido's beast's pirates, so how can you care about this little Yuhonglo? But I just made a promise to Jonalisa that I would definitely let you take out the money. What should I do now? Kazuki Hiyori worried as if talking to himself. Yamato was also a little surprised and said in a daze. Xia Ya, why do you still want to eat for free? If we just leave like this, won't it hurt Kazuki Hiyori? Xia Ya picked up the wine glass and drank it all, saying lightly, how is it possible? I am not a bad person, how can I eat for free? I will definitely pay for this wine, but I don't plan to really pay the 2 million Baileys mentioned earlier. Yamato said naively. Don't you have money? How about I think of a way? Xia Ya was laughed at by Yamato's naive look. Haha. Yamato, you are really simple, I am not short of money. Yamato pouted and said. I know, you just want to harm Kazuki Hiyori. Upon hearing what Yamato said, Xia Ya's face was full of black lines. But Xia Ya was too lazy to explain anything to her, so she picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, how could I harm her? No more talking. Come on, both of you come over here, drink this wine with me, this wine is really good. When Yamato heard about drinking, he was naturally not polite, and quickly picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. Ah. Sure enough, this wine is really good, so tasty. Hiyori, you should also drink 2 glasses. How could Kazuki still worry about Xia Ya's affairs at this time? This could be 2 million Baileys. Xia Ya was going to escape from her hands. How could she stay in Yuhonglo in the future? At this time, Xia Ya saw Kazuki Hiyori's thoughts and said, Hiyori, you don't have to worry about the future at all. When the time comes, you can just leave here with me. Kazuki Hiyori didn't understand Xia Ya's meaning for a while, and answered doubtfully, leave here with you. Please give flowers. When Yamato heard that this meant that he wanted to have another partner, he immediately said happily, yes, you come with us, so that the 3 of us won't be so bored. Xia Ya continued to lobby. Yes, aren't you here to overthrow the rule of the Beast's pirates? Follow me, I will take you to destroy Kaido, so that the Beast's pirates will be disintegrated. Your goal will be achieved. 0. Kazuki Hiyori seemed to understand what Xia Ya said just now about riding her. Isn't this just asking her to follow him? But Xia Ya also said just now that as long as he lets him ride, he can help her defeat Kaido. 013612028 Fei Lu 224,400,430. In this way, Kaido's Beast's pirates will be disintegrated, and Wano Kuni will be saved. In this way, she naturally doesn't have to stay in this Yuhong building anymore. Kazuki seemed to have sorted out all her thoughts, so she asked, Xia Ya, even if what you said is true, when will we defeat Kaido? Xia Ya said, as long as you are willing, we can go to Kaido to beg. 218. I promise you. Not only Kazuki Hiyori was surprised, but Yamato on the side also got excited after hearing this. Really? Can we go and challenge Kaido right away? Xia Ya looked at Kazuki Hiyori and said, it depends on what Kazuki Hiyori means. When Yamato heard that they could set off immediately as long as Kazuki Hiyori nodded, he quickly said flatteringly, Kazuki Hiyori, you quickly agree to Xia Ya, 810, so that we can go to Wano Kuni to find Kaido right away. Hearing the news from Yamato, Kazuki Hiyori was instantly uncertain. What did you say? Kaido is not in Onigashima anymore. Yamato said affirmatively. Yes, he went to Wano Kuni to find Charlotte Linlin. Kazuki Hiyori hesitated even more. Kaido was not in Wano Kuni. If she agreed to Xia Ya, it would mean that she would have to leave Wano Kuni, the place she loved, immediately. She felt even more reluctant. But the world is so big, if possible, I still want to go out and see it. Although she was born on the sea, it was a long time ago, so long that she has forgotten the feeling of riding on the sea. She was too young at that time, and many memories have disappeared. If I can go swimming on the sea again, it is not impossible. Besides, if the Beast's pirates fall apart, she won't have to endure doing things against her will. After thinking it over, Kazuki Hiyori finally agreed to Xia Ya's proposal. Okay, then I will leave here with you and go find Kaido. Xia Ya was secretly happy, and still said calmly, that means you agree to be ridden by me. Although she knew what Xia Ya meant by riding, Kazuki Hiyori still felt a little embarrassed when she heard that she was going to be ridden, and her face flushed. Although she had just agreed to let Xia Ya ride, the current situation was different. I just agreed to a temporary test ride, but now I have to follow him, which means he will ride me often. Kazuki Hiyori said embarrassedly, I promise you. Anyway, I have already made up my mind, so I will ride it. They just said that there will be no adverse reactions. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori agreed, Xia Ya's mouth corners slightly raised, it was smoother than expected. So he continued. That means you are willing to be my mount. Mount. Kazuki Hiyori was surprised. Sure enough, he thought too simply just now. This is not just being ridden often, but becoming his mount. A mount is just like a horse that can be ridden around by people. Is this really okay? Xia Ya said sincerely. Yes. Yes. How can you follow me if you don't become my mount? Kazuki Hiyori paused in his heart. Good guy, you are waiting for me here. So he said angrily. Didn't you say that you came here to find me for no purpose? Why do you want me to be your mount again? 5.4 Xia Ya said indifferently. Yeah, I didn't have any purpose before I came here, I was just purely curious. But after seeing you, I wanted to ride you very much. There's no way, I told you before, my riding fruit is so strange, when I meet someone with the potential to be a high-quality mount, I feel itchy in my heart and I must get it. But this way you won't lose out. 219. Indenture. Kazuki Hiyori returned to the things she was struggling with just now. Kaido, Beast's pirates, Wano Kuni. Anyway, what she wanted now was only one result, that is, to liberate Wano Kuni. As for whether to ride or not, and how many times to ride, what does it matter? So Kazuki Hiyori took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality and said, okay. Anyway, as long as Kaido can be defeated and Beast's pirates can be disintegrated, my Wano Kuni will be saved. Everything else doesn't matter. Hearing what Kazuki Hiyori said, Xia Ya was happy. This 28 is right. Yamato also said excitedly, great. We can go together as a group. Come on, let's toast to celebrate. As she said that, Xia Ya raised the glass in her hand, and Kazuki Hiyori also put aside her previous hesitation. The three of them drank happily. After a few glasses of wine, Xia Ya thought it would be better to conclude the riding contract first. So Xia Ya stretched out her palm and immediately activated the power of the Kiki fruit. Advertisement. Soon, 5 cold blue spiritual flames appeared on Yuan's uniform. Kazuki Hiyori looked at this scene in amazement. Is this a flame? Why is it blue? It's so magical. Yamato had seen it before, so he was not surprised at this time, but just urged happily, Hiyori, stretch out your hand. Kazuki Hiyori asked in confusion, why? Xia Ya explained. This is the necessary process for the riding fruit to conclude a riding contract. Kazuki Hiyori still didn't understand. Conclude a riding contract. It doesn't mean that I agree to be your mount, but I have to conclude a contract with you. Xia Ya sincerely Kaido. Yes, otherwise how can you become my exclusive mount? Kazuki Hiyori looked at Yamato with some concern, and Yamato comforted him. It's okay, I also concluded a riding contract with Xia Ya in this way, anyway, you have agreed to be his mount. Now just do what Xia Ya says. After listening to Yamato's words, Kazuki Hiyori seemed to have put aside her worries. Advertisement. She decisively stretched out her hand and spread her palm. Seeing this, Xia Ya immediately put her palm together with Kazuki Hiyori's palm, and slowly, carved and melted the flame on the fingertips, and was slowly absorbed by the light in Yuhei's fingers. Kazuki Hiyori looked at the scene in front of her in amazement. While the spiritual flame was slowly absorbed, Kazuki Hiyori received a message in his mind. Kazuki Hiyori was surprised to read this information, and he hesitated in his heart. This is really a contract of sale. Once this contract is reached, Xia Ya will become her master, and then her own destiny will be controlled by him. Is this really good? Kazuki 363 Hiyori felt that she should think about this matter carefully, as it was related to her future destiny. Soon she found that as long as she sincerely refused, the contract would be terminated immediately, which means that even at this point, this matter was still under her control and she had no intention of forcing it. 0136120228 Philu 224,410,030. It can be seen that his character is still very trustworthy. Kazuki Hiyori immediately thought of Kaido, Beasts Pirates, and Wano-kuni. Her greatest wish in this life was to liberate Wano-kuni. Now as long as she nodded, the man named Xia Ya in front of her would help her complete it. Isn't this exactly what she expected? 220. Orin Mount. In this short time of tens of seconds, Kazuki Hiyori thought about a lot of things in her mind. At this time, Yamato on the side urged with some concern, Kazuki Hiyori, please agree quickly, so that we can go out to sea together and find Kaido together. Yamato was a little anxious, fearing that Kazuki Hiyori would refuse Xia Ya's invitation and terminate the riding contract. Kazuki Hiyori is Kazuki Oden's daughter, and Yamato has a very different feeling for Kazuki Oden. So she regards Kazuki Oden's son Momosuke as her own son. And for Kazuki Hiyori, Yamato also has different feelings. Although she just met her, she is indeed Kazuki Oden's child, so Miwa feels that she should take care of her. If they can leave here with them this time, they will stay together, so that Yamato can take care of her often. So Yamato actually wanted Kazuki Hiyori to leave with them more than Xia Ya did, but she couldn't show it too obviously because of her current situation. Just when Yamato was anxious, Kazuki Hiyori finally spoke, as if she had made a great decision, and said seriously, okay, I agree. However, at the moment when Kazuki Hiyori agreed, the blue spiritual flame on the upright fingertips was immediately absorbed by Kazuki Hiyori's fingers. Kazuki Hiyori's body immediately felt a subtle change. She covered her mouth with her hands, feeling the subtle feeling brought to her body in an incredible way. What's wrong with me? I suddenly feel so comfortable. I feel that my body is full of strength, which is a feeling I have never had before. Yamato on the side was very happy to see that the riding contract was successfully concluded. I said, agreeing to be ridden by Xia Ya will have a very special feeling, I didn't lie to you. Kazuki Hiyori felt very good at this time, she said comfortably. It is indeed very special, there is a feeling of suddenly discovering the beauty of the world, and it is a bit like getting to know the world again. The various basic functions of the body seem to have evolved. This feeling is really wonderful. Xia Ya on the side Ya looked at the extra reins in his hand at this time. It turned out that beauties are different. Even the reins are more beautiful than others. He felt satisfied immediately. This new mount seems to be very good. Then, a simple name appeared in front of him soon. Permanently enhance a pair of eyes that discover beauty. When the buff name appeared, Xia's mind went blank. What kind of inexplicable buff is this? Since he had 10 times the luck, he hasn't received some inexplicable buffs for a long time. What is the permanent trigger of 10 times luck? The 2 permanent buffs that appeared don't seem to be very suitable. The buff at Yamato is to increase 8 abdominal muscles, and what is the one at Kazuki Hiyori? Eyes that discover beauty, do I need this kind of buff? I am not without eyes, this buff is as if I can't even distinguish between beauty and ugliness. 0136120228 Philu 224,410,160, Xia Ya felt a blockage in his heart. Later I thought it was nothing. After all, with my current ability, it didn't matter whether I had other buffs or not. Looking at the reins in my hand, Xia Ya suddenly felt relieved. After all, now I have obtained a mount for the courtesan. This kind of good thing doesn't come around of 221. Cheers. Thinking of having such a beautiful mount in the future, Xia Ya felt happy. So Xia Ya immediately raised her glass and said happily, now both of you are my exclusive mounts, don't worry. I will treat you well in the future, come. Cheers to our happy journey in the future. Yamato also raised her glass excitedly. Cheers, cheers to our new partner joining us. Kazuki Hiyori was also very happy. Finally, she didn't have to worry about the future of Wano-kuni, and she finally got rid of the burden of national hatred and family hatred. She said happily, cheers to my new life. My Xia Ya Master 860, cheers Yamato. The three of them drank happily. And the old procuress Jonalizane outside the door heard the cheerful and lively atmosphere inside, and thought that her 2 million Baileys had been taken by the courtesan Xiaozi. Just now, she came to this door from time to eavesdrop for a while, and the atmosphere in the private room just now was not so lively. She thought, since the atmosphere inside was so pleasant, why not take the opportunity to go in again? After all, she would feel at ease only if she had the money in her own hands. It is better to be safe than sorry. If the 2 million flew away, wouldn't it be a big loss? So, she waved to the waiter not far away. When the waiter saw that it was the madam waving at him, he immediately came to her and asked eagerly, boss, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Joanna Lisa was in a good mood at this time, and said gently, go, bring me a pot of good wine. Okay, I'll get it right away. When the waiter heard the madam's order, he immediately ran to get the wine. Soon, the waiter returned to the madam with a pot of fine wine and said attentively, boss, this is the wine you want. Do you want it delivered to this private room? I am willing to serve you. Advertisement. Joanna Lisa and immediately said, no, I will deliver the wine myself. You go down first. Okay. The waiter left immediately. Joanna Lisa N cleared her throat, holding the wine pot in one hand and knocking on the door gently with the other hand. My lord, I am here to deliver the wine to you. Without waiting for a response from inside, Joanna Lisa N went straight in. Then he pushed the door open and entered the private room. The three people in the private room stopped what they were doing when they heard the noise at the door. They stared at Jonalisa N at the door. The Madam Jonalisa N was the first to break the stiff atmosphere. Please forgive me, my lords. I just knocked on the door. I guess you were too excited to hear it. Then she raised the wine pot in her hand and continued. Look, I'm here to bring you good wine. I'm afraid that you will be disappointed after you finish the wine, so I'm bringing it to you right now. Yamato said heartlessly. Boss, you sent this wine just in time. Look, my wine jug is almost empty. He picked up the wine jug beside him and shook it. Jonalizayan saw that Yamato was so tactful, and immediately sent the wine jug to Yamato, smiling and saying, I told you, how can I let the two adults spoil the fun? While saying this, he did not forget to wink at Kazuki Hiyori next to him. Kazuki Hiyori naturally understood what the old procuress Jonalizayan meant, but she could only pretend not to understand at the moment. Jonalizayan saw that Kazuki Hiyori did not say anything, and suddenly felt confused. 222. What can you do to me? Then, she secretly looked around the entire private room. Suddenly, she thought of something very scary. That is, from beginning to end, she had never seen a container that could hold 2 million Baileys. Bags or boxes. These two people came in empty-handed, and it didn't seem like there was a place on their bodies that could hide 2 million Baileys. At this time, Jonalisa N was flustered, and a bad premonition came to her mind. So she wanted to stop hiding it, and after making a plan in her mind, she thought it would be better to ask directly, so she asked with a smile. This sir, you said before that you were willing to spend 2 million Baileys to see our courtesan Xiaozi. Now that you have seen her, should this money be? Although she had a guess in her heart, Jonalisa N would not offend any guest at will before it was confirmed. She even made excuses in her heart, thinking that with her many years of experience in judging people, the two people in front of her did have extraordinary temperaments, and their births would definitely not be bad. Maybe they didn't bring enough money at this time, but that doesn't mean their family didn't have money. Xia Ya looked at the old procuress with 800 mines in front of her, and she felt contempt in her heart, thinking, you old procuresses in this industry, don't know how many women in the Wan family have been harmed. Today I will make you spit blood, and it can be regarded as venting the anger of those who have been persecuted. Quote. So Xia Ya touched her body, took out 2,000 Baileys and put them on the table, pretending to be ignorant and said, here are 2,000 Baileys, you take it, and you don't need to change the extra money. Seeing such a scene, Jonalisa N did not get angry, and still put on an eager expression, smiling and said, sir, you are so polite, you don't have to give me a special tip. You just need to pay the Baileys promised before. Xia Ya pretended to be stupid. What promised Baileys? Didn't you just say that 2,000 Baileys to see the courtesan Xiaozi? Otherwise, it is said that the old procuress of Yuhonglo, hearing Xia Ya distorted the facts, but Jonalisa N still smiled and said, my lord, please don't joke with me. We agreed before that it would cost 2 million Baileys to see the courtesan Xiaozi, not 2,000 Baileys. Xia Ya raised her eyebrows and said, oh, did I say 2 million Baileys? You must have heard it wrong. Seeking flowers. Seeing that Xia Ya was still helpless, Jonalisa N's face changed instantly, suppressing the anger in her heart, and still said with a smile, oh, my lord, if you say that, then the joke is too big, it's not funny at all. You said it yourself before, 2 million Baileys. Xia Ya still said indifferently, what if I don't admit it? Hearing Xia Ya's rogue words, Jonalisa N couldn't bear it anymore, and her tone immediately became sharp. My Yuhonglo is not a place where you can be helpless casually. Xia Ya smiled and said, Today I am going to be helpless, what can you do to me? Jonalisa Ann heard Xia Ya's rogue words. Ya was immediately furious when she heard this, and said in a rude tone, why don't you ask who I am and where this place is? You dare to act helpless here. I think you are tired of living. Jonalisa turned around and left the private room. She didn't intend to leave, but came to the corridor and winked at a few inconspicuous corners. Soon, she returned to the private room.